You are listening to Horror Game Developer, My Games Aren't That Scary. By Entril J.I. Novels from Novelfire. Chapter 101, A Twisted Man 1. I felt nauseous staring into its eyes. How could I even describe its figure? It was just like its name. Twisted, but not in the way a branch might twist or cloth might fold. No, this was unnatural. Its limbs were too long, joints angled where there shouldn't be joints. Half its body looked broken, as if it had tried to turn itself inside out and stopped halfway. It didn't move, not yet. But even standing still, it felt pressuring. My skin prickled, my stomach churned, my legs refused to listen. Everything in me screamed, "Don't look at it." And yet I couldn't look away. And in that stillness, staring into its twisted form, I finally understood. The conductor's warning. This figure, this anomaly, it wasn't like the others, not like the conductor, not like Myrle, not even like the Dreamwalker. This one was different. I didn't need logic to grasp it. I felt it, in my skin, in my bones, in the pit of my stomach. This wasn't an anomaly bound by rules or reason. This was something else entirely. This was evil incarnate. D-Day. It was then that an alarm jolted me out of my thoughts. Staring into the monitor, the twisted figure was long gone, and in its place was a mummified husk that I had grown somewhat familiar with. D-Day. The alarm grew louder as the entire room flared red. What's going on? What is this alarm? The others grew alarmed at the sight, looking around in confusion as the team leader's expression grew somber. He didn't panic like the others and immediately pressed a certain button as a figure appeared on one of the monitors. Their features were obscured, and so was their voice. However, everyone in the room could hear it clearly. There's been a situation. The monitors shifted, displaying several different beds in which mummified figures appeared. The eyes of many changed as they saw the mummified figures spasm uncontrollably, their lifeless eyes and faces shaking. Despite having been declared functionally brain-dead and in a vegetative state, the previous victim of the Twisted Man are currently suffering from the same violent seizures. The rattling displayed in the monitors intensified as the mummified figures continued to shake, several people in white coats moving next to them and injecting their bodies with what I could only assume to be some sort of tranquilizer. But even that seemed to be useless. We've also detected several anomalous activities around the island, of which one is happening right close to where you all are. A map of the island was displayed on another monitor, with several dots appearing at the same time. These are the locations of the activities. We've yet to find any connection, but we will begin the investigation immediately. The details being revealed at this very moment felt extremely disturbing as everyone looked at one another. Everyone but me, as I slowly removed the glasses from my face. Sweat poured down the side of my cheeks while my chest rose and fell repeatedly, my legs weaker than usual. I could hardly breathe while thinking about the twisted figure from before. That thing. How could something like that exist? I shuddered just thinking about it. This is it for now. I will be reporting more on the situation once we find out more. The call ended just like that. Silence fell over the room shortly after, as the team leader stood in silence. Then, get the teams to start moving, have each one on standby at each respective house. The situation is starting to change, I'm afraid. His tone grew grim. We might be heading towards a thrall class. And as if his words weren't enough to make my chest heavy, a notification appeared shortly after. You have been haunted. The next morning, following the events that transpired during the night, all personnel had been dispatched around all houses, ready to engage at any moment. However, nothing truly happened the entire night. Despite everyone being on high alert, the Twisted Man never returned. It was as if it had vanished right after acting once. By the time daylight returned, and the teams were sure the Twisted Man wasn't going to return, many decided to go get some sleep. The guild, prepared for this kind of aftermath, had thrown together a makeshift housing unit. It was simple and had all the necessary facilities. I wish I could have done the same. I lay there motionless, eyes fixed on the ceiling, the weight of the room pressing down on me. The bed pulled at my body like it wanted to swallow me whole. And I let it. I didn't move. I couldn't. Each time I tried to sleep, the image of the twisted man would appear in my mind, preventing me from closing my eyes. And all of it came as a result of the notification that had appeared not too long ago. The glasses, they're a lot more dangerous than I previously thought. It allowed me to see things that others couldn't, but at the same time allowed others to feel and sense me. I understood that the twisted man was aware of my existence. It was going to come for me, but it needed a specific requirement in order to haunt me. So long as I didn't follow the requirement, I was safe. Or at least I hoped that would be the case. I pressed my lips tightly. No, I can't leave this up to chance. Sitting up on the bed, I threw the sheets away and got up. There was no point in trying to sleep since I knew that it was impossible for me to do so. Going out of the room I was in, I walked out to find a mess waiting for me. We're tired, do something about the situation. We can't live like this. Give our homes back. If you can't figure the situation out, you may as well leave. A large mob stood outside the makeshift residential area for the field agents as they each held onto banners and posters that said, "Get out. You are useless." The crowd didn't look pleased at all. I was just about to turn back when a hand pressed against my shoulder. Caught off guard, I almost flinched, but the moment I turned my head, I saw the rat standing next to me. His dimples stood out once more to me. "Couldn't get any sleep." "None, I take it that you are also the same." "Something like that?" The rat answered ambiguously, staring at the distant mob with a complicated expression. "If only they knew just how much we work each day. Feels like complaining is a lot easier when you're ignorant of the matter." "You can say that. But then again, it probably didn't matter. Even if they knew how much effort we poured into figuring it all out. The mob wouldn't care. They just wanted to be safe. That was really all they wanted. And this was the job that the guild was in charge of. Looking around, I took a deep breath while slowly pulling out my glasses again. Staring at them, I looked at them with a complicated expression. Although I didn't really want to use them, I knew that they were also the key to helping me in this situation. But I held on using them just yet. Slowly turning my head to look at Miles, I pointed towards one of the distant houses. "Since you can't sleep, want to go check out one of the places while we're at it?" Although the rat was the last person that I wanted to go with, I didn't want to go alone. That'd be way too scary. And so for that reason, I made the offer. This seemed to catch him off guard as the dimples on his face momentarily faltered. But then they returned, deeper this time. He smiled. "It'd be my pleasure." It was also in that moment that it happened. I received a sudden quest. Chapter 102, A Twisted Man 2. Bonus quest activated. Difficulty, second order. Reward, 15,000 SP. Objective, find out more about the Twisted Man. Location, Malavia Island. Description, the Twisted Man has once again made an appearance. With each victim dying faster than before and its strength slowly increasing, there isn't much time before the Twisted Man evolves. Find out more about the Twisted Man and how it manages to escape. But be aware, the Twisted Man knows about your appearance. Time limit, 1 day. I drew a cold breath while staring at the quest. In particular, the last sentence made my body involuntarily shiver. Even though I was already aware, seeing it written down before my very eyes made me extremely apprehensive. The only silver lining about the situation was the difficulty. It was only at the second order. This most likely meant I wouldn't have to deal with the Twisted Man. At least, I hope that be the case. I'm surprised you asked me to come instead of Kyle. Wouldn't things have been much easier if he had come along? Managing to walk past the mob in front of the makeshift building, the rat continued to speak. He looked to be in a good mood today. Was he that happy that I invited him to join me? "I'm sure he's a lot more qualified than I. What made you want to go with me?" The fact that people would immediately notice if Kyle went missing. The fact that I didn't want to go alone. And the fact that I didn't know anyone else. There were plenty of reasons. Still, it wasn't like I could just tell him that. I merely shrugged my shoulders and gave the most random answer. "I just felt like it." "Oh, that's nice." Thankfully, the rat didn't seem to mind my answer at all. He just looked happy as we walked towards a specific house. Spotting the familiar place, we both stopped. Yellow tape appeared to surround the entire house, preventing anyone from entering as agents appeared all around. Looks like this might be more difficult than expected. I thought while staring at the distant building. Looking at all the agents around, I realized that getting in was probably going to be a challenge. At least, that was what I thought at first. Hello. Stepping forward, the rat took out an ID badge and displayed it to one of the agents. Turning his attention towards me, the agent nodded his head and raised the tape as the rat waved at me. Come on, let's go. Staring at him, I didn't know what to say. He got in just like this, that. You know, the tapes are only there to stop regular citizens from coming in. Since we both work for the guild, they won't stop us from entering. Oh. His words made a lot of sense. I guess bringing him along wasn't a bad decision, after all. The two of us finally stepped into the house, its all-too-familiar layout unfolding before my eyes. As I looked around, the place felt deserted. No lights, no signs of life, and not a single agent in sight. The only way I could see was through the flashlight on my phone. It was also then that I took notice of the yellow tape that appeared by the stairs that led to the second floor. What now? The rat asked, his eyes fixed on me. He looked quite eager for some reason. His eagerness took me by surprise, but I ignored it as I looked around the place. The air was stale and somewhat stuffy, the kind that came from when one entered a room that had been left sealed for days. Peeling wallpaper curled like dead leaves at the edges while the floor creaked under my weight, groaning with each step that I took. Still I moved, slowly, towards the light switch. Although I could see thanks to my phone, it wasn't enough. But, click, nothing. The darkness continued to cling to me from all sides. The light switch doesn't work. No. How odd. Taking out his phone, the rat illuminated the area before him. This should be enough for now. Turning around, he looked towards the yellow tape that blocked the path to the second floor. He turned towards me as he pulled the tape up. Shall we? I hesitated, but then, thinking about the quest, I eventually followed along. Each step up the stairs drew a low groan from the wood, the air growing thicker with a musty scent that clung to everything. A sudden chill settled over me, creeping under my skin and making me shiver. It suddenly almost felt like winter had come. Don't worry too much, this is normal. The rat spoke while passing me. Strong anomalies often cause a noticeable drop in temperature. It's something to do with the cold seeping into our world from the world the anomalies come from. Not much is known about their world, but from what I know, it appears to be some parallel Earth. At least, this is what most researchers suggest. Is that so? I paused for a moment, my thoughts pausing on the spectral glasses. Could it be? We're here. Finally reaching the room in question, the rat pushed the door open and shone his phone's flashlight inside. The room appeared before our eyes. It looked exactly as before, but with tape wrapped around the bed, the sheets tossed aside, and a wet stain spreading across the mattress. The musty scent hung heavier in the air, made worse by the cold that clung to the room. I started to shiver as I held onto the sides of my arm. Cold, too cold. Even so, I remained standing while observing my surroundings. Eventually drawing a breath, I retrieved my sunglasses and slowly put them on. Hey, the world before me changed. The cold sharpened into a piercing chill, and the world around me shifted into shades of blue. The rat was close by, sweeping his flashlight under the bed in search of clues. I had considered doing the same, but I couldn't at all. Staring towards the corner of the room, my eyes fell towards a certain crack on the floor. It was large. Large enough to fit a single person, and as the wood groaned under my steps, I stopped right before it. Eventually, after removing my glasses, the crack disappeared, only appearing again once I put on my glasses. I swallowed nervously. I lowered my body to stare at the hole. Did you find anything? I couldn't find anything at all. I didn't know how long I stood like that, but by the time I heard the rat's voice again, my head had lowered towards the crack. That's when I saw them. A grotesque sea of mummified bodies, stacked and pressed together in a suffocating mass beneath the floor. Their limbs twisted, eyes hollow, and faces' mouths opening and closing as they all stared at me. I shuddered, hastily pulling my glasses off. But as I did, crack, the floor beneath me split, and the figures appeared once more. Oh shit. Chapter 103, A Twisted Man 3. So you're telling me that during your investigation of the house, the floor suddenly cracked, and that's what led you to the discovery. The team leader looked at me in doubt. His bushy brows were raised while his thick arms were crossed together as he sat back on his chair, his voice echoing throughout the small and confined room. The only thing that separated the two of us was a small metal table. Following the findings this morning, the guild brought me and the rat in for questioning. We weren't in trouble or anything like that. The guild was just trying to get to the bottom of the situation. After all, we didn't just find a simple hole. What we found was something else entirely. I wasn't really sure of what it was, but it seemed pretty important. It was something like that, but just before it happened, I heard a certain cracking sound coming from the corner of the room. Thinking that I was mishearing, I moved towards there to check it out when the floor suddenly cracked. I see. The team leader nodded, pretending to understand. In reality, he probably had seen the footage of the situation through the cameras. If he had already seen them, then he knew that my story was in line with what he saw. And regarding the noise part, that was a lie. I just couldn't really tell him that I had actually seen it through the glasses. Your story does check out for now. It's the same as the one Miles told us, well, more or less. More or less. I tried my best to keep my gaze steady. As expected, that rat, he probably tried to lie and make it seem like this is all my fault. I'm sure that with his personality he was quite humble about it. He said that you deserve all the credit for the finding. Hey. My mind went completely blank the moment the team leader spoke. What did he just say? The rat, did he really give all credit for the situation to me? That? I struggled to come to terms with these words. What sort of game was he playing at? Were there any motives behind his actions, or was this out of kindness? I really wanted to rip my hair out. I felt incredibly frustrated by the situation. This felt like some sort of mind game. Was he good or was he bad? This constant juggling between the two made me feel incredibly tense. In the midst of my thoughts, the team leader spoke. Considering the significance of what we've uncovered, it's only fair you receive compensation. Whether that takes a monetary form or something else entirely is your choice. Compensation. My eyelids fluttered. Did he just say compensation? Of course, why wouldn't we compensate you for finding something like this? Accident or not, you were present at the scene, and the guild provides compensation for any discovery related to the case. I see. I licked my lips, trying my best to hide my excitement. All of a sudden, the rat, he didn't feel so much like a rat. Perhaps I was wrong about him all along. He was a good guy. Setting compensation aside, there's something that I'm curious about. Placing his hand over the table, the team leader drummed his fingers over it, his face turning strange. I turned my attention towards him. Why was he looking at me like that? What is it with you and the sunglasses? This isn't the first time that I've seen you wear them. You've seen me wear them before. I paused for a moment before looking at the team leader weirdly. You've seen the stream. Yes. Turning his head slightly, the team leader pursed his lips. It was everywhere, so I saw it. I think a lot of people saw it. I'm curious. Why would you wear them when it's dark? Aren't you just making your life harder? About that, I wasn't panicked by the question. Not only did I foresee something like this happening in advance, but I had multiple answers ready at my beck and call. I also had some spare sunglasses that looked almost identical. In case they wanted to examine them, I could just give it to them. So, seeing the team leader look at me, I looked him straight in the eyes before leaning back in my chair. It's simple, really. I pursed my lips. I wear the sunglasses so that I can't see ahead. You see, I hate horror. Like really hate it. To the point where I'd rather be blind than see some ghost. News of the finding began to spread among the guild members. This was no ordinary discovery. It was a significant one that even the Bureau had no choice but to find interest in. The house in question had been sealed on all sides, preventing anyone from entering. Did you hear? They're about to send a scout into the strange pit. It appears to be some sort of gate. I heard. Do you think the other guild will be coming? It's possible. However, it looks like it'll take a while for them to come. The guild is preparing some sort of squad after receiving the result from the scouting report. They might just include the most elite members. There was all sorts of talk surrounding the event. After all, this didn't appear to be an ordinary gate. In fact, some weren't even sure it was a gate at all. There was speculation it might be a portal, perhaps some sort of doorway to another dimension. That could explain why no one could catch the twisted man. No one really knew as of yet. They'd have to wait until the results from the scout came out. Such conversations repeated all over the place. In a certain room. What do you think? Kyle looked towards the other people gathered in the room. There were quite a few faces he was familiar with. Most of them were the elite members of the containment section. In particular, his gaze settled on Zoe, who lounged in her chair with her feet propped on the tea desk, casually absorbed in some kind of game on her phone. Hearing Kyle's words, she raised her head. What did you say? About the rumors, what do you think? Those. Zoe turned her attention back to her phone, her tongue poking out slightly between her lips. Well, it doesn't really matter to me. If they send me, they send me. If not, I don't care, as long as the reward is go, shit. Zoe suddenly let out a sharp curse and flung her phone onto the nearby sofa. Fucking randoms shit. She then began to bang her foot against the table. Bang. Fuck. This wasn't an unusual sight. It was something that pretty much everyone in the room had gotten used to. That was why no one reacted. Is it so fucking hard to lane? The fuck are they blaming me for? Zoe was oddly addicted to a strange phone game. She spent hours on it, completely absorbed, and from what others had heard, she was apparently some kind of pro. She was a rather talented person, from modeling to gaming. Well, Kyle wasn't really too sure. He wasn't that interested in knowing anyway. However, thinking about the game she was playing, Kyle had a sudden thought. I wonder if Seth will ever develop a phone game. I'm kind of curious to see how he'd do it. Don't bring that guy up. Zoe cut Kyle off in that moment. I'm already annoyed by this. Don't annoy me further. What did he do this time? Kyle wasn't even surprised at this point. For whatever reason, Seth had some sort of skill that could allow him to push Zoe's buttons with just a few words. He had lost count of the amounts of times he had managed to piss Zoe off. It's nothing. Clicking her tongue, Zoe dismissed the topic. She was about to bring up another one when a certain figure looked at them. Staring at Rowan, both Kyle and Zoe paused. About Seth. For some reason, ever since the trip began, he'd been acting off. In fact, looking at him now, he looked terrible. His hair was unkempt, and dark, glaring circles shadowed the skin beneath his eyes. He kind of looked like Seth now that they thought about it. But at the same time, staring at him, they both had the same thought. Don't tell me Seth managed to piss him off as well. Zoe was just about to smirk when Rowan continued. Where is he? He looked around, his dark eyes scanning the place. Eyes need him. Need him. Both Kyle and Zoe paused. I need my therapist. Chapter 104, A Twisted Man 4. We're about to get started. Everyone move back, an agent shouted, waving his hand and pushing several people back. At the same time, a female agent moved towards a man dressed in orange. He had a short frame with thinning hair, while his body was strapped with all sorts of weird devices and cameras. Are you ready? She asked, her voice soft. The moment you feel anything, report the situation to us. Tug the rope or press the emergency button. We'll quickly pull you out. Oh, yes. The inmate nervously stared at the crack on the floor of the house. He was one of the scouts provided by the Bureau to investigate the sudden emergence of the crack. The Bureau had tried investigating the crack with cameras and mini drones, but as if the corpses had a mind of their own, they moved and quickly snatched the devices before breaking them. The only thing that they didn't reject was living beings. They came to this conclusion after testing the situation with several animals. Being able to bring them all back, they decided to send a human this time. We've equipped you with cameras and tracking devices. We'll be able to know your location at all times. When you manage to come back, your sentence will be reduced by several years. I understand. The inmate slowly nodded his head before turning his attention towards the corpses. They were all piled up together, their numbers reaching over 100. His entire body shivered at the sight. However, thinking about his reduced sentence, he mustered up the courage and moved towards the crack. Eventually, under the agent's eyes, the inmate stepped forward and jumped into the crack. How? Immediately after entering the crack, he was met with several dozen mummified corpses crowded the narrow space, their withered limbs twisted unnaturally, and their skin clinging to bone like dried parchment. They surrounded him from all sides, pressing against every part of his body. Feeling their touch, the inmate shuddered. This sense only heightened when he saw the corpses staring at him with blank expressions. But as if that wasn't bad enough. The corpses moved, their thin and sickly hands reaching out for him as they pulled him down. Wait, wait, wait. The inmate immediately started to shout, tugging the rope connected to him. The previous courage he had built up vanished without a single trace as panic took over his mind. Wait, I've changed my mind, help. He also pressed the emergency button, asking for the bureau to lift him up. But nothing. Lifting his head up, all he saw were the cold and indifferent stares of the agents as they stared at him from above. Help, help, P. What? The inmate realized it then. Those from the bureau, they never planned on rescuing him in the first place, at least not now. Eventually, under the cold stares of the agents, his body was swallowed up. By the time the inmate regained consciousness, he found himself inside the same room as before. However, something about the room felt different. Not only that, but everyone appeared to be missing. The wallpaper of the room was peeling, while the bed was wrinkled with a brownish stain on the bedsheets as the window creaked eerily. Hello? The inmate's voice echoed loudly in the room as he called out. A still silence followed after his words. It's cold. It was also in that moment that the inmate felt a cool sensation wash over him as he started to shiver all over. Hello? He once again spoke, the echo of his voice louder than before. Anybody here? The echo was all he heard. Looking around, he stood up, his steps adding to the creaking around the place as he covered his arms with his hands. It's really cold. The inmate looked around, his gaze eventually settling on the door. A pitch-black darkness appeared behind the door, one that felt as though the abyss itself was greeting him. He swallowed nervously. Is nobody really here? The floor creaked once more as he stepped forward, moving towards the door. It was dark, but he quickly retrieved the flashlight in his hand and flashed ahead. Yet again, the area behind the door appeared dark. The inmate held his breath, staring towards the darkness with unease. He looked around again, hoping he'd receive some sort of answer. However, yet again he was met with silence. The agents, they were really gone. Taking a deep breath, the inmate's eyes flickered as he looked around the room before grasping one of the lamps on the drawers by the bed. Clenching it tightly and feeling the rough metal texture of its body, he slowly moved towards the door, his steps slow and steady as the window creaked at the rhythm of his steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The tension in the room was dense, clinging to the inmate's body like some sort of clothing. His breathing grew shallow as he approached the door, pupils dilating, every muscle in his body tensing. He held his breath without thinking, as if even the sound of air might provoke whatever waited on the other side. Because even though he couldn't see it, he could feel it. Something or someone was waiting for him on the other side of the door. The long and sickly shadow that clung to the floor was all the proof that he needed. Who are you? Why are you standing by the door? The inmate's voice was dry and his face was pale. Clinging onto the lamp, he raised it slightly. I'll kill you if you don't step out. I have done it before, many times in fact. Do you think I'm scared of you? Yet again, no response. The inmate's eyes flickered then. Fine. Gripping the lamp tightly, he shoved the half-open door wide with a burst of adrenaline-fueled strength, and without hesitation, he brought the lamp crashing down with all the force he could muster, the metal frame splitting the air. Hey, what? You couldn't sleep at all tonight. I stared at the haggard figure in front of me. He looked a little different than when I saw him the day prior. His eyes were haggard and his clothes were disheveled. He almost looked like a completely different person. Wait, did my therapy session not work? He should have been able to sleep. No, should he have been able to sleep? All sorts of thoughts swam in my mind as I looked at Rowan. In the end, my body tensed as I feared he'd suddenly start lunging at me. However, his next words took me completely aback. Can we have another therapy session? I feel like I might be able to get some sleep if I get another one. Didn't we just have one yesterday? Since you're not sleeping, it must mean it didn't work. Why would? No, it did work. What? I blinked my eyes. It worked. I looked at him again. Why did I not believe his words at all? It almost looked like he was making fun of me. All right. As if reading my thoughts, Rowan scratched the side of his neck. This is normal for me. I usually get nightmares before each expedition. Don't mind this too much. Hello? But even so, usually I don't sleep until the second day because each time I close my eyes, I feel like the nightmares come. However, today was a little different. I didn't feel anything at all when I closed my eyes. That sounds like progress. It is, which is why I'm here. Rowan looked at me, his eyes sparkling as his back straightened and his posture looked polite. He seemed to have had a complete attitude shift. Please help me again, I'd like it if... Bang! Cutting Rowan mid-sentence, the door to the room burst open and Kyle came in. Hastily turning my head to look at him, I was surprised to see him stare at me with a pale face, his breathing ragged, almost as if he had run at full speed to get to where I was. What did you do? That was the first thing he said to me, as he barely caught his breath. I was taken aback. What? What was he? What did you do? Kyle asked again, his voice rising as he raised his hand to display a certain paper. In it I saw 3 bold words appear. Twisted Exploration Squad. My face froze the moment I looked at the words, and as if that wasn't bad enough, I slowly settled my gaze over my name. Craning my neck up again, I looked at Kyle. What did I do? Chapter 105, Expedition Squad 1. Seth Thorne. Seeing my name on the list for the expedition, I had to blink several times in order to make sure I was seeing correctly. However, regardless of how many times I blinked, my name still remained on the paper. Kyle's voice reached me a moment after. What the hell did you do? Don't tell me you asked for this to be the reward for your... No, of course not. I cut Kyle off before he could finish his sentence. I'd rather have some sort of monetary compensation than ask for something like this. Are you crazy? In the first place, I was just as lost as him. How in the world did? Oh, about that. A sheepish voice echoed as both my head and Kyle's head turned towards the source of the voice. Rowan smiled a little bit while scratching the side of his neck. This might actually be my fault. The team leader asked me if I wanted to participate, but I'm in no condition to do so, and when asked who could replace me, the conversation headed in a direction where I just ended up recommending you. If you're part of the squad, then. You? Kyle cut Rowan off, his fist right in his mouth. It looked like he had many things that he wanted to say. However, I stopped him before he could. So you recommended me in your place? Oh no. Rowan shook his head. Like I said, the conversation headed in a different direction. You're not on the same level as me. Recommending you would be stupid. I recommended you for the support squad. I feel like you'd do a very good job. What him? Kyle looked at me with a doubtful look, mouthing things like, what the fuck did you do? What drug did you feed him? I was a little offended, to be honest. There was no drug involved, just a lot of gaslighting and a very powerful recording from a high-class anomaly. I wouldn't stoop low enough to use drugs. Kyle, you should give it a try when you have time. I think it will help you a lot. I know that you go through a lot too, so... Well, maybe some other time. Though he said this, Kyle didn't look interested at all. That was fair. I didn't really want to do any more therapy for now. Especially since I was still unsure of whether it would even work on stronger people. It worked on those of the second order down, but I wasn't really sure about those of higher order. I needed to tread cautiously. Whatever the case is, you need to reject this. The guild is quite flexible in these types of things. They won't force you, and we've got plenty of other supporters that can go in your place. Though, I was already aware of this. I knew that I could just reject the call and be done with the situation, but staring at my laptop and looking at the quest, my lips pressed together tightly. It had been a while since I had found the crack, and yet, nothing came out of it. The quest had yet to be completed. What did this mean? Could the quest be related to me needing to go into the strange crack? A heavy feeling built up in my chest. I was still unsure of what the crack did, but from speculations, it was some sort of gate. I'd normally be worried and even terrified, but staring at the quest window and seeing the second order, part on the difficulty section, I started to wonder if perhaps the crack was a lot easier than people assumed. Perhaps the anomaly wasn't very strong. No, maybe it had some sort of weakness that no one was aware of that made it easy to handle. All sorts of thoughts drifted into my mind at that moment. There were many voices that told me not to take the mission, but looking at the quest window and seeing the second order part, I almost felt certain that my previous thoughts were correct. Either the anomaly we were handling had a serious weakness, or perhaps The weird crack was some sort of small trial set up by the anomaly. Whatever the case was, I needed more time to think about the situation. TRRR. At least, that was what I thought until my phone vibrated, and I looked at the message that suddenly popped up on my screen. Meet at the building in 10 minutes. Do not be late. The message came directly from a number that I didn't know, and looking up, I saw Kyle staring back at me. You better not even think about it. I forced a smile while getting off my chair. Do you really think I can just not show up? I still have to go, but I'll see if I can reject the offer. Will you really? Kyle's eyes narrowed, his face filled with doubt. What? Come on, you know I hate scary things. If it's too creepy, I'll just quit. I'd have believed you if it were the past, but I'm starting to doubt you. You've changed. Come on. I looked at Kyle sincerely. You know very well I don't lie about this stuff. You even saw me puke before coming here. That's true. Kyle seemed to be a bit more relieved after hearing that. Eventually, with a sigh, he nodded his head. All right, let's go. He moved out the door, and I followed right behind him. Closing the door behind me, I scratched the back of my head. I could have sworn I was forgetting something. A faint, muffled sound came from behind the door, and I ignored it. Wait, hold on, what about my session? Right. The house was even more packed than usual. Coming into the place with Kyle, we were immediately escorted to a certain room where several people appeared. The atmosphere was quite tense as all eyes were focused on a certain tablet on the table. Oh, Kyle, you're here. You're just in time. Immediately, everyone greeted Kyle while I stood by the side, completely ignored. I didn't really mind this sort of treatment. In fact, I preferred things to be this way since I like to avoid attention. I was just about to slip away and lose myself in a quiet corner of the room when my eyes landed on Zoe, seated in one of the chairs, casually eating and playing some kind of game on her phone. She looked to be really into the game. The same was for the chips. Looking at her shove several of them at once while playing the game with one hand, it was a very interesting sight. Especially when... Talk about not liking normal flavor, just look at her. No one would believe her if they saw this see. My thoughts suddenly paused. As if sensing my stare, Zoe casually raised her head and our eyes met. Her entire body seemed to freeze, her hands suspended mid-motion with a few chips still clutched in her fingers. That was the only sound that came out of her mouth in that moment, as I hastily turned my head away, trying my best to hide the slight curling of my lips. But as if she spotted it, her entire face changed, and she dropped her phone on the table. She pressed both hands against the table, starting to rise when... Good, it looks like everyone is here. The team leader arrived, and all noise ceased. Without paying any attention to the atmosphere, the team leader moved towards the central desk and sat down, his face incredibly grim. I'll start this meeting off simply. His voice trailed off, his gaze pausing on each and every person in the room. If you don't want to die, quit now. This is your only chance because... The team leader paused. You won't be getting a second chance once you're dead. Chapter 106, Expedition Squad 2. The atmosphere became incredibly tense shortly after the team leader spoke. However, none of the people present in the room looked worried or hesitant. They all wore the same serious expression while staring at the team leader. Is there really no one who wants to quit? Kyle's gaze turned towards me. His brow rose. As if noticing Kyle's stare, the team leader turned his attention towards me. Do you wish to quit? Well. I scratched the back of my head. Yes, I wanted to quit. This went without saying. However, thinking about the quest window, I didn't answer immediately. What if the quest was really not over? If that was the case and the quest didn't lie to me, then this mission, it was doable. I just needed to understand whether that was the case or not. So, about that, can I listen before deciding? What? Kyle's face fell, his eyes narrowing as he looked at me. He looked like he wanted to strangle me, but I chose to ignore him. Sorry, I really was planning on quitting, but I've got a quest to complete. There was 15,000 SB on the line. This was about $150,000. You want to listen? Well, that's fine. Just let me know quickly if you want to quit since I'd have to find a replacement. Understood. With the team leader nodding and Kyle shooting me a glare, the meeting continued as the team leader turned his focus to the tablet on the table. We've already sent a scout to investigate the crack. One of the key things we've discovered is that only individuals of the Fourth Order and below can enter. It appears to lead to an alternate reality, not exactly a gate, but something different. We haven't encountered anything like it before. The team leader's voice was grim as he spoke. We weren't able to find too much about the alternate reality since the connection with the scout died rather quickly. However, if there's one thing that we do know, is that he's still alive. He's still alive? I was a little surprised to hear this. Wait, if he was still alive and we were going to be sent down, then didn't this mean that? This is going to be a rescue mission. Your goal will be to find the scout and quickly come back out. At the same time, I'll need you to take recordings of the place and collect as much data as possible. The team leader pressed onto the tablet, and a certain video began to play. It was a replay of what had happened with the scout. While we were able to hear and see exactly what he was doing, we weren't able to communicate with him at all. However, as you can see, the place looks exactly like the room next door. The only difference is that it looks to be nighttime there. The more I watched the video, the greater the chill in my body. In particular, staring at the inmate as he stared in the direction of the door where a certain shadow appeared, I felt my skin crawl. Even as he shone his light against it, its silhouette was completely hidden. Just what in the world were we dealing with? It's unfortunate that this is all the information that we have on the anomaly. I'd wish to send more scouts to understand the situation, but the other guilds are starting to come, and we're running out of time. This is the only time frame we can work with. Pressing his hand onto the table, the team leader stood up. I'll send you all more information regarding the expedition. For now, get ready. I'll go out to sort a few things out. Oh, right. The team leader turned his attention towards me. Follow me for a moment. Suddenly called out like that, I was confused. However, I still decided to follow him as all eyes fell on me in that moment. In particular, Kyle's gaze felt piercing. I ignored it and followed the team leader out of the room, where he stopped. Now that you've heard everything, have you decided what you want to do? So it was about this. Well, this was to be expected. We had discussed it before the meeting. Still, even though I heard everything I wanted to hear, I wasn't sure if I actually wanted to go. That's when I remembered something and asked. Regarding the promised reward from before, is it possible for me to claim it? Reward? The team leader looked confused at first. However, his face quickly changed as he remembered our earlier conversation. Right, we do owe you one. What would you like? I'd like money. How much can you offer me? I was nervous while asking this. I was in desperate need of money at the moment. I was extremely poor, and there were still a few days left before Doc paid me for my game. The second order shop was open, and I could access it at any time. However, a simple look at it was enough to make me shudder. The prices. They were astronomical. Even the lowest rated item in the shop was extremely expensive. Whether I participated or not depended on how much money they were willing to offer me. If it was just the right amount, then I could think about it. Give me a second. Taking out his phone, the team leader's thumbs danced across the screen before he turned his attention back to me. I've reviewed everything. Given the nature of your discovery, the compensation the guild is offering isn't especially generous. While you were the one who found it, it could still be seen as a matter of luck. Oh, I couldn't say that I wasn't disappointed. It may have looked like luck, but I highly believe it was because of the glasses. If not for them, then I don't think the crack would have ever appeared. Still, they didn't know this, so it made sense if they thought of it this way. Taking everything into account, the guild has decided to offer you around $130,000. Is that okay with you? I know it's not much money, but... I'll take it. I almost shouted those words as I stared at the team leader. $130,000. Are you kidding me? This was considered low, holy shit. You'll take it, that's good to hear. I tried asking for more, but this is the best we can offer for now. Since you're willing to take it, I won't say anything else. Fiddling with his phone, I heard a notification appear on my phone. Taking out my phone and looking at the new notification, I could hardly keep myself from smiling. You have just received 130,000. About the expedi. I'll go. Putting the phone back into my pocket, I looked at the team leader. Regarding the expedition, I'll go. A few hours later. Standing right before the crack were 6 figures. Is this all of us? Kyle looked around, his eyes darting around the team. He was familiar with everyone present, and he felt quite happy not to see Seth present. Good thing he listened to my advice and left. Kyle nodded again, turning his attention towards Zoe, who was looking through her bag. He approached her. "Are you looking for something?" "No, I'm just checking if I brought everything with me." "Did you?" "That's why I'm checking," Zoe replied while shaking her head. As her hand dug deeper into her bag, she paused and looked at Kyle. "Right, he's not coming, right?" "He's not." Kyle happily shook his head. "He may be impulsive at times, but he's not stupid." Kyle's words were abruptly cut off as the door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside, his dead eyes immediately standing out as everyone within the room paused. But that wasn't the most glaring aspect. As head slowly lowered, all eyes settled on Seth's hand, where a long knife gleamed under the lights from above. "What sort of?" Oblivious to their stares, Seth kept his gaze fixed on the crack. "When are we going?" Chapter 107, Silence 1. The purchase was a bit of an impulsive one. The moment I received the money, I converted it all into SB and bought the knife, leaving me with 3,322 SB left. However, I felt that this was a necessary purchase. Although the Dreamwalker was strong, I did need to be able to defend myself in case it was defeated. Perhaps, I could even use the Dreamwalker to help me defeat anomalies in order to grow the knife. And it was also quite shiny. The knife looked really good. "Why are you bringing a knife with you?" "No." Kyle brought his hands towards his mouth. "Why are you here? Didn't you say that you wouldn't participate if—" "I already told you, I need inspiration for my new game." "What?" Kyle looked speechless. I wasn't lying, though. I was really looking for inspiration for my new game. The games were my main source of income and the key to helping me understand more about the disease that I currently had. It was only through the SB that I gained that I could purchase the medicine required in order to alleviate the symptoms of my disease. But then again, I could also earn money by finding weird places like this crack beneath me. I still couldn't believe that they had given me so much money. But not only that, but from the way they were speaking, it was also clear that this was not much money to them. In that case, what would one receive for higher rewards? And what about the salaries of the top recruits? How much does? All of a sudden, I started to second-guess my decision not to join the guild. Is everyone strapped in with the safety harness? Double-check and make sure everything is in place. Overhearing the team leader's words, I looked down at my own harness and pulled a couple of times. It looked quite safe to me. The harness wasn't the only thing attached to us. There was also a camera at the top of my head and several body sensors that would transmit my vital signs to the agents above. "Okay, it looks like everything is in check. You may all proceed into the crack." Twirling his finger in the air, the team leader turned around before saying, "I wish you all the best of luck." His words were met with a brief moment of silence before the members of the expedition squad jumped into the crack. Staring at their bodies fading into the numerous corpses beneath, I found myself second-guessing my decision. However, thinking about the potential SB to be gained and the quest difficulty, I knew that this was possible for me. I can do it. Prepping myself up, I was just about to move into the crack when Kyle extended his hand and stopped me. He had a concerned look on his face. "Are you sure you want to go through with this? I don't really understand why you've suddenly changed, but are you really sure you want to do this? This is extremely dangerous. You might lose your life at any point. The moment we go down, I can't care about you anymore. I'll treat you the same as the others. I'm just telling you now before we go in. Are you okay with that?" Hearing Kyle's words, I could feel the genuine concern in them. He really was just looking out for me. I knew that. And yet, "Yes, don't mind me. Just do your thing. I'll help out however I can." Kyle closed his eyes, his face looking like he had expected such an answer from me. Eventually, nodding his head, he moved towards the other team members and jumped into the crack. "All right then, I'll see you on the other side." Right. Right after he jumped, I took a moment before staring at the other members of the team as they quietly jumped into the crack. Of all the people present, the only one I could recognize was Zoe. Everyone else I was quite unfamiliar with. I can figure it out later. Seeing the last person jump, I moved towards the crack before taking a deep breath. Then, I jumped. Look, as soon as I jumped in, the air was knocked out of my lungs. Cold, brittle hands reached out from the dark, grabbing at my skin. Their fingers felt dry, like dead roots, wrapping around my arms, legs, and neck, pulling me down. I tried to fight back, but their grip only got stronger. My skin scraped against their sharp nails as I turned my head and saw a pair of lifeless eyes staring straight at me. I gasped, but no air came. Breathing got harder. It felt like I was sinking into a coffin, like I was being buried alive. And they just kept dragging me deeper. Eventually, everything went black. By the time I regained consciousness, I found myself inside a familiar room. But it was different, just like on the tablet. The walls, once a soft ivory, were now yellowed and damp like old parchment left in the rain. The air was cold and thick, filled with the stench of rot and mold. Each breath felt like inhaling wet cloth. The moonlight filtered through the open window, flickering in slow, uneven pulses that matched the rhythm of the swaying curtains, making the shadows twitch in the corners. Kriak. I tried to move, but the floorboards groaned beneath me, almost like they were breathing. What do you think? It's just like the video, everything is different. This does feel like a different plane, it's really strange. I've also lost communication with the guild. I raised my body to see Kyle and the others already by the entrance of the room, inspecting the place. None of them paid any attention to me. It was almost as though I didn't exist. So this is how Kyle looks when he's at work. He looked and felt like a completely different person. His usual kind expression was gone, and in its place was a rather cold and stern one. You're awake. As if finally noticing that I had woken up, Kyle nudged his head towards the bed. Since you're the support class, you should remain in this room for now. He looked past the entrance, towards the darkness. I'll go explore the place with the others before coming back to get you. Don't think I'm singling you out just because of our relationship. This is usually how things work. The support class, such as yours, usually stays by the entrance until we need them. As for the healing type. Kyle turned towards another figure before looking away. They tend to come with us. He stepped forward after that. He didn't even give me a chance to say anything before he walked ahead and moved past the main door of the room, the others following him from behind. Even Zoe didn't spare me a second glance as she left. Wait. Ding. A notification suddenly appeared in front of me before I could stop it. Congratulations. You have found the scenario. Operation, a well-mannered guest. Class Black. A suburban estate surrounded by familiar-looking houses. The house is just like the others outside. 2 floors, a garage, a garden, and a man secretly lurking within its premises. Guests are encouraged to explore in absolute silence. Every whisper, breath, or footstep will be heard, recorded, and used. The twisted man is always listening. He does not chase what he can see. He chases what he can hear. This was rather unexpected. Chapter 108, Silence 2. Are you sure it's a good idea to leave him back in the house like that? Raymond asked as he followed Kyle from behind. They had just come out of the 2nd floor and reached the 1st floor, leaving Seth behind. Raymond was a 3rd Order of the Hunter decree. His decree granted him the ability to detect any abnormalities within the vicinity, from anomalies to any nearby living beings. He was mainly called here as the hunting dog to look for the missing scout. Kyle glanced back, raising his brow. Didn't you say it yourself, that you don't detect anything nearby? I don't. Then it's all good, he can stay here. But just because I don't detect anything doesn't mean that there isn't anything. My skill isn't flawless, and given the nature of the anomaly that we're dealing with, I don't think leaving him alone will be good. I get what you mean, but this is for the best. Kyle answered with a complicated look. If there's one person that I want to bring with me, it's him. He's the last person that I wish would be put in harm's way. The only issue is that I need to take care of you guys as well. Seth is merely a regular human, and I can't have him join the team and become a burden. This is the standard protocol. Furthermore, he's here as a support, and this is usually what the support team does. The guild will soon send another team over to help him out. I see, Raymond responded, looking at the others who merely stood there in silence. In the end, he said nothing more. Also, it's not like I'm going to leave him here without any precautions. Turning his head, Kyle tossed a small device onto the floor. It embedded itself into the ground with a soft thud, then began pulsing in slow, eerie rhythms. I've set up a detection meter. If anything comes near, I'll be able to tell if something has come into the house. That way, we'll be able to tell if we have to return or not. Kyle stretched his body. He wasn't doing this out of spite. He was treating Seth as he would normally when someone of that level appeared on the team. He kept them in a safe place while looking around and figuring out the situation. Since Raymond said that I didn't detect anything, then it should be okay. Stretching his arms, Kyle walked toward the main door and slowly pulled it open. A sharp gust of cold air rushed in, carrying with it a certain rotten smell that made his stomach churn. Outside was a neighborhood he recognized, but only in outline. The houses stood still, casting long and stretched-out shadows that felt like they were alive, their windows blackened. Lawns were overgrown, fences broken. Not a single car passed. Darkness blanketed everything, outside of the dim moonlight that spilled over the cracked pavement. The world outside looked dead. As Kyle took in the sight, he looked behind him. "Are you ready?" "Yes." Seeing the others nod, Kyle moved ahead and entered the neighborhood. At the same time, he closed the door behind him. Clank. The expedition team had set out. Blankly staring at the notification that appeared before me, I read through each word very carefully. By now, the others had already left, leaving me alone in the house. I had previously thought of reaching out to them, but the moment I read the description, I immediately stopped. It feeds through sound. Alarm bells rang inside my mind as I looked around me. Holding my breath, I tried to stay as quiet as possible, but the silence only made every sound around me louder. The groan of the window felt sharper, and even the faint creak beneath my own feet seemed to echo louder than before. The silence made every other sense sharpen. A musty, stale smell clung to the air, and the biting cold pricked my skin. Closing my eyes, I took several deep breaths while trying to focus my attention on the quest. So the goal of the quest is to figure out and investigate more about the current scenario. The difficulty is of the second order, meaning that it should be something that I can handle. Not only that, but now that I know the twisted man fed on noise, I can plan around it. The goal was to keep quiet the entire time while figuring out more about the twisted man. As such, the first thing I did was take off my shoes. The creaking sound of my steps feels a little too jarring. If I walk without my shoes, I should be able to minimize the sound that I make. This would make the twisted man have a harder time finding me. But I still need to be cautious. I could still distinctly recall the presence that I saw back when I used my glasses to stare at the video. That tall and lanky figure that sent shivers down my entire body. With just a glance, I understood that I wasn't dealing with any normal anomaly. I was dealing with an extremely terrifying and evil one. One that couldn't be reasoned with. This was why I had to be extra cautious. Tightly holding onto the knife in my hand, I felt strangely safe. Although it had yet to taste any blood, I felt like I could cut the Dreamwalker if I wanted to. Whether I'd be able to beat it or not was a completely different matter. What mattered was that I could now put up a fight against it. I didn't need to rely on its weakness in order to fight it. I wonder how much stronger the knife will be once I kill some anomalies. From the description, it sounded like the knife had the potential to become something powerful. For now, though, it looked pretty ordinary. Just a regular knife with a long wooden handle and a blade that was only somewhat sharp. At least it was shiny, which was a nice touch. Who? Taking a silent breath, I scanned my surroundings before settling my gaze towards the window. From time to time, the moonlight would shift, illuminating the room for the briefest of moments, and allowing me to catch a better look at my surroundings. Taking out my phone, I used the flashlight to illuminate the place before taking a step forward. Although the floor still creaked, it wasn't as loud as it was before. Good, I shouldn't have any problems. I was just about to take another step forward when... Bang! Are you okay? One of the windows smashed against the side of the wall as a strong and chilly wind filtered through the room. Almost by instinct, I yelped, but just barely managed to cover my mouth in time to prevent a strong sound from coming out. Nonetheless, the sound still came out, and my entire body froze. My hand, which was gripping the knife, started to sweat, and my heart started to race at an impossible rate. Shit, that was a total accident. It didn't notice anything right. I turned my head to stare at the open window. The strong current from before had left, and its place was a suffocating silence. In order not to want something like this happening again, I prepared to move towards the window and close it. However, before I could even do that, the moonlight seeped into the room, casting a faint white blanket over the surroundings. and it was under the temporary brightness that I saw it. A tall and lanky shadow standing right in front of me, its form bent over to look down on me directly. I lost all air in that moment. The Twisted Man. It was standing right before me. Chapter 109, Silence 3. I didn't dare breathe. Staring at the lanky shadow that stood before me, it almost felt as though my entire body had been plunged into the depths of the sea, the cold water embracing me from all sides as the increasing pressure settled onto my chest. Though I couldn't see its figure, I was very aware of its presence as its shadow stretched further under the moonlight. A moonlight that quickly shifted away, plunging the room into darkness once more. Cold sweat trickled down the side of my face as I looked around. What do I do now? I didn't dare move a single muscle, staying perfectly still as my grip over the knife tightened. I really wanted to stab the shadow, but I knew that it was impossible. Rather than it being physically present, it almost felt as though it lurked everywhere, prying on the little sounds that it could hear. It probably also heard Kyle and the others, but maybe because of their strength, it hasn't made a move yet. I wasn't too sure. Rather, I was at a complete loss. However, I knew that I couldn't continue like this. The mission stated that I needed to figure out more about the Twisted Man. Swallowing my fear, I tightened my hold on the knife and began moving, one step at a time. The stairs creaked faintly beneath me as I moved down the stairs. Looking down, I silently licked my lips. They didn't seem particularly long, rather, they were just a regular flight of stairs, and yet, they felt extremely long. As though there was no end in sight. As the moonlight filtered from one of the windows, the faint silhouette of a tall and lanky shadow appeared behind me once again, its head hunched over near my head. I started to shiver uncontrollably. I really want to puke. For a moment, I nearly dropped the knife in my hand. If not for the fact that I knew it would have led to an even worse situation, I managed to keep hold of it. Gripping the handrail beside the stairs, I moved down the stairs, my footsteps deliberately slow, while the shadow trailed just behind me. It felt as though it was waiting for something. Me? Yes, it looked like it was waiting for me to slip up. Ready to take me like the others. Focus, focus, focus. I was extremely tempted to use the glasses at this moment. However, knowing that the entity that I was dealing with was capable of sensing them, I held off on that. Rather, I tapped on my arm, and a tall figure appeared behind me. I could only have it appear behind me since the cameras were directly displaying all of my actions. I didn't say anything, but as if in sync with my thoughts, the Dreamwalker moved away and climbed back up onto the second floor. The Dreamwalker made no sound as it moved up while I continued to move down the stairs. Eventually, clank, the door upstairs closed, and the moonlight spilled into the surroundings once more. I whipped my head down. The shadow was gone. It worked. I checked my arm at the same time. The Dreamwalker was still alive, for now at least. I was a little curious to see if it could put up a fight now that it had ranked up. Maybe not, but it should at least last longer. Whatever the case was, I needed to complete the quest. I need to find out more about the Twisted Man, but how exactly can I do that? I racked my brain over the situation, but found myself unable to think of anything. For a second-order mission, this felt a little too hard. Eventually, moving down the stairs and finally reaching the first floor, I looked around. The layout of the living room was the same as the one from the building before. But although the layout was the same, everything else wasn't. The wallpaper peeled like shedding skin, curling away from the walls in brittle, yellowed strips. The sofas were sunken and filled with mold, producing a moldy stench that clung to the air. Then came the sound. Tap, tap. The gentle tapping sound of water dripping from the kitchen. In the quiet surroundings, such a sound stood out sharply, amplifying the unease that gripped the air. I felt a knot form in my stomach while looking at my surroundings, hoping to find any clue. However, just as I began my search, my eyes fell on a certain device that was embedded on the floor. It flashed a faint red light, and it looked like some sort of technological device. No, that's exactly what it is. I crouched down to see it closely. Analyzing it, I quickly understood that this was probably something Kyle and the others had set up. My best guess is that it's supposed to tell them if it notices any anomaly nearby. Thinking about the shadow not too long ago, I shook my head. Useless. It didn't even detect the Dreamwalker. Or maybe it didn't detect anything because the Twisted Man hasn't made a move yet. For the Dreamwalker, maybe it isn't considered an anomaly anymore, but a part of my power. I wasn't too sure, but I quickly pulled my attention away from the device and looked around. I needed to find some sort of clue to better understand the situation. But how exactly could I do that? Looking around, besides the rot on the walls and the funky smell that lingered in the air, there didn't seem to be anything strange about the place. Just to make sure, I started looking through the drawers and cupboards of the place, but besides a few useless papers and broken cups, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Then, pausing in the living room, the moonlight shone once more. There was no shadow. I was all alone. For now. I licked my lips. A certain thought crossed my mind as I looked around and retrieved a pair of sunglasses. There was one thing I hadn't tried yet, one thing that could show me exactly what I needed to see. But at the same time, it was also extremely dangerous. The twisted man was already haunting me. Although it hadn't acted yet, I knew it would eventually. It would as long as I made a sound or put on the glasses. I bit my lips. I really didn't want to do this, but I felt this was the right choice. The quest wouldn't appear if I didn't have the means to achieve it. And since I couldn't see it with my regular eyes, the glasses were my only option. With a slow, reluctant breath, I slipped the glasses on. The world turned completely blue, and the cold pierced my skin even harder. And immediately after, I heard it. Thump. A single, muffled step. From upstairs. Coming closer, right above me. It had sensed me. Ha. I held onto the knife tightly. Chapter 110, Silence 4. Thump thump. The steps were drawing nearer. I could hear them coming from the stairs. Sweat poured down from the side of my face as I hastily looked around. Anything. My anxiety shot through the room as I looked through my surroundings, hoping to find any clue or hint. However, the biting cold that pierced my skin made it hard for me to focus clearly as I held onto my body while keeping track of the steps coming from the stairs. Thump thump. The steps were even closer now. I could feel the twisted man was about to reach the first floor. It was about to reach me. My breathing grew more shallow as I frantically looked through everything. And then, my gaze eventually fell on one of the walls. It was right by the kitchen area, and my entire body stopped the moment I caught sight of the engravings on the walls. No, rather than engravings. It's a poem. I felt a sudden sense of unease while looking ahead. The message read, "Tick-tock, listen, don't make a sound. Or else the twisted man comes around. He walks in echoes, he creeps in noise. He feeds on whimpers, he drinks your voice. First just a shadow, then at your back. His fingers hum where the sound waves crack. Speak but a word and he'll draw near. Scream but once and he'll appear. Games he loves, games he plays. His voice may change, but his appearance will not. Careful of the voice, as it may be his. So bite your tongue and mute your cries, lest your last sound be his whispered lies. The twisted man won't leave, you'll find, unless you leave your voice behind." Reading the poem, my entire mind numbed. He feeds on whimpers, he drinks your voice, unless you leave your voice behind. Thump thump. Snapping me out of my daze were the loud sounds of the steps. They were just by the living room. My entire body tensed as I just turned my head to see a certain silhouette appear by the entrance of the kitchen, its long and lanky arm dragging into the room, fingers twitching unnaturally as they scraped against the doorframe. I didn't waste a second and hurriedly removed my glasses, plunging the world into darkness as I sealed my lips shut, as the world turned quiet once more. Tab tab. All with the exception of the faint dripping sound coming from the sink. Tab tab. The noise dragged through the air like nails across metal, grating and incredibly slow. I stood frozen, every muscle tensed, not daring to make a single noise. It's right behind me, isn't it? It's right. The moonlight spilled into the room, and I tried to look down to see if the figure was right behind me. But the moment the moonlight spilled into the room, I froze entirely. That was because the figure wasn't standing behind me, but right before me. And I could see it with my own eyes. It stood right before me, its long and lanky body covered by a black suit as a large top hat covered half of its face, a wide, unnatural smile marring its pale face. Its neck bent at an unnatural angle, creaking as it craned closer, a sick smile stretching across its pale features. Almost as if it was already aware of the fact that I could see it. My grip over the knife tightened incredibly hard, my body ready to lunge at any given second, as I planned on recalling the Dreamwalker to have it aid in my fight. But then, hello, it suddenly started to speak, my entire body shivering at the sound of its voice. It sounded normal. Too normal. Like it belonged to some guy in his 40s. It suddenly hit me mid-thought as I kept my gaze firmly locked forward, pretending to be completely oblivious to everything. Hello, is anybody here? The voice echoed once more, this time a little smoother than before. But the smoother it was, the more alarmed I became. Because this is none other than the voice of the inmate that was sent just before we were sent. I was almost certain of it. That was also when the 2 verses of the poem I was stuck with finally started to make sense. This anomaly, it feeds on its prey in order to absorb their voices. This is probably to make it easier for it to kill people, or maybe for some other reason that I'm still unsure about. I can tell that you're here, please respond. I continued to remain silent, trying my best to keep myself composed. But then, hello Seth, are you here? I suddenly heard another sound. This time, the voice was different. It was a female voice, and it seemed to come from a distance as the figure before me turned in the direction of the noise. Almost as if it was curious about the voice. But I kept my lips sealed. I couldn't speak. Seth, why aren't you answering? Kyle told me to fetch you. We've discovered something. The figure before me faded completely, leaving nothing behind. It was gone as though it had never been there to begin with, and the sight made all the unease from before suddenly wash away as I took a quiet breath. Seth, Kyle is waiting outside. Is everything okay? Noticing the worry in the voice, I was just about to move towards the living room when the moonlight spilled again, and the silhouette appeared once more. It was right behind me. Its back hunched over to me. Seth, why aren't you answering, Seth? It was also in that moment that I recalled one of the verses in the poem, and my entire body started to shudder. Games he loves, games he plays. His voice may change, but his appearance will not. Careful of the voice, as it may be his. Don't tell me. Seth, why aren't you answering me? I pressed my lips tightly together, eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. Listening more closely to the voice now, I realized something strange. Despite calling out for me again and again, it hadn't moved or tried to search for me at all. It was almost as if it's trying to bait me to say something. Shivers ran down my arm as I gripped tightly onto the knife in my hand. Feeling its presence somewhat eased the panic I felt as the beat of my heart drummed loudly inside my mind, making me worried about whether the figure had heard me or not. Creak. A distant creaking sound echoed, and the voice stopped. I knew the source of the noise was the Dreamwalker, as I hastily took out my phone and flashed a light beneath. No shadow. I flashed it around. No silhouette. I didn't waste a single second, and moved out of the kitchen while holding my breath. But just as I did, WHII. A certain alarm rang, and the color red flashed across the entire living room. I froze on the spot, slowly turning my head towards the device planted by Kyle. Crash, crash. The windows around shattered, and several sickly hands began to appear from behind the windows. Staring at the scene, I held onto my stomach. Now is a good time to puke, right? Chapter 111, Butcher 1. Crash. Glass exploded in all directions, the sharp shards spinning through the air as withered, mummified hands clawed their way through the broken windows. My thoughts shattering just as violently, spiraling into panic as I immediately looked down. The silhouette that had been there only seconds ago was gone. Vanished. As the moonlight spilled through the gaps of the windows, casting multiple shadows through the chaos, a chill raked down my spine. Had it moved, was it closer now? Or worse, was it watching? A dreadful silence pressed in for a moment, heavy and suffocating. I could almost feel something breathing just beyond the edge of the windows, looking for something. Looking for me. But at the same time, it almost felt like it was looking aimlessly, as though it couldn't quite pinpoint me. A thought crossed my mind then. Wait, could it be that with all the noise, it can no longer see me? My brows rose up at the thought. It made sense. With all the noise that was happening around, it was probably hard for it to spot me, and hence it decided to directly send the bodies to attack anything that is in sight. Crash, crash. The joy was short-lived. Suddenly seeing more glass break and even more hands emerge, my heart sank. They were multiplying, crawling in from every direction. While one probably was solved, another one had arrived. It was never-ending. I quickly scanned my surroundings, hoping to see some sort of way out, but my heart quickly sank when I saw that the weird, desiccated corpses were coming from all directions, leaving me with no room to escape. What do I do? My breathing was already rough, and looking around, I felt a growing sense of unease form inside of my gut. Come on, come on, come on. I bit my lips until they bled, letting me think more clearly. No, I need to calm down. I can't panic just yet. My game development senses suddenly kicked in. Despite the overwhelming fear that I was feeling, I still managed to rationalize my situation. Eventually, my gaze fell in a certain direction. The stairs. I don't hear any sound coming from upstairs, meaning that there's no weird creature coming from there. The stairs were also narrow enough for me not to be surrounded by whatever those things were. Crash. Seeing another window break, I didn't hesitate to rush towards the stairs, eventually stopping and turning around as one of the figures moved towards me rapidly. Without thinking much, I turned off the camera's connection, and my expression changed upon seeing it charge me. I braced myself, teeth clenched and body tense, before driving the knife into its skull. Punch! Steel met brittle bone with a sudden crack, the impact reverberating through my arm as the blade eventually drove deep into the creature's skull. Before I could process the muffled sound of its collapse, I yanked the knife free and stumbled back, socks skidding over splintered floorboards. Simultaneously, another one of the desiccated creatures lunged my way, as I hurriedly raised the knife in the air and stabbed once more. Punch! The result was the same as before. They weren't very hard to handle, but they were numerous. My stomach churned after seeing just how many there were. Thankfully, before things could get too bad, a figure appeared before me, its hands moving forward to form some sort of shield. I stood still for a while, staring at the creatures trying to get past the Dreamwalker. Eventually, lowering my head to stare at the knife, I gripped the handle tightly and brought it forward. Quickly die before I have to puke. Did you detect anything abnormal? Number morning yet. Raymond shook his head, looking towards the distance with narrowed eyes. His eyes, usually brown, were now a deep shade of red as his eyes briefly paused on the deserted road and the empty rotten houses. The air was stale, and the silence that answered felt tense. Raymond licked his lips before speaking once more. I don't notice a single thing. Everything looks and feels the same. There is nothing near us. And you're sure of this? Raymond turned to Zoe before nodding his head. Yes, I'm fairly positive. He was quite confident in his ability to detect abnormalities in the surroundings. Though he was nowhere near the best, he was still good enough to be in the elite squad. Not many things could escape his eyes as he looked towards the distance where the street stopped, in its place a large and thick forest. His steps paused. I can sense that the inmate is over in that direction. If I had to make a guess, he probably ran away there after spitting something. As Raymond's eyes glowed a deeper shade of red, he was able to confirm his thoughts as he saw a silhouette in the distance, walking around aimlessly. Let's go, he's not far from us. Let's collect him and leave. This place leaves me the creeps. As Raymond murmured the words, he moved ahead with Kyle and the others following him from the side. Russell. Entering the forest, several beams of light shone throughout, illuminating the path ahead as Raymond guided them towards the inmate. Raymond moved in eerie silence at the front, every footstep muffled by moss and decay beneath him. Then he froze, his eyes scanning the forest with deep apprehension. His brow creased into a tense frown as his gaze locked on something just beyond the next several trees. What's wrong? Why did we stop? As one of the other people in the squad asked, Raymond didn't answer immediately as he kept his gaze firmly locked on the silhouette in the distance. At first glance, it looked like one of the many trees that surrounded them. However, unlike the others, this tree seemed to be moving in their direction. Something about it felt off to him now that he had gotten a closer look at it, and as the bushes ahead rustled, his expression quickly changed as he realized something. That tree, it was none other than the inmate. He was different from how he had last remembered. He was way taller than he was supposed to be. Not only that, but his back was hunched, and as the lights flashed in his direction, a pair of blank and soulless eyes met their vision as the inmate's entire body was twisted in a way that made it look like some sort of tree. What sort of? Before the others could even have the time to process the situation, Kyle lowered his head to stare at a small bracelet, and his expression quickly changed. TRRR. Shit. The others all looked at him. What happened? What's going on? Why are you acting like this? Kyle didn't answer as he looked at the bracelet in his hand. Eventually, lifting his head up, he looked at the others with alarm. My house has been breached. Several anomalies have been detected there. The faces of the others quickly changed as Kyle turned back and rushed towards the house, his heart pressing tightly against his chest. Shit. How is it possible? I made sure to detect everything beforehand. There shouldn't have been anything. How did it suddenly pop up out of nowhere? This makes no sense at all. Kyle was extremely alarmed by the situation. However, he had to push his alarm down and quickly rush towards the place. Seth was in danger. As a regular human, he wouldn't be able to put up a fight. No, please be safe. Kyle felt a massive knot form in his stomach as he rushed ahead, until eventually spotting the house in the distance. The others trailed right behind him, their steps just as fast as Kyle's, but his face changed as he saw all the broken windows of the place. No, he shouted in panic, rushing forward. Clank. Smashing the door open, he entered the place, desperately looking for Seth until his eyes locked onto the figure in the room's center. Bodies lay scattered at its feet, their bodies completely unresponsive. In its hand gleamed a cruel, razor-edged knife, dripping with its last victim's blood. Kyle froze on the spot, feeling a certain chill run down his body. The same was for the others. And then, the figure slowly turned their head, meeting their gaze to reveal an all-too-familiar figure. Oh, he said, his voice a little hoarse. You're here. Chapter 112, Butcher 2. Puchay. I had no idea how much time had passed. Minutes, hours, maybe longer. It all blurred together as I kept stabbing the mummified things that swarmed me. Each time the knife sank into one of their brittle skulls, they crumpled like dried paper, collapsing without a sound. But no matter how many I brought down, more kept crawling out of the dark, their hollow eyes locked onto me. If not for the Dreamwalker holding most of them in place, I wouldn't have been able to make it. But at the same time, Puchay, I noticed that it was starting to get easier and easier for me to kill the mummies. The resistance that had appeared in the first few kills started to fade, and the knife started to sharpen. Each stab required less force, and the more I stabbed, the faster I became. Puchay. Desiccated blood sprayed across my face and arms with every strike, a dry iron smell lingering in the air as a result. Ignoring the smell, I kept stabbing, the knife sinking into brittle flesh that crumbled under the pressure. I felt tired, my lungs burning. However, I knew that I had to keep going. I couldn't stop. I can feel that the knife is getting stronger. I should take advantage of this opportunity to make it grow. Another opportunity like this wouldn't come by often. I needed to make full use of it to grow the knife so that I would be able to handle situations like this better. And in order to maximize my current situation, I decided to retrieve Mr. Hugs from my bag and place it on the floor, noticing a clear slowing down of the mummies. This made things a lot easier for me as I began stabbing even more mummies, their bodies falling before me as each stab became smoother and smoother. More blood continued to spurt all over my face, but by this point, I no longer cared and continued to stab. The knife grew with each mummy that I took, and I immersed myself in the killing. So much so that by the time Kyle and the others had come back, I had killed most of the mummies, the Dreamwalker fading right before they appeared. You? Kyle stared at me, his face frozen in shock. The others mirrored him, their eyes wide, lips slightly parted, and expressions caught between shock and confusion. I followed their gaze and looked down. The knife in my hand was slick with dried, black blood. Around me, the ground was littered with mangled corpses, each with a certain stab wound. No wonder they were looking at me like that. It took you a while to get here. I wiped the blood off the knife with my pants. I was already all dirty, so it no longer mattered to me, but my actions appeared to have caused their expression to stiffen further. I could only inwardly shake my head. But then, what happened to you, Kyle looked around, his face at a total loss. He couldn't make heads or tails of what had happened. I couldn't blame him. I wasn't like this before. But at the same time, what do you mean what happened to me? A bunch of monsters came in and I fought back. Did you expect me to run? Yes, actually. I shook my head and they pointed at all the windows. I tried, but look around you. Do you think I would have been able to run when I was surrounded from all sides? No, you're right, but the monsters weren't that strong. I just got onto the stairs so that I wouldn't be surrounded. Everything was easy from there. Hello? I had never seen Kyle look so speechless before, let alone Zoe, who was struggling to find any words as she looked at the numerous corpses with a blank expression, mumbling things like, "This really? No, this makes no sense." Then, Raymond, Kyle whispered, his face still turned towards me. Didn't you say you didn't detect anything? How come? I really didn't feel anything. A man with deep red eyes replied, his gaze wandering all over the place as his eyes desperately scanned the surroundings. The entire time? No, even now I don't feel anything at all. It's strange. How does this make sense? He eventually turned to look at me. Did you feel anything besides these creatures? Did the anomaly come for you? No, wait. That wouldn't make sense. Why would it come to you and not us? That was an answer that I also wanted to know. Why did it just come for me and not them? Clearly, it stated that the monster went for those who made the most sound. I knew this well because I had seen it on the wall, and I had tested this. It really does only come for those that make sounds, and yet, at this very moment, it doesn't appear to be showing up. Why? Why was that? Suddenly thinking of something, Zoe raised her head. If you think about it, one of the criteria that we saw when we were studying this anomaly, it likes to attack those who are in single houses by themselves. Maybe that's why it targeted him. Oh, that makes sense. The others had looks of enlightenment after hearing Zoe's words. However, the only one that seemed unconvinced by them appeared to be Kyle, who lowered his head and pressed his fist against his mouth. Eventually, he shook his head. No, I don't think that's the case. Kyle's tone was strangely dry. If that were the case, the scout shouldn't have died. He managed to get out of the house looking at his footsteps outside and all the clues in the forest. In the end, it had no real influence. I believe that the rules only apply to the upper world, not this world. The rules in this world are different. Eventually, Kyle turned his attention towards me, his brows furrowed tightly. Are you hiding something from me? Hiding something? I raised my brow, completely taken aback by his words. I was hiding something, but... This feels weird. Taking everything into account, it almost feels like you were being targeted. Could it be because it deemed you to be the weakest? Or... Targeted? A low, steady ringing pulsed in my ears, drowning out Kyle's voice. His mouth moved, his expression serious, but the words never reached me. Somewhere halfway through, everything he said turned into static, and my mind just emptied. It almost feels like you were being targeted. Replaying Kyle's words in my mind, I felt the air leave my lungs as I was suddenly reminded of a certain notification. You have been haunted. My heart pressed tightly against my chest, drumming loudly as I felt its increasing rhythm inside my mind. Bah thump. I thought about everything that had happened so far. About the poem that had appeared on the wall, of all the things that I had overlooked. Why would the poem appear on the wall like that? Thinking about it, it almost felt as though the poem had been deliberately placed there. As though someone was waiting for me to read it. It wanted me to read it. As if it were aware that me reading it would allow it to find me. But it failed. I took the glasses off before it could fully spot me. It then tried to lure me with the voices, but even that failed. In the end, it resorted to attacking me with all the weird mummies. Or was that really the case? Oh. I suddenly came to a realization as my shoulders relaxed and my eyes closed. Clever, really clever. What? Did you figure something out? Hearing the others speak, I tuned them out as everything started to piece itself together inside my mind. I've been naive, stupid. I've made the grave mistake of underestimating the intelligence of the anomaly, thinking it was some mindless creature that followed patterns. But that isn't the case at all. The anomaly. It was far from stupid, it was smart. Very smart. To the point where it had purposely sent over the monsters in order to trigger the trap, forcing Kyle and the others to return, and as a result, finally managed to get me to talk. Its game began the moment the others left the house, and I was left all alone. It had all been within its calculations. Everything. And as I opened my eyes, I saw the faces of Kyle and the others freeze. At the same time, something cold brushed against my neck. It was behind me, wasn't it? I took a deep breath. The Twisted Man. Chapter 113, A Twisted Game 1. It all happened so fast that nobody had time to react. One moment Kyle was mid-sentence, talking to Seth. The next, a soundless ripple formed in the air, like heat distorting the air itself. Then it was there. A tall, lanky figure appeared behind Seth, its presence so sinister it seemed to suck the warmth from the room. It wore a tattered black suit, the fabric slightly loose, and atop its narrow head perched a crooked top hat that hid its features besides the sick and twisted smile that marred its pale face. Kyle's breath caught. The thing raised one arm and slowly, almost lovingly, traced its long fingers along the side of Seth's neck. When did it? By the time clarity returned to Kyle's mind and he started to react, Seth slowly raised his hand and placed his finger over his lips. His calmness was so unsettling that it left Kyle momentarily at a loss. Perhaps it was a good thing that he didn't speak because Allerman, a third-order recruit, spoke before anyone could, his voice echoing loudly. But that was probably his worst mistake. Fuck hurry, I'll. It was as if the words summoned it. A few brief moments after he opened his mouth, a figure would materialize behind him, its lanky body casting a large shadow over him as the moonlight flickered in. Crack! Allerman's hand snapped upward at a weird angle, bones cracking like dry twigs. Before he could even draw breath to scream, a hand clamped over his mouth, thin and slender fingers curling over his face. Crack! Muffled, panicked cries leaked through as his other arm folded backward with a sickening crunch. His legs buckled next, knees bending the wrong way, and his body limped down. Thud! He fell to the floor, his expression twisting as a figure loomed before him. It had all happened so fast that nobody even had the time to react, leaving everyone at a complete loss hole staring down. Silence. The room was silent as Allerman remained on the ground, his body twitching. What in the world just happened? How? Haya? A scream followed right after. Iris, a blonde recruit of the Third Order, whipped out her special gun, aiming it at the twisted figure. At the same time, her mind churned, her nodes flaring up, turning her eyes blue. She was ready to attack it with all she had. You sick bastard, I'll fucking kill. But, crack, huh? The moment she raised the gun, her elbow bent with a sharp pop, folding inward as if her bones had turned to soft clay. Her knees buckled beneath her, and she crumpled to the floor like a broken doll, eyes wide and dazed, the weapon slipping from her grasp. Thud. The sound was met with a brief moment of silence. But then, changes began to occur to her. Her skin began to pale and thin, pulling tight against her skull. Veins darkened, shriveling beneath the surface of her body. Her limbs twitched once, then stiffened, and then her frame began to wither. Her lips cracked, her cheeks hollowed, and her eyes, still open, began to cloud over, watching nothing. She was still alive. Kyle watched the entire scene with bated breath, his entire body stiff. This was the first time he felt this much at a loss. His mind was blank and his mouth was dry. This anomaly, it was without a doubt of a high order. Kyle felt helpless, he didn't have enough information. Hey. No, wait. All of a sudden, Kyle had a certain thought as his face slowly turned towards Seth, who remained standing still, his expression strangely calm as his finger continued to press against his mouth. What was he trying to say? To stay quiet? Their eyes met, and Seth nodded slowly. Kyle's brows rose, but eventually, turning to look at the others, he also placed his hand in his mouth. Stay quiet, don't make a sound. Though he didn't say the words, he tried to convey the message with his eyes. Thankfully, the others listened, shutting their mouths and keeping their breaths in check. It was also in that moment that the anomaly stopped moving, its gaze locking into Seth, who closed his eyes. Seth was well aware of his circumstances. The Twisted Man was merely having fun at this point. It had already found him, and so it was now just slowly killing everyone who was making a sound. This situation, it had now turned into a game for it. Games he loves, games he plays. Recalling a certain verse in the poem, Seth was sure of it. All of this, it was the Twisted Man's sick game. Slowly arriving behind Seth, The twisted man's long and scrawny fingers scraped against his neck once more as blood started to seep out, forming long lines of red that ran down his neck. It then turned his attention towards the remaining people, almost as if it was challenging them to make a move. To make a sound. But now no one dared to make a sound. Everyone was aware of the current circumstances as Kyle's and the others' minds churned, trying their best to resolve the situation. But then, help! A sudden cry for help echoed. All heads turned towards one of the members on the floor, their eyes widening. This voice, everyone was familiar with it. It was Iris's voice. Please help, I'm still alive, it's not too late. As her voice echoed, Kyle licked his lips, his mouth opening. But just as he did, he saw Seth from the corner of his eye with his finger on his lips, his head slowly turning to stare at the lanky man behind him. Zoe and Raymond also appeared to have gotten the message, but... I can't see, where are you guys? Iris, just hold. Richard. Crack. Not everyone managed to get the message, and right then, a figure appeared behind them, their arms and legs snapping at unnatural angles before they limply fell to the floor. Kyle's face tensed at the sight, his body twitching as he wanted to help but realized he couldn't. Shit. Kyle clenched his teeth, his muscles tensing as he tried his best to remain calm. He knew this was all a trap. He couldn't talk, he had to remain quiet. Thud. The surroundings turned quiet once more, all eyes turning towards the twisted man standing behind Seth, its smile reaching into its top hat. Tensions rose to the extreme as they stared at the twisted man. But as if that wasn't bad enough, the twisted man soon moved away from Seth and onto one of the walls, its long and slender finger pressing against the rotten wall as it began to carve something on it. Within the silence, a loud scraping sound filled the room, grinding into their ears, clawing at their sanity. Iskayararar, iskayararar. The sound was all they could hear, sucking the very air out of their lungs and twisting their stomachs with each scrape. It felt as though it continued forever, but then... The noise stopped and a poem appeared. Tick-tock, listen, don't make a sound. Or else the twisted man comes around. He walks in echoes, he creeps in noise. He feeds on whimpers, he drinks your voice. First just a shadow, then at your back. His fingers hum where the sound waves crack. Speak but a word and he'll draw near. Scream but once and he'll appear. Games he loves, games he plays. His voice may change, but his appearance will not. Careful of the voice, as it may be his. So bite your tongue and mute your cries, lest your last sound be his whispered lies. The twisted man won't leave, you'll find, unless you leave your voice behind. Slowly turning its head, the twisted man looked at them, its wide and grotesque smile twisting even further. Though no words were said, everyone understood then. This poem, it was a message telling them that this was a game between it and them. The twisted man was welcoming them to its twisted game. Chapter 114, A Twisted Game 2. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Hardly anyone could move a muscle, their faces just as stiff as their bodies. Right at this moment, we were all playing his sick and twisted game, one where making a sound equated to death. It sounded easy in principle, but this was no normal anomaly. It was an incredibly smart one that would resort to any type of trick in order to get someone to make a noise. Bah thump. I felt the heavy beat of my own heart press against my chest as I looked towards the others. Bringing my finger down and away from my mouth, the room fell silent. All the small sounds rose sharply in the silence once more. The distant drip of water, the creak of wood beneath the twisted man whenever it moved, and the quiet, measured breaths of everyone in the room. I could hear it all and it felt suffocating. Tightly holding onto the knife, I thought about turning around and slashing at the twisted man, but seeing how Kyle and the others were also not moving, it became clear to me that this anomaly's strength was high. I'd probably be killed the moment I tried something. Help, someone help me. The desperate, almost haunting sound of one of the affected members echoed in the room once more as everyone tensed at the sight. The games were starting once again. Including me, there were only 5 people left. I was only familiar with Kyle and Zoe. The other 2 I wasn't quite familiar with. Peelies, it hurts so much. I held my breath, trying my best to keep composed. My palms were sweaty, and I had to wipe them against my trousers several times. How in the world is this a second-order mission? This feels even harder than the first mission. The fact that even Kyle was having a hard time was perfect proof of this. Unless the key to solving the situation was right before my very eyes. No, in the first place, the mission was to find out more about the Twisted Man, not defeat it. Has the situation escalated beyond the point of the quest? Or is this still part of the quest? I was really struggling to understand this part. However, I didn't really have to think too hard about it. Slowly removing my bag from my back, I started to take out my laptop. The faces of Kyle and the others changed after they saw me act. However, it wasn't like I could explain to them the reason why I was taking out my laptop. I just needed to confirm something. Please work, please work. Seeing the Twisted Man not react at all to my actions, I opened the laptop and opened the app before settling my gaze over the chat box. Eventually, pressing my lips tightly, I began to type, each press of the keys as slow and steady as possible. I didn't want to make any noise. Typing out the message took longer than expected, but I eventually managed to type out my question. Is situation part of quest? The difficult no change. In order to save time, and given my current circumstances, I didn't type the question with the most ideal words, but it was enough. At least I hoped. Pressing enter, I carefully waited for a response. Please, tell me something, please. There were times when the chat box wouldn't answer. I could only pray that it would answer. I could only wait with bated breath for a reply to come soon. The seconds started to drag on, the noise around me sharpening as an unbearable pressure formed on my chest. I waited like that for what felt like forever. And eventually, a reply came. Yes, no. It was just 2 words, but they were enough to alleviate a lot of the pressure that I was feeling. Okay, so this is the same quest and the difficulty hasn't changed. This means that the situation isn't hopeless. There must be some sort of way to solve this. For the system to judge this to be of the second order, it must be something that I am capable of. But what? What exactly was the weakness of the monster? Was it noise? If I were to make a lot of noise, would it struggle to find me? Or was its weakness something else? I once again thought about the poem on the wall. I scanned through each word inside my mind, relating everything back to everything that I had experienced. The Twisted Man feeds on noise. At least this is what the poem is trying to say. So long as one doesn't make noise, it won't be able to find them. I've currently been found forced to play this sick and twisted game. Could there be a more specific criterion for the Twisted Man? High is, no one helping me, please. Lost in thoughts, I barely registered the voice of the Twisted Man as it began to walk around us, its body a little hunched as its face wandered around, pausing briefly across the faces of everyone present. Please. It continued to play its game, using every means possible to get someone to falter. Having experienced this before, I knew that something else was going to be coming soon. That's why I needed to think quickly. Think. How can I get out of this situation? What is the Twisted Man's weakness? Wah. I suddenly paused. Bringing my hand to my mouth, I suddenly realized something. Maybe I'm thinking about all of this wrongly. I'm thinking of finding a weakness for the Twisted Man, but what if? The weakness that I needed to find isn't related to the Twisted Man, but to the game we were playing. My mind yet again paused on the poem and my previous experience. All sorts of thoughts crossed my mind as my eyes traced the poem across the wall. I stared at the poem blankly before settling my gaze on a couple of lines. Speak but a word and he'll draw near. Scream but once and he'll appear. His voice may change, but his appearance will not. Careful of the voice, as it may be his. The Twisted Man won't leave, you'll find. Unless you leave your voice behind. Voices. A lot of the poem was about voices. As my mind processed the situation, a thought occurred to me. Now that I realize it, I've made several noises before. The Twisted Man always found me, but it never attacked me. The only time the Twisted Man attacked was when someone spoke. What if the Twisted Man needed to hear someone's voice before killing them? Noise could bring it to them, but that wasn't what it wanted. What it wanted was voices. This was what the game was all about. It was all about collecting voices. I slowly raised my head to look at Kyle and the others. An idea popped up in my mind in that moment, but right as the thought entered my mind, A hand gripped my mouth, covering it. As my eyes widened, I looked to see Kyle and the others looking at me with similar expressions. Eventually, help. The muffled sound of my own voice echoed out. Please. It was just that. I wasn't the one to speak to them. Chapter 115, A Twisted Game 3. The moment Kyle heard Seth's voice, he almost instinctively reacted, his foot pressing forward and his mouth opening to shout. However, right before he moved, Zoe moved forward and grasped his shoulder. Kyle's head snapped to look at her, and that was when he saw the faces of the others present, suddenly reminding him of the situation. He hurriedly closed his mouth, his heart pressing against his chest. He had almost shouted. Kyle tried to swallow, but his throat was too dry, the motion making him wince. Slowly turning his head, he once again stared at the wide-eyed Seth. With his mouth covered, Kyle couldn't see whether it was the twisted man speaking or Seth. For a moment, he had almost fallen for the trap, if it even was a trap. He didn't know at all which was the creepiest part. Seth's voice sounded exactly the same, and at the same time he struggled to understand how he had managed to pick up Seth's voice. He didn't kill Seth, so it makes no sense for it to have Seth's voice. Unless all it needed was to hear its prey's voice to mimic it. But then it had also heard their voices. Did that mean it also had their voices? No, I don't think that's the case. It most likely is only capable of copying the voices of those who were alive for a short period of time, or just once. Anomalies were all different. Each one of them had their own skills and powers. Kyle, having experienced several in the past, was well aware of such possibilities, alongside the limitations of such power. From the moment the anomaly had appeared, Kyle had made mental notes of it. He kept logs of everything that he had experienced, adding and crossing out new things he experienced. This was something he usually did when encountering anomalies. It was what allowed him to live for so long. Kyle, help me please. The anomaly also appears to be a hunter type. This wasn't an official term. It was just something that Kyle came up with when dealing with anomalies that preferred to hunt, playing with their prey, and showed a certain level of intellect. Given that it knows my name and the things that can trigger me, it most likely studied our interactions from the moment we entered this place. It most likely also purposely triggered the alarm to get us to come back here. Kyle suddenly thought about how the anomaly had most likely heard their voices while they were inside the house. Since it had yet to use his voice, it was very likely that his previous theory was correct if this wasn't Seth's real voice. The only problem was that Kyle wasn't sure. It hurts. Hearing Seth struggle, Kyle bit his lip, trying his best to keep himself composed. Don't fall for it, I can't fall for it. It was hard for Kyle to remain composed. Seth was one of his only remaining family members. He wouldn't be able to forgive himself if anything happened to him. Kyle's entire body trembled when he saw the anomaly suddenly bring its long and lengthened finger across Seth's neck, tracing it across as blood began to spill down his neck. The smile on the anomaly's face twisted further as though it could sense Kyle's struggle. Help, Seth's heart-wrenching and muffled cries continued to echo in the room, causing Kyle to shiver. It's not real, it's not real, it's not real. Although he looked calm on the outside, his nails were digging into his palms while his eyes were bloodshot. He was struggling a lot, his eyes drifting towards the others who didn't look to be as affected. Instead, they were all staring at the poem on the wall, seemingly trying to find a way to resolve the situation. But then, Seth's scream grew louder and his body flinched. Kyle's face changed drastically then, as he saw the twisted man pierce Seth's shoulder with its long and lanky finger. This time, Kyle knew that the scream was real, and his expression crumbled. The nodes in his mind flared up, his entire body tensing as he prepared to make a move. Although he didn't have enough information to truly put up a fight against the anomaly, he knew that he couldn't waste time any longer. A sudden jiggling sound echoed across the room, and the atmosphere paused. The twisted man's finger froze midair, and its head jerked toward the distant window where a small face peeked through. Kyle's mind numbed at the sight. A little girl. What was going on? However, looking better, he realized that the little girl was no regular girl. She also felt like an anomaly, and his stomach sank. Don't tell me. However, much to his surprise and shock, the twisted man disappeared from the spot, appearing by the window, peeking out to look at the little girl. But, he Tilda. Her laughter echoed once more. This time her laugh came from an entirely different direction. It seemed to come from upstairs. Play Tilda, will you play with me? Kyle felt the hair at the back of his hand raise at the sound of her voice. Something about it felt incredibly creepy, but at the same time the twisted man disappeared again, a soft thud echoing above him. This was when Kyle realized the twisted man had probably made its way to the second floor. Question marks appeared on his head. What the hell is happening? Who was the little girl, and whose side was she on? No, more importantly, how did she suddenly appear out of nowhere? She wasn't in any scouting report. What exactly was going on? More and more questions appeared on Kyle's mind, but he knew this wasn't the right time for him to dwell on them as he turned his attention back to Seth. He was just about to move to him when Seth retrieved his phone and started typing something. He was a lot faster than when he typed on the laptop, and once he wrote his message, he turned the phone around. That wasn't me, I didn't shout. Kyle's lips pursed tightly upon seeing the message. It really... Seth brought the phone next to himself and started typing again before turning the phone to show him a new message. I don't know how it managed to copy my voice, but it did. Whatever you hear, don't react, even though it looks like it will kill me. It won't. It won't. Kyle's lips twitched faintly as he looked at Seth, his eyes looking even deader. This is a game for it. My death will mark the end of the game. Turning the phone back, Seth paused for a moment before eventually typing. As he wrote, his face twitched, probably from the pain of the wound on his shoulder, but eventually, typing out his message, he turned his phone again. This time, Kyle wasn't the only one to react. The others also reacted. How could they not when the message read, "Kill me and the game will end"? What sort of... A smile slowly formed on Seth's lips as he looked at Kyle and the others. Though he didn't say anything, his expression said it all. Kill me. Chapter 116, A Twisted Game 4. Kyle froze. It wasn't just him. Everyone else in the room froze upon seeing the words on Seth's phone. Kill me. What sort of... Are you mad? Kyle almost found himself shouting while glaring at the smiling Seth. How could he remain so calm in such a situation? No, why was he even smiling at the prospect of dying? Kyle was well aware of Seth's personality. He was the last person that he'd think would ever want to die. He was that much of a coward. This request made no sense to him. It was completely different from the Seth he knew and understood. He had noticed the changes before, but tried to brush them away, but he could no longer do that. The current Seth, he was behaving way too strangely. Did he get possessed? Why is he even doing this? I don't understand at all. Despite Kyle's best attempts at keeping a calm and rational mind, he found that he couldn't. Seth, he was really going to be the death of him. Nonetheless, no. I'm not going to kill you. Kyle shook his head while staring at Seth. However, Seth remained where he was, staring at him with the same smile. That was when Kyle thought back to all his previous thoughts. Wait a second. Seth was a coward, yes. He was one of the biggest cowards that he knew. He was the last person who would suggest something dangerous. In that case, the meaning of his words wasn't exactly as he meant them. Kyle's mind started to churn. I think now that he's gone, we should be able to speak again. Hearing Seth's voice, almost by instinct, Kyle found himself opening his mouth to speak. Thankfully, Kyle was quick to notice the situation as his mouth hastily shut. Unfortunately, is he really Ack? A sudden scream tore through the room as Kyle's head jerked to the right. There, he saw Ryan, one of the recruits sent with him, suddenly twist in agony, his arm snapping unnaturally as a tall, shadowy figure materialized behind him. When? Crack. With another crack, his other arm snapped in half, and so did his legs as his body fell limply onto the floor, his face slowly withering like the others in the past. The process was so quick and sudden that the others struggled to comprehend the sight before them. By the time they did, their entire bodies stiffened. He's not here, we can speak now. Seth's voice echoed again. This time, however, everyone saw the twisted man move its lips, looking around as though it was mocking them. He's not here, speak. Its lips pulled further into its top hat, sending chills down the spines of Zoe, Kyle, and Raymond. Along with Seth, it was just the three of them. This is bad, really bad. Kyle could feel the sweat pooling down the side of his face as he desperately looked around. As he did, Seth's words replayed in his mind. Kill me. Kyle hurriedly shook his head. No, fuck that, anything but that. It was just Seth being crazy. There was no guarantee that it would work. Plus, he was never going to kill Seth. He quickly brushed the thought away and tried to think of another way, but his mind was blank. Regardless of how much he tried to think, he couldn't think of anything. The same appeared to be true for Zoe and Raymond, as the two desperately looked around the room. Reinforcements should be coming soon. I know the guild is aware of the situation, but I don't know exactly when they will come or if there have been any changes above. I need to find a way to drag time. Kyle paused again. His mind once again turned back to Seth's words. His chest churned, but then, Seth is a coward, he's a coward. He would never suggest something dangerous. That was unless. There's more to his words than I know, but kill me is pretty straightforward. What could he want? How can I kill him without killing him? No, is that even a thing? His heart would need to stop and Kyle's thoughts paused for a moment. He suddenly thought about Seth's words, and things that would make one be considered dead. That be stoppage of the heart. For one to be considered dead, the heart would need to stop. All of a sudden, Kyle's mind started to churn. He started to think about the smile on Seth's face and his words. His brows slowly started to widen as he looked towards Seth, who was staring back at him calmly. He seemed to be waiting for him to get it, and the moment their eyes met, Seth nodded, typing something onto his phone again before showing it to him. Stop my heart. Once the twisted man deems me dead, the game will stop. I am supposed to be the final target. Once he leaves, collect my body and leave. Kyle bit his lip, taking out his own phone and typing. But what if the twisted man doesn't leave you even after you're dead? What then? Seth paused, looking at the message. Then, with a smile, he started writing again. Leave me. Kyle's mouth opened, but he stopped right after as he looked at the twisted man. Then, clenching his teeth, he glared at Seth. You know I can't do that. I won't leave you. The reinforcements will come. You can leave me. They'll take me back. Kyle began to type on the phone again, but as he typed the message, he found himself deleting it before rewriting it again and deleting it again. Regardless of the many times he wrote the message, he found himself deleting it over and over again. He knew that he didn't have much time at his disposal. That every little second mattered. And in the end, he could only put his phone away and look towards Zoe and Raymond. In the end, he nodded. Okay. The twisted man was an incredibly tricky monster. It had all sorts of tricks and ways to make someone fall for its devious plots. Kyle was sure it had more up its sleeve. So many had already died. He couldn't afford to have more dying. Seth's plan was the only one that seemed to work. Even if it somehow failed, and Seth was wrong about the criteria of the game ending, Kyle didn't think there'd be any harm to them so long as they remained quiet. Right, even if I can't bring him back with me, the reinforcements will be. This is the best way to do this. Kyle was quick to make up his mind. His face grew calm, and his heart started to relax. Although he was still on the fence about the plan, he knew that this was their best shot at freedom. For that reason, after taking a deep breath, Kyle turned to face Seth and extended his hand in his direction. The nodes in his mind started to churn, his mind prickling as he focused his attention on Seth's body. Kyle had several nodes, all of which were from the temporal decree. He could control time, and as he stared at Seth, he used his most powerful node. Intermediate node, time freeze. In that moment, Seth's entire body froze completely. Be it his heart, his organs, or even his brain, everything froze at once. And with that, thud, his body turned to the side, producing a muffled sound as the twisted man's attention turned towards Seth. Staring in the direction of the twisted man, Kyle held his breath. Was this going to work? Chapter 117, A Twisted Game 5. The moment Seth fell, all eyes fell on the twisted figure as it stopped moving. Slowly, its head turned towards where Seth was, as its long and twisted smile started to fade. Creak! The wooden floor creaked beneath each step as it crept towards Seth, its smile now almost completely gone from its face. Kyle could only stare at the figure with his breath held. His palms were sweaty, and he could feel his heart beating out of his chest. Tensions ran high as he followed the figure with his eyes. Will this work? Is Seth's idea going to work? There was no guarantee that the twisted man would leave them alone even after Seth died. Kyle also didn't know whether Seth's theory about the game ending with him was going to work. Kyle only went through with it because he trusted Seth, and after analyzing the situation, he also had an inkling that he was right. Although he didn't know why Seth was the one being targeted by the anomaly, from what he had seen, there was no reason to believe that Seth's theory was wrong. That was why he went through with it. In Seth's current state, he was no different from a dead person. His entire body was frozen in time. For now, he should be fine, but it can be dangerous if he's exposed for too long. Kyle felt his head throb slightly. The skill required a lot of concentration, and even now, he was maintaining it with his mind. Kyle didn't know how long he could maintain it, but he had to try. In order for everyone to survive, he had to. Spurt. Blood suddenly splurted all over the floor, and Kyle's face changed drastically as he looked down to see the twisted man pressing its long and sharp finger onto Seth's body. This bastard, Kyle forcefully bit his lips, his entire body shaking as he just barely managed to keep himself from moving forward. However, it was hard for him. It was really hard for him to remain composed. Especially when, it hurts so much. Seth's cries for help echoed throughout the room. That hurts, it hurts so much. As the one to have used the skill on Seth, Kyle knew that it was impossible for him to be screaming. The twisted man was doing all the talking. Once again, it was trying to bait them into speaking. Resist, I need to resist. Feeling something wet trickle down the side of his chin, Kyle wiped it with his arm as his nails dug into his palms. Looking to his left, he saw Zoe and Raymond staring at the twisted man with serious expressions. As if sensing his gaze, their eyes met, and Raymond raised his hand in a pause motion. Kyle opened his mouth, but Zoe soon placed her hand over her lips, pointing towards the stairs. She then began to make a series of hand signals that Kyle was able to understand. It's testing us. Remain quiet. Leave soon. Seth's screams continued to echo as Kyle found his nails digging further and further into his palms. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at Seth's body. Kyle knew that he was still alive. The twisted man had only stabbed him in the shoulder. The wound wasn't anything serious. But who could say that it would stop there? What if, once they left, it planned on finishing Seth? I can't have that happen. The guild was efficient. By now, Kyle estimated that the reinforcements should have arrived. The fact that reinforcements had yet to be sent suggested that something occurred up above. Kyle turned his attention back towards Zoe and Raymond. He took out his phone and typed, "You guys go, I'll stay behind, figure out what is going on up there. I'll stay here to make sure that nothing happens to him." Zoe didn't even look surprised by his words. She had seen it coming from miles away. She wanted to tell him to go, but closed her mouth. As much as Seth made her want to kill him, she would much rather be the one to do it than have someone else do it. It would take the fun out of it. However, it looked like she was the only one to see things this way, as Raymond coldly looked in Seth's direction. Eventually, he also began typing. "Leave him, he said it himself. He has his own ways to get out. Don't waste this opportunity he provided for you." His words were cold, but to Raymond, who was unfamiliar with Seth, he was merely one of the other sacrifices within the expedition. He wasn't the only one who had died. This wasn't the time to mourn or lament over someone's potential death. An opportunity had been presented to them, and they had to take it. It hurts. As another scream pierced through the room, Kyle's face stiffened once again. He looked to be really struggling to make his decision. He began to type again. Staying behind will only put him at more risk. This wasn't a lie. Kyle looked to be on the verge of exploding every time he heard the anomaly scream. If he acted, then the only chance that all of them had, alongside his friend, would crumble just like that. You said it before, didn't you? That you treat him as another recruit. This is our chance. Move out now. Kyle bit his lips, his body shaking. He looked really undecided. In the end, however, taking a deep breath, his entire demeanor calmed down. He's right, I can't let my emotions get to me. Rationally speaking, leaving was the best choice he could make to protect everyone. It also gave Seth a better chance of surviving. What would he even be able to do if the anomaly decided to kill Seth? Nothing. Kyle would be able to do nothing. And for that reason, he had to leave. He had to trust Seth and also find a way to help him out. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Kyle's eyes sharpened as he looked towards Raymond and Zoe. Then, with a slow and careful step, he started moving. "W, here are you, H, help." Even as he heard Seth's pitiful and frail voice, he moved towards the stairs, his steps quiet. "KLD, don't leave me." Seth even started to call out for his name, but Kyle didn't fall for it. He didn't look back. He just continued to move forward, as slowly and agonizingly as possible. He couldn't afford to turn back. He couldn't afford to listen to the voice. He couldn't afford to... Eventually arriving on the second floor, Kyle closed his eyes and looked around. Seth's voice was long gone. In its place was a terrifying silence that shattered with the subtle creaking of the nearby window. Taking out a small device from his pocket, Kyle placed it on the floor. Because it needed a couple of seconds to activate, and it needed to be near the same spot where they had first entered, they could only use it here. Tick-die. A faint sound emitted from the device. Thump-thump. Almost immediately, they heard a loud thumping sound coming from beneath, as though something was rushing in their direction. Clank. Suddenly, a long and sickly figure emerged from behind the door, its pale face looking around the place. But, by the time it had arrived, it was already too late. Kyle and the others had left. Chapter 118, Escape 1. Thump-thump. Kyle jolted awake as his body hit the floor, his face slamming into the cold ground. A groan rose in his throat, but he bit it back, swallowing the pain. A constant ringing filled his ears, drowning out the world, while muffled screams bled through the noise like distant background noises. "They're here. They came out. How many are there?" "There are only 3. Quickly provide them with some aid." Kyle's mind was sluggish, a thick fog settling over his thoughts as he struggled to properly make out the situation. Where was he? What was going on? What was hap? But he was quick to snap out of it when his eyes flared open. "Seth." He sat up immediately, looking around before settling his gaze towards the distant team leader. His voice immediately rose. "Team leader, you need to quickly send a rescue squad. Seth is still there, Stop." The team leader's rough voice cut through Kyle's words as he crossed his hands together, subtly nudging his head towards a group not far from where he was. Kyle recognized a few figures. "What do you think we've been trying to do for the past several minutes since we lost contact with all of you?" He sighed while turning his attention towards the crack on the floor. "We've been trying to send several agents into the crack, but the moment someone goes down, they immediately go back up. We've been trying to find a way to crack the situation, but it looks a lot harder than anticipated. I've even personally tried doing something, but the situation is a lot more complicated than expected. But I understand where you're coming from, Kyle, but we are trying our best. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to figure something out in the next few minutes. But we don't have that much time." Kyle bit his lip, staring at his hand as it shook. His connection with Seth was still present, his node working overtime to keep Seth's body frozen in time. His skill had yet to break, meaning that he was fine. This was good. I'll keep it like this so that... You should release him. Kyle's thoughts were broken by Zoe, who stood not far from him, her hair a little disheveled. "Hey." Kyle's lips opened, but then soon closed, his brows furrowing tightly. Seeing the clear anger on Kyle's face, Zoe remained calm and explained the situation to him. "From what I know, they've been trying to get into that weird place since we all entered. The fact that they still weren't able to enter despite the team leader's help tells you all you need to know about the situation. It's going to take quite a while before the rescue squad can be sent. Do you think you can keep up for that long?" "No, Kyle didn't have any words to reply to her. It didn't take a genius to know that she was right. The team leader had probably said all that he had said in order to keep him appeased and calm. But did he really think that way? No, probably not. Then, the only way to get out is through the same way that we did. The device is still loaded to the ground. So long as he reached the second floor, he should be able to get out. Zoe's tone grew a little softer as she looked at Kyle. "I may not like the guy, but if there's one thing that he's shown me several times already is that he's competent. In strange yet effective ways. When he said he could handle it, he probably meant his words." She looked at Kyle's hand as it trembled slightly. "Release your node and trust him." After a pause, Zoe continued. This is the best thing that you can do in order to ensure his survival. Kyle opened his mouth, trying to say something, but in the end, he merely lowered his head and nodded. All right. He mumbled, his tone low. I'll trust him. In that moment, he released the node while clenching his hand tightly. You better fucking make it back here. I didn't know how long I had been incapacitated for, but the moment I opened my eyes, I was met with a strange darkness. A stifling darkness that would fade every once in a while with the flicker of the moonlight. So it looks like they weren't able to bring me back with them. I closed my eyes, not entirely disappointed. I more or less foresaw that thing would turn out this way. This anomaly was no simple one. The one thing that kept bothering me was the pain in my shoulder. I wasn't sure what had happened, but the moment I turned my head to check, I flinched. Just what in the world had happened while I was passed out? The pain almost felt unbearable, and for a moment I almost found myself groaning. Thank God I wasn't awake, otherwise I really would have screamed. Silently clenching my teeth, I tried my best to keep myself composed while taking deep breaths. But, Kriuk! That became nearly impossible when I heard the faint creak of wood nearby, a sound so quiet yet chilling it sent shivers down my spine. The twisted man. He was close to me. Kriuk! It almost felt like the wood next to me sunk in slightly, a foot appearing not far from where I was. With another step, a long, distorted shadow formed right above me, stretching over my body. Don't make a sound, keep composed, it thinks you're dead. Though the pain made it hard for me to keep myself from making any noise, I knew that I had no other choice but to remain quiet. Right now, it was just me and the twisted man. Kyle was no longer here, and the silence around me felt deafening. Taking a few deep breaths to calm myself down, I looked around. I needed to properly assess my current situation. I was now alone on the first floor of the house. The only way out of this place was to go to the second floor. I was already aware of the leaving procedures, having been taught by the guild and Kyle before entering the crack. All I needed to do was go upstairs. The only problem was getting past the twisted man. The moment I made a sound was also the same moment that it would become aware of my presence, and the game, which had finally ended, would resume again. I feel like there will be no coming back for me if that happens. I need to quickly think of a way to get to the second floor. My thoughts didn't linger for too long on the problem. I had several means to take care of this situation. Looking down at my arm, I could see two. I can just do it like the last time. I don't think it'll be a problem. There was a certain risk to it, but I felt that this was the best way to get out. Or was that truly the case? I held my breath. For some reason, I started to second-guess myself. The twisted man had shown me time and time again that it was no simple anomaly. It was smart. Would it really fall for the same trick again? But what other choice do I have? This is my only viable option. What else can I? It was in that moment that my eyes fell on the distant poem, and my thoughts paused. That was when a thought occurred to me, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. Wait, was this really my only option? Chapter 119, Escape 2. It was as if I had a sudden epiphany. Staring at the poem in the distance, I took a moment to properly assess the situation. The game started the moment it found my voice. With me being its real and only target due to being haunted, the game was one that would end the moment I died. The goal of the game was to kill everyone until I was the only one left. This part was merely speculation at first. However, looking around and seeing that Kyle was gone, and so were the others, it was safe to say that my speculation was correct. My death was the key to ending this twisted game of his. In that sense, the twisted man right now thinks that the game is over. This was an opportunity. While the game might be over, it actually isn't over. It just doesn't know it yet. I can use this to my advantage. If I could just exploit the small holes in its game, I could reverse the entire situation. But how could I do that? How could I exploit the holes in its game? I need to think carefully. This is a second-order mission. The system confirmed it, meaning that I have the ability to clear it. I didn't need to use some overpowered ability or call the conductor to help me out. The answer was somewhere around me. In this room or with the abilities that I had. Perhaps in the shop. Was there some sort of item in the shop that could help me? I thought about it before shaking my head. I couldn't afford any of the items in the second-order shop, and none of the items in the first-order shop appeared to be of any use. So then, what could? Voices? The thought struck me like a lightning bolt. That's right, the key to this game is voices. The moment the Twisted Man hears a voice, it will go for the kill, stealing their voices. This is something that I've confirmed and I've seen happen multiple times. In that case, what if it hears its own voice? I unknowingly found myself licking my lips. My heart sped up at the sudden thought. The idea. It was a dangerous one, but at the same time, it felt like the closest thing to the true solution that the system had been hinting at. No, this was probably the solution. So long as I manage to get it to hear its own voice, I'll be able to clear the game. Perhaps I might even get it to kill itself, although I doubt it. Still, this was worth a shot. The idea felt feasible, and I grew excited just thinking about it. However, I didn't let the excitement get to my head. This was still only an idea. There was no proof that it would work, and most importantly, how the hell will I even get this thing to speak? Getting the Twisted Man to speak wasn't actually hard. I had already heard it speak several times. The main issue was getting it to speak with its real voice. How in the world could I get it to speak with its own voice? Currently, I was in an advantageous position. The Twisted Man wasn't aware of the fact that I was still alive, and was most likely assuming the game was over. In essence, I had the element of surprise. If I could use this element of surprise to my advantage, then perhaps getting it to speak with its own voice was possible. But how exactly could I catch it off guard? I thought for a few good seconds, before once again shifting my attention towards the poem in the distance. I looked through its words, scanning for any possible clue. Something about voices, something about games, something about... The moment of realization came after a few short seconds. Rather than looking at the poem for clues, wouldn't the whole poem itself be the biggest clue of them all? It became pretty clear to me that the Twisted Man cared for the poem. For the Twisted Man to display the same poem twice. The poem must also be related to the game. What would happen if I were to make changes to it? Would it notice? I don't think the Twisted Man is blind. It just can't see any humans unless it hears them. In that case, I'm sure it can see the poem. Kriuk. Hearing the floor creak once more, I no longer hesitated. I called out the Dreamwalker as a long figure appeared, its figure casting a long shadow over me as the moonlight flickered. Understanding my intentions, the Dreamwalker turned its attention towards the stairs and started to sprint up. Thump thump. As it ran, it made as much noise as possible. However, unlike the previous 2 times, the Twisted Man didn't move. It just stared in the direction of the noise, its hunched figure straightening slightly. I stood rooted in place, waiting for it to move. But the Twisted Man never moved. It remained where it was, staring at the noise without much of a reaction. It didn't budge at all. It had learned from before. Hihiti tilde. Even as a certain giggle echoed in the air, the Twisted Man remained still, its mouth flat. Will you play with me? Seeing it so indifferent to all the noise around, I felt a lump form in my throat. I really don't understand the system's ordering system. Was this really a second-order mission? Shaking my head, I quietly moved towards the wall where the poem was located. I took advantage of all the noise around to arrive there without getting noticed. Good, it looks like it didn't notice me. I sighed in relief when I saw that the Twisted Man had still not noticed me. Slowly turning my head back to the poem that was etched on the wall, I read each line carefully before settling my gaze on the last few verses. So bite your tongue and mute your cries, lest your last sound be his whispered lies. The Twisted Man won't leave, you'll find, unless you leave your voice behind. I looked at the last few lines carefully, while ignoring all the noise in the background. Are you not going to play with me? Please play with me. Thump thump. Honestly, it was quite hard to ignore all the noise, but I had no choice but to. This was closely related to my own life. I had to concentrate. Focus, what exactly can I write to change things up? What can I write to stir up the Twisted Ma? Bang! My thoughts were abruptly cut off by a sudden crashing sound. Immediately, I turned my head, and I felt my expression change. The Twisted Man. Where was the Twisted Man? Bang! A sudden crashing sound shattered the silence, jerking me upright as a searing pain tore across the top of my skull. It was sharp, like something had driven a nail straight into my skull. My vision blurred, and for a moment I nearly screamed, the sound caught in my throat as I desperately kept my mouth shut. It was also then that I saw it. A black mark blooming across the back of my hand, pulsing like it was alive. I knew then. The Dreamwalker had been killed. Shit. Banged. You're getting too close. Myrle's voice echoed, no longer sounding as cheerful and playful as before. I knew then my time was slipping away. Without hesitation, I turned to the poem etched into the wall, its letters appearing before me under the faint moonlight. Closing my eyes, I activated my second node. A long shadow slithered over my hand as my hand stretched into a long blade. Without wasting a second, I moved my hand towards the wall and began to etch the poem. Eskrrr, eskrrr. A subtle, yet pronounced chiseling sound began echoing in the room. This better fucking work. Chapter 120, Escape 3. Eskrrr, eskrrr. Although I tried my best to keep the noise to a minimum, the sound of my finger scraping against the wall was loud enough to be heard, and my entire body tensed at the realization. Stop, I don't want to play anymore. Myrle's voice echoed in the background, her voice sounding panicked. I knew that I had to hurry up. The moment she was gone was also the moment I had to stop. Eskrrr. I proceeded to scrape harder, my finger gliding across the wall as sweat poured down the side of my face. Scraping the wall, I could feel my hand tremble with each motion. Stop, stop. Myrle's screams echoed louder and louder, prompting my body to tense further, but I had to keep going. Just hold on a little longer. I focused even more on the poem in front of me. A couple of verses. That was all I needed to add. It wasn't hard, but I needed to be as quiet as possible. I was almost done. Just a little more. Just a... Oh yeah. A blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed across the room, and I stopped immediately, my breath pausing alongside my actions as my head started to hurt again. This time, it was a lot more painful than before, causing my vision to turn white for a brief moment as a white marking appeared on my arm. Standing still, I didn't dare breathe. Because I knew something else was listening. Creak. Once more the floor creaked, the tapping of the water in the kitchen echoing once more. My lips trembled and my mind was exhausted, but I kept firm. It still doesn't know that I'm alive, I don't think it sees me. Staring ahead, I looked at the poem in front of me. It was almost done. I was just missing a little bit. No, it doesn't matter if I don't finish. This is good enough. Creak. The floor creaked behind me, the moonlight flickering into the room, as I saw a large shadow appear right behind me. I almost choked up, nearly slipping and making a sound. I just barely managed to keep myself from doing so as I hastily covered my mouth with both hands. Embraced by the darkness, I tried to drown out all distracting thoughts. The twisted man was right behind me. He was looking at the poem. Was he going to react? Was he going to finally speak? What was he going to do? I stood anxiously, hoping for something to happen, hoping to hear some sort of noise coming from its mouth. And soon, it did. How dare. Almost every hair on my body rose the moment I heard the voice, deep and growling. Creak, creak. The window in the distance started to visibly creak, moving back and forth as I opened my eyes to see the twisted man place its finger on the wall, tracing it across the poem on the wall. Who dares to? I could practically feel the anger from its voice. It was vivid enough for me to hear. However, that no longer mattered to me. It finally spoke in its own voice. I could now end the game. If my hypothesis was correct, then I could, at this very moment, reveal the fact that I was still alive to the twisted man and end its twisted game. I had beaten the game. I had beaten the twisted man. No, I didn't. I paused a few seconds after, staring at the fading shadow before me as the moonlight faded, and the room faded into the darkness once more. What is there to say that this is its real voice? What if this was, in fact, another trap set up by the twisted man? The anomaly isn't stupid. Although it thinks that I'm dead, I'm sure it felt that something was odd when it felt Myrle and the Dreamwalker. Although it is aware of the fact that they aren't human, it might still think that something was wrong, purposely baiting me to speak by exposing his weakness, when in reality it wasn't even his own voice. Perhaps I was thinking too much about it, but at the same time, I knew that the Twisted Man was smart enough to pull something like this off. No, in fact, I believed this was exactly what it was trying to pull. Not acceptable. As the Twisted Man's deep and growling voice echoed once more, it brought its finger over to the wall, its eyes falling on the last line that was missing the last part. Its long and lanky body moved forward, appearing right next to me as I suddenly held my breath, afraid of making any noise. But, by thump. Although I could keep my breath in check, the same couldn't be said for my heart. It drummed so loudly inside my mind that I feared for a moment the Twisted Man could hear it. My stomach was also starting to act up, forcing something up my throat. No, not now, just a little bit more, resist. I had to bite my lips so hard that they started to bleed in order to regain my calm. The only thing I could do was stand in silence, waiting for the Twisted Man to slip up. This was a game of patience. It was either me or the Twisted Man. Who was going to slip up? Who dares to write this? I felt it then. Although subtle, I felt it. A slight change in the tone of the Twisted Man. It was a mix between its deep and growly voice with another more grounded but eerie one. It's angry. Yes, I could feel the anger in its voice. That was also the reason it started to slip up. The anger was finally taking over its calmness, and its original voice was starting to slip out. How dare they mock me like this? More and more of its original voice started to slip out. That was also the moment that I felt sure about my original plan and idea. The key to solving this scenario was its voice. I had managed to piss it off enough to make its real voice slip. I'll wait just a little bit longer. My toes curled inward as my lips trembled. I really wanted to speak, but I knew I had to remain calm. I couldn't rush it. I needed to hear it make a full sentence with its own voice. I needed the Twisted Man to completely lower its guard. Soon, it should be soon. And indeed, the moment came not long after. I should have killed them. Bang! The Twisted Man leaned back and swiped at the wall, leaving claw marks all over it as it tried to erase the poem from existence. I will kill them. The anger in its voice was palpable as it raised its hand to swipe at the wall once more, but it was also in that moment that I finally opened my mouth. I will. You will what exactly? The Twisted Man froze on the spot, its entire body freezing on the spot like a statue. Eventually, it turned its head in my direction as it faced me directly. I felt shivers while meeting its gaze, but I kept firm. Opening my mouth again, I looked toward the wall and spoke once again. Your voice, it counts, doesn't it? I covered my lips to hide my smile. This twisted game of yours, I've won, did I? Chapter 121, Aftermath 1. I wasn't smiling because I felt like I had won. I was smiling because I was scared. I was trying to trick myself into believing that I wasn't scared. Was I scared? Beyond shitless. Still, I couldn't show it on my face. My heart drummed loudly in my head as I stood before the Twisted Man, its figure hunched over me. You feed on voices, right? In the silence that settled around me, my voice was the only sound that broke the silence. It rang out clearly, and I could hear its faint echo returning to me. I heard your true voice. According to the game, you should be feeding on yourself. I extended both of my hands, trying me best to look confident. I'm still alive, no. The game between the two of us isn't over. Now that you've spoken, it's time for you to eat your own voice. I licked my dry lips, staring at the Twisted Man before me. I struggled to breathe in its presence, as though the air itself was suffocating me. Every breath felt forced, and the knot in my throat tightened with each passing moment. But then, twitch. The Twisted Man's head twitched. As if it had experienced some sort of glitch, it began to twitch. Twitch. Its hand raised, a shadow casting over me as it tried to attack me, but twitch. Its action would immediately stop. I was lost and confused at first, but I soon understood everything. It worked, my plan worked. Staring at the Twisted Man and seeing it twitch once more, I could tell that it was struggling to come to terms with the situation. At this very moment, I took a step back. Away from the Twisted Man. Creak. The wooden floor creaked under my step, and the Twisted Man stared at me. But, twitch. It didn't move. That was when I fully understood that my plan had worked. But I didn't dare relax. Looking around the place, I immediately settled my gaze on the stairs in the distance. The right course of action would be to directly head there and move to the second floor before leaving. I thought about killing it with the knife in my hand, but I didn't feel that was a good idea. It's best to leave, I can't take any risks. However, just as I was about to take a step there, I paused. Slowly turning my head, my gaze fell on the unfinished poem on the wall. Twitch, twitch. The twisted man continued to twitch as I stared at the poem. It's a pity I can't finish it, but the message is clear enough. Looking at the twisted man one last time, I moved towards the stairs and rushed towards the second floor, where I noticed a familiar device and activated it. Swoosh. Almost immediately my vision shifted, and it started to dim. It was also in that moment that I saw a notification appear before me. Congratulations. You have completed the scenario. You will now be given your rewards. App will now update. I looked at the sudden notification, dumbfounded. Another update. What in the world? The world turned black before I could finish my thoughts. Team leader, did you find anything? Is there some sort of way to enter? Kyle. The team leader paused, turning his attention towards Kyle, who had been hounding him for the past several minutes. At first, the team leader understood where Kyle was coming from. One of the people involved was someone that whom he was close. He understood that, but there was a limit to how much he could take. If you keep asking me the same question over and over again, how do you expect me to focus and actually try to help your friend out? Although he tried his best not to, the team leader still ended up raising his voice, prompting Kyle to snap out of it. Turning his head around and seeing all the eyes that were staring at him, Kyle lowered his head before apologizing. I'm sorry. He wasn't usually like this. In fact, he was usually the cold one in the team. He was usually the guy who would act indifferent to someone's predicament and death. And yet, when it involved Seth, Kyle found himself growing restless. This was someone he had grown up with, his brother in a better sense of the word. How could he not be restless? Kyle, I understand that you're worried, but we're trying our best to figure the situation out. I've already called the section chief, and he should be on his way. Once he arrives, we should be able to resolve the situation. The team leader's words were encouraging and filled with hope. But in reality, even he didn't believe his own words. He had witnessed the entire situation from the start. He was well aware of what had transpired beforehand, and seeing just how many elite members had died, he didn't have any faith that a regular person like Seth was going to survive the ordeal by the time they managed to find a way into the gate. The team leader just didn't want to tell the facts to Kyle. He was currently not in the right state of mind. That trauma counselor would have been really useful at this very moment. As a support, Seth was never really supposed to be involved in the scenario. He was supposed to be there to handle situations where teammates lost their minds or had trouble remaining calm. This would have really come in handy with the current state that Kyle was in. Team leader. Bringing the team leader out of his thoughts was a certain voice. Turning his head, he saw one of the rescue team members walking up to him. Judging from their face, the situation didn't look great. We've tried to do more tests, but it doesn't seem like we'll be able to force our way into the crack. It seems like we'll need the section chief to come directly and foe. There's a fluctuation. With a sudden shout, everyone's attention turned towards a certain individual as they stood before the crack that led to the strange world. Staring directly at the crack, they pointed at it. All of a sudden, a hand shot out from the crack, shocking everyone present as it grasped onto the wooden floor before pulling itself out. All eyes widened in that moment as Kyle's face lit up. Seth. He immediately rushed towards Seth, helping him out of the hole as the others also rushed to help him. Quick, get the medics. Get the other supports. Quickly. Chaos unfolded in that very moment as the place turned extremely lively. And yet the person in question seemed completely oblivious to the situation as he stared at the string of notifications that appeared before his eyes. Bonus quest activated. Difficulty, second order. Reward, 15,000 SP. Objective, find out more about the Twisted Man. Location, Malavia Island. Time limit, 1 day. Even as he watched his balance grow, he didn't look particularly excited. Balance, 18,322 SP. He'd normally be happy upon seeing such a number, But at this very moment, his thoughts were elsewhere. Another update. Why, what happened? What was it going to be about? He was dying from curiosity, as he wanted nothing more than to just head out of the room and reach for his laptop. But before he could even do that, clank, the door burst open, and an all-too-familiar figure walked in. It was the section chief. Chapter 122, Aftermath 2. I realized that something was wrong the moment that Kyle and the others left me alone in the apartment. I believe it was when I saw the moonlight flicker and a large shadow appeared before me. I immediately stopped moving and did nothing. I thought I was a goner back then. With my strength, there was no way for me to defeat that thing. Within the confines of a small room, two people sat in front of a metallic desk. The room was rather plain. Besides the lamp above that shined a white light beneath, coupled with the metallic desk and chairs. There was nothing else in the room. But it was also in that desperate moment that I realized something. The monster, or whatever that thing was, it fed on noise. So long as I made no noise, the anomaly wouldn't attack me. Currently, Seth was sitting in front of the section chief, describing to him everything that had happened in the crack. He wasn't the only one questioned. The others were too, with everyone brought to a different room. Nobody was in trouble or anything like that. These were just the standard procedures the guild took in order to ensure there was no physical or mental damage to the agents who had just come out from a traumatizing mission. It was also for the guild to keep tabs on the situation and understand exactly what had happened. So you were able to find out the anomaly hunted through sound with just that observation. Sitting opposite Seth with his legs crossed, the section chief proceeded to make several notes, his tongue pushing onto the bottom of his lips. Making his notes, he gestured for Seth to continue. Fill me in on the rest. Seth obliged and proceeded to narrate all the events that transpired shortly after. From how the anomaly began to use voices to lure him. From how it tried to trick him many times to make noise. From how it had several weird corpses try and attack him, causing him to defend himself and barely manage to come out of it alive. Wait, you were able to defeat the creatures with just a knife. They weren't very strong. I believe its goal was just to make me speak. I see. The section chief didn't think too much of this part. This sounded a lot like a scare tactic. He proceeded to write another point in his notebook. Seth proceeded to narrate the other events. How Kyle and the others arrived. How it had been a trick the entire time, and the reason why the corpses had arrived was due to it wanting to get Kyle and the others to come back and get him to speak. To the poem on the wall and everything else that followed. Seth narrated everything without leaving anything behind. He remained as consistent as possible, knowing that there were other witnesses at the scene. From his observations and his thought process during the entire situation, he didn't leave anything out. The only time he made any changes was in the parts where he was by himself. When the anomaly went up the stairs to chase after Kyle and the others, it remained on the second floor, and when Kyle canceled his node and I woke up again, I went up to the wall and started sculpting new lines on the walls. I was unfortunately never able to finish. It arrived before I could finish. And it was still enough, Seth replied, his face lowering as he seemed to fall into deep thought. In the end, the anomaly got angry and used its real voice. That was when I knew that the game was over and how I managed to get out. Seth's words were followed by a brief moment of silence as the section chief's hand paused, the ball of the pen hovering above the paper in front of him. He quietly processed the words before nodding. Is there anything else that you'd like to share with me? No. All right. The section chief brought the pen onto the table and nodded. You may leave. Thank you for sharing everything. Understood. Without wasting a single second, Seth stood up and proceeded to walk in the direction of the door. Didn't even waste a second. The eagerness in Seth to leave was quite obvious to see, and it made the section chief smile wryly. Nonetheless, he understood where Seth was coming from and merely shook his head. It was understandable. Watching as Seth opened the door and left, the section chief remained seated in his chair, his eyes hovering over the paper in front of him. All sorts of bullet notes appeared on them, detailing everything that Seth had told him. And, as expected, the section chief dropped the paper on the table, his fist slowly clenching. I really want him. He wasn't wrong about his previous assessment of Seth. He really was a monstrous talent that the guild couldn't do without. If before he wasn't fully convinced, looking through the thought process Seth had gone through in order to escape the situation. The section chief found it extremely hard to contain himself from just forcing Seth to become an agent for the guild. It was just a pity that doing so would probably lead to not-so-ideal situations. If I want him to join the guild as a proper agent, I'll need to do it slowly. I'll also need to prepare enough of an incentive for him to make him want to take the switch. Seth was a talent that the guild couldn't do without. If nurtured properly, he could very well take his position in no time. Of this, the section chief was sure. He was never wrong when it came to judging people. TRRR. Lost in thought, the section chief didn't even notice his phone ringing. By the time he noticed, the phone had rung multiple times. Taking it out and checking who the caller was, his brow rose. He quickly answered it. "What is it?" The team leader's voice echoed right after. His voice was low and sounded rather grave. "The rescue squad has just come back. And there are no survivors. The remaining members have all been turned into the mummified versions, and we've also located the twisted man. He appears to be standing still, staring directly at a certain poem." "A poem?" The section chief suddenly recalled the conversation that he had not long ago with Seth and quickly asked, "Do you have a photo of the poem? Send it to me." "We do. I'll send it over to you right now." A few seconds later, the section chief's phone rang again, and an image appeared. The section chief didn't hesitate to open the image before settling his gaze over the poem. As far as he knew, Seth had added a few words at the end in order to anger the twisted man. He was curious to see what it was. Just what exactly did he write to piss off such an anomaly? And then, he saw it. Covering his mouth, the section chief had a hard time holding back his smile as he stared at the last verse of the poem. While it was indeed incomplete, he could more or less tell what it meant. And soon, completing the entire poem, he found himself unable to hold his smile. What a fitting last verse. "Tick-tock, listen, don't make a sound. Or else the twisted man comes around. He walks in echoes, he creeps in noise. He feeds on whimpers, he drinks your voice. First just a shadow, then at your back. His fingers hum where the sound waves crack. Speak but a word and he'll draw near. Scream but once and he'll appear. Games he loves, games he plays. His voice may change, but his appearance will not. Careful of the voice, as it may be his. So bite your tongue and mute your cries, lest your last sound be his whispered lies. The twisted man won't leave, you'll find, unless you leave your voice behind. For he steals your voice for his wicked game. A tale of sound, mind, and shame. A twisted man within his twisted tale, who lost himself within his game." Chapter 123, Game Developer Mode 1. I didn't waste a single second. Coming out of the interrogation room, the first thing I did was head to the collection room, where I picked up my bag. Looks like everything is inside. From the knife to the laptop, nothing was touched, and I sighed in relief. There isn't anything wrong with the knife, thank God. I had previously been worried about that, but I was relieved to see that it wasn't the case. The only thing I was a little saddened about was the loss of Mr. Hugs. Although I could just buy it again, the price wasn't small. Whatever, I can just ask them to give it to me later. As far as I knew, they had sent over a team to the crack and were looking into the situation. In that case, they would probably find the bear, and I could just ask for it back. Thinking about the bear, my lip twitched as I looked at my arm. I could already feel my head hurting upon thinking about Myrle and the Dreamwalker's reactions. The two of them. They were certainly not happy about the situation. I'll need to get a lot of chips and snacks in order to make her forgive me. For the Dreamwalker, well, it was already used to the abuse. I could just give it more fragments. I'm sure it will be happy once I provide it with the fragments. The only real problem was finding such fragments. How in the world was I going to get my hands on some fragments? Don't tell me I'll really need to look for some sort of black market. The thought made my stomach twist, but I quickly pushed those thoughts aside for now. There were more pressing matters at hand. Like the sudden update. I was dying to know what it was, and after looking around the place, I eventually moved towards a more secluded area as I sat down on the ground and took out my laptop, immediately booting up the app. The last time I got an update, it was pretty significant. I wonder what will happen this time. I was more or less ready for whatever was going to come at me. That was what I thought at first. However, it became very clear to me that I had grossly underestimated what sort of update the app was going to receive. Game developer Seth Thorne. Status, second order play button, see more. Black small square basic node, containment vessel. Play button Dreamwalker. Play button Mural. Items. Black small square blank mask. Black small square purity enhancer. Black small square spectral glasses. Black small square quickstitch outfit. Shop open. Quests unlocked available 2. Black small square expose the cult and its plans. Reward 40,000 SP. Time limit 2 months. Black small square prove the conductor wrong. Reward conductor. Time limit 3 months. Developed games. Gentle Whispers rating 0.5. A regular day in the office rating 1. Balance 18, 322 SB. Game developer mode. At first, everything looked good. There were a few changes, but not that many, at least. That was until I noticed the last section of the page. What? I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things wrong. However, even when I moved my hands away, the section remained there and my heart skipped a beat. Game developer mode. What in the world was this feature? No, I had an idea as I immediately pressed the feature. Click. Almost immediately, a change began to occur as the screen flashed, and several texts began to appear on the screen. Welcome to the game developer mode. In order to aid you in your game development journey, the game developer mode was given to you. In this mode, you will be able to create more immersive and more realistic games. Following the short lines of messages, the screen lit up again, and an entirely new interface appeared before me. Select Game Engine. U-Engine. Game Developer Engine. Core items for selected engine. Ballot box with check unknown recording. Right arrow an unknown recording that has the power to hypnotize anyone listening to it. Effects vary depending on the user. Ballot box with check game adjuster. Right arrow system provided tool that automatically adjusts games based on both game level and gamer level. Ballot box with check undetectable script. Prevents detection of abnormal scripts or item usage during gameplay. Gameplay tester. Select game. No game currently available. Score 0. Note, core items can be purchased through the shop in order to enhance the experience. Please don't hesitate to do so in order to create the best games possible. I sat there blankly, staring at the unfamiliar interface in front of me without a single word. I was speechless. I really didn't know what to say. Seeing the interface and all the features that came with it, I really didn't know what to say. This was insane. The possibilities felt endless. With this new system, it felt as though I could improve my abilities to create the games. Not only that, but I could also probably upgrade the previous games that I had created. Whether it is worth it or not, I don't really know, but it might be worth taking a shot. Opening up the engine, it felt a lot cleaner than U-Engine, the engine that I used to create my previous game. It felt more professional, and it was also easier on the eye. But the engine wasn't the only thing that caught my eye. What particularly caught my eye was the core items for selected engine. Just looking at the 3 available items that were accessible to me, I didn't know what to say. I was in particular unable to tear my eyes away from the Game Adjuster section. One quick read at the description was enough to make me suck my own breath. That's really useful. There was one thing that had been bothering me for quite some time. What would happen once the game reached the 2nd star? Would normal people be able to play it? Wouldn't they pass out or even have heart attacks? There was always that nagging thought at the back of my head. However, seeing the description of the item, that worry appeared to have finally been relieved. Finally, the system is helping me with the games. I leaned back on the wall and closed my eyes, feeling a massive weight lift off my shoulders. I had always wondered why the system called itself a game developing system, when it had hardly even helped me develop games. I didn't dwell on the thought too much due to all the events that had transpired, but finally, I knew why. This new update was the exact reason why it was called a game developer system. It most likely didn't show it to me before because I was simply not ready yet. I think after this scenario, it finally deemed me good enough for it. My fingers twitched as I stared at the interface again. I felt a sudden urge at this very moment to create my second game. However, I held myself back while smiling bitterly. I don't think I'll achieve anything even if I try right now. Scratching the side of my neck, I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying my best to keep my eyes from closing. Only at this moment did it truly hit me. I was tired. So damn tired. Chapter 124, Game Developer Mode 2. Clank. Closing down my laptop, I took a deep and quiet breath. The app made me excited. It made me itchy to start a new game. I wanted to start at this very moment, but I quickly shut the idea down. I was in no condition to start a new game. At least not yet. It was only now that the weight of the events prior started to crash down on me, and I started to feel the exhaustion catching up to me. I could hardly keep my eyes open, and slipping my laptop back into my back, I got up from my spot. I'll try my best to resist for a little bit. We should be heading back to the guild soon. I'll get some sleep then. For now, it was best for me to resist until then. Ah, Seth, you're here. Huh? Right as I stood up, I heard Kyle's voice. Turning my head, I saw him head over me from a distance. I also noticed Zoe standing behind him, alongside another guy I recognized but didn't know much about. Now that I think about it, weren't his eyes red when he was in the place? They're different now. Was it some sort of skill? Are you all right? Are you feeling hurt anywhere? How is your shoulder? It could be better. That was a lie. It hurt like hell. Thankfully, it was all patched up and I was on painkillers. Coming out of the weird crack, the adrenaline made me forget all about the pain. However, it didn't take long for it to come back. If not for the support staff coming to my aid, I would have probably already passed out from blood loss. I would have also have been brought to some sort of hospital. That would have been somewhat problematic. Good thing people here now know how to heal. I've been told that I should be able to fully move my arm in a few days. For now, it doesn't hurt too much. I can probably move it around without any problems. Well, at least until the painkillers wore off. I see, that's good to hear. Kyle smiled, looking relieved as he suddenly recalled something, and pointed at the guy standing behind him. Right, I forgot to introduce him to you. I think you should have an idea since he was with us in the expedition, but he's Raymond, and he followed the Hunter Decree. The Hunter Decree. As if sensing my confusion, Kyle explained. He has the ability to detect anomalies and individuals. That's the summarized version of his abilities, at least. Oh, that sounded pretty neat. But then, thinking about the events that had unfolded in the strange world, my lips twitched. If he was capable of detecting anomalies, why did he leave me alone with the twisted man? Or was it that he couldn't detect him? Don't mind his current expression, Raymond. He usually looks like that when he's tired. Hey. Looking at Kyle, I didn't know what to say. He was saying some sort of gibberish to him. What do you mean I look like that when I'm tired? Look like what? See, he's just tired. What? Anyways. Kyle's face suddenly turned serious as he turned his attention towards me, the smile on his face fading. Seeing his serious expression, the words that were about to leave my mouth stopped, and I looked back at him. What did he want? How did you manage to get back? From what I've heard, the twisted man walked all the way back downstairs. How were you able to get past him? Kyle wasn't the only one who looked interested. Peeking right above Kyle's shoulder, Zoe tried to act nonchalant, but she was clearly interested. The same was true for Raymond, his gaze falling on me. Oh, so they didn't know yet. Made sense considering how they had all been brought to questioning not long after. On any normal occasion, I would have explained it to him, but right at this very moment, I was having a hard time keeping my eyes open. Covering my mouth and yawning, I brought the strap of my bag over my shoulder and turned around. About that, you can ask the team leader and section chief. I'd rather not recall what had happened back then, maybe later. No, wait. Later. I raised my hand and proceeded to ignore Kyle even as he called out for me. Thankfully, he didn't try to catch up to me. Things would have been troublesome then. Sorry, but I really can't right now. I wasn't lying when I said that I would have told them how I managed to defeat the twisted man, but like I said, I was barely hanging on. Coffee. Muttering under my breath, I headed to the makeshift kitchen area and spotted a jar of powdered coffee. I paused, eyeing the layer of powder that filled a quarter of the jar. With a shrug, I dumped the rest into one of the cups, poured in some hot water, and gave it a quick stir before taking a sip. Smacking my lips, I stared at the cup in my hand. I think I'm starting to get it. At the same time, within the crack that had brought Seth and the others into the strange world, a team of researchers worked diligently, accompanied by their team leader and the section chief. Following Seth's return, access to the crack became possible for everyone. It was for this reason that the section chief and team leader were able to enter. Be careful, make sure someone is keeping watch of the anomaly at all times. The section chief stared at the anomaly that stood by the wall, his heart pulsing slightly as he noticed the pressure coming off of it. Surrounding the anomaly were several researchers, all dressed in white robes, as they took note of the anomaly with their tablets and notepads. If not for the fact that the anomaly was standing still and not moving, the section chief wouldn't have had them get so close to it. Right now, the anomaly's gaze was fixed on the poem written on the wall, almost as if it was frozen in place. In more ways than others, it was safe to say that it was contained. And to be able to contain something like that. The section chief clenched his fist slowly. As expected, I really do want him. Calming his thoughts, the section chief looked around and opened his mouth. If you notice a strange little girl, do let me know. There apparently wasn't just one anomaly present within the place. Be careful, too. You might never know if something else might show up. As far as we're concerned, there could be more than one twisted man. Based on the scale of the recorded events, this wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. But what the section chief was most curious about was the little girl that had shown up out of nowhere to help. From what he had managed to hear, the little girl had appeared a couple of times, each time saving them and gaining the attention of the anomaly. But was the little girl really on their side? The section chief couldn't tell. It was always best to remain careful. Make sure to be alert. Do be careful with their bodies. They are not dead. We will try to figure out a way to cure them later. The section chief barked one order after another, his eyes sweeping the entire place. He continued like this for the next few hours as the research team took photos, brought the victims away, and collected the anomaly so that they could bring it back to the guild. Looks like we'll be able to get back to the guild soon. Whistling to himself, the section chief headed towards the kitchen area to do one last check. He opened the cupboards, traced his hand over the walls, and thoroughly checked every nook and cranny of the place. Looks like there is nothing. It was just as he was about to leave that he suddenly paused. Tab, tab. Hearing the gentle tap of the water, he slowly turned his attention towards the sink. Tab, tab. For some reason, the tapping unsettled him, and his face grew serious. He stepped cautiously toward the sink, each step quieter than the last until he stopped. A small pool of water had gathered beside it. Then he saw it just faintly, scratched into the metal of the sink. A name, a single name that read, Myrl. Chapter 125, New Project 1. We will be departing shortly. If any of you have left anything or need to go to the bathroom, do so now before the buses start. We won't be making any stops on our way back to the guild. Hearing the team leader speak, I merely glanced in his direction before putting earphones on, allowing the music to filter through my ears. It helped me drown out all the noise. Not that there had been much noise to start with. Everyone in the bus sat in silence, gazing out the windows, not uttering a single word. It was like this for everyone. Perhaps it was because they were tired, or perhaps because of the events that had transpired, but no one was in the mood to speak. Neither was I. As such, even when the team leader asked again, he was only met with silence. All right then. The team leader turned to look at the driver and ushered him to go. Looks like we can go. You can start the journey back. The bus began to move shortly after, and the scenery outside the window began to change. I leaned my head against the glass window, staring at the scene outside absent-mindedly. There was a lot that I needed to think about. For one, I needed to think about the next steps that I needed to take from this point forward. I just managed to gain quite a lot of SB. I should be able to buy enough meds to last me a while. No, in fact, I should be able to buy the more effective versions in the second-order shop. I wonder how much those are. I still haven't gone through to the second-order shop due to how absurd the prices there are. Ever since getting access to the medicine from the shop, I found the disease that had been plaguing me for quite some time finally settled down. It had been a good while since I had last been affected, and it felt nice to live without worrying about some rare disease taking over my life. No, in fact, it felt great. It felt like for once I was actually living. Still, I know this is just for now. It won't be long before the drug stops working for me. I need to earn more SB and find better and more effective medicine. On any normal occasion, I'd question the things that I was swallowing. Not only did I not know what the pills were, but I also didn't know who was behind this system. I knew that I couldn't trust them, and yet, I was helpless in the face of the cure. I could only helplessly earn more SB and improve my strength. This was the only thing I could do in order to ensure my survival. Slowly, I planned on finding out more about the system and what its real goal was. For now, my own survival was my main priority. Everything else came later. There were also two annoying things that I needed to take care of. Some weird cult and the conductor. Just thinking about the other two ongoing quests gave me a massive headache. I had no clue where to start with either, and each day that passed was a day closer to the time limit of such quests. I really do need to think of something before it gets too late for me. But these were all thoughts for later. Looking at the scenery outside, my eyelids slowly started to close, until eventually the world around me turned dark. Exhaustion had finally taken over. By the time we arrived back at the guild, several hours had passed. It was dark outside and the air felt chilly, enough to make me shiver. Yawning slightly, I looked towards the guild, the lights still bright from the people working overtime. The building stood out quite a bit, and the entrance was packed with people going in and out of it. I could even see some people in armor going in and out of the place. They're probably from the other departments. I was actually quite curious about the other departments. Were their lives as hard as those from the containment department? Or was it harder? No, there's no way. If their lives are harder, then you might as well just kill yourself. What's the point of living if you're just sending yourself to your own death? Yawning again, I entered the guild and made it all the way to the elevators that soon brought us towards the familiar office area. The team leader stopped not far from us, turning his attention in our direction. I know everyone is tired, so I'll make this quick. The anomaly has been taken by the guild and is currently being put under containment. Naturally, rewards will be distributed in accordance with the involvement in the situation. Scanning the members, the team leader's gaze fell on Kyle, Zoe, Raymond, and then me. I knew where this was headed, and I felt excited. Rewards? Who didn't like rewards? Considering the amount of money I had received just from finding the crack, I couldn't imagine just what sort of rewards I would get. Maybe I can ask them for money. No, but would that be the best thing? What would happen if I were to ask for something else? Like fragments. I was sure the guild'd spare fragments. Maybe if I asked, I'd be able to get some. I could just go with the excuse that I wanted powers, too. I don't know, but it might just work. Then again, if I do find some sort of black market, I could buy the fragments with money, so. The only issue was whether I could gain access to the black market. You four, as the primary participants in this expedition and the ones who assisted the guild in containing the anomaly, you will receive the greatest share of the rewards. However, the team leader paused, his tone turning somber. That doesn't take away from the fact that you made a lot of serious mistakes during the expedition. For that reason, penalties will also be applied to you. With both hands behind his back, he turned around and nudged us towards a certain room. Follow along, there's a lot that the five of us need to talk about, especially Kyle. There's quite a bit that I need to talk with you about. The team leader didn't wait for any of us before moving ahead and entering a distant conference room. I looked at his fading back with a lost look before turning my attention towards Kyle, who held his head down, his expression a mix of acceptance and sadness. In the end, he raised his head back up and headed towards the conference room. I wanted to say a few things to him, but seeing the sort of expression he was making, I understood that it was best to keep quiet. I ended up following them from behind. I'm not included in the penalties list, am I? I really hoped not. After all, I did practically all of the work. Chapter 126, New Project 2. Clank. The door shut, and we all sat in front of a large oval table. Standing by the end of the table was the team leader, his bushy and sharp brows furrowed tightly as he crossed his arms together. You guys are most likely already aware of the reason why I called you here, correct? No, I don't. Yes. Seeing everyone else nod, I also nodded. But really, I didn't know. All right, then. The team leader took out a small white controller and pressed on it, prompting the projector installed right above us to light up and flash the wall. Given that we had body cams for all of you, retrieving the data and looking through everything, I was able to see everything that had happened during the time when you guys went offline. Most of the things that you've said in your reports match what you've said, but I'd like to go through your failures with you. The team leader suddenly turned his attention towards Kyle. Looking at Kyle, he sighed and shook his head. All it took was one look to see just how disappointed he was. "This is the first time," the team leader mumbled, watching as Kyle lowered his head. "This is the first time I've seen you perform this poorly, from your inability to keep calm to the fact that you weren't able to properly assess the situation on multiple occasions. What happened?" Despite the question, Kyle remained silent. His head remained hung low, and his fists were clenched tightly. This was the first time I had seen him like this. It was an odd sight to see. So, it was when the team leader spoke again that Kyle opened his mouth, but before he could get his words out that the team leader raised his hand to stop him. "Never mind, seeing how much you're struggling to answer such a simple question, I'll answer it for you. I can pretty much tell what happened." The team leader turned his attention towards me. "He's your weakness, isn't he? He's the reason why you weren't able to keep calm. This is the first time you've entered an expedition with someone you could call family. The mere thought of them dying made you panic, and as a result, forget all your training, correct?" Kyle's silence spoke louder than words as the team leader sighed once more. "It's not like I don't understand, and this could be a good thing for you. Since joining the guild, all you've been doing is clearing gate after gate without any setbacks. Take this setback as a learning opportunity. Dwell over it tonight and come back to me in the morning." "Okay." Kyle quietly nodded his head, accepting the team leader's words. "Of course, you will naturally be punished for your failures. I'll detail your punishment later." The team leader then turned his attention towards Zoe and Raymond. "For you two, I don't really have too much to say. You were able to remain cool-headed, and taking into consideration the strength of the anomaly you were handling, your reactions were understandable. However, that doesn't mean that the two of you were perfect. There are several things that you both failed to take into account." From that point forward, the team leader proceeded to dissect every little thing that came from the bodycam footage. He detailed all of the things that they did wrong, alongside the things that they should have done. It was basically a review session. Everything that was being said was actually quite useful for me, too. I was learning a little bit more about how things worked, and the things that one wasn't supposed to do when going on an expedition. But still, why am I here? I was really struggling to understand this part. From start to end, the team leader only addressed Kyle, Zoe, and Raymond. Not once did he look at me or speak to me. I felt at a complete loss. So, did I make a mistake or not? I didn't get to find the answer until a good half an hour had passed. "Now on to you." With the team leader's gaze finally falling on me, I unknowingly started to tense, expecting to hear something from him. And I did. "Why in the world would you write something like 'kill me'? While I do understand why you said it, you could have said it in better words without it needing to be so dramatic. This could have gone extremely wrong, especially in the condition that Kyle was in." "Oh," I suddenly started to understand the reason why I was called here. "Was there a particular reason why you acted like that? Did you need to be so dramatic?" "Well," I looked at Kyle, who was looking at me, and scratched the side of my neck. I didn't really have an answer to this. Back then, I just wanted to write the message as quickly as possible, thinking that Kyle would understand immediately. In hindsight, I really did mess up. "So you don't?" The team leader nodded quietly before rubbing his head. "To be honest, I won't really fault you for this. This is your first time in such an expedition, so mistakes can happen. Next time, however, please assess the situation carefully. Your actions could have caused Kyle to die." "I understand." He was right, so I had no words to retort with. Satisfied with the answer, the team leader nodded his head again before asking, "On another note, do you know the reason why your body camera was off? We tried to look through your footage, but the recording stops halfway into the expedition." "Oh, is that the case?" I was almost tempted to whistle. I did recall that. I was the one to stop the recording. It was simply because I didn't want them to know about my powers since they could be linked to the system. "Yes, it appears that your body camera was shut off at some point. We believe that it might be due to some interference by the Twisted Man. However, seeing how Kyle and the others looked unaffected, we're not sure. Did you turn it off yourself?" "No." "Yes, I did." "I see." The team leader seemed to fall into deep thought for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. Well, it's whatever. We still managed to see everything that had happened anyway. It's just a pity. He rubbed his hands together. In any case, other than that, you were fairly excellent. Even as a support unit, you were able to perform far above expectations. There's not much to criticize. I just had you come here so you could understand the situation better and to learn from their mistakes. Oh, that made sense. No, did it? Something about his words didn't quite make sense. In any case, I've finished what I wanted to say. The four of you can go back now. I'm sure you're tired. Tired? I was close to passing out. Even with the sleep on the bus, I was still exhausted. I can't wait to go back to the dorms. Standing up from my seat, I moved out of the conference room alongside the others and was just about to go back to the dorms when I suddenly paused. My hand twitched and my face sank. What's wrong? As if noticing my sudden change, Kyle paused and looked at me. The same was for Zoe and Raymond. They both looked at me with frowns. Slowly raising my head, I looked at Zoe. Actually, there is something. It was something closely related to my life and death. What is it? You. I licked my lips while staring at Zoe. Do you have any spare chips? Chapter 127, New Project 3. I thought about getting on my knees but decided against it. The floor looked a little uncomfortable. All right, I'm ready. My arm pulsed shortly after and two figures appeared before me. They stood in silence, staring at me without saying a single thing. The silence that took over the space felt suffocating, and unable to bear it for any longer, I started to speak. Sacrifices were made. I paused, covering my mouth while keeping my hand from trembling. I wanted to show that I truly meant my words. 2 innocent souls were hurt under my watch. The thought has been haunting me ever since it happened, and I am struggling to get some sleep while thinking about all the suffering they went through, and while I can't rewrite the past, I can write the future. Slowly, I raised my head to look at Myrle and the Dreamwalker. My hand trembled further as I stood up and looked at Myrle. Gently bending over, I smiled warmly and extended my hand to pat her head. I'm glad that you're safe. I was extremely worried about. Smack. I felt a powerful sting on the top of my hand. Then, with a glare that almost made me shiver, Myrle hissed, "Don't touch me." The Dreamwalker nodded next to her, its long arms crossed together as it looked at me. Although it didn't have any expression, it was almost as though it was looking at me in disdain. I was left speechless by the sight. Since when did the Dreamwalker become Myrle's bodyguard? It hurt a lot. Myrle's voice continued, her voice straining a little, almost as if she were about to cry. I said that I didn't want to play anymore. Why did you continue? It hurt. I didn't want to play. Her head lowered a little as she spoke. She looked pitiful, and staring at her, my lip twitched. I get it hurts, but I was trying to survive over here. If I die, then pain is the last thing you're going to have to worry about. No, thinking about it. What would happen to Myrle and the Dreamwalker if I were to die? Would they simply return to where they had been before, or would they vanish? I was a little curious, but I didn't plan on dying just yet, so it wasn't something I'd find out anytime soon. But then again, if I don't handle this situation well, I might just find out what will happen. Kiam. Well, it looks like I have to go with Plan B. Coughing slightly, I looked between the two of them before taking out my bag and retrieving a pack of chips. The moment the chips appeared, Myrle's face changed. She almost started to drool, and I secretly smirked at the sight. Yeah, that's right, I've come prepared. With these, I should be able to appease Myrle. How easy. Surprisingly, it was Zoe who hooked me up with the chips. Something about being grateful for my help. Too bad they were barbecue flavor. Whatever the case was, I now had the means to end this farce. Or at least that was what I thought. Suddenly, the Dreamwalker placed its hand over Myrle's shoulder, gathering her attention as it shook its head. What the foo? Humph, you think you can bribe me with chips? Staring at Myrle, my eyes widened. Did she really just reject the chips? What in the world? Humph. Snorting again, Myrle turned her head away, leaving me at a complete loss. Or at least, that was until I saw her secretly peek at the chips with the corner of her eye as she quickly wiped the drool from her mouth. My eyes squinted, and I took out another bag. What if I were to offer you 2 bags? T2. Myrle was truly struggling now. Staring at the chips, she raised her hand and looked at her fingers while mumbling, one and then another. 2. Her eyes glimmered, and a long string of saliva was starting to form at the bottom of her chin. I've got her now. Her expression told me all that I needed to know. She was about to falter. But then, the Dreamwalker placed its hand over Myrle's shoulder and shook its head. What? That was all it took for Myrle to snap out of it and glare in my direction as she quickly wiped the drool from her mouth. You think you can fool me? Why, you think I'm easy? She crossed her arms and looked away. HMPH. I almost dropped the bags of chips from my hand, while slowly turning my attention towards the Dreamwalker. It stared at me with its empty face, while it kept its arm over Myrle's shoulder. Though I couldn't read its expression, it was almost as if it was saying, "You won't get away with it with me here." It is you. This was sabotage. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My own anomaly was trying to get me killed. No, in hindsight, this isn't the first time, but still. I clenched my teeth and stared at my bag. Did the Dreamwalker really think I wasn't prepared? I didn't have just 2 packs of chips. I had way more than that, and I quickly took out another bag. If 2 is not good enough, how about 3? T3. Yes, 3. H-hump, I am not so ease. 4. The most I will go is 5. Take it or leave it. Myrle stood in silence, blankly staring at her open palm. Her finger hovered motionless over her pinky as she struggled to process the number of chips I was offering her. 2, 4, 5, 1, 3. I could practically see her eyes swirling in confusion. The Dreamwalker stood next to her, pressing its hand against her shoulder and trying to make her snap out of it, but it was of no use. In the end, it turned its attention towards me and lunged at me. I was prepared, though, and grabbed both of its forearms. You may have changed, but so have I. The Dreamwalker tried to push me, but I didn't budge and tried to push him back. Our strength was about equal, with neither one of us managing to push the other. KH. The Dreamwalker was a tough opponent, though, as it pulled my hands back before I retaliated and pulled its arms back. We continued like this for the next several minutes until... HMPH. Myrle snorted, and the 2 of us froze. My heart sank almost immediately, while the Dreamwalker looked at me gloatingly. I'm not such a cheap woman. With both hands behind her back, Myrle looked at me and shook her head. Fuck, I only had 5 bags. Should I tell her I can get more or... HMPH. Casually walking forward, Myrle bent over and grabbed all of the bags, holding them until I couldn't see her anymore before walking back towards the painting and tossing them in. Then, casually looking back, she shook her head. The disdain on her face was clear. Do better. She then jumped up and grabbed onto the edge of the painting before climbing back in. The room fell silent shortly after as the Dreamwalker and I stared at each other blankly. Then, are you going to leave, or do you want to keep wrestling with me? I got the answer not long after. Actually, I'm tired. Let me get some sleep. Wrestling it was. The things that I did to bond with my anomalies. Stepping on toes is cheating. Chapter 128, New Project 4. Within the containment department, several floors were specifically designated for housing anomalies brought in by the Guild. These areas were strictly off-limits to anyone outside or within the Guild, with exceptions made only for authorized personnel such as researchers and those holding the rank of team leader or higher. Any of the anomalies brought into the containment section could cause major harm to the world, and as such, had to be carefully monitored and kept in place. The only reason why the Guild contained them was so that they could research more about them and learn about their origin and how they came to be. Sir, we've contained the anomaly as you've instructed. The Twisted Man will now be referred to as Vial 819. I understand. The section chief nodded faintly, staring at the researcher next to him. Vial stood for Vaulted Index of Liminal Entities, and it was a prefix that denoted certain anomalies, which helped keep things cleaner and more organized when brought into the Guild database. Has there been any reaction from 819? No, not at all. The anomaly appears to be glued to the wall, staring at the poem etched on the wall without moving. I see. The section chief massaged the bottom of his chin, his hand grazing against his stubble as he turned towards a certain metallic white door where a small window appeared, displaying an all-too-familiar figure inside, staring blankly ahead, where a wall appeared. It took quite a bit of effort for them to extract the anomaly alongside the wall. However, looking at how things appeared, the anomaly was contained. Keep me informed if you notice anything or learn anything about the anomaly. I will talk with the guild master about the situation. Understood. Looking at the researcher, the section chief nodded and proceeded to leave the facility. There was still quite a lot that was on his mind. Although the situation looked to be over, the section chief understood that that was the furthest thing from the truth. For now, they had managed to contain the anomaly, but who was there to say there was only one 819? From what I've been told, the separate dimension created by the Twisted Man has yet to break down. Not only that, but who is Myrle? Does this name have some sort of connection to the anomaly? Anomalies were still a mystery to the guild and the world. They all came out randomly, and they appeared to be manifestations of certain pasts and histories. They were still unsure yet, but with more samples, they were confident in quickly finding out the truth. In the Twisted Man's case, they hardly knew much about it besides the fact that it reacted to sound and voices. But why? Why did it like to steal voices? What was the reason behind its appearance? And were things truly over? Given how anomalies worked, there was certainly some sort of context behind the power, and as such, he planned on investigating the situation further. His face grew a little grim as he thought about the situation with the Twisted Man. Perhaps this was merely the start of something bigger. I'll share my findings with the guild master first. I'll wait for him to see and decide how to handle the situation. The agents from the bureau were also supposed to come to closely analyze the anomaly. He wasn't sure how long it would take for them to come, but at least within the month. If they deemed the anomaly to be thrall class, then it'd be a massive boon for their guild, pushing them closer to the king grade. If that does happen, I guess I'll have to think of a good reward for the expedition squad. Thinking about the expedition squad, and in particular a certain figure, the section chief's mood alleviated a little as his lips pulled up. What could be a good reward for him? Days passed since the incident with the Twisted Man. Nothing eventful happened in those days. Perhaps because the losses were quite big, or because there was truly nothing happening recently, I was able to pass most of my time without any annoyance. Well, more or less. To talk. Hearing the knock on the door, I proceeded to ignore it. But, hello. A voice soon followed. Hello, Seth. I know that you're in there. Please give me a bit of your time. I don't need much, just 10 minutes. No, 20. To talk. Hello. On any normal occasion, I would have opened the door, even screamed at them to stop annoying me, but I had already done that. They just continued to come back as though nothing had happened. Please, I can't sleep. I need therapy. So did I with how much he was annoying me. I was starting to regret ever doing therapy sessions with Rowan. Ever since that day, he had been hounding me non-stop to get me to do a session with him. At first, I agreed, thinking it wasn't that big of a deal. But then, he started to come in every day, talking to me for hours, sharing things about his life. About how lonely he was, about how Zoe didn't look at him. About how he hated this job and his life. Just a bunch of nonsense. I'm depressed as is. Hearing him speak makes me even more depressed. It was for that reason that I started to only help him 3 times a week. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Any more than that, and I was going to ignore him. Well, today was Thursday, and as such, he was on his own. Please, Tilda. Putting on my earphones, I booted up my laptop and prepared to fiddle around with the engine when my eyes fell on the date, and my eyes widened. Holy shit. I nearly jumped out of my seat as I hastily closed down the app and opened the doc page, where I opened my analytics page. Game, a regular day in the office. Sales, 25,901. Income, 91,154. Ready to collect, will you collect? Finally, I could finally collect the money from Doc. I didn't even waste a single second and immediately collected the payment, which arrived just a few minutes after. You have received 91,154. This was the first time I had ever seen this much money in my account, and it felt unreal. I really couldn't believe I had actually made this much money. There were so many things that I could buy with the money. I could probably even get enough of a down payment for a new house. I could do so much, and yet I could spend none of it. Sighing to myself, I turned off my phone and leaned back on my chair. Although I wanted to spend the money, I knew that I couldn't. The game's sales had cooled off, and so I knew that the money coming in from it in the future wouldn't nearly be as much as I gained now. Not only that, but I also needed to think about the future. From fragments to items and then to medicine, this isn't nearly enough money, I need more. That wasn't the only thing I needed to spend money on. There were other things, perhaps even a new piano teacher. Yeah, this is not nearly enough. I rubbed my hair while looking ahead at my computer, as my eyes fell on the app. I guess it's about time. I have already more or less figured out the layout and structure. It was what I had been working on for the past several days. All I needed to do was get to work. Moving my hands towards the keyboard and covering my ears with my earphones, I immediately got to work. Looks like it's time I start my new project. Chapter 129, New Project 5. At first, I thought about providing an update for my first game. It was one of the things that had been requested the most by the comments on Doc. I could add things like new rooms, new environments, and new soundtracks. It would, in general, make the game a little more playable, but that wouldn't change the fundamental problem of the game. It was repetitive. Yes, a regular day in the office was an extremely repetitive game with a basic plotline and one simple goal, which was to get out of the infinite loop. In other words, it was a game that had a short lifespan. Just one quick look at the analytics, and I could see that the sales were already plummeting to a level where what I'd get would be considered spare change. That was why I had no other choice but to start a new project. I was also confident this time. I didn't experience everything that I did for nothing. Combining all of my recent experiences, I now had a better idea of how to develop my new game, from storyline to the mechanics. I got to work quickly, booting up the game developer mode and loading up the new interface. Already somewhat accustomed to the interface, I was able to navigate it without a problem and started a new project. The core concept of the game was simple. I wanted to create something similar to what I had experienced with the Twisted Man. In a way, I wanted the people playing the game to experience the same sense of helplessness that I had felt when encountering the Twisted Man. I wanted them to feel the same sense of despair and fear. I wanted them to really struggle to clear the game. And in order to do that, I need to trick them into making the wrong move, just like the Twisted Man. I still shuddered while thinking about the experience. The fact that I could even sleep despite what had happened was a miracle. However, with all the recent experience, I had grown a little numb to everything. And it wasn't like I was one to get much sleep anyway. These days, 4 hours was considered a good day for me. For the mechanics, should I do something like the voice cloning the Twisted Man did? My mind churned with all sorts of thoughts and ideas. Replicating something like that wasn't too difficult. I can set up the game to record a person's voice, forcing them to speak. With how well-developed AI is right now, setting up a system where the user needs to interact directly shouldn't be too difficult. But that was a little complicated to set up. I could do it, but it could take me quite some time, especially when taking into account the fact that the coding required for this game was going to be a lot more complicated and difficult. I can also make it movement-based or eye-based, so any movement might trigger the monster, or the direction of where one is looking might trigger the monster. So if they take their eyes away from it, then it will attack. Yes, the second idea felt a little more feasible than the first. The coding would also be a lot simpler. But, rubbing the back of my head, I felt it throb. Even though this was a lot simpler, it didn't take away from the fact that it wasn't easy. Thankfully, the new interface did make things easier to program, but it would still take at least a month for me to fully develop the game that I wanted. Especially if I wanted to add a storyline. That was a must in order to get people to play and stick to the game, instead of tossing it away after a few hours of gameplay. There were also other things that I needed to take into consideration, like the rating of the game. What sort of rating was I looking for? 1 star. Creating a 1-star game shouldn't be difficult, but creating a 2-star. Was I even capable of creating such a game? No, the better question was, did I have to make such a game? Wasn't 1 star enough? It wasn't like I could create a 2nd-start game in the first place. There was also no quest that directly told me to make a 2-star game. In that case, was it necessary for me to make a 2-start game? It wasn't. At least that was what I thought at first. However, thinking about it more deeply, I realized that it was necessary for me to do so. Right, making a 2-star game will increase my reach. Regular people weren't the only people who existed in this world. In fact, a majority of the people had some sort of connection to the gates. They were all less prone to horror or thrill, and in order to affect them, a 1-star rating was probably not going to be enough. In order to pull them, I needed to make it at least 2 stars. I also don't have to worry about it being too scary, since the game will adjust accordingly to the person playing the game. This alleviated a lot of my worries. Knowing that I didn't have to worry about making the game too scary, I knew that I could go all out. And I did just that. For the next hour, I began setting up the game, from the script to the design and the layout of the setting. Everything was going smoothly until my eyes fell on a certain section. Developer Store. I had been so immersed in my work that I didn't even notice the sudden section on the bottom right of the screen. Developer Store. I raised my brow, confused by the setting. I was almost certain it wasn't there before. I knew because I had played a lot with the software. So it was a new feature. Curious, I pressed on it, and immediately after, a massive window popped up on my screen. Holy shit. Sentient Guide. Type software. Function, a friendly-sounding voice that gives the player tips, encouragement, or warnings, but it's actually observing. It can see expressions and thoughts. Effect breaks the fourth wall softly, makes the game feel alive or corrupted, primes the player for unexpected behavior. Rating 3. Price 95,000 SP. Memory leak. Type software. Function makes the player forget several things on occasion, like the placement of certain objects, or the presence of the monster that is right behind them. Effect psychological unease, creates paranoia. Was that door always open, or didn't I already come this way? Rating 2. Price 41,000 SP. Whispering Fog. Type software. Description, a visual effect, fog that appears in certain areas and carries whispering voices that mention the player's previous actions or thoughts. Effect implies the game is observing the player. The whispers could escalate over time, repeating things the player shouldn't have said out loud. Rating 1.5. Price 19,000 SP. Just one glimpse of the first 3 items was enough to make me salivate. This was crazy. I could practically feel myself shuddering at the thought of games containing just some of the effects of the software that was available for the games. If the recording was already good, then this. The possibilities were endless. And the fact that it couldn't be detected by others was even better. But there was only one issue. The price. It was ridiculously high. I covered my face with both hands while staring at my bank account. Seeing the long string of numbers and then the store, I sighed once more. I'm going to be poor, aren't I? Chapter 130, Exchange 1. Do you wish to convert into SP? You will receive 9,000 SP. Play button yes, no. My hand trembled as I stared at the computer screen and then at my phone. This was a lot of money. It was practically all of the money that I had made in the game. The beautiful house, the nice vacation in the beautiful resort, the 9000 SP has been added to your account. Look, I held onto my chest, trying my best not to pass out from the pain. This is a necessary long-term investment. 90,000 will be nothing in the future when I make millions. Yes, I'll make millions. Though I said this, I was still feeling the pain from converting this much money. I had always been poor, and so this money meant a lot to me. Seeing it gone like that really left me feeling empty, but not for long. I understood that this was all an investment for my new and upcoming game, and after looking at the shop list available for the developer mode, I was a little downhearted to see that I could barely afford a few software for my upcoming game. All the good ones were too expensive for the current me to purchase. But I had been aware of this since the start. I already had my eyes set on a certain software. Whispering Fog. Type software. Description, a visual effect, fog that appears in certain areas and carries whispering voices that mention the player's previous actions or thoughts. Effect implies the game is observing the player. The whispers could escalate over time, repeating things the player shouldn't have said out loud. Rating 1.5. Price 19,000 SP. Of all the software that was available to me, this one appeared to be the best one that I could get with the SP that I had available. I also had several ideas on how to use this software effectively when creating the game. It'll help create tension by making the player stop speaking, adding to the silence that could take over during the most tense moments. If I also add this to the recording, then I can probably elevate the game to a completely different level from my previous one. I could already feel my own heartbeat racing rapidly at the thought. But there was one thing that bothered me. The rating of the software is only 1.5. Will that be enough to create a 2-star game? Surely if I add the recording, I might be able to do it, but... I pressed my lips together. I really didn't know. This was a big investment. If I spent this much SB and still didn't achieve 2 stars, then it could be considered a failure. The thought made me hesitant, but I quickly dispelled those thoughts. I don't have much time. The deadline for my other quests is coming up, and I'm in desperate need of money. I need to get this game started as quickly as possible. Time was of the essence, and I couldn't afford to waste any of it. As such, dispelling all hesitation, I purchased the software pack and immediately got to work. This better be fucking worth it. The days began to pass. Completely immersed in the creation of his new game, Seth rarely left his office besides the few times when he went back to the dorms to sleep or the times when he went to the kitchen in order to make himself some coffee. At first, he only did small amounts of it. Small as opposed to the others in the guild. But it didn't take long for him to just dump half of the jars of powdered coffee into his cup before adding some water and drinking them. He had become an addict. Such a sight became a frequent one within the containment department, as people started to refer to him as the wandering ghost of the department. With his glaring black circles, pale expression, and hunched back, he looked no different than a ghost. Thankfully, everyone was already used to seeing such sights, and thus, nobody thought too much of it. There was also the fact that more pressing matters were taking their attention, such as the sudden visit by the Bureau. That event was particularly large, making everyone within the containment department on edge. Thankfully, nothing much came out of it as they were only here for the Twisted Man. After a few hours, they left directly. The final verdict was that the Twisted Man was a Malaz class anomaly. Not quite Thrall, but almost. As a result, the guild was awarded quite a few points, and they were now one step closer to reaching the King grade. On the top floor, the guild master's office. You all must be aware as to why I've gathered all of you here, correct? The guild master's voice gently traveled throughout the room as several figures stood before him. There were 5 in total, and they were all the section chiefs of each department within the guild. Seeing how his words were met with silence, the guild master figured everyone understood, and he turned his attention towards a haggard-looking figure. Following the recent success of the containment department, I've decided to increase their yearly budget by 10%. I gathered all of you here to let you know that. The faces of a few section chiefs stiffened upon hearing the guild master's words. While 10% didn't sound like much, it was actually quite a lot. It was enough to considerably boost the department's equipment and power. The decision was therefore met with some opposition. Guildmaster, don't you think this is a bit too much? 10% is quite a lot, and... The man speaking, the section chief of the hoarding department, a bulky man with bushy brows, short black hair, and beard, glanced at the section chief of the containment sector before shaking his head. If we're talking about contributions, the containment department has made the least over the years. I understand that their recent achievement is great, but we're the ones who provide the most profits and points for the guild. This is unfair. The section chief's words were met with silence, with none of the other section chiefs saying a single thing. However, their silence spoke volumes. One could see with a glance that they all agreed with the hoarding department chief. The containment sector was indeed the least profitable department, with its results barely being adequate. In terms of sponsorships and brand deals, the talents that provide most of the money come from our departments, while they only have a couple of profitable members. They are also less exposed to danger since all they have to do is solve puzzles and stuff. We need equipment unlike them. Isn't it unfair for us? Unfair? The guild master looked at the section chiefs before shaking his head. You guys must already be aware of the disparity in budget between the 5 departments, correct? You must be aware that even if we add 10% to the containment department, their budget is still far inferior to all of yours, correct? The hoarding section chief wanted to argue, but the moment he opened his mouth, he found himself closing it back as he saw the sharpness in the guild master's gaze. He knew then that there was no point in arguing. Whenever the guild master made such a face, arguing was pointless. He could only suck it up for now. Seeing the hoarding section chief quiet down, the guild master smiled faintly before turning his attention towards the other section chiefs. He could tell with a glance that they were all dissatisfied with the decision. There was a certain stigma between the other 4 departments and the containment department. It made them look down on them and think they were useless, but that was the furthest thing from the truth. The containment department may not have the greatest of achievements compared to the other departments, but it was extremely important, if not the most important department within the guild. That was why he had gathered all the section chiefs in his office. He wanted to break the stigma between the 5 departments. If you guys don't believe that the containment department deserves the raise, how about this? The guild master paused, carefully chewing on his words before suddenly smiling. How about each department sends a few of their most promising talents to the containment department for a week or so in order to experience the place? Have them do some of the tasks, and see if it's as easy as you think it is. Pressing his hand against the table, he looked directly at each one of them. How about it, will you accept? Chapter 131, Exchange 2. So you want to send some of our best talents to the containment department. Carmen Johansberg, the section chief of the Horde department, raised his brow as he looked at the guild master. He was really struggling to understand what the guild master's intentions were with this. And that made him extremely cautious. While Carmen was the section chief of one of the most powerful departments within the entire guild, he was still extremely cautious of the friendly-looking man before him. He, of all people, knew the true nature of the guild master. Though he wore a friendly smile, it was nothing more than a carefully maintained facade. No guild rose to such prominence without making sacrifices and staining their hands in the process. Behind the clean and friendly smile were hands that were filled with nothing but blood. Yes, that's correct, the guild master continued with that friendly smile of his. That's all you'll have to do. Just send a few of your best talents. Pick whoever you want and we'll have them interact with those of the containment department. Have them perform there to see if it's truly as easy as you think it is. The room fell silent once again, all eyes focused on the smiling guild master. You don't have to send all your talents at once. We can have it happen by department, or each of you can just send 1 or 2 talents each. It doesn't particularly matter, right? The guild master asked, turning his attention towards the haggard-looking section chief of the containment department. Yeah, sure, it doesn't really matter. Carmen frowned as he watched the man's nonchalant expression and the ease with which he addressed the guild master, doing his best to mask the flicker of displeasure tightening his features. Annoying bastard. While Carmen did believe that the containment department of their guild was the least useful of all their departments, providing the least profits and results, the main reason for such thoughts was the lazy-looking figure beside the guild master. He couldn't understand it. What did the guild master see in him to treat him so well? None of the other section chiefs even dared to think of treating the guild master the way that he did. So nonchalantly and so unprofessionally. Not only that, but he also hardly brought any results. How could any of the section chiefs like him? He was a cancer to them, a cancer that threatened to topple the entire guild over if not handled correctly. So I have yet to receive an answer. What do you think? Hearing the guild master's voice again, Carmen turned towards the other section chiefs. They all appeared to have their own thoughts on the matter, but in the end, they all turned to the guild master and nodded. I'll let Christian know. He'll go down to the containment department when this starts. I'm on board as well. Same. In the end, the only one that was left was Carmen, who remained silent as he watched the others agree. Feeling everyone's gaze, Carmen eventually relented as well. I'll do so as well. Go. But... Carmen cut off the guildmaster before he could start speaking as he looked straight at him in the eye. Although he feared and respected the guildmaster, there were certain things that had to be done. If our talents can excel in the containment department, I wish for you to allocate the budget towards our departments. If even people who aren't trained to handle such gates can clear it, I don't see how we should waste money on their department. His words were met with a bout of silence as everyone looked at him in surprise. But then, that's a good idea. Yes, I agree with this. I also think this is a great idea. With all of the section chiefs keen on the idea, the guild master could only smile. All right, as you wish. He waved his hand lightly. I'll agree on your terms. If you can truly prove to me that the containment department doesn't deserve the budget increase, I'll listen to you. I'll reward them with something else if that's truly the case. Understood. Carmen lowered his head, a thin smile forming on his lips. That moment marked the start of the agreement. News of the exchange rapidly spread throughout the guild. There was not one single person who didn't hear or talk about it. This was especially massive for those within the containment department. Although it wasn't for the greatest of reasons. Fuck. With both her feet on her desk, Zoe groaned. With her phone dangling down her hand, her head rolled around the back of her seat as her eyes settled over to Kyle, who was sitting next to her table, alongside a couple of other figures. Of those, she managed to recognize Rowan talking to a couple of first years, who included Miles, alongside Terrence and a few others she couldn't quite recognize. Say something. Zoe poked Kyle's thigh with her phone. Do you not care at all about the fact that they're sending those bastards over? Looking at her, Kyle cocked his head. Why should I care? That's... Zoe didn't even know what to say. But then thinking about it, Kyle didn't really care to socialize with the people of the other departments. It was probably why he wasn't aware of how annoying they were. Not only were those bastards arrogant, but they really thought their department was much harder than theirs. Just thinking about the last interaction she had with them, Zoe's head throbbed. Oh, Seth. It was Kyle's words that brought her out of her thoughts. Seth, did he say Seth? Her head snapped up at once, catching sight of a familiar figure approaching in the distance. His posture was slightly hunched, and his face looked unusually pale. Most striking of all were the dark circles under his eyes, stark against his skin as he turned toward them, clutching what looked like a cup of coffee. Oh, even the way he sounded felt dead. What sort of? Kyle was the first to approach him, his expression somewhat concerned. Are you okay, you look? It's nothing. Seth replied, his voice slightly hoarse. I'm fine. He didn't look fine at all, Zoe thought. In fact, he looked like a walking zombie. Just a lot of work. Turning his head slightly, his eyes paused on Rowan and his face flinched. This didn't escape Zoe's sight as she looked at Rowan, who sat upright, his entire presence radiating respect. Did she miss something? No, he did act strangely before, but it wasn't this strange. Zoe squinted her eyes, feeling something amiss. Nevertheless, she quickly dismissed the thought as she adjusted her seating and pretended to do some work while secretly trying to peek in on the conversation between Seth and Kyle. But, looking to her right, she also realized she wasn't the only one, with several others peeking at their conversation. The fuck? So what have you been up to lately? I hardly see you these days. Well, like I said, a lot of work. Work, you have a lot of patience. Not really. Then, I'm developing a new game. Clank. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of something falling. Slowly, everyone's attention turned towards Terrence, whose face twitched. He then forced a smile as he picked up his laptop and sat down, covering his face with both hands as he saw the massive crack spread on the screen. Zoe felt a little bit of pity for him, but not that much. He made plenty of money. Either way, looking at the others, it felt as though everyone was acting somewhat weirdly. She couldn't quite put it into words, but it felt like everyone was somehow paying a lot of attention to Seth. It almost felt like he had his own secret fan club. No, there's no way. Zoe tried to dismiss the thought, but her face sank when she saw the others looking at her weirdly. What? Zoe's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a commotion. Turning her head, her face quickly sank, alongside that of a few others, as several figures appeared in the distance. They're here. She heard someone mumble, and her lips pursed. Indeed, they were. Those from the other departments. Chapter 132, Exchange 3. The moment they appeared, the surroundings quieted down. All eyes turned in their direction, drawn to the group of figures appearing at the department entrance. Their presence carried a strange magnetism, pulling everyone's focus the moment they stepped in. Ahead of them was the section chief, as he eventually came to a pause as he awkwardly scratched the side of his cheek. Feeling all the eyes directed his way, he proceeded to clap his hands once. May I have everyone's attention? His actions brought no change. He already had everyone's attention. Kiam. Clearing his throat, he glanced behind him at the group of 10 individuals. While all were dressed in regulation guild uniforms, 5 stood out immediately. Their appearance, their poise, and their presence were simply different. I'm sure most of you are already familiar with the people in this room, so I'll skip the introductions. These over here will be the exchange members for the upcoming weeks. Since the news has already spread everywhere, I'm sure you're all well aware of the current situation. There's really no need for me to explain why they're here either. Hearing the section chief speak, black lines formed on the foreheads of a few people. In particular, Zoe and Kyle looked at each other. This bastard. It wasn't that he didn't need to introduce them or the situation. He just couldn't be bothered to do it. Kyle, Zoe, there you are. Hearing their names being called, the black lines on the two grew more pronounced. The section chief gave a greasy smile. Perfect timing. Why don't you two get them acquainted with the department? I've got a few things to take care of, thanks in advance. Neither of the two even got the chance to reply before the section chief turned around and left. By now, Zoe's forehead was covered in black lines. The same was for Kyle, who took a couple of deep breaths, mumbling things like, "Relax, I've handled worse. Seth is even more troublesome than this." From beside him, Seth tilted his head slightly. Did Kyle not know he was still here? "It's nice to meet you all again." Kyle's mumbling came to an abrupt halt as the group began to approach. Each wore a different expression, from smiles to frowns to indifference. But what made them stand out the most was their uniforms, clearly marked with the insignias and colors of their respective departments. Zoe's gaze immediately locked onto the tall figure of Kaylin Jacobs, jet black hair, half-lidded eyes, and a pristine white uniform that clung a little too perfectly to his well-built frame. He looked every bit the charming heir to some powerful family. But that was the furthest thing from what he was. He was the guild's golden boy, star recruit of the hoarding department. Kaylin Jacobs. The name was most frequently dropped when one talked about the guild's most promising talents. Raising his hand in a handshake motion, he glanced between Kyle and Zoe. "I haven't seen you much, but I've seen you quite a fair bit." He was obviously referring to the fact that Kyle didn't usually attend social gatherings like she did. But more than that, it's a shame, really. With your looks and skill, you could have soared up the ranks anywhere. It's still not too late to transfer, you know. What do you say? He smiled, full of empty charm, as if he genuinely pitied her. Pity that Zoe didn't need. Indeed, right before joining the guild, she had been recruited by all the other departments due to the talent that she displayed. But in the end, she still ended up choosing the containment department. This was all because of her goal. To her, nothing else mattered. Fame, money. It was all irrelevant to her. "I'm happy where I'm at. Thank you for the offer, though." Her answer came with a polite smile, masking her distaste. Although she disliked the man, she still had to keep up appearances. She even went as far as to shake his hand as Kyle followed right after. Thankfully, not everyone was annoying. "I guess you really haven't changed that much, huh?" Leaning back casually against a cubicle wall was a woman with waist-length white hair and crystal blue eyes. Her spear rested beside her, her expression a mix between indifference and annoyance. Saralith Nira. Where Kaylin was the poster child of hoarding, Saralith was the pride of the adventuring department. With her striking appearance, amazing talent with the spear, she stood out quite a lot. The only thing that set the difference between the two of them apart was their departments. If not for hoarding's greater popularity, she might have eclipsed Kaylin entirely. "Haven't changed much." Kaylin turned to look at Saralith and cocked his head. "Why would I change?" "Because you're still a pain in the ass." "Is that so?" Kaylin chuckled like he hadn't just been insulted. "This is the first time I'm hearing this." Saralith rolled her eyes, drawing a chuckle from another girl nearby. Zoe turned to spot the source. With shoulder-length hair, a small mole just below her chin, and a curvy figure, she was hard not to recognize. Especially when she had a badge dangling down her neck that said, "Sarah Sorloth, Collection Department." Responsible for retrieving fragments from the gates, the role of the collection department was essential to the guild. "What's so funny?" Seeing Sarah laugh, Saralith frowned, only to be ignored by Sarah as she shook her head and looked around the department. The commotion that all of them were making was drawing the attention of everyone within the department, making Zoe feel uncomfortable. "I see that the two of you are as Fr. Hugh I am." A loud yawn cut through the tension. Everyone paused, and all eyes fell on the inconspicuous-looking figure standing next to Kyle. Ignoring all of the attention he was getting and holding on to the cup of coffee in his hand, Seth groggily looked at Kyle. "I'm going to go back to work." Squinting his eyelids as if trying his best to keep himself from falling asleep, Seth proceeded to move towards his office, completely ignoring everything that was going on around him. Zoe's eyes traced Seth's retreating figure as she watched him slowly enter the office. Although she didn't know Seth all too well, she knew that if Seth wanted to leave, he'd leave quietly. His yawn was also a little exaggerated, meaning, "He did that on purpose, didn't he?" But why would he do that? Is it because he noticed just how uncomfortable the situation was getting? Zoe nibbled on her lips. The more she thought about Seth, the weirder he appeared in her mind. He was one of the few people she couldn't understand at all. Who was that? Seeing Kalen squinting his eyes as his eyes traced Seth's back, Zoe snapped out of it and looked at him. Opening her mouth, she was just about to answer when Kyle beat her to it. "He's our therapist." Chuckling slightly, Kyle hopped off the table and smiled. "Don't pay him too much mind. He's rather tired from all the work he's had to do recently. How about I show you around?" Kyle didn't wait for them to say anything before going off on his own. "Follow me. There's quite a bit you need to get familiar with." Chapter 133, Harmia Island 1. Click, click, click. The clicking of the keyboard was all I could hear. It was the only sound I had been hearing for the past week or so. My fingers were beginning to ache, and the only thing keeping me going was the bitter bite of the coffee beside me. Ugh. Groaning, I ruffled my hair. I really need to find a way to hire a team. I paused to stretch my fingers and stared at the work in front of me. Over the past several weeks, I'd made solid progress, completing the 3D models, setting up the game's structure, and locking in the core mechanics. Most of it was finally in place. The game was still far from complete, but the hard part was done. Furthermore, it was also playable to some extent. Sure, there were no textures, and the storyline had yet to be added, but the character could move, and the physics was in place. I still need to render the game and work on optimization. As for the storyline, I have a rough idea, but I'll need to dig deeper and do more research before it's solid. In order for the game to fully click, I needed a proper storyline. This was the part that I left for last since I didn't really know where to start in that regard. A good horror game needs a proper storyline to immerse the player in the game. If the storyline fell flat, it'd end up as nothing more than a cheap horror game packed with jump scares, a formula that might barely scrape a 1-star rating if the system was feeling generous. The issue was that I wasn't very creative in that regard. I was merely a game developer, not a writer. Usually, games had their own writing department for that stuff. I thought that by focusing on the game development, I'd eventually think of something for the storyline, but even as the weeks passed, my mind remained blank. Besides the most basic storyline, I really didn't have anything. Things can't go on like this. Placing the cup of coffee down, I crossed my arms and leaned back on my chair. The game I was designing was clearly inspired by the Twisted Man and everything I had gone through when experiencing the situation firsthand. The mechanics were also simple. All one had to do was keep their gaze away from the Twisted Man, and they wouldn't be attacked by it. I thought about adding a voice recording function, but that just felt a little too difficult to program. I also added several features that forced someone to look around. That way, the game wouldn't simply end with the player never touching their mouse in order to clear. Now that I think about it, there really wasn't too much information about the Twisted Man besides the weird poem and some of its previous actions in the other islands. I wonder if the Twisted Man had some sort of history behind it. I felt like understanding the history behind it would help me create a proper background for the storyline and add depth to it. Unfortunately, even the guild was unsure, and there were no other CL. Ding. Chain quest activated. Difficulty, second order. Reward, 10,000 SP plus lucky wheel. Objective, discover the origin of the Twisted Man. Location, Harmia Island. Description, to deepen your game's storyline, you'll need to uncover more about the Twisted Man. Head to the location where it was first seen. There, you might find clues about its origin and the truth behind its existence. Time limit, 4 days. The sudden notification, and the window that appeared out of nowhere in front of my vision, left me momentarily shaken. By the time I snapped out of it, I stood up abruptly. You are shit. But the moment I did, I knocked the coffee on the table and spilled it all over my pants. Shit. Startled, I pushed back from the table and quickly patted my pants, grabbing a nearby tissue to wipe everything down. Fuck, of all times it had to happen, it had to be now. I really liked the pants too. Nonetheless, after wiping my pants, I proceeded to look at the quest once more and frowned. There were a couple of things that immediately caught my attention. Lucky Wheel, Harmia Island. I could more or less guess what each one was. The Lucky Wheel was probably some kind of reward spinner, where the prize depended on where the arrow landed, while Harmia Island seemed to be another island orbiting somewhere nearby. Knowing just how bad my luck was, I wasn't all that excited about the wheel. The only thing that made the trip worthwhile was the 10,000 SB reward, and the fact that it was given to me to help me with my game development. There also didn't seem to be any penalty for failing the quest, which was a bonus. In fact, thinking about it, none of the quests had any penalties, nor was I really forced to take them on. This made me feel much more at ease. It meant that I had a choice of whether to take them or not, instead of being forced into taking them. I could very well reject this quest if I wanted to. Not that I planned to, since it was specifically made to help me. Dabbing my pants with a few other tissues and cleaning up the table, I did a quick research on the island before closing down my laptop and placing it into my bag. Time was scarce, and there was no time to waste. There's a flight that should head out for the island in a couple of hours. I should take that. Packing all of my essentials, I booked the train using my phone and got out of the office. Unlike before, the place was completely deserted, with no one in sight. A pity. I wanted to tell Kyle that I'm leaving, but I guess I'll just send him a message. Either way, I'm not going to be away for long. Getting from one island to another wasn't too difficult. Each island had its own airport, and so all one had to do was book a flight and go to the nearest airport before flying to said island. The distance between Malovia Island and Harmia Island was about a 4-hour journey. It was neither too long nor too small. During the flight, I spent most of the time researching the island. From what I managed to gather, the population of the place was a lot smaller than Malovia's, but it could still be considered quite big. There were no king-grade guilds on the island, but several rook-grade ones and a single queen-grade. The island's architecture had an older, Gothic style, with the weather being a fair bit colder than Malovia. It was a pity that I found out about the weather a little late. It also says that it rains a lot there. I might be screwed. I didn't bring much with me. Just a bit of spare clothes. Whatever, I can just buy some clothes when I get there. I could at least afford that much. It wasn't like I had converted all my money into SB. I kept some just in case of an emergency. Good thing I did that. I'd really be screwed otherwise. Oh, while I'm at it, I'll see if there's some sort of market I can buy fragments on the island. That would be of considerable help. Thinking thus far, I grew a little restless as I couldn't wait for the flight to finally arrive. Chapter 134, Harmia Island 2. This sure does look different. The first thing I noticed while coming out of the airport was the change in the architecture. Long gone was the modern look, replaced by towering spires, narrow archways, and soot-darkened stone. Lamps lined the cobblestone streets as the gray clouds covered the sky. It looked like it would rain at any second. But most importantly, it's damn cold. I quickly covered up with a jacket, bringing my hands to my mouth and huffing warm breath over my fingers. While I knew it was cold, it was still colder than I expected. Maybe I should go buy some stuff later. I'd like to go to the city center. I made a mental note to myself before taking a taxi and going to the heart of the city. For now, the most important thing that I needed to do was understand more about the Twisted Man and its origins. The quest brought me here, but it didn't specify what I needed to do. Still, I don't think it should be too hard. I'm sure some locals might know about the situation, and if worst comes to worst, I can just ask the guilds. If the locals were clueless, the guilds surely weren't. They'd at least know something. It took about 20 minutes for the cab to reach near the heart of the city, stopping just at the edge where the old road began to rise in a slight slope. Cars aren't allowed in the city. This is as far as I can bring you. This is fine. Scanning my phone with the drivers, I quickly paid and hopped out of the cab before heading toward the heart of the city. Pubs and cafes lined the street, their signs swinging gently in the wind, and the uneven cobblestones made each step feel just a bit awkward. The pubs were relatively full, with people standing outside in the biting cold while holding onto large pints of beer. They all talked with one another, some leaning against the side of the buildings. I tried listening in on their conversation, but I gave up after a few seconds. Their accents, I can't understand a single thing. They were speaking English, but it almost felt like they weren't. Just trying to decipher their words was enough to give me a headache. So I gave up on following their conversation and drifted elsewhere, letting the noise fade into the background. No matter how much I search on the web, I can't find anything. Do I have no other choice but to make conversation with the locals? The thought made me feel nauseous. I kind of hated talking to strangers or people in general. If possible, I didn't really want to talk to anyone, but seeing no news about the twisted man on my phone, it looked like I didn't have much choice. With a quiet sigh, I scanned the street and eventually spotted a group speaking English that was clear enough to understand. I ended up approaching them. "Excuse me." The first one to stare at me was a chubby man with thinning white hair and a graying mustache. He sat on a stool, his body leaning on the table next to him. "I've never seen you before. Who might you be?" "I'm not from around here." "A tourist?" The man's brow raised in surprise. "At such times, you mustn't have done your research." He began to chuckle alongside his three other friends. I could only force a smile while waiting for them to finish. The chance came a minute after. "Actually, I'm not really a tourist. I'm more here for work. I'd love to be a tourist, but I don't have the time to be one." I retrieved my wall and displayed my guild badge. "I'm actually here to investigate a certain case that happened a while back in this city. If any of you have any clues, it would be helpful." The faces of the group immediately changed the moment I spoke. I could feel a certain tension linger in the air as the group stared at each other. Eventually, the chubby man spoke, his tone a lot heavier than before. "What are you trying to ask for?" I could tell from his sudden change in demeanor that I was touching on some sort of taboo topic. But that gave me all the reason to ask further. The more they act like this, the more likely I'm onto something. I'll be blunt. Recently, there's been an incident with a certain anomaly in Moldovia Island. We've managed to contain it, but I'm looking for some information about it. I've heard the anomaly appeared on the island quite a while back, about a certain twisted man. Do you have any information for me? My words were met with silence. The tension that lingered before grew more pronounced as the four men looked at me. Seeing how silent they were, I opened my mouth again, but I was cut off by the chubby man. "Earl Street 15. Go there and you'll find what you need." "Earl Street 15, find what I need." I wanted to ask more, but the moment I tried, the group started talking with one another, completely ignoring my presence. Getting the message, I stopped trying and took out my phone, opening the navigation app and inputting the address. Oh, so it's not too far from where I am. It said that it was a 20-minute walk, which wasn't exactly short, but it was walking distance. As such, without wasting any time, I headed in the direction of the address. Walking along the streets, I realized that the closer I got to my destination, the more rundown everything became. The cobblestone path grew increasingly worn, with stones missing and holes all over. Cracks crept along the sides of buildings, and graffiti began to cover the walls in layers. There was also a terrible stench filling the air. It smelled rotten, and after a certain point, I found myself covering up my nose due to how bad it was getting. How can someone even think of living here? Questions began to fill my mind as I drew closer to the destination. Was I being trolled? Did the group mess around with me and tell me the wrong information? That would make sense when thinking about it. The moment I pulled out my badge and asked questions, they all felt strangely hostile. I didn't know why, but I could see why they'd lie to me. Still, since I had already made my way to the destination, I planned on seeing it through to the end. In the end, I still had 4 days to find the right place. This wasn't going to set me back by much. It should be this place. Eventually, I came to a stop in front of a residential building. The lower levels were riddled with cracks, the concrete crumbling in places, while garbage bags were piled haphazardly along the outer walls. A narrow set of metal stairs clung to the side of the building, rusted all over, leading up to the second floor, where the dim lights of a single apartment glowed. It was the only apartment with the lights on. After a little bit of hesitation, I decided to make my way there before knocking on the door. "Hello? To talk? Is anybody in there?" I took a step back after knocking, waiting for someone to open the door. A stifling silence followed as I waited, feeling the sounds around me enhance, from the creaking of the metal railing beneath to the slight dripping sound of the broken pipes. All of it felt pronounced, growing louder with each second. But soon, creak, the door creaked open, and a pair of sunken eyes peered out from behind, enough to make me shudder as an aged voice shattered the silence. Who are you? Chapter 135, Photograph 1. The moment the eyes locked on me, I froze for a moment, my body shuddering. But it was only for a brief moment as I quickly snapped out of it. Pardon for my sudden intrusion. While trying to be as polite as possible, I took out my guild badge and showed it to the old woman as she clung to the side of the wooden door. I come from a relatively well-known guild, and I'm here to investigate a certain matter regarding a recent anomaly that we've caught. I've been told to come here when I asked around. I hope that I didn't disturb you. I smiled right after I was done speaking, making sure to make it look as friendly as possible. This isn't too bad, right? I felt like I had been extremely polite with my words, enough to give a good lasting impression. However, clank, my smile froze as the door slammed shut right before my eyes. What? Go disturb someone else. I have no time for you people. Her words were followed by the muffled sound of footsteps leaving, and the silence returned. I could only stand numbly outside the door. Errors. Of all the scenarios that I had formulated in my mind, this was one of the few that I didn't even think of. What now? I was at a loss. I had come here with the intent of finding something out, but in the end this ended up being a bust. So it was a prank in the end. I wanted to think so, but at the same time, recalling how fast the old woman closed the door, I had reason to believe that it wasn't the case. She was hiding something, or at least she knew something. Knocking on her door again might not bring any result. It might only just make her more annoyed with me. Then, should I get the Dreamwalker to sneak in? I immediately dismissed the thought. Firstly, I was afraid the Dreamwalker would lunge at me and start wrestling me. Although it was likely it wouldn't, there was still a chance. Not only that, but what would even come out of me sending the Dreamwalker into the house? I couldn't share the vision with it, nor could I talk to it. Then, should I send Myrle? I also shook my head. That didn't seem feasible. Same situation with the Dreamwalker, and I was also afraid she'd play some sort of prank on the old lady, giving her some sort of heart attack. Myrle was definitely the type of anomaly that would do that. So then, don't tell me that I have to do it myself. I inwardly groaned. Just the thought of forcing my way into the house of an old lady made me want to curse at myself. How could I do that to an old lady? I shook my head. Although I feel like this, it won't change the fact that I'll probably still force my way in. I did feel guilty, but my life came first. I could only secretly apologize to the old lady. Still, it wasn't like I planned on infiltrating her house just yet. She was probably already alert from my presence. Going in now would only make it easier for her to catch me. The best time for me to go was at night when she was sleeping. In the meantime, I'll go elsewhere and look for more clues. I felt that this was the most appropriate course of action. I also wanted to make sure she knew that I had left, so that she would be less wary of me. Well, I guess it was a prank after all. Scratching the back of my head while making sure my voice was loud enough, I turned around and headed away from the building. Making my way down the stairs, I turned around to take one last look at the house. But right as I turned, my expression froze. Peering through the blinds of the window was an eye. It stared straight at me. The sclera was tinged yellow, and a thick clot of dark blood pooled at the edge of the pupil, pulsing faintly as if alive. A chill rippled down my spine. Without wasting another second, I turned around and dipped away, holding onto the side of my arms as I felt goosebumps all over my body. Creepy, so damn creepy. Making my way out of the weird area and back onto the main street, I leaned my hand against the side of the wall while letting out a long breath. Fuck, that was creepy. And here I thought I had seen my fair share of creepy things. This world just kept on giving, one creepy thing after another. What should I do now? I looked at my watch. It was still quite early. Even if the old woman was an early sleeper, it would take several hours before the sun set. Looking around and taking out my phone, I decided to find out more about the situation and ask more locals. Perhaps I didn't even need to go into the old lady's house. In fact, I preferred that it were the case. In the meantime, I'll also go ahead and buy some new clothes. It's really too cold in here. With my mind made up, I headed for the nearest store to buy myself a nice jacket and some thermal clothing. After that, I went around the city to ask for more information from the locals. But, ask the old lady at Earl Street. Don't bother me, I don't know. Go to Earl Street. In the end, I received the same two answers, to either leave them alone or go visit the same place as before. In the end, I was right, there's something up with the place. If before I could have dismissed it as a prank, that was no longer the case. The key to solving this scenario was that old lady and her house. Since she didn't want to tell me a single thing, the only thing I could do was sneak into her house and look for clues for myself. Although I didn't want to do that, this was my best course of action. I wanted to try and convince the old lady, but considering my time constraint, it was best for me to go ahead and look for the clues myself. Plus, she was just an old lady. There wasn't much that I needed to fear. With a long sigh, I raised my head to look at the dimming sky. While the environment was already grim due to the clouds that hung in the sky, the moment the sun started to set and the darkness started to take over, something about the place changed. It felt darker, grimmer. The faintly flickering lamps by the side of the street didn't help with the ambience. Pulling my eyes away, I focused them in a certain direction. I'll just go in, look for whatever I need and leave. I'll be gone before she even realizes it. I planned on making things quick. Go in, find a clue, and leave. I also planned to be as silent as possible. Either way, I planned on making it quick since I didn't want to be there anyway. Just thinking about the place in the darkness was enough to make my stomach churn. Taking a pause, I focused my gaze on a nearby trash bin while holding onto my rumbling stomach. Should I? Chapter 136, Photograph 2. The streetlights lit the path only so far. As I approached Earl Street, their glow began to fade. Until there was nothing left. Only darkness remained, swallowing the street in silence, broken only by the faint, rhythmic echo of my own footsteps. Despite my best attempts at keeping quiet, the sound still echoed, and soon I arrived at my destination. The lights are off. I sighed in relief when I noticed that. This made things easier for me as I carefully moved towards the house, slowly climbing the steps to the second floor without making any sound, eventually stepping by the door and lowering my body where I looked at the keyhole. There is no key on the other side, but I can tell that it's locked. Standing up again, I carefully placed the tip of my finger over the keyhole as I activated my most recent skill, and a black film began to seep out from my finger, moving into the keyhole and filling the space completely. Once I felt the entire space was filled, I solidified it before turning my finger. Click, and just like that, the door opened. This sure is a handy skill. Perhaps I needed to be nicer to the Dreamwalker. If the Dreamwalker evolved further, it would provide me with even more useful skills. Kriya. I nearly had a heart attack as a faint creaking sound echoed the moment the door moved, and I hastily reached out for it and stopped it from moving. Silence returned once more after that. Or at least I thought it did. I wasn't too sure since all I could hear was the rhythmic drumming of my own heart. Looking into the house, I realized that the place was even darker than the world outside. Thankfully, I came prepared and slowly retrieved my glasses. With them, I was confident in seeing through the dark, but at the same time, I felt hesitant. Recalling what had happened the previous time that I had used the glasses, I wasn't so sure if it was such a great idea to use them. But the circumstances back then were different. I was dealing with an anomaly back then. I'm just dealing with an old lady this time. I don't think I need to worry too much. Taking a couple of deep breaths, I eventually put the glasses on, and the world around me turned blue, and the surrounding temperature plummeted even further, causing my lips to start to tremble. Fuck. Even with the new jacket and the thermal, I could feel the cold seeping right into my body. I need to make this quick. I don't think I can last long with how cold it is. Pulling the jacket around me tighter, I pulled out my shoes and crept into the house, a barely discernible creaking sound echoing as the wooden floor beneath my feet sank. At the same time, I slowly and carefully closed the door behind me, making sure not to create any sound in the meantime as I looked around me. How could I even describe the place? It was a mess. Clothes were strewn across the floor, tangled with rotting trash and half-crushed boxes that looked like they hadn't been touched in weeks. The air was stale and heavy with something sour. Everywhere I looked there was filth. Walls split with deep cracks, while the wallpaper curled and peeled like dead skin. It felt less like a home and more like an abandoned unit used by the homeless. I had to start breathing from my mouth in order to stop myself from gagging. But even then, taking in the air, I felt myself secretly gagging. Who can even live like this? Perhaps I started to understand the real reason why she didn't allow me into the house. No, it doesn't matter. Let me start looking for clues. The faster I do this, the quicker I can get out of this place. Stepping over the trash that was littered on the floor, I moved from the kitchen area to the living room. The entire apartment wasn't very large, with the kitchen and living room joined together. A set of stairs appeared at the gap between the living room and the kitchen area, leading to another floor. I presume the old lady is sleeping on the second floor. I couldn't be too sure, but just in case, I set up the Dreamwalker to watch over in case she decided to come down. As the Dreamwalker's silhouette appeared before my eyes, I could tell it wasn't looking at me in the friendliest of ways, but in the end, turning its head, it moved toward the stairs to do its job. This made me feel a lot more at ease as I reached the living room, which was even more of a mess than the kitchen area. There was even more garbage on the floor, and the moment I stepped into the room, I found myself pausing at the sight. Although I wasn't breathing through my nose, it almost felt like I could smell the stench that lingered in the air. It was nauseating and biting my lips, so I got to work. I just need to find some sort of clue, a painting, a paper, anything. Moving on top of the pile of garbage, I pulled a few apart and carefully sorted through everything. In order to make the least amount of noise, I tried to be as slow and careful as possible. There were a lot of clothes, and a lot of other nonsense that didn't seem useful. But then, I eventually pulled out what seemed to be a pair of pants. Looking at it, they seemed rather large. Perhaps it's from her husband. They were certainly too large for the old woman, and looking through the clothes, there was indeed quite a lot of male apparel. Seeing how old the clothes looked, it made sense to think that they were from her husband. But where was he? Was he in the house? As far as I was aware, there appeared to be only one person living in the house. However, it could very likely be that there was someone else living in this dumpster of a place. Taking note of this information, I began my search once more. The operation that I thought would only take a few minutes ended up taking a lot longer than I expected due to how much garbage had been piled up on the floor. And just as I started to think that there was nothing useful, I ended up picking up a certain frame. It was quite dusty, but after a few swipes across the glass, an image gradually came into view. It was an image of a couple. A young couple standing by an old train, the man wearing a black suit and an eerily familiar top hat. Wait. I looked closer at the image, feeling my heart starting to slow down. Those clothes, that top hat. My eyes started to widen. And then, flick, light flared into the room. Chapter 137, Photograph 3. Flick. A bright light suddenly burst into the room, dim yet sharp as it tore through the darkness. I flinched the moment the light came on, and my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. But as if that wasn't creepy enough, a tune began to play from the TV. Tralalalo tilde. Little star, little moon tilde. Shining bright, come back soon tilde. A nursery rhyme. It was one that I didn't hear before, and for a moment I froze in place. But not for long. Kriak. A creaking sound followed right after, and I immediately grew startled. The old lady. I glanced around in panic, ready to make a move for the door, only to realize I was trapped, wedged in by piles of garbage. One wrong step and the noise would give me away. Shit, what do I do? I looked around me, looking for some sort of hiding spot. Kriak. The footsteps drew closer, each one pounding in time with my racing heart. Panic rose as I scanned the room frantically, looking for something, anything. Surely there is something, maybe. My eyes eventually landed on the filthy sofa next to me. Gritting my teeth and stifling a gag, I dropped low and crawled beneath it, barely daring to breathe. The stench beneath became even more pronounced, and even though I was still trying my best to breathe through my mouth, some of the smell managed to enter my nose, almost making me gag. There were socks and all sorts of boxes littered across the wooden floor. I really want to puke. And it wasn't even because I was scared. The sight around me was just sickening. But at the same time, as I quietly pushed some stuff away, I noticed something on the wooden floor around me. A strange marking. Staring at it, I couldn't quite make out the color of the marking. Even without my glasses, it was hard to tell given how dark it was. But it looked red. A thin line, winding forward across the floor like something had been dragged. It looked to stretch further, but all of the trash covered the particular marking. I wanted to see what it was, but I unfortunately didn't have the luxury for that as the steps drew even closer, finally loud enough for me to hear, and indicating to me that the old lady had finally arrived on the first floor. Drift with clouds, soft and slow. Where the sleepy flowers grow, tilde. In the background, the nursery rhyme continued to play. The noise was soft, yet within the silence it felt suffocating. Kriuk. A bare foot appeared before my eyes not long after, as I suddenly held my breath. She's here. I held my breath, trying my best not to make any noise. Strange. The old woman's voice whispered in the air, cutting through the nursery rhyme that played in the background. Why did the television turn on? Bah sump, bah sump. I could feel my very own heart drumming so loudly that I was almost afraid the old lady could hear it. However, I was quickly able to calm it down not long after. She's just a regular old lady. There is no need to be scared. If she finds me, I can just force my way out. I might get in trouble with the police the day after, but I can just figure something out if that happens. I was prepping my mind with all sorts of thoughts and ideas in order to calm myself down. Eventually, flick, the TV switched off and silence settled over the room. It was a strangely heavy silence that made me swallow silently. But most importantly, a dim light lingered even after the TV switched off, hovering from left to right. The old woman's voice echoed after, as the light continued to hover from right to left. This feels different from before. My hair rose on end the moment I heard her words. She could tell. But how? I had been very careful with my actions. Even though I was looking for clues and hints, I still put everything back the moment I was done with a certain area. Realistically speaking, everything should have looked the same as before. Ah, yes. A thin hand reached for the floor, pulling a certain item. It looked like a used box. This wasn't here before. What? And this over here, it was also not here before. How strange. The old lady continued to point things out, throwing me off with each item she listed. How in the world did she know? How could someone living like this have this type of memory? No, maybe it's because they have this type of memory that they can live like this. Whatever the case was, it was creeping me out as I covered my mouth while waiting for her to leave. Please just leave, please just leave, please just leave. Thankfully, my wishes were soon granted as the old lady tossed the items back onto the floor and mumbled, I must be getting old. Kriuk. The floor creaked once more as she began to move away. But even as I heard her leave, I didn't move a single inch from the spot I was in. Not even when I heard her reach the stairs and go up. Not even several minutes had passed. I remained glued to the floor with my eyes closed, allowing for the silence to embrace me. But that was until I remembered something and pulled out the photograph from before and took a look at it. I wasn't convinced before, but now that I am looking at it, I am certain that she has a connection with the twisted man. The clothes the man in the photo was wearing were identical to those of the twisted man. I could see it clearly. There's no doubt in my mind that this is relevant to the twisted man, but who is this man? Is he her husband like I suspect? And this is her right. I really want to get out of the spot and ask her. However, I was more afraid of scaring her to the point of her getting a heart attack than anything else. Still, this was a lead. All I had to do after this was follow up on the lead and figure out more about her husband. Analyzing the picture in my hand for a little bit longer, I looked out. I think it's safe for me to leave. I had heard the woman move up to the second floor, and I had waited long enough to make sure there was nobody else in the room. Carefully pushing some stuff out, I made my way out of the sofa while trying my best not to gag. Stretching my back, I was just about to leave when... Flick. Tralalalo tilde. Little star, little moon tilde. Shining bright, come back soon tilde. The television turned on, lighting up the surroundings once more as I hastily raised my head in the direction of the TV, my entire body freezing in place as an elderly woman stood right behind it, her sunken eyes staring right at me as she held onto a portable lamp. As expected, there really was someone. Chapter 138, Photograph 4. For a moment, I stopped breathing. The moment that I saw the old woman standing behind the TV, I momentarily froze before eventually snapping out of it and taking a step back. How in the world? I swear I heard her go up the stairs. I was quite certain about what I'd heard. How was this possible? It made absolutely no sense to me. But at the same time, I knew that this wasn't the time for me to dwell on the situation, as I felt the old woman's empty gaze fall on me as she held onto a small candle lamp that flickered across the room. I slowly pulled the glasses away from my face. So it's the same young man from before. The old woman's voice was brittle, nearly a whisper, but it was that very fragility that sent a chill crawling up the back of my neck. Creepy. It was so damn creepy. What do we have here? Her gaze eventually lowered towards the photo in my hand. Oh dear. The old woman's empty gaze flickered as she focused her attention on the photo. That is a photo that I took with my first husband way back then. He was just about to depart for a long work trip. For whatever reason, the old woman appeared talkative. I didn't stop her and just listened to her words. First husband. So she remarried. Her face grew a little sullen as her head lowered a little. It's really too bad that he never came back after that trip. A brief silence followed her words. A deep and chilling silence that was shattered by the nursery rhyme that continued to play in the background. Drift with clouds, soft and slow. Where the sleepy flowers grow tilde. Click. The old woman pressed the power button and the TV shut down. The room grew a little dimmer as a result. But tell me, young man. Finally speaking once more, the old woman cocked her head to the side, her empty eyes seemingly growing darker within the dark ambience. I wasn't sure whether it was because of the environment or because I was tired, but it almost felt as though her eyes were growing entirely back, and that was when I understood that I had to leave. I hastily looked around, settling my gaze on the distant door. As I did, the old woman's voice echoed once more. Why have you come here so late at night? I told you that I didn't want anything to do with the situation. I was just about to respond when... Flick. The lamp in her hand flickered, and darkness took over the room. Thump thump. It was a darkness that was followed by the sound of muffled steps coming from the direction of the TV, and that was when I understood that the old woman was coming. I immediately turned around and bolted for the door, sprinting as far as I could. Where are you going? Now that you're here, you might as well stay. No, fuck that. I kicked the garbage in front of me and rushed with all my might, not caring about what I was stepping on. Although logically, it could be argued that I could beat up the old woman, for some reason, I felt that it was going to be a terrible idea. That was why I directly headed for the door. But, click. Shit. Of course it was locked. Even though I had somehow managed to pick the door, it was locked. There really was something off about this place. Thump thump. Hearing the sound of the old lady approaching, I thought about picking the lock again, but I realized I wouldn't have enough time. In quick succession, I looked at the nearby window and rejoiced when I saw that it was open. Yes. I didn't think twice and rushed in that direction, but... Bang! The moment I moved, the window slammed shut, and I froze where I stood. The old lady was there again, not far from me, her features obscured by the thick veil of darkness that cloaked the room. Like I said, you can't leave. She almost growled those words as I started to shiver. But most importantly, I realized something. She's no regular person. I had already got an idea the moment that she appeared out of nowhere, despite me hearing her going up the stairs. But this went ahead and confirmed all of my suspicions. This woman, without a doubt, had powers. Fuck. I really wanted to curse myself for my luck, but at the same time, I knew that I couldn't waste time as I tried to move back towards the door, hoping to waste some time while opening it. It was just unfortunate that the old lady appeared to see right through my intention as she smiled creepily, the edges of her lips curling into a smile so twisted that it made my breath pause. Flick. The lamp turned off again, and I could feel her rushing in my direction. I acted quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised my hand, and a tall shadow emerged before me, gliding toward the old woman as I moved past them. Bang! I heard a loud crashing sound, and saw the dreamwalker tumbling back with the old woman, as she let out a surprised yelp. I thought about going for the door again, but it was too far from me now, and the old woman was standing not far from it. Fuck, where do I go now? Putting on my glasses, I quickly located the stairs and rushed up. There were always the windows upstairs. I didn't know how long the Dreamwalker could hold her up, but I could only hope it was enough for me to escape as I reached the second floor. Where do I go? Several doors met my sight the moment I reached the floor, but it didn't really matter. My goal was to break one of the windows and leave. That was why I reached for the nearest door and tried to pull it open, but... Click. It was also locked. Not just that door, all of the doors were locked. She really isn't making this easy for me. Thump thump. My heart jolted as I heard the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs. I could tell that she was coming for me. Thankfully, the Dreamwalker was still alive, as I didn't feel anything on my wrist. But given how the old woman was approaching, it failed to stop her. This made me even more apprehensive. For her to stop the Dreamwalker, just how strong was she? I extended my hand, activated my skill, and pressed a finger to the door key, waiting in tense silence as a black viscous liquid fell into the keyhole. Thump, thump, thump. In the meantime, the footsteps grew closer, and my heart caught in my throat. Come on, come on, come on. Biting my lips, the steps finally became loud enough for me to fully hear, and I understood that the old lady had finally arrived on the second floor. There. It was also in that moment that the makeshift key solidified, and I twisted the door open. Click. I didn't hesitate to enter before smashing it closed. At the same time that I did, the last thing I saw was a pair of hollow eyes staring right at me. Clank. Chapter 139, Photograph 5. Silence followed right after I closed the door. But that silence didn't last for very long. Click, click, click. The doorknob started to turn and click as I felt it turn right and left as the old lady was trying to force her way in. Recalling just how powerful she was, I knew that the door was going to break soon enough. Or at least that was what I thought at first. After a couple of tries, the clicking sound stopped. And then, thump thump. I heard the muffled sound of her steps as she began to leave. She's leaving. I was at a loss at first, but then, recalling what had happened before, I understood that it was very likely a trap. I wasn't going to fall for it again, and without pause, I turned my attention towards the distant window and made my way towards it. Still, what a mess. Even her room is just as bad. Trash littered the floor yet again. This time, it was even worse than the living room beneath, and I had to take big steps in order to properly move around the trash. By now, I had already gotten used to the stench, and so it no longer worried me. Arriving by the window, I tapped on the glass once before a viscous black liquid coated it, turning it into a hammer. Taking a step back, I prepared to break the window when I stopped and looked outside the window. A pair of hollow eyes stared right at me, and I froze on the spot. Ilah. Standing right outside the window, looking at me from below, was the old woman, her lamp raised as she looked at me. A quiet dread settled over my chest then as I took a step back. So it wasn't fake. Were the steps real? She left and moved downstairs, but that was fast. I felt my lips tremble as I took another step back. Oh, lucky. But it was also then that I felt something on my ankle, and I tripped back. The pile of trash broke my fall, but as I glanced down to see what had tripped me, a lump rose in my throat. I was staring at what looked like a shriveled, dried-up hand. Hand? Oh shit. The more I looked at it, the more certain I was, and my heart slammed so hard against my ribs it almost felt like it was trying to escape. But that wasn't all. Looking carefully at the hand, I saw a familiar-looking suit, and despite every part of me screaming to stay away, I reached hesitantly towards the trash around the corpse and moved it away to reveal the body. The sight that greeted me right after I did that left me completely and utterly paralyzed as I covered my mouth and stood up. The corpse was the same as all of the victims of the Twisted Man, mummified to the point where it looked like its body was completely drained of all blood, while its eyes slowly blinked and its mouth opened and closed slowly. That it was still alive. But that wasn't the creepiest part of it all. The creepiest part was what the corpse was wearing. It was the same top hat and suit as the Twisted Man. What sort of? Swallowing my saliva, I turned my attention towards the photograph in my hand, and confirmed that it was indeed the same clothes. But at the same time I also noticed another photograph by the corpse's body. I hesitated for a moment before picking it up and turning it over. I wished I never did. Flipping the photograph over, my thoughts paused as I pulled out the other one and stared between the two, my gaze shifting back and forth in disbelief. I had a hard time comprehending the situation. The photographs both depicted the same scene. A couple standing by a train, wearing the same clothes and posing with the same expression. They looked like the perfect couple. But there was only one issue. No, two glaring issues. The old woman, she was the same woman as in the first photograph. The only difference was that she was older than in the previous photo, a few wrinkles appearing beneath her eyes and nose, but it wasn't her appearance that threw me off. What truly threw me off was the man. Despite wearing the same suit and top hat, he was a completely different person. Yes, looking at the two photos, it was clear to me that the two were completely different people. From how he looked older than the man in the previous photo, to the eye color, hair length, and general face structure. They couldn't have been more different. It was also then that I recalled the old woman's words. That is a photo that I took with my first husband way back then. He was just about to depart for a long work trip. It's really too bad that he never came back after that trip. I took a deep breath, trying my best to stay rational as I sorted through all of the clues and information that I had managed to gather so far. Seeing how she looks older here and how the image of the person in the photo looks different, it is safe to assume that this is her second husband. Yes, that must be the case. But why did she decide to replicate the photo? And I looked down at the corpse that was not far from me and looked at the photograph again, trying my best to keep my hand from trembling. Is this her second husband? Why is he like this? What happened? What is her link with the twisted man? Why would he be here? There were so many questions in my mind, and yet so few answers. My head ached just thinking about the situation, but I also knew that I couldn't waste any more time. Taking a closer step, I peeked at the window, trying to see if the old lady was still there, but she was gone. The area outside where she once stood was empty. Wait, if she isn't there, where is SH? Click. A subtle clicking sound echoed across the room, and my body stiffened as the door knob by the side twisted gently, and an elderly figure appeared. Oh yes. I didn't even hesitate. Rushing towards the door, I slammed my shoulder against the door as the woman's hand wedged between the door. A sickening crack reached my ears shortly after as I let go of the door and rushed towards the window, where I smashed it directly with my fist that was coated in the black substance. Bang! Looking back, the door burst open, and the old lady appeared once more. Our eyes met for the briefest of moments as I eventually jumped down from the second floor, my legs taking on the full impact of the fall as I rushed away. Run, I just need to run. I didn't look back once while I rushed away. I just knew that I had to run. That was all I knew. Just run. Chapter 140, Elderglen Junction 1. Hey, it's home. My lungs were on fire. I had no idea how long I'd been running. I just kept going as fast and as far as my legs would carry me. The thought of that old woman chasing me pushed me forward and I couldn't stop. I didn't even know where I was heading. All I knew was that I had to get as far away as possible from the place. Creepy, too damn creepy. Who? Eventually, my stamina gave out, and I stumbled to a stop beside a narrow alleyway. It was dimly lit, the walls marked with scattered graffiti. Two large dumpsters sat off to the side, surrounded by torn, overstuffed garbage bags. The smell was tolerable. It was a lot better than that dumpster fire that was the old lady's house. I think this should be good enough. I moved by the wall and rested my back against it. I thought about sliding down in order to rest, but seeing how dirty the place was, I thought otherwise. I wasn't a clean freak or anything, but ever since I'd stepped into that old lady's house, the sight of trash had started to make me feel nauseous. Whatever the reason, right now I just needed to catch my breath. I took slow, steady inhales as I pulled out my phone and searched for the nearest flight back to Malavia Island. It was time to go. The quest should be completed too, right? I did manage to find some clues regarding the twisted man by finding the photographs. This should be enough. Please let this be enough. I could only hope and pray that I had met all the criteria for the quest to complete. But as the minutes dragged on, maybe half an hour or more, nothing happened. The quest window never appeared, and a sinking feeling settled in my chest. It can usually take longer, but I'm afraid that, even if I wait a little longer, I'll probably not receive a single thing. To make matters worse, when I checked the flights back to Malavia, the next one wasn't until 8 a.m. It was only 1 a.m. I still had 7 long hours to wait. And even then, who was there to say nothing would happen at the airport? Something about this place, this city. Something about it felt extremely off to me. It was almost as if everyone was in on it, as though the old woman's influence ran deep within the place. But maybe I was just overthinking. There was no real evidence to back up the thought, and it was entirely possible I was just being overly paranoid. However, whatever the case was, I decided to trust my own gut feeling. There's nothing wrong with trusting my gut feeling, even if it's wrong. The worst that can happen is that I waste 7 hours. Either way, I'm stuck here until the next plane. Huh? A deep and long sigh escaped my lips as I thought about my current situation. Given the likely chance that the quest had yet to be completed, I knew that there was still more for me to find. Should I just quit and stay here while waiting for the next flight to arrive? This seemed like the most reasonable way to look at things. The situation felt genuinely dangerous, and it wasn't as if the quest had been forced on me. I could back out at any time. The amount of SB offered wasn't insignificant, but for now, it was something I could afford to ignore. But at the same time, is it worth it to abandon the quest? The whole point of this quest was to help me develop my game. It was to add depth to it and make it better. Could I really give up a quest that would help me build a better game that could traumatize more people? I held onto my chest. Logic told me to just wait here and wait for the plane to arrive, but no, I can't. It wasn't just because I wanted to clear the quest, and I couldn't afford to ignore the reward. It was more about the fact that I felt there was some sort of grand scheme behind this entire situation. While the system had indeed assigned this quest to me, I had a feeling that it wasn't just to help me develop the game. There was definitely more to it. I just needed to figure out what. And the key to it all was the 2 photographs in my hand. Staring at them and alternating my gaze between the two, I grew more and more creeped out by how uncanny the 2 photos were. Despite being 2 different timelines, the photos were of the same quality, and the poses and expressions were exactly the same. They both stood behind a certain train. My eyes squinted as I looked at the train, a thought occurring to me. Could this be a clue? Could the train be where I had to go next to figure out the situation? Why did she take a photo here? Where does the train lead? Why were they going on the train? All sorts of questions crossed my mind as I stared at the image. The more questions that arose in my mind, the more certain I was that the key to the situation was the train. Hence, taking out my phone, I quickly researched all the nearby train stations. I got the result not long after. Elderglen Junction. All right, this should be my next stop. Putting my phone away, I pulled myself away from the wall and followed the directions from my phone. The Elderglen Junction was located not far from the airport. It was a 30-minute walk from the heart of the city, tucked away near its edge. The street lamps flickered dimly, casting a faint glow over the cobblestone road as the night air sank into my bones, prickling my exposed skin from all directions. The streets were dead silent. Stopping beside a large metal fence, I switched on my flashlight and aimed it at the tracks ahead. In the distance, I could make out several trains and cargo cars scattered along the railway, some resting on the tracks, others off to the side. Some sat slumped across the tracks, others leaned off to the side, like broken bones in a forgotten graveyard. The place was quiet, and there didn't seem to be anyone present. I could make out the outlines of several trains in the distance, but the flashlight wasn't strong enough for me to see clearly. It didn't matter. Hup! I jumped up, grabbed hold of the metal fence, and pulled myself up. With a bit of effort, I swung over and landed on the other side. Thump! I landed softly and kept my flashlight pointed ahead. A strong, iron scent filled my nose, prompting me to momentarily pause. For a moment, I almost thought it was blood. However, the smell was different. It smelled a lot more rusty. Fuck, has all the blood I've been seeing lately even made me tell if something is blood or not by the smell? My lip twitched. I didn't know how to feel about that. The flashlight jittered in my grip, casting uneasy shadows that seemed to twitch along the walls. There wasn't much to go off from the photo I had. The most noticeable feature was the large, old train, which stood out more than anything else. That was my only lead. but even after scanning the station, it was nowhere in sight. Right, it would make sense if it's gone. A lot of time must have passed, I'm sure that. Not even halfway through my thoughts, and a massive shadow loomed before me in the distance. By the time I managed to figure out what it was, my hand froze as I opened my mouth before closing it. Staring at the all-too-familiar train, I pulled out one of the photos and held it up, shifting my gaze back and forth between the image and the real thing. I eventually shook my head. Hasn't changed one bit. Not even one bit. Chapter 141, Elderglen Junction 2. The train towered above me, its massive black metallic frame blending with the darkness around. I hadn't spotted it at first because it was set back from the main track, hidden behind one of the platforms. From a distance, it looked like part of the wall, but once I cast my light on it, everything became clear to me. This was the train I had been looking for. What now? I had found the train, but what next? I scanned the area, searching for anything that might offer a clue, but there was nothing. The train looked completely abandoned. Taking out the photographs, I even went as far as to go to the same spot to see if I could figure something out, but there really was nothing. Surely there must be some sort of record about the train, about where it went in the past and for how long it operated. I tried looking for such answers on the internet, but that also led to nothing. I also went as far as putting on the glasses, but nothing. Absolutely nothing. There was nothing for me to see. Could I have guessed wrong? That could have been the case. I felt rather stumped at the situation as I took a brief pause to contemplate it. Eventually, however, I craned my neck to stare at the massive frame before me and decided to enter the train. Perhaps I could find a clue inside. Thankfully, getting onto the train wasn't difficult. The doors weren't locked, and after giving one a firm pull, it opened with a soft metallic creak. Moving onto the train, I looked around. The chairs were lined up on both sides, made of soft fabric stretched over wooden frames, all facing each other. A worn, dirty carpet covered the floor, muffling my steps. The windows on both sides were clouded with dust and grime, making it almost impossible to see through. I casually walked around the place, inspecting every inch of it. I was hoping to find more clues about the situation, but nothing. I couldn't find a single thing that could help with my investigation. In a last-ditch effort, I pulled out my glasses and slipped them on. The cold around me seemed to deepen, sinking further into my skin as I scanned the space again. I hadn't expected much when I put them on. Honestly, I was just grasping at straws. But then, I saw it. Footprints, they glowed faintly under the blue light of the glasses as they trailed forward, leading toward another carriage. I followed their path with my eyes until they stopped at the door separating this carriage from the next. I licked my dry lips and stepped forward, following the glowing footprints. A tightness settled in my chest as I reached the carriage door. With a slow breath, I pulled it open, revealing a familiar-looking carriage. Clank. The carriage was identical to the one I had just left. The glowing steps continued along the narrow aisle, leading straight to the very end, where they stopped beside a single seat. I was too far away to see what it led to, but I knew in that moment that whatever I was looking for was right there. My throat grew drier with each breath as I took a step forward, following the trail of footsteps. The closer I drew to the spot, the heavier the feeling in my chest grew. Nonetheless, I carried on. I had to carry on. I knew that I was onto something, and I needed to see through it. For some reason, as I moved toward the distant area, it felt like the space ahead of me was stretching. The path seemed to grow longer with every step, as if the train itself was warping to keep me from reaching it. But I knew that this was all an illusion. Soon I reached the spot and paused. Slowly turning my head, my eyes traced the steps until they eventually paused towards a certain crack. Yes, an all-too-familiar crack where I saw hands move out from. Crack. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed through the carriage. I instantly realized what was happening. I stepped back quickly and pulled off my glasses, just in time to see the space ahead of me split open, revealing a massive opening right in front of me. Ho! Looking in, I could make out the outline of several corpses, and I covered my mouth. This situation. It was exactly the same as what had happened not too long ago. I also understood that this was most likely the main goal of the mission. I can already guess that in order to clear the quest, I need to enter the place. I bit my lip, staring at the crack without moving a single muscle. If this was the same as the crack from before, and there was the possibility of another twisted man appearing, I really didn't want to go. One experience was already bad enough. Realistically speaking, I know how to defeat it, but who is there to say that the twisted man won't be different? No, I don't think the risk is worth the reward. I was really close to talking myself out of the situation, but at the same time, thinking about everything that I had thought before, I pulled out my laptop from my bag and booted up the app, loading the chat box as I began typing. Is this part of the quest? I didn't have to wait long for an answer. Yes, okay. This pretty much confirmed my previous thoughts. This was part of the quest, meaning that it was within my capabilities. But so was the previous quest. I almost felt scammed while thinking about the previous quest. Will there be a twisted man inside? No answer. I scratched the side of my cheek. I felt quite distressed at the moment. I didn't want to go. I really didn't want to go. But I was going to go. I had made up my mind a while back. It was just that self-doubt was continuously trying to make me not go. But I was going to go. I have to go. This was all for myself. To become stronger, to learn to be less of a coward, to cure my disease, to be less passive. All of this was to help me improve. This was why I knew that I was going to go. But just because I was going to go didn't mean that I was going to go straight away. There were a few things that I planned on going over before entering. Since now I have the money, I'll buy some items that might be useful for me inside the strange space. Maybe some sort of escape item. The amount of SP that I had was quite abundant. I didn't see why I couldn't invest some of the money in some items to help me. The thought of buying new items excited me somewhat, but at the same time, there was something else that was more important. Where is he? Scrolling through my contacts, my eyes eventually fell on a certain number. It should be this one. I was sure of it when I saw the annoying bastard name as the contact. It wasn't Kyle nor Miles. It was the section chief. Without hesitation, I pressed the number and began typing a message. This is my location. Pick me up as soon as possible. Chapter 142, The Other Side 1. I wasn't dense. I understood very well just how much the section chief valued me. At first, I was confused, but then, putting everything together, it became pretty obvious to me that he valued my talent a lot. I was quite clear about his interest, and finally decided to put it to good use this time. He might be sleeping this time, but I'm sure that the moment he sees the message, he'll immediately come to me. I made sure to send him my location, so that he could come as fast as possible. If my guess is correct, he'll definitely come. In order to make sure he did come, I specifically wrote 2 things. I'm in danger. It is something related to the Twisted Man case. Regardless of how busy he was, I was sure that this was enough to compel him to come. The main reason why I was doing this was simple. If I trust my gut feeling again and there's really something wrong with this entire city, then by the time I arrive at the airport, another situation might arise. If the section chief is here, I doubt anything will happen to me. I was essentially calling a personal bodyguard. At the same time, since this was related to the Twisted Man, I was sure that he'd be interested. This was, after all, a very complicated situation. My only problem with the situation was explaining to him why I came here and how I managed to find this. But to be honest, I didn't think explaining to him this part was that hard. Well, the part about me secretly infiltrating the house of an old lady was probably going to be a bit hard to explain, but that didn't matter. I now had enough evidence to prove that the old lady was related to this case. I'd probably be forgiven if this ended up being the truth. At least I hoped. Okay, I think this is good now. I turned my attention towards my laptop and opened the shop app. A large interface appeared before me. Shop. Second order. Quantum deck, discount 30%. A deck of playing cards that reshuffles reality slightly with every draw. The effects are subtle, but can change probabilities in your favor or against. Price, 23,477 SB. Echo Compass, discount 40%. A compass that points toward your most desired object or person, but may lead you into unexpected places. Price, 7,102 SB. Chameleon Cloak, discount 20%. A cloak that bends light, rendering the wearer nearly invisible. Loses its effect if worn longer than 30 minutes continuously. One must also be careful. Wear it for too long and the effect might be permanent. Price 11,085. Available points 8,322 SB. Shop. Almost immediately, my eyes fell on the glaring discount parts on several items. There's discounts. This shop offered discounts. I couldn't believe it as I immediately sorted through all of the items that were on offer. The number of items that were in the second order shop was less than the first order shop, but the quality was undeniable a lot better. The effects of the items were also a lot more desirable than the first order shop. The only regrettable point of the second order shop was the prices. They were simply ridiculous. Quite a lot of the items were priced in 6 to 5 digits. The items that were priced below were in the minority. As a result, the pool of items that I could choose from was also smaller. But that all changed with the discounts. With them, several of the items became affordable to me, and I already knew what I wanted. The compass, I need to buy the compass. There was no doubt in my mind that this item was going to be the item that was going to be the most useful for me. At the very least, it was also the only item that I could afford with the current SB that I had. This was why I didn't even hesitate when buying it. Poof! As always, the item appeared right above me and fell right into my lap, and I grabbed it. The item was nothing special at a glance. It looked like nothing more than a simple compass that marked both south and north. But the moment I touched it, a cool sensation ran through my fingers, and I knew right away it was anything but ordinary. Good. I closed down the laptop and slipped it into my bag. At the same time, I checked my remaining balance and tried my best not to be hurt by the sight. 229 SB. I had spent about $70,000 on a compass. This thought alone made me gag. However, I also understood just how important it was for me, and so the regret and self-loathing merely lasted a few seconds before I settled my gaze towards the crack. All right. All preparations were made. I had the compass with me. The knife was in my bag. Both Myrle and the Dreamwalker were with me. Thankfully, the Dreamwalker didn't die. Otherwise, I really would have been in some trouble. I really needed to find more useful ways to use it. I couldn't just keep using it as some sort of meat shield. I'll figure something out later. Pushing those thoughts aside, I took a deep breath and stepped into the crack in front of me, falling into a mass of bodies that clung to me and pulled me deeper into them, slowly letting the darkness embrace me from all sides. Huak! I took a deep and desperate breath as my eyelids flew open, and the darkness clouding my vision began to fade. Hayazha! Holding onto my chest, I looked around me while sweat pooled down from the side of my face. Taking a few moments to catch my breath, I looked around me to see a crack appear not far from where I was, alongside the same view of the train as before. At first glance, everything looked the same as before I entered the crack. However, I was quick to notice the differences. The air around me. It was staler and warmer than the one I was used to. Not only that, but as I looked around, the train appeared much cleaner than it had been before I entered. From the chairs to the carpet, everything looked freshly tended to. It was as if someone had come here specifically to clean this train. Eventually, forcing myself up, I moved out the window. It was also then that I noticed the most glaring fact of it all. The windows. They were actually clean. There was no doubt I was in the right place. After a quick glance outside to make sure no one was around, I pulled out the compass and gripped it tightly in my hand. All right. I closed my eyes and thought deeply about what I wanted. Twisted Man clues. The moment the thoughts crossed my mind, a strange, draining sensation hit me, as if something was pulling energy straight from my head. My knees nearly gave out, but I clenched my teeth and forced myself to endure it. Resist, just resist a little bit. Thankfully, the sensation didn't last for very long. It merely lasted a few dozen seconds before fading. Then, tia-ra-ra-ra-ra. A distinct stirring sound echoed through the quiet as I opened my eyes. The compass in my hand shifted and turned, its needle trembling slightly before finally settling. It pointed east. Back towards the city. East, that's where I need to go, I guess. Nodding slowly, I followed the direction of the compass. I really hope this worked. Chapter 143, The Other Side Too. The soft echo of my footsteps followed me like a shadow, each one louder than it should have been in the silence. The air felt heavier with every step I took, pressing in from all sides as I followed the compass. Pausing for a moment, I looked around me. I was once again back in the heart of the city. The only difference was the fact that there was no one present around me. The streets were completely deserted. Not a soul was in sight, and the cobblestone path lay empty beneath the tall metal lamps that flickered weakly. The faint, uneven light cast an unsettling shadow, filling the air with a strange sense of oppression. And this does feel creepy. The only thought that was in my mind at the moment was not to make a single sound. If this were truly like the Twisted Man scenario, then the last thing I needed to do was speak. I couldn't let it hear my voice. Still, looking at the compass, it does feel like I'm being led to a familiar road. As I looked around at the familiar streets and shops, a growing unease settled in. I was walking a path I had already traveled before. With every step I took following the compass, that feeling grew stronger until I entered a familiar narrow road, and my steps paused. If I wasn't sure of it before, I was almost certain of it now. I was being led towards the old woman's house again. Oh God! Looking at the road ahead and seeing the graffiti all over, alongside the cracks on the cobblestone path, I knew that the only notable thing ahead was the old woman's house. That was where the compass was leading me, and I pressed my lips tightly. Taking a silent breath, I clutched onto the compass while thinking about the description of the compass. There was indeed a small part that said it would lead me to somewhere unexpected. I had somewhat prepared myself for it, but who would have thought it would lead me all the way back to the old woman's house? Just recalling the place made my stomach churn. I really didn't want to go back to that trash-filled place. But when was the last time I actually followed my own cowardice? Even though I say I hate something and I don't want to go, I still go. I really just love doing this to myself. Shaking my head, I continued walking ahead before eventually spotting a familiar-looking apartment. The lights were off, and the place looked deserted. This made me feel a lot better. Right, this is a different world. Another place. The old lady shouldn't be here. Perhaps the compass is making me go back here because I missed something back then. It wasn't like I had actually done a very good job at investigating the place. Thinking about it, the only thing that I managed to get out of it was the photographs that depicted her two husbands in the same scenario, standing by the same train. Maybe there was more that I needed to discover. I moved cautiously toward the house, scanning my surroundings. Once I reached the door, I paused and placed my hand on the doorknob, feeling its cold, metallic surface against my skin. With just a turn of my wrist, a faint clicking sound echoed and the door turned. Click. I remained rooted in place, looking down at my surroundings. Although the sound was small, it was loud enough to attract the attention of the Twisted Man. If the Twisted Man was truly here, I'd see some sort of hint about its presence. But nothing. Even as I flashed a light above me, there appeared to be nothing in my shadow. The Twisted Man was nowhere in sight. I sighed in relief the moment I noticed this, but I didn't let my guard down. The Twisted Man was a tricky anomaly. This could very well be within its plans if it were truly here. Opening the door slightly, I held my breath while waiting for the inevitable stench to hit my nostrils, but coming into the apartment, the sight that I had expected wasn't there. What was once an extremely filthy place, littered with trash and debris, now looked completely different. The floor was spotless, almost unnaturally clean, as if the mess had never been there to begin with. Although the wallpaper still peeled at the edges and carried a sickly yellow tint, the space felt far more maintained than before, throwing me off entirely. What the hell happened to this place? Why is it so well maintained? It almost felt like a completely different place. But that wasn't the only thing that gathered my attention. Staring in the distance, towards the now pristine living room where the TV was located, my eyes immediately fell on the gigantic circle that was deeply etched onto the floor. This is... I suddenly had flashbacks of the time I was under the sofa and noticed the marking. Because of how many clothes and trash there were on the floor, I wasn't able to see the entire thing, but now that everything was clear, the marking became clear to me. It was a gigantic red circle, marked onto the floor with several symbols that I couldn't recognize. As I stared at it, a chill ran through me. Something about it felt deeply wrong, and an unsettling pressure began to creep over my skin. A sinister feeling crept up my skin the more I stared at the circle, and just as I was about to move, the TV flared to life. Flick. I half expected the familiar nursery rhyme to suddenly play out, but that wasn't what played out on the TV. Far from it. At first there was only static. Then a video flickered to life, its image grainy and distorted, like an old VHS tape playing after years of dust and disuse. A low, vibrating hum bled into the air, growing louder, more invasive, like something alive gnawing at the edges of my mind. Shapes began to take form on the screen as figures, draped in white robes that covered their faces, encircled a red symbol scrawled into the ground. The markings pulsed faintly, and at the center stood a single person. It was a man. He wore the same suit, the same top hat. And as I slowly retrieved the first photograph and brought it forward, I knew exactly who the figure was. It was the first husband. Before I even had the time to properly process the situation, rhymes and hums began to echo from the TV as the magic circle beneath the man pulsed even more powerfully. I watched as the man started to panic. He tried to rush out of the circle, but was kept inside by the white-robed people. No, it almost feels like he's met some sort of wall. An invisible wall. He looked desperate as he tried to get out, but there was no use. He couldn't get out, no matter how much he banged on the wall, no matter how much he begged. He couldn't get out. And as this happened, his eyes were locked onto a specific white-robed figure. The entire time, he looked at that figure. And soon, he stopped. No, it wasn't that he stopped. It was as if something had taken complete control of his body, like a puppet whose strings had been yanked taut. Crack. Then, without warning, his head snapped backward with a sickening jolt, followed by his arm and the folds of his clothes twisting in unnatural directions. I watched the scene with wide eyes as the scenes continued for the next several minutes. And by the time it was over, it felt like the very air had been ripped from my lungs. I couldn't breathe. I could only stare, frozen, as my eyes clung to the flickering recording. There, looming in the center of the frame, stood a tall, familiar figure. Its limbs were unnaturally long, stretched beyond human proportions, and its face was hidden beneath the shadow of a tall, crooked top hat. It didn't move. It didn't need to. Despite appearing within the recording, its presence alone was suffocating, like the screen itself was bleeding dread into the room. Twisted Man. That was the Twisted Man. Chapter 144, Horrifying Realization 1. Wait. Staring at the recording in front of me, I didn't know how to react. What did I just witness? My eyes weren't deceiving me, right? This was, without a doubt, the Twisted Man. Staring at the horrifying figure that still haunted me in my sleep at times, I found myself swallowing nervously. From the all-too-familiar top hat, to the suit, and its long and lanky body that I could never forget about. Yes, there's no mistaking it. It really is the Twisted Man. I replayed the scene from the video in my mind. My heart lodged in my throat as a slow, creeping realization began to take hold. The Twisted Man. It was a man-made anomaly. Something like this was possible. Staring at the white-garbed figures that were present within the tape, I found the sense of unease grow. This especially grew more pronounced when my eyes fell on a certain figure within the circle. It was clear the figure was a woman, and remembering the previous tape, I recalled how the man inside the circle had been desperately staring toward her. It didn't take a genius to understand what had happened. That woman and the man know each other. Most likely, the woman had some sort of involvement in how he found himself there, which in turn resulted in him becoming the Twisted Man. If I had to guess who the woman was, it would almost certainly be the old woman. Thinking back to her words about her husband, how he never returned after that trip, and realizing that the very man trapped within the circle was him, I knew without a shadow of a doubt that my theory was correct. But that still raised a few questions. Who are the people in white? Are they possibly related to the same cult that I'm thinking of? It's obvious the old lady is affiliated with them, and they are the ones behind the Twisted Man. But what is their goal, and what about her second husband? How was he related to all of this? Could it be that he had also been turned into? My thoughts paused there. Suddenly, taking out my phone and opening up the file related to the Twisted Man, my eyes paused on the number of incidents that the guild suspected were all related. In total, there were 7 incidents, each on different island, with the case being the exact same each time. Single 2-story house, attack when there's only one person. Most attacks occur on the 2nd floor. As I read the words carefully and took in the situation, a tangle of thoughts swirled through my mind. But gradually, as I recalled everything I had experienced lately, the once scattered pieces began to fall into place. Right, why didn't I think about it before? It came as like a sort of eureka moment. I thought about the layout of each house and the victims. Single two-story house with a single person. What other place was like that? It was the old woman's house. Even if the old woman and the people she's working with have full control of the anomaly, what they don't have full control of is the hatred it has towards the one responsible for its creation. What if the reason why it haunts people with such criteria is because it's trying to display the resentment it has for the old woman? Whoever the victims were, the twisted man killed them with the thought of killing the woman. While I was still unsure about the reason for the poem and why the twisted man loved to play, I was certain that I was headed in the right direction with my thoughts. Yes, it all makes sense. As more and more dots started to connect with one another, there was still one question that lingered at the back of my mind. The second husband. What exactly happened to the second husband? Did he meet the same fate as the first husband? In that case, my thoughts paused as a horrifying theory struck me. There were two twisted men. The thought of another twisted man lurking around somewhere made me grow tense. But that was only for a brief moment as I suddenly looked back towards the information within my phone, and my eyes paused on the number of cases. 7 cases, 7 different islands. Covering my mouth, I shook my head. No, I'm overthinking. It's probably the twisted man moving between the islands. There's no way. There's absolutely no way that there existed 7 twisted men. Absolutely no way. Flick. Jolting me out of my thoughts was the sound of the television closing as the room suddenly plunged into darkness. But not for long, as a dim light cast right behind me, illuminating the area in front of me faintly. My entire body locked in place as the light swayed slowly to the right, then to the left. I watched, paralyzed, as my shadow shifted with it, along with the shape of a head leaning out just above my right shoulder. Duh. I nearly jumped out of my skin, every nerve screaming, but somehow I kept silent barely. My breath caught as I slowly turned my head, dread crawling up my spine. A pair of hollow, empty eyes stared straight into mine. Ilah. The sound nearly slipped from my mouth, but I just barely kept myself from muttering them. I staggered back, every inch of my body trembling as a cold shiver gripped my bones, and my thoughts became a jumbled mess. But then a voice echoed. It was a hoarse, grainy rasp that seemed to drag itself across the walls, almost as if someone was scraping them with long and sharp nails. So you managed to find this place. She lifted her thin hand and held the lamp out in front of her, its dim glow revealing the lines and creases of her aged face as she peered at me from behind the light. I did suspect that you might find this place, but I didn't think you'd actually be able to. I'm starting to grow curious. Her head cocked slightly. How did you manage to find this place? Silence filled the room shortly after her words echoed. The thought of answering her never crossed my mind. I knew all too well that this could very well be a trap to get me to speak. If the twisted man is indeed here, then all it will take is one single word for me to meet my end. I'm not going to fall for it. HHM, you're not much of a speaker, are you? Her lips slowly curled into a smile, but it was then that I noticed her mouth was completely devoid of teeth. Well, it is of no issue. The old woman's attention turned towards the marking on the floor as she tapped her foot lightly. Now that you're here, you might as well become the very same thing my previous husbands became. The markings on the floor suddenly pulsed, and I felt a sudden change in my surroundings. Whatever the changes were, I didn't plan on sticking for long as I made a move for the gap between the old woman and the house door, but... Tonk! My nose smashed against something hard the moment I tried to move away, forcing me back as I stared at the empty space before me. Suddenly recalling the video from before, I reached my hand forward. It was there that I felt a smooth and durable surface. What in the world was this? Chapter 145, Horrifying Realization 2. What's happening? Why can't I move forward? Pressing my hand forward and feeling the smooth yet invisible surface before me, my thoughts momentarily paused. I didn't know what was happening, nor did I have an idea of what this strange, invisible surface in front of me was. The only thing I knew was that things were unfolding the same exact way as they did on the tape. Still, as I lifted my gaze toward the old woman ahead, a cold understanding crept in. I already knew she wasn't normal. This had to be her doing, a skill of hers that blocks anyone from leaving. There is no use trying to escape. The old woman's voice whispered in the air once more as the metal lamp in her hand dangled before her, causing the shadows all over to stretch and shrink in repeated patterns. "You're already trapped here. There's no point in trying to escape." What followed her words was the brightening of the circle that stood beneath me, illuminating my surroundings as it suddenly grew warmer, and I started to sweat all over. I also started to feel itchy all of a sudden. Shit. I'd seen the video. I knew what came next. My stomach filled with dread as I stared at the old lady who stood on the opposite end. My stomach twisted as I locked eyes with the old woman. Her face contorted as she began to hum in a strange, broken rhythm. Her words made no sense, yet each syllable scraped against my spine like nails. Sal tar alhim oriksun. The temperature grew warmer. More sweat formed, and the itch grew more and more persistent. I need to quickly leave this place. Bang, bang. I tried banging on the surface in front of me, but as though it were made of some sort of extremely durable material, it didn't budge at all. Stop resisting, child. She paused her chant, staring at me. To reject me is to reject the mist, and no one rejects the mist. It sees everything, it feels everything, and it hears everything. Whatever thoughts you have, it knows. What? What is she talking about? Listening to her words, I struggled to grasp what she was trying to say. It appeared to be something about the mist, but what mist? Was she talking about the strange mist that dotted the sky and surrounded the islands? Or was she talking about something else? It's very likely that she's talking about the mist that surrounds the islands, but from the way she's speaking, it almost feels like she thinks of it as a real living entity. Could it be? Thinking about it, there were all sorts of anomalies in this world. It wouldn't be a surprise to me if the mist was actually a byproduct of an anomaly or an anomaly itself. However, with all of my past research, I had never found anything of the sort in the past. Could it be that it was some sort of secret information? Could also be that she's batshit crazy. Looking at her, this seemed to be the most probable thought. To reject me is to reject the mist, and no one rejects the mist. It sees, it feels, it hears, whatever you think it knows. I thought back to the recording and thought about the people in white. Could she be referring to them? If so, was this some sort of strange cult that worshipped the mist? Is there any correlation between this and the cult that was planning on sacrificing Myrle? I felt extremely inclined to believe that this was the case, but I knew too little about the cult that I was dealing with to know. And what if it is, what then? I thought about how I had gotten involved with them due to Myrle, and a cold dread settled in my chest. The pooling sweat around my shirt wasn't helping as the temperature was rising fast. I understood that the situation was rapidly deteriorating. If I didn't get out soon, then there was a very likely chance that I'd never be able to get out. Thankfully, I was prepared. Staring at the old woman, a long and thin figure appeared right behind her, looming over her without her knowing. Or at least that's how it seemed at first, until the woman's lips curled into an eerie smile. Something moved. From the wall, a shape peeled away like flesh from bone. First came the tall, black top hat, then the sleek contours of a suit I knew too well. Every inch of the figure exuded a silent malice, one that felt extremely sinister. But its sudden presence didn't scare me. Rather, it made me feel a lot more at ease. Knowing that a twisted man was present was a lot less scary than not knowing if it was present or not. With its appearance, I now knew, and I felt a little relieved to some extent. I also secretly rejoiced at my caution. Had I said a single word, I would have most likely been killed. No, wait. I blinked my eyes slowly, realizing something. The old woman, it was quite clear that she didn't want to kill me. Her goal was something else, something more obvious. Staring at that red circle that pulsed beneath me and thinking back to the video, the answer was obvious. The old woman wanted to turn me into a twisted man. I didn't have much time to think. The moment the twisted man appeared, I immediately started to act, grabbing the knife from my bag while at the same time, a viscous substance filled my hand as it converted into a hammer that I drummed onto the invisible wall. Bang, bang. The twisted man was attracted to noise. So long as I brought it to me, then it would leave the dreamwalker alone. And indeed, my thoughts were quickly proven correct as the twisted man turned its attention towards me, taking a step forward as its twisted smile curved further. Seeing this, the old woman didn't react. She simply smiled as the dreamwalker attacked her from behind. Everything happened incredibly quickly. It all happened in the time that it took for me to breathe, and right as the Dreamwalker's attack was about to reach the old woman, her face twisted as she turned around and shone the lamp directly in front of the Dreamwalker, as it stopped dead in its tracks. A Dreamwalker, how peculiar. She looked more amused than anything else as she reached her sickly hand forward and grabbed onto the neck of the Dreamwalker. While I'm confused as to how a Dreamwalker is following you, it has been getting in my way since before. I think it's time that I got rid of it. No shit, I can't let it die like this. Its loyalty had already fallen quite a bit for what I had done to it before. I couldn't afford to make it fall again. That was why I didn't hesitate to bring out Myrl. Hihiti Tilda. A sudden giggling sound echoed throughout the room the moment I brought out Myrl, causing everything to pause as the old woman similarly stopped, her head turning towards the direction from which the noise came as a little head peeked from right behind the window. The moment Myrl appeared, it was as if time had frozen completely. Everything seemed to come to a standstill as the twisted man and the old lady both stopped, staring in the direction of the little girl. I thought that this was a good enough distraction for me to leave, but right as I was about to think of a way to get out, the old lady's voice echoed in the air once more. "Ems Myrl." And when I looked at her, she was no longer smiling. She was trembling. And so was I. Chapter 146, Horrifying Realization 3. What did she just say? Did she just say Myrl? I had to take a moment to fully digest the situation, my thoughts squirming as I connected even more dots. However, I was quick to snap out of it and stared at the space in front of me. Even though I was curious about the situation, there were more pressing matters at hand. Like getting out of this darn place. With the old lady distracted by Myrl's appearance, I knew that this was the perfect opportunity for me to figure something out and escape. I would have loved for Myrl to directly attack her, but as of right now, Myrl wasn't capable of doing anything but causing a distraction. Although Myrl was an extremely strong anomaly, my current capabilities were clearly not enough to make use of her full abilities. Even her skill was currently marked with question marks. Catching sight of the woman staring blankly toward Myrl, I turned to the twisted man, who was also drawn to Myrl's giggling. Even if I can use Myrl's skill, there's no way that she can defeat the twisted man. For the old woman, I don't think she's much stronger than me. The issue was that she could control the twisted man. That was the most troublesome thing. So long as she could control the twisted man, it would be impossible for me to leave this place. I've already found everything that I need. I'm sure the quest is already completed. The thing I need to figure out now is how to leave. This was still considered a second-order mission. At least I hoped. Whether it was or not, I wasn't sure, especially when I came to the realization that the strange cult behind Myrl had a hand in this matter. But now was not the time for me to dwell on those matters. I need to think. How in the world can I get rid of the twisted man and the old woman? No, not even the twisted man, the old woman. If the old woman was the one who was controlling the twisted man, then she was my target. She was the one that I needed to handle somewhat in order to escape. All sorts of thoughts and ideas jumbled up in my mind as I thought of all sorts of scenarios. This all happened in the span of less than a few seconds, and when the old woman spoke again, she redirected her gaze towards me. "Why is Myrl here? How is she here?" Her eyes were wide as she looked at me. Bloodshot even. For some reason, she almost looked desperate to the point where I could feel the circle beneath me starting to falter. Wait, this can be an opportunity. Her actions sparked an idea as I looked from the old woman back to Myrl. I quickly recalled Myrl, then summoned her again. She clung to my right leg, peeking out from behind it to stare at the old woman. Myrl, it's really her." The old woman's eyes shook the moment she saw Myrl. This also confirmed my thoughts about her and the cult. Without a doubt, she belonged to the same cult that had involved Myrl. It was already quite obvious before, but this eliminated all shred of doubt. How is Myrl with you?" With the old woman asking again, I felt shivers run down my spine when I felt her gaze. It felt more bloodthirsty. More desperate. There was something sinister in her eyes now, filling the hollowness that once filled them. "Why aren't you answering me?" Her voice grew even more hoarse as she spoke, her eyes fixated on me. I could see the impatience starting to build up as she looked at me. Just as she was about to act, I raised my hand and pointed to my mouth, keeping my eyes fixed on the twisted man. Who? Pausing, the old woman alternated her gaze between me and the twisted man before she spoke once more. It won't attack. There's no need to worry, you can speak freely. I shook my head. Although I did believe her words, the point of the matter was that I wanted the twisted man as far away as possible from me. It was only once it was gone that I could think of escaping this place. I said, you can speak. The old woman raised her voice turning even more hoarse as her wrinkles became more pronounced under the dim light of her lamp. I stood firm. As of right now, I held the advantage. She wanted information from me, and in order to get it, she had to listen to my requests. I once again pointed at the twisted man. Get rid of it, or I'm not going to speak. Although I didn't directly say the words, it felt as though she understood them as her face twisted and contorted. The red circle beneath me also glowed a stronger pulse, and staring at it, I felt my stomach churn. Ah yes, nothing strange here. Even though the red circle beneath me felt threatening, with the heat starting to become unbearable, I didn't let it affect me. I hold the advantage in the situation. She wants information. She also probably wants Myrle in that case. I looked at Myrle and unsummoned her. Myrle? The old woman grew frantic as she saw Myrle disappear before she flicked her attention back towards me. What did you do? Bring Myrle back, brings her back. The old woman's voice strained further as she started to scream for Myrle, but I ignored her while continuously staring at the twisted man. I needed to make sure that she got my intentions. And I didn't have to wait for long. I'll get rid of it, I'll get rid of it. With a wave of her hand, the twisted man began to move, turning towards the stairs that led to the second floor before disappearing right before my very eyes. The wooden stairs creaked under its steps, and I knew that it had truly gone up. But still, I didn't relax. There's also a chance that there might be another one. It's gone, speak now. Tell me how you got Myrle. No, let me see her. The old woman stepped forward, moving towards me, but stopped the moment she felt the barrier in front of me. When I saw her stop, I quickly summoned Myrle as she once again hugged my thigh. This time her little mouth parted open as she mumbled, I don't like this, I don't like this. Staring at the old woman, Myrle didn't look happy at all. I could understand why. If the old woman was truly related to the cult, then there was no way she'd be happy with her here. But I needed her to play along for just a little bit. Just a little. Turning towards Myrle, I patted her back while nudging with my chin towards the old lady. Understanding my intentions, Myrle made a face, but eventually stopped hugging my leg as she moved closer towards the old lady. Myrle. Seeing Myrle, the old lady grew even more frantic as her hands pressed against the invisible barrier before her. Myrle, come here to me. No. Myrle shook her head, taking a step back while staring at her. You come to me. She also began to sulk while staring at the old lady. My entire body tensed at the sight, my hands slowly curling as I waited patiently. And then, come, yes, of course I'll come. Taking a step forward, the red circle beneath began to falter, and soon it dimmed down completely as the old woman crossed the circle and headed towards Myrle. Yes, it's you, Myrle. I know it's you. It was also in that moment that I moved, a viscous black liquid coating my entire hand as I lunged at the old lady in a desperate attempt to take her down. It was now or never. Chapter 147, Horrifying Realization 4. Very clearly, Myrle was incredibly important to the old lady. Perhaps not even the old lady, but whatever cult she belonged to. In fact, thinking back to what I had managed to gather, it appeared to be the cult leader who was interested in Myrle. Something about needing her to help them advance. The old lady's reaction was all that I needed to see to confirm such thoughts. Seeing how she followed all of my instructions, and even went as far as canceling whatever rite she was trying to perform, I understood just how important Myrle was to her and the cult. I took advantage of that. The strange barrier in front of me vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, I lunged straight at the old woman instead of running away. You! The old lady's face contorted and twisted the moment she saw me lunge in her direction. But I didn't care and immediately lashed down with my hand as the dreamwalker in her grasp squirmed and made things more difficult for her. My first thought before had been to find this chance to run away. However, I realized that it would probably lead to another chase. Not only that, if there was a possibility of another twisted man lurking around somewhere, I knew that I'd be doomed. That was why I decided to go directly to the old lady. Not only could she control the twisted men, but she also had valuable information about the strange cult. If I could just take care of her, then I'd be able to learn more about the cult while at the same time escape this entire scenario. I've also felt her strength. Besides the fact that she can control the twisted man, she isn't very strong. The plan was solid, and I was quick to act. Everything was perfect, from the timing of my actions to the clear startled look on the old lady's face. But, thump, thump, thump. Right as I began to move, I heard the sudden sound of something rapidly approaching from the stairs, and my heart nearly leaped out of my chest as I caught a glimpse of a large shadow appearing from the side of the stairs as it directly headed my way. It was fast, incredibly fast. I knew in that moment that the twisted man was coming, but instead of panicking, I continued with my actions, hammering down at the old lady as she raised both hands to block the attack. Bang! The attack hit and she stumbled back. As she did, the twisted man's figure became even clearer in the background as its head turned to stare in my direction, sending chills down my entire body. Now, a long shadow appeared behind the old lady right as she stumbled back, grasping her arms. Elle let go. Clearly, although she wasn't as strong as the twisted man, she was still quite strong, as she nearly managed to escape the grasp of the dreamwalker. But it was still not enough as I immediately rushed ahead and extended my hand as a long tip formed, stopping right at the old woman's neck. I froze in place, the world around me stilling as my eyes slowly rose to meet the massive figure looming behind the old woman. Its crooked grin revealed jagged teeth, and the shadow cast by its large top hat masked much of its face, making it all the more sinister. Its presence alone made me shiver. It almost felt as though a massive boulder had been placed over my shoulders, causing them to bend slightly as I tried my best to maintain my composure. But it was hard to do so. Staring at the end tip of the black substance that stopped right at the old lady's neck, I opened my mouth, feeling the slight sting that came from my dry lips separating for the first time in a while. Tell it to move back, or you'll die. Bah thump, bah thump. The moment I spoke, I felt my own heart rate spike up to an unimaginable rate as I stared at the twisted man. I was tense, incredibly so as I forgot to breathe for a moment. Will it act or will it not? I waited for what felt like forever, but, thankfully, the twisted man didn't move at all. It was almost as if it didn't care about my voice, as it continued to keep its gaze on me, waiting for some sort of command. That was when I knew that my plan had worked. As expected, it won't move now that the old lady is in danger. This was indeed the key to getting out. I could now also speak without worrying about the twisted man, as I stared at the old lady in front of me. For the first time in a while, I finally found myself relaxing a little. Shall we have a talk, the two of us? At the same time. It was still quite early in the morning. About 3 a.m. usually at this time, most people were asleep, even those from the guild. Most monsters came from gates, and unless an emergency situation occurred, there was no need for them to do anything. The only department that needed to be alert at night was the containment department. Unlike the other departments, anomalies acted in the middle of the night more often than not. But with that being said, not many stayed in the office during nighttime. They were usually all sent towards areas where the anomalies were reported. Currently, the section chief's office. Oh dear. Staring at the numerous paperwork piled up in front of him, the section chief scratched the back of his head. Beside him stood a woman with short black hair that brushed her shoulders. A look of pity softened her features as she glanced at the section chief, gently resting her hand on his shoulder. With a good salary comes a lot of work. The section chief didn't even feel like replying at all. No, he did actually. Yes, and also a great assistant, don't you think, team leader Soren? Huh? The woman's face changed the moment she felt the section chief's gaze. Her brows furrowed as she took a step back. Hold on, don't tell me you actually think I will help you with this. The section chief smiled, and the team leader's face crumbled as she immediately turned around to face the door. Where do you think you're going? Leaving? No shit. I don't get paid enough for this. No, you're staying. The section chief forced her to sit on one of the sofas despite her protests that went on like, It's the middle of the night. Why am I still supposed to work? What sort of slavery is this? He ignored her and sat down at his desk. But just as he did, he heard her groan again. Lifting his head to stare at the team leader, she slumped the papers on the table before looking at him. This is ridiculous. Why am I the only one getting called to do this? I'm sure the other team leaders are also available. They are. But they're supervising the members alongside the exchange members from the other departments, a role that you yourself managed to slip away from. To his words, the team leader could only remain quiet. She was just about to prepare a response when the section chief spoke again. I've also received several reports from Kyle and Zoe about you throwing all your responsibilities to them. What? Team leader Soren nearly jumped up from shock. Those rats did what? Catching her slip up, the team leader immediately covered her mouth, but it was too late as the section chief heard her and shook his head. For someone as capable as her, she really was. Extremely lazy. And it was because of how she was that the section chief found himself acting differently around her. Get to work. Shaking his head, he pointed at the papers in front of her. The faster we get this done, the quicker we can go H. The section chief barely managed to get a few words out before his phone rang. Frowning, he looked at it to check who was contacting him at this hour before his brows jumped up. Well, fine, I'll do the paperwork for now. Can you tell me where? Scratch that. The section chief strode toward the hangar at the far end of the room, grabbed his coat and top hat, quickly donned them, and hurried toward the door. Do this all yourself, I need to go. Clank. He left right after that, leaving the team leader at a complete loss. By the time she snapped out of it, he was already gone. A look of despair marred her features. Wait, Section Chief. Chapter 148, Horrifying Realization 5. Staring at the old woman, I was nervous. Extremely nervous. Even though I was currently the one who held the advantage, as the pointed tip of my hand was placed right at her neck. The looming figure that stood before me made my heart grow extremely heavy. But despite this, I remained steady. These next few moments were key for me to leave and learn more information about the entire situation. I pressed the tip closer to her throat. However, despite the fact that I was pressing the sharp tip closer to her throat, the old lady didn't look scared at all. In fact, she didn't look like she felt much at all. Her hollow eyes remained fixed on me as her lips parted. Myrle, how do you have her? She asked the same question, her eyes growing even more hollow as she did. Answer me. The twisted man behind her twitched, and for a brief moment I almost faltered, but I kept my cool and kept my hand raised to her throat. Even as the twisted man began to move, its body stretching over me, I remained still. This was a game of nerves. It was to see who would falter first. But there was something that the old lady didn't take into account. And that was the fact that even if I removed my hand and ran away, the twisted man would still get me. It had already heard my voice. For that reason, I remained still. I knew and understood that the twisted man wasn't going to move. So even as the floor cracked and the twisted man moved around me, I didn't budge at all. Kriuk, staring directly into the hollow eyes of the old woman while feeling the floor behind me sink as a shadow cast over me, I licked my lips. Calm down, I need to remain calm. I couldn't panic. I couldn't allow myself to panic. Keeping my gaze fixed on the old woman in front of me, I began to speak again. Who are you? What is your goal? And what do you want with Myrle? The old woman blinked the moment I asked the question. She seemed genuinely surprised at first, but soon her lips cracked into a sick and twisted smile. So you don't know? Her tone was laced with amusement as she looked at me. Despite being here, despite having Myrle with you, you don't know? Ka. A growly, slow laugh escaped the old woman's lips as her empty eyes stared directly at me, and the twisted man stopped, its head moving right next to mine as shivers ran down the right side of my neck. Eventually, the head stopped before it turned to face me, exposing its twisted smile. I wanted to run in that moment. I really want to run. But I couldn't falter, and I pressed my hand deeper into the woman's neck. Answer me. Ki Kek. The old woman cracked a laugh yet again, extremely amused by my reactions. I was just about to push the tip further down her neck when her dry lips parted open. We follow the doctrine of the mist. What? The woman's smile grew even more twisted as she noticed my confusion. Do you think that the mist that covers the world is a natural phenomenon? Do you think the reason why floating islands exist is because the land beneath is simply uninhabitable? Cack. Cracking another laugh, the old woman's eyes grew more deranged. It is not a natural phenomenon. Cack, everything, all of it is the will of the architect. Architect. He knows it all, he is aware of it all. He is the savior that will save us from this cursed world. The woman's head twitched in that moment, producing a faint cracking sound as I was taken aback. Savior of what? This felt like some sort of thing some lunatic would say. Well, she is a lunatic. He is the reason I've been able to live for so long despite my condition. They all told me that I wouldn't be able to live further than 20, but look at me now. The old woman opened her mouth. I've grown old enough to lose my teeth, caw. The woman cracked another smile, exposing her empty mouth. Something about the old woman's demeanor felt off to me. But at the same time, taking in the information, a theory occurred to me. Could it be that she had some sort of incurable disease that she couldn't cure, and this, whatever architect or cult, somehow managed to cure her from the disease? As a result, she decided to become a devout believer in them. This made sense. If I had to start a cult, and had the ability to heal people from strange diseases, I'd do the same thing. It was the fastest way to gain followers. I think I'm starting to get a better idea of how this strange cult works. I'm curious about the mist and what they mean by that, but looking at her, I don't think she'll elaborate. I could only keep her with me at the moment and bring her back to the guild. No, wait, I couldn't quite do that. She was aware of Myrle and the Dreamwalker. I couldn't afford to expose them, as that would also expose my secret. Ah shit, if that's the case, what am I supposed to do with this old woman? Staring at her, a thought crossed my mind. And the thought was, to kill her. I licked my lips, my hand trembling slightly. I didn't pity the woman even if she died. In fact, she deserved death. I didn't think I'd even feel much from killing her. But it was just that. I had never killed anyone before. The thought of killing someone also felt a little daunting, but if it needed to be done, I was prepared to do so. I'll probably end up puking after a while, but I'm already used to puking. I licked my lips again, feeling my mouth growing even drier than before. Regardless of how I see things, I can't let her leave. She knows too much, and bringing her back to the guild is also not an option. Do I really have no other choice but to kill her? The more I dwelled on the situation, the more this seemed to be the correct course of action, and my stomach churned even further. However, I knew that I couldn't waste time. Seeing how the woman was just laughing, no longer answering any of my questions, I knew that it was time for me to end things. But not quite yet. Feeling the presence of the twisted man, I knew that it would still be here even if she ended up dying. I couldn't kill her just yet. I need to do it after getting out of this place. With my thoughts organized, I was just about to open my mouth when the woman's voice echoed in the air once more. You also look sick. Ugh. What did she just say? Looking down on her, I saw her stare at me with a flat expression. No longer was she laughing or smiling like before. Instead, her face looked serious. Chillingly so. Ugh. Then, as if realization had suddenly struck her, the smile returned to her face. No wonder. What WH? I can feel it. The old woman cut through my words, her smile twisting in amusement. You have a cognitive shard just like me. Chapter 149, Return 1. What did she just say? Hearing her sudden words, my entire body stiffened. Cognitive shard, cognitive shard, cognitive shard. The words played on repeat inside my mind. It replayed over and over again as I thought about the two words that I hadn't heard in a long time, but had been trying to figure out how to cure. As far as I knew, there was no cure for it. The only cure was the strange system that I had. And yet, this woman in front of me was telling me that she had the same disease as me. That she managed to live for so long despite having the same disease. I couldn't understand it. Had I been lied to the entire time? Was there really no cure like those from the guild suggested? Was the strange system really the only place that could cure me from this disease of mine? No, most importantly, how could she even tell? None of the people I had met had noticed anything, be it the section chief, the team leaders, and even Kyle. How did she notice it so quickly? You should look at your expression. The woman's smile widened as she looked at me. She seemed to relish in my internal turmoil. You've probably been told so many times how there is no way to cure your disease, how you're just going to die away without being able to fight it. I bet that's all you heard your entire life. It was. It really was. But back then, my circumstances were different. No one knew what the strange disease that was eating at me was. All the doctors that I had somehow managed to visit came back with the same answer. My mind was deteriorating, but there was nothing wrong with my brain. It was only once I came to this strange world that I came to learn about the identity of the disease that had been plaguing me for so long. Cognitive shard. I had a cognitive shard. But it was also the moment that I understood what my disease was, that I found myself becoming lost. As far as I understood, cognitive shards came from the overfragmentation of the nodes within one's body. I had no nodes. In fact, there was no such thing as nodes in my previous world. Anomalies were also not a thing. They were more like fiction than anything else. And yet, somehow, someway, I had a cognitive shard. How did this make sense? It didn't make sense at all. There were so many questions regarding my current situation that I desperately wanted to see the answer to. But more than anything, I wanted to be cured. I wanted to be free for once in my life. I didn't want to wake up thinking that this very day could be my last. I wanted to wake up knowing that this day. It was a day that I could look forward to. You look hesitant. I hit right in the nail, didn't I? The old woman continued to speak, my pressure over her neck weakening slightly as she appeared to notice this. I can see that you're desperately looking for a cure to your disease. I can provide that for you. I can cure you. Her words were like a whisper of temptation. Listening to her words, voices began to whisper in my mind. Listen to her. Take the cure. She's the living example that the cure works. You don't even know the real intention of the system. Isn't it easier to listen to her? For a moment, I faltered. For the briefest of moments, I actually considered the notion of turning to the cult. But it was only for a brief moment. What do you say if you let me go? No. I cut the woman off, whipping the smile from her face at the same time as her face slowly started to change. It slowly became emotionless. Her eyes became more hollow, and just one look at her was enough to give me chills. Are you sure? Yes. There was no hesitation on my end. I knew very well that even if I wanted to take the offer, the system would probably not allow me to do it. Not only that, but I'd also be forced to do all sorts of things for the guild. I already had the system with me. And not only that, it also helped me develop games. That was all that I wanted to do. I was, after all, a horror game developer. Joining some sort of strange cult I had no idea about was not something I was entirely inclined to do. I wanted to traumatize people in a different way, a more ethical way. You're going to regret this decision. Perhaps I will. With my hand still pressed against her throat, I moved a little to the side and physically turned her body around before grabbing the back of her neck. At the same time that I acted, the twisted man beside me moved, its movements following me as it tried to reach for me, but stopped the moment I applied more force onto the woman's neck. Yes, as expected, it won't move as long as I can threaten her life. Go, walk ahead. I pushed her with my hand, leading her towards the door of the house, as the woman followed along with my instructions without saying a single word. But just as we moved, I stopped and looked back. Keep the thing here. I'll kill you if it follows me. You'll die if you kill me. I know, so let's keep it civil between us. I smiled docilely at her. She didn't answer, nor did I care to hear her answer as I led her out of the house. At the same time, I looked back towards the twisted man as it stood by the door, staring in our direction without moving a single muscle. It just stood there, staring at us without any trace of emotion. I tore my gaze away after a few uneasy moments, gesturing for the old woman to move ahead. We began walking across the empty streets of the city, where the street lamps flickered like dying embers under the weight of the darkness. Each of our footsteps rang out loudly, swallowed and then spat back by the silence, as if something was listening just beyond the edge of the light. For a moment, I almost thought I spotted the shadow of a tall silhouette standing beneath the light. But only for a brief moment, as it disappeared shortly after. Most surprisingly was the subtle movement from the old lady as she mumbled something underneath her breath. It was extremely subtle, enough to make me think it was my imagination. But it's probably not my imagination. As we walked, neither one of us talked. The silence embraced us from all sides, only to be shattered by the soft and muffled sound of our steps. I continued to walk like this, leading the old lady to the familiar train station. It was only after I saw the train station that I drew a secret sigh of relief. Almost there. I'm almost there, and I can finally go back to the real world. This entire experience felt like a nightmare to me. Not only was the cult that I had been trying to investigate a lot bigger and more troublesome than I expected, but it also appeared to be capable of healing cognitive shards. There's also that architect she talked about. Who exactly is he, and what is his involvement with the mist that surrounds the islands? There were so many questions in my mind, and yet no answers. But that was fine. I understood that I was going to get my answers soon enough, and eventually, stopping by the all-too-familiar train, I opened the carriage door and entered, settling my gaze over the exit of the world. Finally, I could go back to the real world. Chapter 150, Return to. The sense of relief that I felt was only short-lived. Staring at the old woman in front of me, I knew that it was time for me to get rid of her. But at the same time, getting rid of her would mean allowing the twisted man to roam without her control. Thankfully, I've asked the section chief to come. Perhaps he might be able to handle the situation. The only issue was whether he would come or not. I had high hopes that he would, but there was no guarantee. I can only secretly hope that he saw my message. Things would be a lot easier for me if he arrived. But I still had to do something about the old lady. She simply knew too much. From the Dreamwalker to Myrle, she had seen both of them, and I couldn't afford to have her spill anything on them, especially the Dreamwalker. While back then, the Dreamwalker was still a Nightwalker, the two didn't look much different than back in the masquerade scenario. Zoe and the few others who were present were all well aware of the jester and everything that had happened. It was for that reason that I couldn't afford to take the risk. Keeping her alive was the same as killing me. She has to leave. Or at least that was what I planned on doing. But the moment we stopped and prepared for the inevitable, a faint cackling echoed from behind me. Keck. It sounded dry, and every hair on my body rose. The air felt colder, and as I slowly raised my head, I saw the old woman smiling at me with her toothless mouth. For whatever reason, she looked unbothered by the current situation, almost finding it amusing to some extent. This made my mind scramble. What, did she figure something out? No, it doesn't matter if she figured something out. What I'm more worried about is whether she has some sort of plan. If that's the case, what do I do? My thoughts swam in all directions as I tried to figure out the situation. But by the time I started thinking, it was already too late as the old woman opened her mouth to speak again. You're wearing the same look that I once had. You are thinking of getting rid of me. Right. With a sudden laugh, the old woman's wrinkles grew more pronounced as her mouth curled further. I practically felt chills run down my entire body the moment she acted like that, but at the same time, I tried my best to remain calm. Nothing good will come from panicking. I need to remain calm. I had already experienced my fair share of situations such as these. I was scared, but I was also more experienced in handling the situation. All I could do was calmly assess what was happening, or whatever the old woman was planning before taking care of it. The puking and fear could be pushed for later. Let's say that I am, do you? I'm a little surprised. The old woman cut me off before I could finish speaking, her hollow eyes squinting slightly as she looked at me. I am surprised that you're not concerned at all about the cognitive shard that is in your body. Do you not care about it at all? Her brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head. No, that doesn't quite make sense. Then why, if it were anyone, they would be rejoicing, wishing to join us. Why are you different? Why are you? The old woman paused as though a sudden realization struck her. I see what it is, she cackled. You must have some sort of way to prevent the cognitive shard from completely taking over your body. I've seen people who have lost their will to live. You aren't one. You're definitely looking for the cure, and since you're not interested in mine, it must mean that. Who said that I'm not interested? The old woman took a moment to process my words. I continued. I did at first think it was a little much, but I'm interested. If I were to say yes, would you accept me? The old woman didn't speak. She looked at a complete loss. I couldn't blame her. I'd also be confused in her situation. It went against what I said before, but it wasn't like I said those words without any merit. I was indeed a little interested in whatever their cult was. I understood that this quest was probably going to be a very long one. In that case, wouldn't it be more efficient if I just went there directly? If I became a member of their cult, I could probably solve a lot of troublesome quests without needing to do much. The only issue was them forcing me to do things that I didn't want to do. Illegal things, too. I wasn't really keen on doing that. And it wasn't like it really mattered to me. After all, I had only said this to waste time and jumble up her thoughts, enough for the Dreamwalker to lodge its hands against her mouth. Her expression changed drastically the moment it happened, obviously caught off guard by the situation. Rumble, rumble. The surroundings shook as a result, and figures began to emerge from the shadows, their presence completely taking over the entire room as I found it hard to breathe under their presence. From their clean suits to the top hats they were wearing, I recognized the monsters in an instant, and my expression turned grim. Twisted men. As expected, there were more than 2. Looking around, I could count 6 of them in total, and my legs started to feel like jelly as a result. The old lady's eyes changed the moment they appeared, her expression turning triumphant as she looked at me. Things did indeed look extremely grim for me. I could tell that he was a few seconds away from dying. But I've observed enough to know it won't happen. And exactly as I thought such thoughts, the twisted man moved behind the Dreamwalker and stood before the old lady as her eyes widened in shock. She tried to say something, but the Dreamwalker blocked any noise from coming out of her mouth as she started to trash around in an attempt to escape. But it was useless. The Dreamwalker wasn't going to let go. And then, crack, her hands snapped with a sickening pop, the bones twisting in the wrong direction as a wet crunch echoed through the air. Her eyes widened, not just in pain, but in sheer disbelief, trembling as she tried to scream. Crack. Then came her leg, bending backward like it had no joint at all. Her skin turned ghostly pale, veins pulsing beneath the surface, and her eyes filled with blood, turning a deep crimson as she gasped, mouth quivering, but no words came out, only a gurgle. The Dreamwalker didn't let go. It kept its hand over her mouth. With another crack, her other arm bent and cracked, producing an extremely grotesque scene as her body started to dry up. I could only stare at the scene for a certain moment, before turning around and moving towards the exit of the place. Crack. Even as I heard another crack, I didn't look back before finally entering the portal and feeling my consciousness fade. In the end, all manufactured products have their own flaws, even anomalies. Chapter 151, Return 3. Despite the situation and the fear that I was experiencing, I had been observing everything extremely carefully. After all my experiences, and understanding that the quest was merely a second-order quest, I knew that it was something that I could clear. Observation was the key to getting out of this place. And that was exactly what I did, as I carefully observed the old lady before me. At first I thought, she has the same class as me. She is a shepherd. With how she managed to control the twisted man, and with how she also felt familiar with the Dreamwalker, these were my initial thoughts and assumptions. However, this quickly changed not long after, especially when I saw the shock on her face at the moment that she caught sight of Myrle. That was the first moment I started to doubt her decree. Could she not tell that Myrle was under my control? Or was the reason for her shock because of Myrle? That latter seemed to be the most accurate representation of the situation, and I really thought that was the case. But then, a thought occurred to me. If she's really a shepherd, how come she can control the twisted man? Her strength was on the same level as mine. While I wasn't certain, I was more or less able to determine that she was around second order. Given that the mission was also put at second order, I became more certain of this. Then, could a second-order shepherd really control something as powerful as a twisted man? I'd normally not know anything about this, but as someone who followed the same decree, I was aware that it was very unlikely. The proof of this was Myrle, who was a lot stronger than I, and even now I struggled to properly control her. Even her skill was unknown to me due to the strength gap between the two of us. This was the biggest indicator to me that something was wrong, especially when the twisted man was even more powerful than Myrle. How could she control them if she was so weak? That made me start to think. It made me start to think about everything that I had witnessed, and all sorts of ideas and thoughts scrambled inside my mind as I carefully observed the old lady and everything that she did. If she didn't control the twisted man without her powers, Then what could she use to do that? Some sort of object, keyword. The moment the idea set in my mind, I tried all sorts of ways to get my answer, and it didn't take long for me to get it. It was on the way to the train station. It was in that split moment when the figure of the twisted man appeared within the lights. In that moment, she did something, I was sure of it. I thought it had been my imagination, but it was. And that was all I needed to get the answer that I was so desperately seeking. She can control the twisted man through her voice, or some sort of chant of hers. If the twisted man needed someone's voice in order to hunt them, then it needed her voice in order to be controlled by her. The prime voice. That was why I had the Dreamwalker seal her mouth. I did that so that the twisted man would turn on her. What would happen if it could no longer hear the prime voice? I had followed the history, I was aware of their past, and I was also aware of their hatred for her. The idea was simple. The twisted men weren't stupid, they were all quite smart, in that sense. What would be the first thing they did if they were suddenly free? The answer was simple. Attack her. And the moment she turned silent, my thoughts were proven correct as they attacked her. She couldn't do anything about it. I watched as her body got shredded right in front of my very eyes. She was definitely no longer alive. I was sure of this, but I didn't linger any longer to double-check. I didn't want to take the risk of having the twisted men attack me the moment that they were done with her. This was why I immediately entered the gate and returned to the real world. Huo. Breathing in the fresh and cool air around me, I looked down at the crack that sat right beneath me. It was still squirming with corpses, and the weird, rusty smell of the interior of the train was starting to hit my nostrils, but it was far better than being inside the gate. While there was no real change between the worlds, for whatever reason, the place felt extremely suffocating and stuffy. The real world was much better. I better get out of here. Looking around the place, I took a photo of the crack and sent the picture to the section chief. At the same time, I moved to a more remote location before finally sending my location to the section chief. While he still hadn't answered me, I knew that he had seen my message since he had left it on read. I glanced around, taking in the dense trees and overgrown greenery surrounding me. It was quite remote, with the nearest building being quite far. This was the perfect spot for me. I would have preferably have stayed in a hotel, but it's not like I have much of a choice considering my current situation. I don't even know who to trust in this place, that cult, or whatever they are. Their influence is far greater than I previously anticipated. I was afraid that going into the city would attract unwanted attention. The only thing I could do for now was stay put and wait for the section chief to come before I briefed him on everything. Things were probably going to get quite annoying from this moment forward, but it was something that I was prepared to go through after deciding to message the section chief. But most importantly, sitting down on the grass, I took out my laptop from my bag and opened a random blank document as I began to type quietly. This whole experience has actually given me a lot of inspiration for my game. I think I finally know how to move forward with the story. It can't be too linear. It needs to keep players guessing, make them wonder what really happened, and how everything ended up this way. Psychological horror was one of the most important things that one needed to take into account when creating a game. This experience had made me learn quite a bit about this aspect. This was why I decided to write in the middle of nowhere. Inspiration was quite rare, and now that I had found it, I didn't want to get interrupted. You suddenly got inspired. Yes. For your game. Yeah, it's... I froze mid-sentence, snapping my head up to meet the gaze of a figure I knew all too well. He stood above me, staring down at my laptop with a mix of curiosity and stunned disbelief. Seeing his reaction, I closed down my laptop and gave and coughed dryly. Kiam, Section Chief, you're here faster than I expected. Let me just brief you on everything that happened. As I spoke in a rather hurried tone. I wanted to get this over with quickly. I really wanted to get back to work. But, for some reason, the more I spoke, the more bewildered the section chief became, glancing back and forth between me and the laptop. Eventually, he covered his mouth with one hand and shook his head, as if struggling to process what he was seeing. Why was he even reacting like this? All right, I get the gist of the situation. He scratched his messy hair and turned around while looking into the distance, sighing. This will be quite a mess that I have to clean up. Chapter 152, Return 4. Although the section chief did say that he had quite the mess to clean up, it took him no longer than an hour for him to come back. patting his hands as though he had done some trivial work. I raised my head and looked at him. "You're done?" "More or less. There were a few troublesome things that I needed to take care of and check out, but I'm fine now. Are you done? We should go back." "Oh." I slid my laptop back in my bag and stood up. I couldn't wait to go back to the guild. While this trip had been short, it practically took the life out of me. Pausing, I looked back at the section chief as I thought of something. "What? We can just leave like that? We don't have to wait for those from the guild to come." "Those from the guild?" The section chief looked confused at first, but then, as if understanding the situation, he dismissively waved his hand. "Oh, that's right, yeah. Then, what does that even mean?" "Wait." Seeing his expression, my stomach flipped. "Don't tell me he forgot to call them." Thankfully, that didn't appear to be the case as he answered shortly after, his expression a little annoyed. "This place falls outside our jurisdiction, so even if I wanted to step in, I couldn't. All I can do now is quietly report it to the guild and bureau and wait for them to act. Not that it matters much. I've already handled the most critical parts and uncovered a few key clues I've been chasing for a while." "Important clues?" I was somewhat curious as to what he found out, but didn't pry and remained silent. I knew that asking would probably lead to nowhere. In that sense, it was just best to remain quiet. With that being said, it's best to tell him about the cult and everything that I know about them. I think it was safe for me to say this to him. While I was going to leave Myrle out of this, I could lie about a few other things in order to explain a few of the things that I knew. I believed that this was the best approach since the cult was rather massive, and it was probably going to be impossible for me to deal with them. Taking into consideration how the quests are going, I'm inclined to believe that the system is trying to pit me against them. Whatever the case, I was now entangled in the situation. It made the most sense to work with the guild and try to learn more about them. Maybe the guild already knew something. Maybe they could provide information I hadn't uncovered yet. I think we've overstayed our stay. It is time for us to go." As the section chief turned his wrist and checked his watch, he looked at me. "I can see that you seem to have a few things to say to me, but now is not the best of times. Let's go back on the private jet before we discuss the situation." "Okay, Zay." "Wait, did he just say private jet?" "Oh, judging from your expression, you don't seem to be aware of the fact that we're in possession of a private jet. Thinking about it, you could have probably have used it if you had just asked." The section chief cackled, leaving me at a complete loss. "Wait, I could also use the private jet." "No, although the guild might be rich, there's no way that they can just give out a private jet to just anyone. I'm sure he's just messing with me." One look at his face at that expression, and I felt even more certain. I clicked my tongue quietly, but said nothing. Regardless, we both made our way back to the airport. I was a little on edge during the trip, but with the section chief by my side, everything went smoothly. Before long, we were boarding the private jet. "It's nice, isn't it?" Taking a seat in the leather seat and feeling the warmth of the seat, I didn't know what to say. This was the first time I had ever experienced such luxury in my life. It once again reaffirmed my thoughts about getting rich. So long as my next game does well, I should be able to live much better. After everything I just experienced, I felt more certain than ever about my upcoming game. The mechanics were solid, and the storyline was almost ready. Now all that was left was to integrate the story into the game itself. Once that was done, it'd be ready for launch. I'd say, give or take 2 weeks. 2 weeks of pure work and I'll be able to launch the second game. Lost in thought, I didn't realize that the jet had already started to make its way around the runway. It was only when the jet started to speed up that I realized that it was about to depart, and as soon as that happened, the section chief turned his attention back towards me, his expression rather serious. "We're about to leave the airport. It's just the two of us right now. Tell me exactly what you found and how you managed to get yourself in this situation." Noticing the section chief's expression, I sat in silence for a brief moment before letting out a sigh. It was clear there was no need to worry about prying eyes or ears, so I began to tell him everything I knew. I explained how I'd come to this place to investigate the origins of the Twisted Man, hoping it would help shape my game. I told him about the old woman's house, the photographs I'd found, showing him in the process, and how I eventually discovered the crack near the train station. Finally, I shared my growing suspicion that the city might be under the influence of the cult, at least to some degree. I even added a little bit of extra detail that I knew about the cult from my previous exploration. It took about 20 minutes for me to tell the section chief everything. and by the time that I was done, he sat in silence with his brows furrowed. Looking at him, he didn't look surprised. Rather, I even heard him mumble things like, "So the situation has advanced to this extent." He looked to be aware of exactly what I was talking about. This didn't come off as a surprise to me. If I knew about the cult, I was sure that the guild was also aware of them. I was just about to open my mouth to ask about them when... Ding! I received a sudden notification, causing me to stop abruptly. Blinking my eyes, I stared at the notification that appeared before me as my heart skipped a beat. The quay. I didn't even get the chance to rejoice about the notification when I suddenly received another one. Ding! I froze on the spot, my mind pausing for a moment as I stared at the second window that suddenly appeared before my very eyes. Oh! Staring at the second window, I unconsciously let out a sound. It was rather unexpected. Instead of completing one quest, I had completed two. I've struck it rich. Chapter 153, Return 5. A. Chain quest activated. Difficulty, second order. Reward, 10,000 SP plus lucky wheel. Objective, discover the origin of the Twisted Man. Location, Harmia Island. Description, to deepen your game's storyline, you'll need to uncover more about the Twisted Man. Head to the location where it was first seen. There, you might find clues about its origin and the truth behind its existence. Time limit, 4 days. The quest notification came as expected. This didn't surprise me very much as I had already expected it to come. But then, ding, the second notification popped up and my thoughts blanked. Continuation quest activated. Difficulty, third order. Reward, 40,000 SP. Objective, expose the cult and its plans. Location, NA. Description, the cult has now set its target on you. You must be careful not to get caught by them. Only death awaits if you get caught by them. Find a way around the situation and expose them. Time limit, 2 months. Seeing the sudden appearance of the second quest notification, alongside the reward, I didn't know how to react. I had already been aware of the fact that there was a chance that this quest would complete as well, but now that it actually completed, I didn't know how to react. Especially when I saw the reward that came with the quest completion. A whopping 40,000 SP, which added to the 10,000 SP from the first quest, meant that I had made an overall of 50,000 SP. This was $500,000. How could one expect me to remain calm after taking into consideration just how much money I had made? Even the section chief, who sat next to me, appeared to notice the changes in me as he looked at me strangely. Are you okay? Yes. No, I actually was. But it wasn't like I could just tell him the reason why. Taking a couple of quick and steady breaths, I managed to calm myself down before leaning against the back of the seat and closing my eyes. Okay, this is a little unexpected, but this is actually good for me. With the new SB, I can buy a lot of things. But what should I spend the SB on? My first thought fell on the shop items. With the difficulty of the quests increasing, buying an appropriate item would help me out a lot in dangerous situations. The greatest example was the most recent situation. Things would have been a lot easier for me had I gotten an item like the invisible cloak. With it, I would have been able to find all of the information that I needed without any danger. Well, there's no guarantee that the old lady wouldn't have found me, but life would have been so much easier for me. This was the first thought that crossed my mind when I saw all the SP that I suddenly received. And I really was planning on buying a new item because of it. But then I stopped myself. I was suddenly reminded of the fact that SB wasn't just used to buy items. I could use SB to buy software for my game. Thinking about my current project, I found myself opening my eyes once again. It was just unfortunate that my thoughts weren't able to make it far. Ding! Just as the previous notifications came abruptly, so did the new ones. The guild has now learned crucial and important information regarding the Twisted Man and the cult. Your contributions were anything but small. Unfortunately, despite the death of the old lady, the cult was still able to learn information about you and your involvement. The cult has now become even more aware of your presence, especially with Meyer's presence. Thread carefully. Continuation quest activated. Difficulty, 4th order. Reward, 210,000 SP. Objective, locate the main branch of the cult. Location, NA. Description, the cult and you can no longer coexist. Locate their hideout in Malavia and find out more about the architect, alongside their doctrine. Best be careful, as the cult will now actively look for you. They have eyes and ears everywhere. Time limit, 6 months. Staring at the new window, I didn't know how to react. It wasn't like I didn't expect it. I did in fact see it coming. But it was just that I didn't expect the quest to escalate to the Fourth Order, while at the same time needing me to locate their main branch. How in the world was I even going to find the branch? I didn't even know where to start. This sounded like a massive headache, and it probably showed as the section chief raised his brow. Are you sure you're not okay? You don't look okay. About that, I raised my head to look at him. I actually do feel sick. Like very sick. The journey back to Malavia Island wasn't very long. It took a lot less time than when I left. I guess these are the perks of flying with a private jet. With that being said, the moment we landed, we were escorted by a bunch of people in black suits into a small room where we were questioned before getting released. By the time we returned back to the guild, it was quite late in the night. With the section chief letting out a tired yawn, he looked at me and scratched his already messy hair. I've yet to get a single ounce of sleep because of you, and I still need to handle quite a lot of things once I go back. I probably won't get much sleep today. 4 hours if I'm lucky. Oh, that was about my average. In any case, go get some rest. The guild will most likely question you tomorrow about the situation. Just answer them like you answered me, and you should be Fin Huam. With another yawn, tears formed at the corner of the section chief's face as he shook his head and dismissively waved his hand at me. All right, I guess this is my cue to leave. Just don't forget what I said. Oh, and... Suddenly pausing, he looked at me. You owe me one. He proceeded to leave right after that. Staring at his departing back as he entered the guild, I stood still for a moment before alternating my gaze between the guild and the direction of the dorms. I was really tired as well. I also didn't get much sleep. But I don't really have much time. Thinking about the new quests and the dangers that I had gone through, I knew that every second mattered. I also got some sleep on the plane. As of right now, I had one priority and one priority only. Finishing my new game. That was why, after a few more seconds of hesitation, I sighed and headed back to the guild. Game. Mumbling to myself, I entered my office and started working. With the sudden experience, I no longer needed to worry about the writing, as I had a lot of inspiration. Everything went smoothly from that point forward. For the next 2 weeks, I focused entirely on the game. The only times I came out of the office were when I needed coffee or when I needed to go to the bathroom. I didn't even bother going out to sleep or eat. I just had Kyle send me the food over. I was like some sort of homeless freak inside of the guild, with everyone avoiding me for the subsequent days. But it didn't matter to me. The only thing that mattered to me was the game, and... Done. I was now finally done with it. Chapter 154, Testing New Game 1. Click. Blankly staring at the monitor and staring at the rendered product before me, I sat in silence without saying a single word. I was mentally exhausted, and I felt completely drained. In fact, I could hardly keep my eyes open, but, staring at the interface that stood before me, all the exhaustion and pain felt worth it. Done, I'm really done. After what felt like forever, I was finally done with my second game. I had spent practically my entire 2 weeks on it, foregoing sleep and food in order to ensure that it was perfect. While I couldn't guarantee that the game wouldn't have any glitches and bugs, I was really happy with the final product. At the very least, I had been able to create what I had envisioned for the game. Unlike the first game, I was confident this time. This game, it was certainly going to create a larger splash than the first game. It's not like the first game was unsuccessful, but the overall sales are at around 30,000. I'm almost certain that this can reach 6 digits in sales if everything goes well. Then again, I could be severely overestimating myself. Looking at the screen, I pressed my lips together. This won't affect the sales, right? The main interface wasn't anything amazing. It was just a simple black screen with a few smoke graphics and 3 words. Continue. New game. Options. Quit. I invested all of my time in creating the game and didn't bother with the aesthetics of it, from the game logo to the interface. Everything was rather plain. The game logo depicted a tall, slender figure in a black suit, one hand tipping its top hat in a gesture that felt like a disturbingly polite greeting. Its face was mostly obscured by the brim of the top hat, but just enough was visible to reveal a pale complexion and a long, twisted mouth that curved unnaturally at the edges. The logo was essentially a ripoff of the Twisted Man. I didn't really see the need to be creative with the logo. The Twisted Man was an anomaly that was registered within the guild database and was somewhat known to the public. I wasn't really worried about the cult targeting me because of it. Well, that and the fact that they were already targeting me. Since that was the case, I didn't hold back and just went along with it. The logo and interface might not be the best thing, but it's not like I'm selling those two things. What I'm confident in is the game. I'm confident even Kyle might get affected by it. Thinking about Kyle, how was he doing? I hadn't really been paying much attention to him or whatever was happening in the guild. I know something has been happening since there's been quite a bit of chaos, but I'm not entirely sure. Rubbing my eyes, I closed down my laptop and leaned back against the chair. Feeling the only source of light fade as the room plunged into darkness, I closed my eyes for a brief moment before finally standing up and heading for the door. Might as well check up on him. I needed a guinea pig to test out my new game. I was just about to leave the room to find my guinea pig when all of a sudden, someone knocked on the door. To talk? Huh? I was a little surprised at first, but then a smile formed on my lips. Oh no. I hastily covered my mouth, trying my best not to show my smile as Rowan eventually opened the door and looked around the room. Seth. One look at his haggard face and the deep, glaring black circles under his eyes told me he was far from doing well. The smile that was forming on my face grew even more as Rowan turned on the lights and looked in my direction. He looked at me with visible relief. You're here, I'm here to have my session. Right. I turned my wrist and checked the time. It was indeed time for the two of us to have our session. Apart from eating, working on the game, and sleeping, there had been one other thing that I had been doing. And that was the private counseling session with Rowan. If it had been up to me, I would have stopped our sessions and focused entirely on the game. It wasn't like I didn't try. However, the moment I even tried to propose the idea, Rowan's face would turn completely pale, as though the entire world was crumbling before his very eyes. Seeing him like that, I felt quite a bit of pity towards him. In the end, I decided to continue the sessions. Thank God for that. I'd been searching for a guinea pig, then one just happened to appear right in front of me. What great luck. Have a seat, Rowan. I pointed towards the seat before me as I opened my laptop again and crossed my legs. Watching as he sheepishly sat in front of me, I booted up the game while making some small talk with him. You are not looking very great, having nightmares. Nightmares? No, not really. Rowan shook his head while massaging his tired eyes. I'm just overworked lately. With the new exchange members coming into the department, we've been forced to enter one gate after another. I've hardly got any time to rest. Is that so? Oh, right, there was indeed that. I had been so immersed in my game development that I had completely forgotten about the exchange members. I haven't really paid much attention to the situation, but seeing how tired Rowan looks, I guess the situation isn't very good. Right, Kyle had also not been bothering me much lately, which was kind of odd. I grew a little interested. How are they doing? I'm sure it's hard for them to get adjusted to this department. The gates aren't so Monsters. Rowan cut me off mid-sentence, leaving me stunned as he covered his face with both hands. They're fucking monsters. Hey, what did he just say? Did he say monsters? It's as if they aren't bothered at all by the gates. Although we haven't been entering any big gates, they've been clearing them at record times, bulldozing their way towards clearance. Do you remember the initiation trial? Initial trial? I thought for a moment, was he referring to the Nightwalker one? I think so, it was somewhat They all cleared it in record time, beating everyone's record by quite a large margin. The words that were about to come out of my mouth stopped the moment I heard Rowan's words, and just before I could even process them, Rowan continued. Of course, considering their strength, it is only natural that they clear the trial extremely fast. If Kyle and the others were to clear the gate at their current strength, they would pull similar times, but it's not just them. Even their first years are pulling record times. It's gotten to the point where everyone is starting to question the competency of the department. Rowan's voice grew a little more haggard as he spoke. The reason we've been working extra hard is because we've been trying to prove to them that being in this department isn't easy, but... Rowan stopped there. However, he didn't need to say anything for me to understand. I guess these exchange people are a lot more competent than I initially thought. It seemed like they were going to have tough times ahead of them. Not that it mattered much to me as I stared at my laptop and turned it in Rowan's direction. Here, slowly raising his head, Rowan looked at me. What? It's a new game that I developed. I quickly cut Rowan off, trying my best to hide my smile. This should help you get your mind off these matters. Have a go. Staring intently at Rowan, I felt my heart start to quicken. A question emerged in my mind as I stared at him. How loud was he going to scream? I licked my lips. I really hope this works. Chapter 155, Testing New Game 2. Why is he asking me to play his game? Staring at the laptop in front of him, Rowan was a little confused. However, he wasn't confused for long as he recalled that Seth's real job. That of a game developer, or at least that was what he called himself. In Rowan's mind, Seth was more of a therapist for him than a game developer. He was the only one who was capable of calming him down whenever he had trouble with sleep or had nightmares about his past. That was why Rowan forgot all about Seth's real job. But then again, he wasn't really that interested in playing Seth's game. He didn't want to sound arrogant, but he was one of the top recruits within the guild. Yes, he was still inferior to Kyle and Zoe, but he was still up there. He didn't believe for 1 second that the game could have an effect on him. He was also not in the mood for it, especially with everything that had been happening within the department. I know he's helped me out a lot, but I don't really want to fake a reaction. I'm not exactly the greatest of actors. If I fake it and he realizes it, he might just stop doing the sessions with me. But what if I don't fake it and I won't get scared? Will he get angry and kick me away? Or will he lock himself up in his office again? But what about my sessions? Rowan started to sweat. Regardless of how he tried to see things, he was in quite a disadvantaged situation. Whichever option he chose seemed to lead to a terrible outcome for himself. The only way for everything to go smoothly was to be genuinely scared, but Rowan knew he wasn't going to get scared. Just one look at the plain interface was all he needed to know about the quality of the game. Ah shit, what do? I can't do without the therapy sessions anymore. Rowan. Suddenly hearing his name get called out, Rowan raised his head to see Seth staring at him with his head tilted. Is there something wrong? Is the game not loading? Oh, the game, yes, the game. Turning his attention back to the game, Rowan secretly swallowed. He was trying to think of all ways to reject playing it. However, lifting his head once more to stare at Seth and seeing the way that he was looking at him, Rowan could only inwardly sigh. Since I made an appointment with him, telling him that I have something coming up will feel too obvious. In the end, do I have no other choice but to play the game? Licking his lips, Rowan once again alternated his gaze between the laptop and Seth. However, the moment he looked at Seth and saw the look of anticipation on his face, Rowan felt his hand twitch. It really did seem like he cared. All right, fine. In the end, Rowan sighed once more. Regardless of how unscary the game was, he was prepared to put out the most amazing performance of his life. Reaching out for the mouse, Rowan moved the cursor towards the play button and left-clicked. Click. The game began. Swoosh, swoosh. Figures began to emerge one after another from behind a large portal. Waiting for them before the gate were several figures clad in white clothes, holding onto tablets as they stared at the emerging figures with a look of shock. In the end, they only snapped out of it when Kyle emerged. He had a complicated expression on his face as he did. Turning his attention towards the people clad in white, Kyle held onto a large bag and tossed it to them. Here, this is our haul for today. Yes. Catching onto the bag, one of the figures clad in white opened it and quickly looked through the contents. It didn't take long for their expression to change as they looked at Kyle and the group in shock. Not bad, right? Smiling at the researcher, Kalen emerged from behind Kyle as he stared at the bag. If I didn't count wrong, we should have been able to fetch about 30 fragments. 34 to be exact. Saralith added by the side, yawning slightly as she gave the bag a casual glance before losing interest. Leaning against her spear, she brushed her long white hair behind her head while also mumbling something to herself. Something along the lines of, "What should I have for lunch, turkey sandwich?" Staring at the two and then the bag, Leon found himself licking his lips. While the hall wasn't exactly big, considering the gate that they had just entered was a mere D rank, this was amongst the highest halls they could receive. Once a gate was cleared, they wouldn't just disappear forever after closing. Once a gate was cleared, the guild would assume authority over it, allowing them to send members back inside to gather fragments. Or in their own terms, farm them. What distinguished the differently ranked gates from one another wasn't the purity of the fragments within. They all scaled with the gate's clearance level. It wasn't the attribute either. What truly set the gates apart in rank was the haul granted upon clearing each successive trial. The higher the rank of a gate, the greater the number of fragments that could be farmed in said gate. A D-rank gate usually produced about 20 to 30 fragments per subsequent clear. In other words, they had cleared the gate flawlessly. This one was quite a bit easier than I expected. I'd expect the fragments to be quite pure this time. The haul isn't so bad. Chiming in from the side was Sarah, who looked at the bag with sparkling eyes as they all started to move back towards the containment area. Coming directly from the collection department, Sarah specialized in the collection of fragments from gates. Her attraction towards the fragments was only natural. I can tell with just one look that the fragments are at least 60% above in purity. Fuck! Sarah enviously looked in the direction of those in the containment department. You guys have it really easy. We hardly did a thing, and we managed to get so many pure fragments. How is this department so unprofitable when it's so easy to farm fragments? About that, Kyle could only force a smile while answering her. It wasn't like collecting the fragments was hard. If he went by himself, he could probably collect the same amount. The issue was that he was too busy trying to clear the higher-ranked gates, leaving the lower-ranked gates for the less experienced people. The number of resources the guild had to spend to first clear the gate in the containment department was much higher than what it spent on one gate in the other departments. Not only that, but the deaths were much higher, too. It really wasn't as easy as she thought it was. Kyle was just about to say this, but was soon cut off by Kaylin, who gave them the side-eye. Maybe the reason why they are so unprofitable is that they waste too much time on preparations. I heard that in order to join this department, one needed to be extremely brave. But Kaylin put on a difficult face as he looked away from Kyle and entered the containment zone, filled with its numerous cubicles. As far as I see, rather than bravery, I see something else. What else do you see? Frowning, Kyle looked at Kaylin. He could feel that whatever Kaylin was trying to imply wasn't anything nice. Seeing Kyle take the bait, Kaylin's lips pulled up as he opened his mouth to speak when. Clank! A sharp smack rang out in the distance, snapping everyone's attention toward one of the doors. From behind the darkness that embraced the insides of the door, a pale figure stumbled forward, his eyes wide and quivering. He reached out a trembling hand toward the doorframe, barely able to whisper, "Help!" But before his fingers could touch the edge, a figure materialized behind him. The figure tilted his head slightly, voice calm. "Come on, you barely played the game, keep going. I still need more data." "No, no, no. Do me this favor." Rowan's face contorted, his expression twisting as the color drained from his skin. He jerked his head up, eyes locking with Kyle and the others. With sudden desperation, he reached toward them, screaming at the top of his lungs. Help me, I can't do this anymore, help me." Chapter 156, Testing New Game 3. Help me. The commotion was impossible to ignore. Rowan's frantic shouting filled the air, and the sheer panic on his face as he desperately clawed at the doorway left everyone momentarily stunned. The same was true for the exchange members as they looked at one another. What's going on? Did something serious happen? The commotion didn't just catch their attention. It drew the eyes of everyone in the area. One by one, heads turned toward the distant office, a heavy silence settling as Rowan's shouts continued to fill the space. Seeing just how big the commotion they were causing was, Seth's face started to scrunch up. The attention was too much for him. He raised both of his hands. "Fine, you don't need to continue. I've gathered enough data." "Really?" Rowan fell silent almost instantly, his eyes wide with surprise as he slowly turned to face Seth. For a moment, he almost forgot about everything. However, the fear quickly clawed back into his mind as he started to stutter. Hey, are you telling the truth? I don't have to continue anymore. From the way he was speaking, he was still clearly shaken up by the situation. Noticing this, Kyle's brows furrowed tightly as he moved towards Rowan. Is everything all right? Did something happen? The moment Rowan heard Kyle's voice, he flinched instinctively, startling Kyle in the process. Go back, go. But as his eyes settled on Kyle, the panic in his expression gradually eased, giving way to a flicker of relief. It's you. Rowan covered his mouth in relief. What's going? This was the first time that Kyle had seen Rowan so shaken up. The two of them had dived in gates together on several occasions, and while he had seen Rowan shaken up on a few occasions, it was never to this extent. Staring at him and seeing his eyes, which still appeared to be trembling, Kyle felt that something was extremely wrong. Eventually, he turned to look at Seth. He was just standing behind Rowan with an innocent expression. He looked like shit. His hair was a mess. His clothes were a mess, and he smelled like shit. His face was also pale, and there were glaring black circles beneath his eyes. He looked to be in even worse condition than Rowan. And yet, for whatever reason, Kyle had a feeling that Seth had something to do with the situation. But that doesn't make sense. Did something go wrong with their therapy session? But last I heard, Rowan was having a really good time there. The more Kyle thought about the situation, the more confused he became. He wanted to ask more about the situation, but before he could do so, a voice cut through the surroundings. Don't mind him too much. He was just doing me a favor. Looking up, Kyle saw that it was Seth who spoke. Yawning slightly, Seth's shoulders slumped a little as he looked at Rowan and mumbled, It's safe to say that it went well. I might need to make a few tweaks, but this is good. He then looked up towards the others, focusing on the exchange members for a brief moment before pushing Rowan out. Okay, I have work to do. As he pushed Rowan out, he kept his eyes on the floor. Then, have a good day. Clank. He proceeded to close the door then and there, leaving everyone stunned. It took a few seconds for everyone to register what was happening. The first to snap out of it was Kalen, his expression growing a little odd. Quite the eccentric therapist. He's a therapist, right, or counselor? His words were enough to make the others snap out of it, as several turned to look at the doors with frowns. What the hell was that? Did he just close the door like that? Don't mind him. Seeing how the situation was starting to escalate, Zoe promptly cut in. He's usually like this. Don't take his actions seriously. He's very antisocial. Zoe turned to look at Kyle as she said so. Feeling her gaze, Kyle forced a smile. Yes. She wasn't wrong. Seth was indeed antisocial. No, it's more like he's introverted. Well, same thing. Whatever, Kyle wasn't really all too bothered by Seth's actions. He was already used to his behavior. In his mind, this was nothing unusual. He hated interacting with new people, and so this was in line with his character. What really set him off was Rowan, who was still breathing heavily, his face pale, and his back leaning against the wall as he tried to catch his breath. Kyle wasn't the only one who noticed Rowan's current condition. By the time Kyle noticed, almost everyone noticed as they started to focus their attention on him. Rowan, are you okay? What's going on? What happened? Why are you acting like this? Everyone who knew Rowan was quite worried when they saw him like this. Even the usually indifferent Zoe was taken aback by Rowan's behavior. Just what in the world had set him off like this? Why, did he look like someone who had just seen the devil itself? Rowan. It was after several shouts that Rowan finally snapped out of his state as he raised his head and saw the multiple gazes fixed on him. What's going on? Why is everyone? Rowan. Kyle was the first to step forward, placing his hands over Rowan's shoulders to calm him down. He looked at Rowan straight in the eyes. I need you to relax for a second. You're in a state of panic. Take a couple of deep breaths. I'm trying. I'm really trying. Just listen to my words. Take a few deep breaths and calm yourself down. But, just follow my instructions. Seeing how serious Kyle was being, Rowan closed his mouth and proceeded to follow Kyle's instructions. He began to take a few deep breaths, allowing him to finally even out his breathing as his face returned to normal and his eyes stopped shaking. By the time a minute had passed, Rowan was back to his usual self as Kyle removed his hands from Rowan. All right, it looks like you're good now. I am. With his mind now clear, Rowan was able to process the situation more calmly as he felt the gazes of everyone present more clearly. He could even feel the judgmental ones coming from the exchange members. Eventually, Rowan settled his gaze back on Kyle, who opened his mouth. "What in the world happened? Why were you acting like that?" "What happened?" Rowan blinked his eyes slowly, his mind wandering back to the events that had transpired a few moments prior. Everything began from the moment he began that game. Yes, that was where it all started. At first, Rowan didn't think too much about the game. His mind had been preoccupied with ways of trying to act so that he wouldn't offend Seth too much. This was all he thought at first when he started the game. It was a rather decent game, with decent graphics and good mechanics. Rowan thought he'd be able to clear it in no time. He really thought it was going to be an easy game. But that was when everything turned for him. Rowan didn't know when it happened, but at some point, every thought slipped from his mind. All that remained was the game in front of him. It pulled at his attention like a void, leaving him utterly fixated, unable to focus on anything else. That was probably when it all started. The start of his nightmare. Unable to tear his gaze away from the game, Rowan found himself slowly getting sucked in by the game, almost as if he were the very character of the game. A weak and helpless character that could only helplessly navigate the game without any way to fight. Rowan found himself getting more and more absorbed by the game, his eyes glued on the screen and his fingers glued to the keyboard. He found both his thoughts and mind completely taken over by the game, forcing him to continue the game, guiding him towards an unknown path. Rowan could still remember the outline of the environment and the whispers. Yes, the whispers. As if reading his thoughts, the game whispered them back to him, each echo sowing seeds of doubt in his decisions. His mind began to drift, lulled into a haze, and for the briefest moment he forgot all about the monster that lurked within. He let his guard down. "Hey, Ada." Rowan covered his mouth, his hand shaking alongside his body as he slowly raised his head to look at Kyle, and then the others. His previously calm expression once again shattered, and in its place was a clear look of panic. "What, Rowan, what's going on? Why are you acting like this? Wah." "Don't do it." Rowan grabbed onto Kyle's arm, his eyes bloodshot as his mouth trembled. "What?" Kyle stopped, his expression turning as Rowan put more force in his grip, while he looked towards the others. "Whatever you do, don't agree to play his game, either." Chapter 157, Launch of New Game 1. "What did you just say?" The moment Rowan spoke, everyone fell silent, even Kyle. Had he really just said that? Kyle blinked, struggling to process the words, unsure if he'd misheard or if Rowan had truly meant what he said. "Don't play Seth's new game? Why would he say that? What sort of situation is this?" Kyle opened his mouth to ask, but was beaten by someone else. "Game? Wait, did you mention a game?" Kalen stared at Rowan, instinctively covering his mouth. He, like the others, had assumed the situation was serious, especially with how much Rowan had been trembling, but he didn't mishear that. "Right. The reason why you're acting like this is because of a game." Kalen's lips began to tremble as he proceeded to cover them better. That?" Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Rowan managed to regain a bit of composure. As he glanced around, especially at Kyle, Zoe, and the others he recognized, embarrassment began to creep in. Admittedly, the reason behind his behavior did sound utterly ridiculous. But, I'm not lying." Rowan swallowed his saliva, trying his best to remain composed. "That game, it's too much. I don't know what he did. It was like, it could read my thoughts. My mind also felt hazy and like I—" "Please." Kalen cut Rowan off mid-sentence. By now he couldn't contain his laughter. "I didn't really want to say much before because we were going into low-level gates, but this is starting to get ridiculous." He turned to look at Kyle and Zoe. "I thought that this department was supposed to be good at handling scary stuff. And yet, you're telling me that one of your top prospects is acting like this because of a game." "It's the horror game." "A horror game?" Kalen looked at Rowan with an even more ridiculous expression as he turned his attention towards the office. "A horror game developed by someone who is supposed to be your therapist." For the briefest moment, a flicker of disdain crossed Kalen's face. It vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, but not quickly enough. Everyone present caught it. "I'm rather disappointed." Kalen then turned his attention towards the office before shaking his head. For a brief moment, he thought about trying the game for himself, but decided not to bother. it was probably going to be a massive waste of time. Shaking his head again, he turned around and proceeded to leave. He had a lot more words to say, but decided to hold himself back. In the end, I expected too much. Following him from behind were the other members from the exchange program. Although they didn't say anything, they all wore similar expressions on their faces. Ada. Rowan stared at their departing backs and bit his lips. Turning his head to stare at Seth's office, alongside the others, his mouth instinctively opened. I am not lying. Hearing Rowan's voice, Kalen stopped for a brief moment. However, it was only for a brief moment before he proceeded forward. He had already lost most interest in most of the people in the department. From the way he saw things, this department wasn't necessary. Such thoughts only became more clear to him when he saw one of their more talented prospects get scared by a game. How ridicule. You will feel the same if you try the game for yourself. Not interested. But what if I bet fragments? And Kalen finally came to a halt, and he wasn't alone. One by one, the others stopped as well, a low murmur spreading through the group as they began whispering to one another. Wait, did he just say he wanted to bet several fragments? I didn't hear wrong, right? Is he crazy? Did his pride get wounded that much? Even Kyle, Zoe, and the others were shocked as they hastily turned to look at Rowan. What are you doing? Have you lost it? Seeing everyone staring at him with the same shocked, baffled expressions, Rowan clenched his teeth, his gaze shifting sharply toward Kalen. Of everyone present, he was the most vocal one. He was also the one who Rowan felt had the highest chances of accepting the bet. I am not joking. I will give you 5 fragments of your choice if you manage to play the game without showing any reaction. His words immediately started a commotion. However, Rowan was prepared. His thoughts drifted back to the game, the experience, the emotions, the creeping dread that clung to every moment of it. The more he remembered, the faster his heart pounded in his chest. It took everything he had not to start trembling all over again. Yes, this feeling of dread that I've rarely felt before. This isn't the wrong decision. I know I'm right. However, it appeared as though he was the only one who thought that way. Wait, Rowan, think about this carefully. Ook. Feeling a pair of hands grip his shoulders, Rowan looked up to find Kyle staring at him, his expression etched with deep concern. Don't take their provocation seriously. You don't need to do this. Fragments are not easy to come by. I know that you're going to break through soon. Don't waste your fragments on something like this. I know. Rowan answered Kyle calmly, placing his hand over Kyle's wrist and pulling it away from his shoulder. I'm calm right now. I've never been calmer. While he had indeed fallen for their provocation, Rowan was confident. If a game could still leave him shaken even after several minutes had passed, he was sure that everyone else would also be shaken. Maybe not Kyle and Zoe since they've got a higher threshold. However, I'm at least confident that the people from the other departments will definitely feel the effect of the game. While Kalen and the others were of similar strength to Zoe and Kyle, the main difference between them was that Zoe and Kyle had a much higher fear tolerance, working with anomalies all the time. Kalen and the others, on the other hand, mainly brute-forced their way into clearing the gates. If they were put in scenarios where brute force wouldn't help them, then Rowan was sure that they'd start to experience the same fear that he had experienced. No, they might suffer even more. Staring at them and seeing the way that they were looking at him and the others, Rowan's teeth clenched even further. There weren't many things he was confident in. However, at this very moment, he was confident in Seth's game. He was confident that it was going to traumatize them. As such, staring at Kalen, he straightened his back. How about it? Do you accept the bet? The surroundings fell quiet shortly after. All eyes alternated between Rowan and Kalen. Kyle tried to say a few things to smooth the situation over, but it was no use. The situation had already escalated beyond control. Whatever Kyle tried to say, it went in deaf ears. And eventually, opening his mouth, Kalen answered Rowan. I'm good. Huh? What? But the words that came out of his mouth left everyone stunned. Did he just reject the offer? What? Why? Those were free fragments. Of everyone present, Rowan was the most stunned. His mouth opened and closed several times, struggling to form words. Did he just get rejected? Seeing how everyone was looking at him, Kalen shrugged his shoulders. 5 fragments aren't much for me. I've got no use for them. Plus, I've got better things to do than play some game. Yawning slightly, Kalen looked at the others and then Rowan before pulling his down and turning once more, leaving the place for good. From start to end, he looked completely disinterested in the game. Looking up towards the door and feeling a subtle commotion coming from that direction, I frowned. It was a little annoying. However, it was still less annoying than the current state of his room. In particular, his desk. Besides his laptop, almost everything had been thrown and tossed around the room. The chair was still on the floor, and there were visible cracks on the wooden surface of the desk. This is quite annoying indeed. And yet, even though I said that, I couldn't hold myself from smiling. Cuck. Thinking about Rowan's reaction and the visible fear on his face when he played the game, I couldn't help but laugh to myself. Yes, this was the reaction that I wanted, the clear look of fear and despair. That was what I wanted to see. I had already been confident in my game, but now, I was even more confident than before as memories of Rowan's expression resurfaced in my mind. The reaction was everything that I wanted, and then some. I can take it that I've completed the game now. If it could scare someone like Rowan, then that meant that it could scare most people. This was exactly what I wanted. I'm sure this game will be a bigger hit than the previous game, but still, I need to properly market this game as well. Thankfully, I knew just the right person for that. Taking out my phone, I settled my gaze on a specific contact. I guess it's time you repaid me for the past. Chapter 158, Launch of New Game 2. Why didn't you accept the offer? Those were easy fragments. Saralith asked as she stepped behind Kalen, tucking a strand of her long platinum hair behind her ear. She couldn't quite understand the reason for Kalen's sudden refusal to take on the bet. He didn't strike her as a person who would shy away from such an easy bet. In fact, he was rather famous for his opportunistic personality. Why did he reject such an easy bet? Saralith wasn't the only one who was wondering this. Everyone else was also wondering the same thing as they all stared at Kalen's silent figure. Feeling everyone's gaze, Kalen paused and turned back. Eventually, his eyes fell on Saralith. She once again spoke. You may have a lot of fragments, but 5 is still quite a lot. I don't take you as a person who can simply dismiss this amount. Why did you reject the bet? Kalen opened his mouth, but soon closed it as he smiled and shook his head. Like I said before, I've got better things to do. If you wanted to play the game, there was nothing to stop you from taking the bet in my stead. Saralith's brow furrowed further, but before she could say any other words, Kalen had already turned around and started moving again. As he walked, he thought about her words. Why did he reject the bet? The answer was rather simple. It's all some clever scheme. Kalen didn't think for one second that Rowan was the type of person who would simply propose a bet because he was offended by his words. He didn't strike Kalen as that stupid. In the end, there was some sort of scheme at play. If my guess is right, this was all just a setup to get me to play the game. They probably planned on planting some sort of item to make me lose the bet. Kalen wasn't naive enough to fall for such a trick. Why else would anyone try to propose such an obviously stupid bet? As if a game could scare him. Without a doubt, this was a trap designed to humiliate him in front of everyone. Laughing to himself, Kalen shook his head, as if he would fall for something so simple. Despite finding the situation rather amusing, the smile soon disappeared from his face. To think that they would resort to such a cheap trick. Kalen's eyes flashed coldly. You want me to play the game, right? Don't worry, I'll certainly play it. Just that. It was going to be on his own terms. See if that'll do anything to me. Thank you everyone for watching today's stream. I will tune in with you guys tomorrow and I hope you have a great day. See ya. Jamie reached out for the mouse and ended the stream. Click. Double-checking to make sure that the stream was indeed over, Jamie slumped back onto his chair as he sighed. He was both mentally and physically tired. Recently, due to a sudden surge in momentum for his account, he had been upping his streaming hours. If before he used to do about 6 hours of streams a day, he was now putting up double-digit numbers. The effort was starting to pay off. Staring at his peak viewer count 13,081, Jamie felt exhilarated. These were numbers he had only been dreaming of in the past. However, ever since the stream he had with Seth, the number of viewers that checked his channel had increased drastically. Who would have thought that a simple prank, meant to curry a favor with Zoe, would end up becoming one of the greatest blessings of my career? The best part of all of this, He had yet to be promoted by Zoe. Jamie knew that the moment Zoe promoted his stream, his numbers would skyrocket even further. He was just one text message away from potentially breaking into the top 100 streamers of Malavia. The thought tempted him to no end, oftentimes causing him to check out his phone repeatedly. But not yet. Still, Jamie held himself back. He knew that the time was not ripe yet. While his numbers had indeed gone up, his streams hadn't improved much in quality. He knew that if things continued like this, his upward trending momentum was going to fall, and he'd just be back to where he was. Fortunately, with the added income, he was able to improve the quality of his streams a little bit. But only a little bit. He still had a lot of work to do. TRRR. Receiving a sudden notification, Jamie turned his head to look at his phone, where he saw a message suddenly appear. He didn't pay much attention to the message at first, but the moment he saw the person who contacted him, his expression changed. He hurriedly sat up straight and picked up the phone. Before he even had the chance to properly read the message, he saw a call notification, and he quickly answered. Yo, I need a favor. He didn't even give Jamie the chance to greet him before Seth cut to the chase. Favor? Jamie blinked his eyes a couple of times before sinking back onto his chair. His mind churned with all sorts of thoughts before realization dawned on him. You developed a new game. Yes. Huh? Jamie wasn't even surprised by the sudden piece of news. Seth had been rather quiet as of late. He had been wondering what he had been up to. Following the success of the first game, he had been wondering when the next game was going to be released. Looks like the game is finally ready. You're calling me because you need me to help you promote the game. Oh yes. Jamie nodded. He somewhat expected this to happen. However, I can't help you directly since I specialize in other things, but I can connect you with someone that I know who can promote the game. How is that? That is fine, so long as they can help promote the game. Don't worry, you can leave that to me. I know just the right person. Jamie patted his chest confidently. It was also in that moment that he thought about something, and his expression stiffened slightly. Wait, now that I think about it, is your game scarier than your previous one? Yes, why? Oh, that's a relief. Jamie's face eased a little. Actually, I was thinking of introducing you to someone who is not exactly normal. They actually used to be a part of a guild, mainly operated in gates, and so their tolerance for scary stuff is quite high. If your game isn't as scary as your previous one, then there's no need for that. Seth's voice calmly echoed through the phone. The game is definitely scarier than the previous one. It should have no problem scaring most people, even someone who used to be a part of a guild. Jamie raised his brow. That confident? There didn't seem to be any ounce of doubt in Seth's voice as he spoke about his game. This made Jamie smile. All right then, if you're that confident, then I'll get in contact with my friend. Let's see if we can make something work. I will send you the game file over. Okay, send it over. I'll get in contact with him now. I'll message you when I'm done. Pulling the phone away, Jamie scrolled through his contacts before settling his gaze on a certain contact. He didn't hesitate to press call a short moment later. If he isn't lying about his game, then this should benefit both of them. Chapter 159, Launch of New Game 3. Boorp. A lazy figure sat within the confines of a small room, his legs resting on his desk, as all sorts of trash littered the ground. Scratching his stubble, Idris Diamantes quietly sipped on his beer as he scrolled through his phone. This month's statistics aren't too bad. I should be able to make quite a bit of money. While I won't be able to enter the top 100 streamers, I shouldn't be too far off. As a retired containment expert of the Second Order, Idris was fairly skilled. Had he not picked up an injury during one of his expeditions, he probably wouldn't have retired. It was an unfortunate circumstance that pushed him towards content creation. Now, he streamed regularly and produced videos for his growing fanbase, dabbling in everything from gaming to commentary and whatever trends caught his eye. Even so, as of right now, his career had started to stagnate. While the revenue was good, his growth had completely stalled. He was seeing no new influx of viewers tuning in on his channel. This was usually not a very good thing, since this meant that he could only lose viewers and not gain them. In short, if he didn't do something quickly, then there was a good chance that his views would start to sink. But what exactly can I even do? There was nothing interesting happening as of late. Be it tournaments or games, there was nothing that was particularly interesting or trend-worthy. Idris was currently stuck in a limbo. Biting his nails, Idris was just about to make a quick call when he suddenly received a message. Jamie. Opening up the message, Idris's expression turned strange. What the? The message was simple. Play the game and make a video of it. You can thank me later. Huh? Looking down, he also saw a file attached to the message. The name of the file was Game Proxy 1. Wait, what? Idris immediately tried to call Jamie, but his call was immediately brought to voicemail. This left him utterly lost and confused. Why was he not answering, and what even was this game? Has he lost it or something? Idris scratched the side of his cheek before looking at the file again. Curious, he loaded the game onto his computer and started it. Soon, a plain interface appeared before his very eyes. Calling it plain was an understatement. Looking at the lazily made interface that only had several lines written, Idris's face fell as he immediately went on to grab his phone and texted Jamie. What is this? He didn't have to wait long for a reply. It's a horror game. But the answer that he received from Jamie made his face twist. A horror game. Is this a joke? Was Jamie not aware of the fact that he was of the second order, that he was experienced in handling scary situations? Why in the world was he trying to get him to play the game? Yes, this must be a joke. Haha, very funny. I take it that you were lonely. Is that why you're suddenly texting me this nonsense? Idris shook his head as he wrote the message. Thinking about it, this was how Jamie usually was. He was the type of person to make these kinds of jokes. A horror game. Idris felt like laughing. He began typing another message to Jamie. Next time you want to prank me, at least give the game a name and a proper interface. This is just too las. It's not a joke, play the game. Idris's fingers stopped as his brows furrowed tightly. Not a joke. Now he was really starting to get annoyed as he shifted his attention back towards the plain interface. The more he looked at it, the more annoyed he got. Ding. Another message came. Have you heard of A Regular Day in the Office? It's made by the same guy. What, that shit game? Idris was, of course, aware of the game. How could he not? The game had been trending for a short month. He even gave it a chance due to the few newspapers that mentioned the disturbance the game caused by the screams it caused. Curious, Idris also tried the game. But, shit beyond shit. The game was one of the most boring games he had ever played in his life. Whatever video he had been planning on making, he had to quickly scrap it. He even went as far as asking for a refund, but was promptly rejected, causing him to waste $5 on the game. In his opinion, they were $5 too many. Wait, you're telling me that this game is created by the same one that created that garbage? Idris shifted his attention towards the interface once more and leaned back on his chair, his face turning strange. Now I have even more reason not to play this game. Taking aside the fact that he was of the second order, given how shit the previous game developed by this guy was, Idris was even more certain that this one was going to be just as shit, if not worse. Chuckling, Idris texted Jamie. If it's made by the same guy, then I have less reason to play it. I've got stuff to do, so if you don't have anything else to say, I'll go. Sending the message, Idris shook his head before tossing his phone onto the bed. Ding, ding. His phone continued to buzz even as he threw it, but Idris ignored it. He was done listening to Jamie's nonsense. Letting out a small yawn, Idris reached for his mouse, intending to quit the game. But just as his fingers brushed against it, he accidentally pressed onto the left side of the mouse. Click. With the cursor hovering over the Start button, the interface changed the moment he left-clicked. Oh shit. Annoyed, Idris frowned and moved the mouse around in order to quit the game. However, right as he started doing that, the game loaded. Immediately, the screen shifted to reveal a small room with a checkered marble floor, a long flight of wooden stairs leading upward, and several open doors lining the walls, whatever was behind them hidden by a deep and foreboding darkness. An extremely dim lighting enshrouded the space, adding a sense of mystery and grimness to the surroundings. Idris paused the moment he saw the sight. The graphics. They were actually not bad at all. While it wasn't anywhere near most modern games, it was actually quite passable. But that was just about it. The graphics were great, but it was still not enough to grab his attention. At least that was the case until a sudden light flared to life, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing from one of the far-off doors. A circular dot of light suddenly appeared behind the darkness that enshrouded the doors in the distance, hovering in the air. It expanded slowly, growing brighter with each echoing footstep that crept closer. Tag, tag. The steps were slow, but at the same time rhythmic. Closer and closer they came, the expanding light dragging a glare across the screen like a searchlight sweeping through the dark. It stopped just inches away from the main screen, making it hard to see. Then, the light pulled down, revealing the face of an elderly woman with hollow eyes. "Ah, you're here." Idris held his breath. Chapter 160, Launch of New Game 4. Idris's brow knitted instinctively as the old lady's face filled the screen. Every detail stood out to him. The deep lines etched into her skin, the emptiness in her hollow, faintly blue eyes, and the mole that rested right beneath her right eye. Her appearance was enough to jolt Idris out of his lethargic state of mind as he stared at the old lady on the screen. They sure didn't skimp out on her design. Every detail of the old lady seemed meticulously crafted, adding a certain sense of realism to the scenario as the old lady once again spoke. "I thought you wouldn't have come, officer." "Officer?" The camera panned down, displaying a police uniform before eventually panning back up towards the old lady, who had moved back a few steps. Her hand was raised to display a small lamp. "I have been waiting quite a while. I was starting to get impatient." Her lips slowly pulled up to reveal her toothless smile, and Idris smirked. "Are they making her as ugly as possible? What a cheap trick to add horror." He shook his head. He was already starting to lose interest in the game. No, in fact, why was he even playing it? He was supposed to quit the game. How did he end up playing it? "It hasn't been long since my husband disappeared. Perhaps you might be able to find some clues if you look inside. I'm happy to be of your assistance." The old lady then proceeded to move to the side, holding onto the lamp to light up the dimly lit surroundings even more. A series of basic commands appeared shortly after. W forward. A left. D right. S back. Left click pick up. Rather simple commands. Just one look and Idris was able to tell that the mechanics were quite simple. This made his frown deepen. "I can't even fight or do anything else. What am I even supposed to do?" He shook his head. He didn't even feel like critiquing the game any further. Moving the mouse and looking around the place, his gaze once again fell on the old lady who stood by the side, smiling quietly. Seeing as she isn't talking anymore, her role is done. Idris more or less already had an idea of what he needed to do. In essence, he had to find clues regarding the old lady's husband. Something must have happened to him, and as an officer, he came to investigate the situation. This appeared to be the background of the game. "I guess that's all." He moved the mouse and looked around before approaching the old lady once more. He left-clicked and she smiled. "Officer, would you like my help? Feel free to ask me when you need." The interaction ended there. I guess it's safe to say that she's just here for the atmosphere and the info dump. Idris drummed his finger over the table before shaking his head. "I've already had enough of this game." He wasn't interested before, and he wasn't interested now. Why in the world would Jamie tell me to play this? Maybe it scared him, and he thought it would scare me. But just the thought made him frown. Did Jamie really think that just because he hung around haunted places, his tolerance would be the same as his? That's ridiculous. Idris didn't even know whether to feel mad or annoyed. He was feeling a mix of both, and just as he was about to shut the game for good, a sudden tune filled the air. It was soft, and yet, the moment that Idris heard it, it almost felt as though the thoughts in his mind faded. It took a moment for Idris to snap out of it, and when he did, he was shocked to see that his hand was pressed onto the mouse, while his fingers were on the keyboard, moving the character towards one of the open doors in the distance. What's going on? Idris hastily pulled his hands back, staring at the keyboard in front of him with a deep frown. Covering his mouth, he looked towards the beer that was resting on the table. Did I drink too much? Am I that drunk? Wasn't he just about to quit the game? Why did he suddenly start playing the game? And why in the world is my heart beating? Pressing his hand against his chest, Idris felt it. His own beating heart. It was beating at a beat that was way above the norm. Idris sat upright as his frown deepened, and his gaze turned towards the game once more. More specifically, towards the open door before him, as all he could see was the darkness that stood on the other side. A gentle tune played in the air, as, for some reason, he found himself swallowing his saliva. What? It was that simple action that caused him to be taken aback. Staring at the door and then his hands, which were slightly sweating, his face started to contort. I'm drunk, aren't I? The thought that he was scared never crossed his mind once. In his mind, it was impossible for him to be scared of this game. He had to be drunk. That was the only possible explanation for his weird reactions. And that tune. It's annoying. How do I turn it off? Idris pressed the ESC button and tried to look at the settings, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't deactivate the music. The hell, what sort of game won't allow me to turn off the music? While he could turn off all sound, all he wanted to do was turn off the music and nothing else. For whatever reason, the music was making him unsettled. However, it was clear that the game wouldn't allow him to do so. This really is a shit game. Clicking his tongue, Idris took a deep breath before looking at the door once again. He had previously wanted to quit the game, but now things were a little bit different. He was actually quite annoyed. Jamie wants me to make a video, right? Fine. His lips curled upwards as he brought his hands onto the keyboard and mouse again. I'll do the review, it's just that. It won't be one where I'll be very nice. Kek. Without wasting a single second, Idris reached towards the top of his computer and activated the camera. Seeing the green dot flash, he suddenly smiled. Yo, how y'all doing? He moved the mouse left and right. Welcome back to my channel. As you all can see, I'm playing a new game. What was it called again? Idris thought for a moment before recalling that the game didn't have a name, and rolled his eyes. Never mind, it doesn't have a name yet. I guess you can say it's a prototype. An exclusive prototype that you will only get to see on my channel, Cuck. Taking a sip of his beer, he continued. Anyways, from what I heard, this game is made by the same guy who made the recent Office horror game. As you can see, the graphics have improved since then, but that's about it. Do you think the game can scare me? Idris laughed while slamming the can down. Bang. What a joke. I got bored with that game in the first minute. The same can be said for this one. Clicking his tongue, Idris pressed the W key and proceeded forward. Let's see if the developer improved since the last game. Did he get better or did he regress? No, wait. Can you even regress from the bottom? Chapter 161. Launch of New Game 5. Okay, it looks like we have many choices. There are several doors that we can enter, each most likely containing a certain clue to the elderly lady's husband. My best guess is that each door will pose some sort of challenge, with the fear factor increasing with each subsequent room that we enter. Entering the room, Idris started to narrate. As an experienced gamer and as someone who had experience in anomalous gates, he was quite aware of the current setup. To him, this was child's play. Okay, the first door looks like it will lead us directly to the kitchen. Idris guided the cursor slowly across the screen, eyes fixed on the scene unfolding. The room was steeped in shadows, lit only by a single, flickering bulb that swayed gently from a frayed cord above. The white marble tiles on the floor were cracked and discolored, like bones left too long in the dark. A plain gas stove loomed in the corner, while the open cabinets above creaked slightly, revealing their empty insides. Creak! The sound filtered into Idris's room as he raised his brow. This place is rather well designed, but I wouldn't say this is quite realistic. This place doesn't seem to have been used in quite a long time, and we're all aware of the fact that the old lady lives here. See, look. Idris pointed towards a certain area where he noticed dust and spiderwebs. He shook his head. The programmer is clearly trying too hard to make the atmosphere look scary. However, one needs to take into account realism while doing so. Otherwise, it'll just feel forced. Licking his lips, Idris continued to look around, criticizing any little thing that he saw. Taking into account his annoyance, he didn't hold back at all. He was brutally honest with everything that he said, ripping the game apart. There's also a subtle lag that I feel when moving the character. This dampens the experience quite a little. Then again, I didn't expect much to begin with. This was made after all by an amateur in the space. However, it is still a step up compared to his previous game, so I'll give him his flow. Pausing for a moment, Idris moved the cursor as he suddenly spotted something. His brows furrowed as he moved the character forward. What the... It was right at the gap between the cupboard and the stove that he noticed faint markings on the wall. He wasn't able to spot them at first due to the faint lighting, but coming closer, he finally managed to see them. His brows jumped up the moment he saw the marking. It was a downward arrow. Wait. Idris frowned in confusion, but as he looked closer, he noticed the arrow was aimed precisely at the narrow gap beside the stove. With a hesitant nudge, he moved the character forward. The shadows shifted, and just beyond the edge of the appliance, something caught his eye. Something small, partially obscured, lying motionless on the cold tile floor. A paper. Idris dragged the cursor over the paper, and the paper faded from the spot, appearing right into his character's hands. Alongside the action was a faint dragging sound, most likely put there to indicate that the character had moved the stove forward to get the paper. Idris didn't think too much of it and stared at the paper. I think she is hiding something from me. A lover, I don't know, she just doesn't allow me to enter that room. She says that it was her ex-husband's room. I'm not sure she won't allow me in. It smells horrible in there. Should I divorce her? Idris frowned, his fingers brushing against the keys as he stared at the message. Some family dispute? Well, it does look like the husband is suspecting her of cheating. There's also something about her ex-husband's room, some sort of jealousy at play. Idris's mind started to churn. All sorts of possibilities and scenarios started to formulate in his mind. Looking at our current situation, this seems to be a horror mystery game. We're supposed to figure out clues regarding the husband's disappearance, and looking at the letter, our goal should be to go to the ex-husband room. The old lady also appears to be suspicious. Let's be careful of her. As he said these words, Idris didn't even realize that his tone had grown a lot more serious than before. Unconsciously, he started to treat the game more seriously. This was something that he himself had yet to notice, as he looked around the kitchen for any more clues before coming back out. It doesn't look like there's anything else here. Let's go back out. Moving out of the kitchen, Idris's gaze fell on the lady. She still appeared where she had left him before, her toothless smile and hollow eyes directed his way. Have you found anything? I can help you whenever you'd like. My husband was a very good man, although he did become quite sick as of late. I wish he had taken his medicine that day. Listening to the old lady's words, Idris clicked his tongue. This game. The fact that he couldn't actually interact with the old lady annoyed him. Otherwise, he would have been able to ask her where the ex-husband's room was. In the end, shaking his head, he moved towards the other room that was on the same floor. The room stretched out before him, far larger than the cramped kitchen, its space cluttered with worn sofas, tattered carpets, and faded paintings hanging crookedly on the walls. But despite its size, dust coated every surface, thick and suffocating, as if the place hadn't seen a cleaning in years. Whim. The moment Idris took a good look at his surroundings, a certain tune began to play in the air, causing Idris's brow to jump up. He guided the mouse toward the source of the faint music, his eyes soon landing on the old record player, positioned beside a weathered wooden table. The record spun in eerie silence, emitting only a thin, creaky sound. Idris swallowed upon staring at the record player, moving the character forward as he stopped right before it, yet again noticing a strange arrow etched on the table, pointing towards the record. Idris left-clicked, and the record disappeared, displaying another letter. The doctors say that I'm sick. I think I've been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I can't remember things really well these days. What was I even so on edge about? Right, something about her ex, I am not sure. I'm starting to see things these days. It all calms down whenever I close my eyes. Could it be because of my sickness? I wish I got better. The frown on Idris's face deepened as he read this letter. He started to piece the two letters together, and new scenarios started to emerge in his mind. Could it be that rather than having Alzheimer, he got poisoned by the old lady? The more I think about it, the more I feel like there's something up with the old lady. Maybe the ex-husband is still alive and colluding with her to do something to this guy. The more Idris thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Are you sure? It could just be a simple case of Alzheimer. He disappeared after leaving, forgetting the road back. Yes, that could also be the case, but I don't think it's that simple. It's never that simple. You think so? Yay. Idris's eyes shot up in shock as his hands let go of the keyboard and mouse, and he moved back, staring at the screen with wide eyes as he hastily looked around. His gaze flicked to the corner of the room, and there she was. An old woman standing unnervingly close, her frail hands gripping a tarnished lamp. She was watching him, her smile thin and unsettling, her gaze lingering over him as though she could actually see and hear him. Not the game character, but him. Idris's body tensed as he looked at her, lowering his gaze to stare at his hand. It was there that he realized. His hand. It was trembling. Chapter 162, A Twisted Game 1. Blankly staring at the old lady on the screen, Idris found himself licking his own lips as he tried his best to remain calm. However, that quickly proved to be a difficult task as he took several deep breaths. Staring at the smiling old lady on the screen, her hollow eyes focused on him, Idris's lips parted as he asked, "Hello, can you hear me?" In that brief moment, it almost felt as though the old lady had heard his words and was quietly talking with him. Goosebumps. Idris felt goosebumps in that moment. However, he was quick to recover as he adjusted himself back properly in the seat and looked at the camera that was pointed at him. "I'm sorry about that. You guys saw that too, right? Haha, it almost felt as though the old lady was talking to me. I was a little taken aback by that. What a stupid coincidence." Idris shook his head, turning his attention back towards the screen. As he did, his brows furrowed unconsciously. Thinking about it, even if it was some freak coincidence, I shouldn't have been this startled. I've encountered far scarier things in the past. I'm not usually this jumpy. Am I getting rusty? Idris scratched the back of his head. However, he eventually shook his head and proceeded with the game. Looking at the old lady who didn't seem like she could talk again, Idris took a silent breath before moving out of the room and onto the next one. Kriak. As he entered the next room, he immediately noticed a big difference in the new room. The moment he stepped in, he heard a faint creaking sound coming from the distance, and the lighting appeared to be even dimmer than it was before. It was so dim that Idris had no choice but to squint his eyes in order to get a better look at the surroundings, and the moment he did, he immediately noticed that he was standing in what appeared to be a bathroom. Creak, creak. The creaking sound continued, forcing Idris to lift the cursor upward. There, a broken cupboard hung by the side of the wall, the door swaying slowly from side to side. Whoa! Idris let out a small breath. By now, Idris was extremely focused, so much so that he even forgot about the video and calmly assessed the situation around. His entire body was tense, and his eyes were alert. At this very moment, he had completely forgotten that this was a game. Creak. As the creaking persisted, Idris tapped the W key as carefully and delicately as possible, inching the character forward. The room ahead was in worse condition than the previous ones. Shattered tiles lined the floor, crunching softly with each step. The shower curtains hung in tatters, discolored and swaying slightly despite the still air. And then there was the bathtub. A massive porcelain husk, splintered with deep cracks. Dark stains clung to the edges, and from within the basin a slow drip echoed. Tab, tab, tab. Idris leaned in, squinting. The creaking stopped, and for whatever reason, sitting in his own seat, Idris hesitated. Move forward or not, look into the bathtub or... Wait, what am I even doing? Snapping out of it, Idris's expression changed as he looked at the screen in front of him. Why was he even hesitating so much? This was just a game. It wasn't real. Shifting his attention towards the beer on the table, he grabbed it. Did I drink too much? Thinking about it, that was probably the case. Why else would he be acting like this? Tusk. Clicking his tongue, Idris tossed the can into the trash and moved the character forward, inching it closer to the bathtub to see what was inside. So it's nothing. A smirk played on his lips the moment he saw that there was nothing. In the end, he really was too drunk. For a moment, he thought that something would show up in the bathtub. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything, I guess. I'm supposed to look for the arrow, right? Idris moved away from the bathtub and started looking elsewhere. Because of how hard the surroundings were, it became quite difficult for him to find the small arrow. For fuck's sake, who was the genius who decided to make it so dark? Growing irritated, Idris moved towards the sink and started to move the cursor around, clicking randomly as he tried to find whatever clue was hidden before him. However, regardless of how hard he tried, he found that he couldn't find a single thing at all. Shit, fuck. Growing even more frustrated, Idris scratched the side of his neck before bringing the mouse up, meeting the broken mirror that sat right above the sink. This is starting to... Halfway through his words, his expression changed. and his heart nearly leaped out of his chest as he caught a glimpse of a tall shadow looming right behind him. His hand twitched as he hastily jerked the mouse back, but when the screen shifted, he froze. There was nothing behind him. I swear I saw something. Turning his attention back towards the mirror, the only thing he saw was the broken reflection of the game character. Idris frowned, but soon turned to look at the camera. I don't think I saw wrong. This could just be some sort of trick by the game. Anyways, what am I supposed to do now? Looking around, I can't seem to find anything. Click, click, click. Clicking everywhere, Idris looked at the camera again. See, I don't get anything regardless of where I click. Am I missing something, or is the game glitching? Well, considering how this was made by one person, then Idris's movements came to an abrupt halt as he stared at the mirror once again. This time, his expression changed. What? Unconsciously, his breath paused as he stared at the red letters etched into the mirror. They looked freshly written, the blood still sliding down the cracked glass. Something is definitely up. I don't remember, my brain is foggy. I can hardly think, it hurts so much. It hurts, but... Whatever you do, don't look. Don't look. Reading the contents of the message, he felt it. Thump. The sudden shift in the atmosphere. Don't look, what am I supposed to not look at? Idiers grew more concerned as he hastily looked around. However, as he did, he saw nothing. In the end, he turned his attention towards the door. I've already found the message, so I should get out of here, right? Idris didn't waste a single second. He hurried the character out of the room and made his way back into the main area. However, the moment he did, he stopped as his expression tensed. Why is it so dark? Looking around, the place was a lot darker than it was before. He could hardly see a thing, and even as he increased the brightness to the max, he struggled to see the path ahead. That was until... Swoosh! A dim light cast behind him, as an aged face appeared over the stairs that led to the second floor. Oh dear! Her hollow eyes focused on Idris as she raised the lamp. It appears that the lights need replacing. I also see that you're done with the first floor. Why don't you come up? It should be brighter up here. Idris licked his lips at the sound of the old lady's voice. The longer he stared at her, the more something felt wrong. But as he looked around, it became clear. He didn't really have much of a choice. With a hesitant hand, he moved the character forward. The avatar climbed the stairs, each step releasing a faint groan that echoed through his laptop speakers, dragging a sense of unease behind every creak. In order to ease the tension, he looked at the camera and began speaking. So it looks like the next part of the game is about to start. The first floor was probably just an introduction to get the player familiar with the situation and learn more about the husband. Basically, it was setting the tone and building the atmosphere. If I'm right, this is where the real game begins. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself down, Idris smiled. If so, I'm ready. Oh, I'm glad you're ready. Idris's expression shifted as his head snapped toward the old lady, the breath leaving his lungs all at once. That's. Maybe he could dismiss it the first time, but a second time. That couldn't be a coincidence. Is it possible that she can listen to my words? No, but how is that possible? Idris shuddered at the thought. His eyes locked onto the old lady, her face looming just inches from the screen. His lips trembled faintly. But then... You look really excited, officer. I really do hope you find something. With a smile, the old lady stepped to the side, illuminating the next room. Please. She nudged toward the door, and as Idris followed her gaze, his expression froze completely. Then, his entire body tensed. Standing just beyond was a tall, lanky black figure looming in the shadows. It wore a tattered top hat, tilted at an unnatural angle. Its head was swallowed by shadow, hiding whatever lay beneath. That's when Idris felt it. Bah thump. His own rapidly beating heart. Chapter 163, A Twisted Game 2. Bah thump. Catching a glimpse of the tall figure by the door, Idris felt his blood run cold. Idris's years as a containment agent kicked in all of a sudden, as if recalling the words he had seen in the bathroom, whatever you do, don't look, don't look. His hand snapped down, dragging the cursor away from the figure without thinking. The surroundings fell silent, besides the heavy breathing coming from Idris as he took a moment to process the situation. Why did I react like that? Why am I acting like this? What is going on? Idris's leg tapped rapidly against the ground. something he usually did whenever he was stressed and nervous. This is just a game. Why am I reacting like this? I shouldn't be reacting like this. The more Idris thought about it, the more he realized that something was wrong. However, the moment he lifted his head in real life, the only thing he could focus on was the monitor in front of him. It was as if the only thing that existed was the game in front of him, as his surroundings started to twist and curl. Clutching tightly onto the mouse, Idris slowly moved the cursor up to stare at the door once again. Gone, it's gone. The figure that had been present before was completely gone. The only one that still remained was the old lady as she looked at him with the same toothless smile of hers as she cocked her head and asked, "Is something wrong?" Idris found his lips opening on their own as he answered back, "And no, it's fine." "That's good." By now, Idris had long forgotten about the peculiar lady who seemed to be able to interact with him. At this very moment, he was immersed in the game. So immersed that he forgot all about the fact that it was won. "I'll be leaving now." The old lady pulled the lamp back as the wooden floor creaked under her steps, and she began moving towards another room. "Best of luck. I will be looking for a way to repair the lights." Creak, creak, creak. The creaking grew more distant until it completely faded. By the time they were gone, a heavy silence filled the surroundings as Idris continued to stare at the door in front of him. He stood like that for what felt like forever. However, this didn't persist for long as he clenched his teeth, and he moved towards the door, finally entering it to reveal a large bedroom. The lights were dim, but it was much easier for him to see as the bedroom looked to be in better condition than the areas beneath. In fact, it was spotless. The white sheets were spotless, the wooden floor free of dust, and the entire bedroom appeared well-maintained. Idris's brows furrowed at the sight as he paused for a moment, taking in the surroundings in confusion. Why is this place clean and the others are? Is this something that only happens on the second floor? Could this be because this is the old lady's room? Thinking about it, it made sense. The old woman was quite elderly and likely didn't have the energy to maintain such a large house. She probably only kept the areas she used in good condition. Taking a deep breath, Idris calmed himself down and started looking around the place. If my guess isn't wrong, I should be able to find another paper inside here. By now, he had completely forgotten about the fact that he was recording himself. The only thing in his view was the screen in front of him as he moved the character around, trying his best to look for clues. As he did, his mouse eventually hovered over the drawer beside the bed. Pausing, Idris moved toward it, his eyes drifting to the wooden frame resting just above it, along with the small lamp perched beside it. A picture. He couldn't quite see what was in the frame since it was a little dusty. Positioning the cursor over the frame, he clicked and picked it up as it appeared before him. Only when it was close did he manage to see through the layer of dust and smudges clouding the glass. A young girl and a man. Looking at the frame, he was able to see a young man standing next to a young girl in front of a house. The two of them were both posing together as they looked directly at the camera. Overall, it looked like a regular picture. However, for some reason, Idris felt his gaze wander towards the man's clothing, a gray suit and a gray top hat. For whatever reason, staring at the clothing, he felt his heart race. But why was his heart pounding over something so simple? Idris's thoughts spiraled for several seconds, until in the corner of the image, in a patch of glass just clean enough to reflect, he caught the shadow of what looked like a top hat looming behind him. His hand nearly jerked back at the sudden sight of the top hat, and he barely managed to suppress a gasp as he kept the mouse frozen in place. "Whatever you do, don't look, don't look." The words from before replayed in his mind over and over again. Idris's breath was heavy as he remained rooted in place, his mind and thoughts coming to a freezing halt as he came to a sudden realization. Something was standing right behind him. Sweat formed at the palms of his hands as he tried to maintain his composure. "Calm down, I've encountered similar situations before. I just don't have to look, that's all I have to do, I don't have to low." Creak. Hearing the floor creak, Idris's body tensed as he hastily pulled his gaze away from the frame and lowered his eyes to stare at the ground. It was also in that moment that he caught sight of a pair of leather shoes, moving carefully in front of him. "It's really here." Idris's pulse quickened. For a moment he didn't know what to do. He was starting to panic. However, even though he was panicked, he was still rational enough to understand his current position. So long as he continued to stare at the ground, he was safe. I believe the main goal of entering this room is to find the picture. A lot of things started to set in Idris's mind, from the picture to the pristineness of the room. Without a doubt, the figure that was standing right before him was the same man in the picture. Most likely, he was the ex-husband. The reason why the room had been so tidy wasn't because the old lady lived in it, but because he lived in it. He needed to get out of the room as quickly as possible and head onto the next. Idris could feel it. The escalating tension of the game as he turned the character around and moved ahead, his head continuously lowered. As he moved, he felt the entity that had been standing behind him remain where it was. Idris breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, all I have to do is just keep looking down. Coming out of the room, Idris felt a lot more relaxed. In hindsight, so long as he kept his head down, he wouldn't need to worry about the figure that was chasing him. Subtly moving the cursor up, Idris stared towards the next door and began to move forward again. He kept the cursor low enough that he could see the door, and he felt much more at ease as he did so. In fact, he felt quite confident. The more he thought about it, the easier he felt that the situation was. The main issue is that I can't look up too often since there's a risk that I might end up seeing the figure again, but that's not really a big problem. I can just look up quickly before looking down again. Idris planned on doing this in quick bursts that would allow him to see what was ahead before looking down again. So long as he stuck to the plan, he thought that he'd be able to clear the situation rather easily. However, the moment he stepped into the next room, that fragile sense of control shattered. There sprawled across the floor in thick, smeared red were the words. Everything is a lie. I am not sick, they are sick. They try to trick me, they trick me through sight and sound. Run. They. His breath caught. They. His voice came out weak, almost as if afraid of being heard. He froze in place and for a moment nothing moved, until he heard it. Creak. A soft, drawn-out creaking, like weight shifting on old wood. It came from directly behind him. A chill stabbed down his spine, and every muscle in his body locked up. His fingers tightened around the mouse. Then came the voice. Oh, you're here, did you find anything? It was the old lady. Almost instinctively, Idris turned in the direction of the voice, but all of his experience came rushing through in that moment as he stopped dead in his tracks. That voice, was it really the old lady, S? Ada. That was when it truly hit him. The Fear. Chapter 164, A Twisted Game 3. Who is it? Idris's lips were dry, his breath unsteady as he clutched the mouse with such force that it let out a faint, plastic creak beneath his fingers. A shadow began to stretch beneath the character on the screen, lengthening slowly before his eyes, and with it, a tremor ran through Idris's entire body. His mind started to swirl with all sorts of thoughts, as he struggled to grasp his current situation. Officer. Hearing the old woman's voice again, Idris felt the urge to turn toward it. But could he? The warning from the previous room echoed in his mind, the words printing themselves before his very vision. They try to trick me. They trick me through sight and sound. Run. It was a warning. A warning that described the current situation properly. Idris's body trembled harder, each breath coming out more ragged than the last. His eyes darted frantically across the screen, scanning every corner in search of a clue, anything that could explain what was happening or tell him what to do next. At the same time, he constantly reminded himself to stick to his plan. I don't have to turn around. I shouldn't look at anything. So long as I don't look at anything, then I don't have to worry about getting tricked. Taking a couple of more breaths to calm himself, Idris moved ahead with the game. Officer, why are you not responding to me? Is something wrong? Did you figure something out? The old woman's voice echoed steadily behind him, each word soft and brittle. But Idris refused to acknowledge it, forcing himself to focus entirely on the screen and the task in front of him. It's very clear that there's a message in each room. This is the second-to-last room before going to the final room, and if my estimates are correct, then the door will most likely be locked. In that case, the goal should be to find the next message and find the key that will lead me to open up the last door. Each floor was comprised of 3 rooms, from what Idris managed to observe. The goal of each room was to find the letters and writing, with the game growing progressively more tense with each clue found. He was just 2 rooms away from clearing the game. He had to hold steady. Now, where could the next message be? It's right underneath the bed. Hearing the old lady's voice, which seemed to be able to read his thoughts, Idris's hand shook further as his breathing, which he had managed to steady a few moments prior, suddenly became more erratic. The message that you're looking for is right underneath the bed. Idris slowly dragged the mouse across the screen until the leg of the bed came into view. From what little he could see, it looked like he was in yet another bedroom. His throat tightened as he swallowed, placing the cursor over the bed's leg. The moment he did, every sound vanished. It felt as if the entire room were holding its breath, and with it, so was he. A suffocating tension gripped the air shortly after that as his finger lifted and he prepared to click the mouse. However, right as he was about to do so, he stopped. No, wait, this could also be a trap. Why else would the old lady so blatantly tell him to check the bed? This was obviously a trap. Yes, it had to be a trap. Idris quickly pulled the cursor away, no longer daring to look at the bed. As soon as he did, the oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the low, rasping sound of breathing that echoed across the screen. It seemed to come from right behind him. Ho! Idris's face turned pale as he fought to maintain his grip on the mouse, his fingers slipping slightly from the sweat. With a shaky breath, he pulled his hand away and clenched it into a tight fist, the pressure helping to squeeze out the moisture as he tried to steady himself. This is just a game. This is just a game. This is just a game. He had to remind himself over and over again that all of this was fake in order to keep his mind steady, as he once again had to remind himself that this was just a game. A very twisted game. One that played with the player's mind. Taking another deep breath, Idris kept the cursor down, inching forward slowly until he stopped right before a wardrobe. He clicked on it and searched through its contents in order to find something, but nothing. There was nothing useful. Pressing his lips together, Idris guided the cursor toward another part of the room, clinging to the hope that he might find something. Anything. He checked the drawer beside the bed, then moved to the small desk resting opposite it. His eyes scanned every detail, every corner, but no matter how thoroughly he searched, the room offered nothing. Instead, the more he looked, the rougher and louder the breathing behind him became, and as he moved away from the desk, he felt his ear shiver as the skin around his neck crawled. What the hell am I supposed to do? There's nothing, literally nothing at all. With the increasing tension, Idris also felt a sense of frustration. His previously calm emotions now started to run rampant as the frustration was starting to get to his head, making him less rational. In the end, his mouse once again fell on the leg of the bed, and he paused. The room fell silent shortly after as the breathing behind him stopped, and everything came to a pause. The signs were all there. No matter how he thought about it, he had to look under the bed. This was clearly the next part of the game, and yet, I don't want to. Looking at the bed, his heartbeat quickened. Bah thump, bah thump. It drummed so loudly that for a moment, Idris struggled to concentrate. I really don't want to look under the bed. I feel like it's a trap. I know when my guts are right, there has to be something else. Another way. Biting his lips and feeling the sting, Idris once again pulled the mouse away from the bed frame. The moment he did, the breathing returned. Everything was as it was before. Or at least, until a faint flickering sound echoed. Flick, flick. The light above flickered violently, casting erratic shadows across the room. Idris's legs locked around the chair, muscles tense as his body braced itself. Hayo. His breathing grew faster, unintentionally syncing with the heavy, rhythmic breaths of whatever stood behind him. Idris's hand shook as he moved the mouse, his face paler than it was before. The tension was at an all-time high, and cold sweat trickled down his back. His shirt clung damp against his back, but he forced himself to ignore the discomfort, pushing onward as he continued to move cautiously around the room, every nerve screaming in protest. It was just as he was growing desperate that he spotted something near the corner of the room, and his eyes lit up. Looking towards the wall, it was there that he spotted an arrow, and his eyes lit up. I knew that it was a trap. A triumphant smile flickered across his face as he followed the arrow pointing toward the floor. There, a small gap between the wooden tiles caught his eye. Without hesitation, Idris clicked on it, pushing it slightly as a result and revealing a folded piece of paper hidden beneath. Idris quickly read the message. I did it. I found a way to get into the room. She doesn't know it, and she will never know it. I left the clue right above. Where is it? Go right. On the ceiling, it's on the ceiling. Reading the message, Idris breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel it. The end was near. He was also certain that this was the correct message. Looks like all I have to do now is get into the room. The game is almost over. I should be done soon. Breathing another sigh of relief, Idris patted his chest. Easy, this was easy. Pulling the cursor away from the message, Idris brought it up towards the ceiling, thinking about his next set of actions. As he looked up, he was met with the sight of a blank white wall. Faint cracks spread across the wall as a small lamp hung up above. I don't see anything. Squinting his eyes, Idris tried to look for the clue that was left behind by the husband. However, regardless of how hard he looked, he couldn't find a thing. Or at least that was until... Crack. A sharp splintering sound shattered the silence. Idris froze, heart hammering in his chest. Bah thump. Slowly, hesitantly, he moved the cursor toward the corner of the ceiling. All noise ceased. And then, he saw it. The tall figure that lurked in the corner of the ceiling. It clung to the ceiling like a grotesque spider, dressed in a dark suit and top hat. Its eyes bore into him, and that twisted, unnatural smile stretched wide enough to chill his very soul. Before he could react, it lunged forward, moving with unnatural speed. Ohiak! A heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. Chapter 165, Multiplayer 1. Breathing roughly, Idris stared at the monitor in front of him, his chest heaving up and down unevenly. Game over. Staring at the two words scrawled in deep red, he remained frozen for a few seconds before finally leaning back in his chair, snapping out of it. Holy shit. He took a moment to recall everything that had happened and his subsequent reaction. Then, slowly lifting his head, he stared at the camera. Thank God I'm not live. Had he been live then? No, it's best not to think about it. Taking several deep breaths, Idris tried to steady himself, but to his dismay, the panic refused to fade. His hand kept trembling, and his heart pounded relentlessly against his chest. What's going on with me? Why can't I calm myself down? Damn it. Taking several deep breaths, Idris tried to steady himself, but the fear refused to leave him. His hand wouldn't stop shaking, and his heart slammed against his ribs with every passing second. For whatever reason, he was reminded of what had transpired, and another wave of fear coursed through him. It took at least 5 minutes for him to finally calm down as he blankly stared at the game. This makes no sense at all. Why am I still so hung up on the game? It shouldn't be like this. He was someone who had ventured through some of the worst gates ever. How could he be scared of a game like this? Lowering his head, he glanced at the box of beers that rested beneath the desk. Damn it, it's because I'm drunk. That's the only explanation. Looking towards the camera, Idris put it on standby before drinking a bottle of water in order to calm his mind down. Then, pacing around the room for the next several minutes, he sat back down on his chair and booted up the game. Again, he didn't believe for 1 second that he'd be scared this time. Not only that, he made sure to dim the lights around him further as he turned on the camera again. Okay, round 2. Since the cameras weren't live, I can just erase that video and treat it as if it never existed. I'll make sure this is the real video. Now that I know exactly what is happening, there's no need for me to be scared. Not that he was going to be scared even if he didn't know. He was drunk then, but he was much better now. All right. Pressing start, a familiar view came before him. I thought you wouldn't have come, officer. The familiar old lady's voice echoed, and for the briefest of moments, his hand trembled. However, he was quick to snap out of it as he clenched his teeth. Nothing, this is nothing. He kept mumbling the words under his breath as he restarted the game, his confidence shooting up with each subsequent room he passed. However, his confidence didn't last for very long. By the time he reached the second floor, his entire body was drenched in sweat. His hand trembled, gripping the mouse so tightly it began to squeak under the pressure once more. Everything was the same. He was in the same room as before, and he no longer fell for the same trick as before. This time he was even more careful as his gaze hovered towards the leg of the desk. Clearly, his thoughts were wrong before. The real message was under the bed, and he brought the mouse towards the bed. However, right as he did, he suddenly saw a shadow form right beneath the bed, stretching towards him, and his expression changed as he hastily turned around. Shit! But right as he did, a figure appeared right behind him. Idris's face changed drastically, but it was too late. Aya! Bang! His scream finally tore out as he tumbled back from his chair, his entire body trembling. He scrambled further away, eyes wide and quivering as they locked onto the massive game over, hovering on the screen. Impossible, this is impossible. He had been tricked again. Sitting up, Idris's trembling eyes settled onto the camera that was recording, and his face paled. It was right as his thoughts drifted back to the game when he suddenly heard a faint trembling sound coming from his left, causing his body to twitch. TRR. Hesitantly looking in the direction of the vibration, Idris found it to be his phone, and he slowly reached for it. It was there that he saw a simple message. It came from Jamie. It read, "So how was it? Was the game scary?" His face flushed red. Still no response. Looking at my phone, I was a little bit sad. It had been a while since I had sent the game over to Jamie, but I had yet to receive any words from him. I was probably being a little impatient, but how could I not be? I really was quite confident with my game. I had spent quite a lot of time developing, and if one managed to reach the end, they'd notice a nice little twist. But in order to do that, they'd need to get to the end. Oh well. I sighed lightly. I'll probably receive some feedback soon enough. I did think of giving the game to the exchange people, but they don't seem very friendly. In that case, should I have Kyle try the game? It was worth a shot. The last time I got him to play my game, it ended up in utter humiliation for me. This time, I was a lot more confident than I was before. Certainly, I'm sure he'll at least react a little. That was all I needed. Thinking about him showing some sort of reaction while playing my game brought a small smile to my face. I couldn't wait. With that being said, turning my attention to my laptop, I opened the app and turned my attention towards the new area that had appeared. In fact, it had been there for quite a while, but I had been so preoccupied with the development of the game that I never really paid much attention to it. But things were different now. Waiting to receive feedback from Jamie, I didn't really have much to do. In that case, I could now do other things. Like Lucky Wheel X1. I almost completely forgot this was a thing. This was one of the rewards that was included in the previous quest. I did remember getting a little excited about it, but given everything that had happened, and where my priorities had been for the past several weeks, I had completely forgotten about it. Now that I was suddenly reminded, it was time for me to open up the reward. I wonder what I'll get. Opening the wheel wasn't very difficult. The moment I pressed on it, the screen changed, and a wheel of multiple colors appeared before me. The colors most likely indicated the type of reward, from items to software and so on. There were all sorts of things written, and a large button appeared right below the wheel. It read Start. Who? Letting out a few breaths, I pressed the button, and the wheel began to spin. Tia-ra-ra-ra. It spun and spun and spun, alternating with all sorts of different colors as I stared at the screen in anticipation. Every second dragged for what felt like an eternity, until it finally stopped. Holding my breath, I followed the arrow and read the reward. Yellow software. Mirror voice. What in the world? Chapter 166, Multiplayer, 2. Mirror voices. Reading the name of the reward and noting the color assigned to it, I could tell it was a software. But as I mentally ran through all the available programs in the shop, none of them matched the one I had just received, Mirror Voices. In that case, this was a unique software. One that wasn't even available in the shop yet. My heart raced at the thought as I quickly looked down, where a pop-up appeared. Congratulations, your wheel has landed on a prize. Would you like to collect it? Play button yes, no. Yes. I didn't even hesitate and pressed yes. Immediately, the screen flashed white as the wheel disappeared, and I was brought back to the main app where I opened the game developing area. It was right there that I saw a new software added, and I immediately clicked on it to read its description. The moment I did, my eyes widened. Holy shit. This was massive. Mirror voices. Type software. a software that is capable of recording and mimicking the voices of anyone who is playing the game. For the software to function, the microphone must be switched on. Software can be applied to the game actors. Non-consumable. Just one look was enough to make my heart race. All sorts of possibilities crossed my mind as I reread the description of the software. I can definitely make this work for the game I just developed. It wasn't like I hadn't thought of adding this feature to the game, but actually programming something like this was simply too difficult without a team. Not only that, but it wasn't like it would be of much use anyway. So what if I can make it so that the twisted man can mimic the voice of the person playing the game? That would only just creep them out a little. However, it wouldn't be enough to trick them into looking at the twisted man. This was fundamentally why I gave up on the idea. However, now that the software presented itself before me, my mind couldn't help but churn at all the possibilities that had opened up for me. But still, there was a fundamental problem that I had to address. How exactly could I trick a player with their own voice? If I get the twisted man to copy their voice, would it make them turn? No, it wouldn't. At the very least, I wouldn't turn. I wasn't that stupid. Then, how exactly could I trick the player to turn? What if I alter their voice? That would make them not turn even more. I already got the twisted man to copy the old woman's voice. I also already got it to copy the sound of objects, from creaking to other things. What else? What else? My brows furrowed as I mulled over the situation. But then I abruptly lifted my head, attracted by the muffled sound of footsteps echoing from outside. Then, to talk. I heard a sudden knock on the door, and I blinked my eyes. Who? It's me. The voice sounded rather tired, but it was without a doubt Kyle's. Tilting my head, I was just about to reply when the knob turned and he opened the door. I'm coming, Uke. Just a few steps into the office, Kyle's face turned ghostly pale. His hands shot up to his neck, as if an invisible force were strangling him. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at me, his eyes filled with both shock and disgust. I merely nodded once I felt his gaze. Yeah, looks about right. The room had no windows or ventilation. Plus, with me having stayed and slept in this place for the past couple of weeks, I didn't doubt that this place smelled terrible. Take it as a lesson to never enter my office without getting permission from me. I did try to warn him before coming in. It was just a pity that he entered before I could say so. Kek. Oh shit. Looking up, I covered my mouth. I slipped up without noticing. Herk. Glaring at me, Kyle let out a small grunt before stepping out of the room to take several deep breaths and entering again, his hand against his nose as he opened his mouth to speak. Bastard, what have you done to this place? This is a crime. His voice sounded rather funny. I shrugged. Like I said, ask before entering. That doesn't change anything. What have you done to this place? Did you kill a person? It smells like someone left a body to rot in this place. You sound like someone who has smell. Yes, I have, multiple times at that. Hello? Right. This job. It's not my fault this place has no windows and ventilation. Holding himself back, Kyle brought his face outside of the office again to take a deep breath before bringing his head back in. In the end, looking at me, he just shook his head. Whatever, this is not the reason why I'm here. He looked behind him. I'm here to talk about something else. It involves you to some extent. Me? Why would I be involved? I had stayed relatively low-key recently. I didn't think I offended anyone, and the section chief also appeared rather busy lately. So what could it be? It involves your most recent game. My most recent game. The hell, while I did tell him about my game, I didn't show it to him or anyone in fact. The only one who had it was Jamie. Could it be that Jamie gave the game to Zoe? No, that wouldn't make sense. Zoe didn't strike me as a person who would be interested in that stuff. Then, remember when Rowan started screaming and that stuff? Something about it being due to your game. A small conflict occurred between them and Rowan, and well, it ended up being some sort of bet, with Rowan saying that they'd be scared. Huh? Oh, wait. It was there that I recalled. Indeed, Rowan played the game. The others had also seen it. Right. That did happen. Don't worry about it. They didn't take the bet. They didn't look that interested in it. Wait, they did. Nope. Kyle shook his head. Like I said, they weren't interested. In the end, the situation ended there. Hello? For some reason, I felt rather disappointed hearing that. With Jamie not replying to me, I was dying to know how good the game was. It worked on Rowan, but would it work on people who were even stronger than him? I was really dying to know. Damn it, it would have been a great opportunity. I really felt like pulling my hair out at the moment, but with that being said, if the bet didn't go through, why was he telling me this? As if reading my thoughts, Kyle brought his head out and back in before replying. I just wanted to mention it since you might get asked about your game later. I don't know if it'll happen, but Rowan's reaction did make a few people curious. I see. Well, that's good. I suppose all the time I spent helping Rowan ended up paying off after all. Wait. My eyes sharpened as I looked at Kyle. Could it be? You want to try the game too? Well, Kyle scratched the side of his cheek, his eyes looking down. Seeing his reaction, I suddenly smiled and stood up, pointing at my seat. Please, the two of us are like brothers, Kyle. If you want to play the game, just tell me. Cuck. Oh no. I had to hold it in. Licking my lips, I looked at the laptop and was just about to boot up the game when Kyle's voice echoed. Wait. What? Was he having second thoughts? No, I couldn't. About where we can play the game. Can we do it outside? This place is a bit. I paused, blinking before pursing my lips. Right, of course. Chapter 167, Multiplayer 3. I stood in silence, staring at Kyle, who turned his attention towards me, his face awkward as he scratched the side of his face. Is this it? I opened my mouth. Is this it? Is this it? I really felt like lunging at him and beating him to a pulp, but then looking at the monitor right before Kyle and the glaring game cleared that appeared on it, I pursed my lips and felt my shoulders deflate. He didn't even flinch. The entire time he cleared the game without so much as a change in expression. He did mumble things like, "Oh, I like this, not bad, kind of cool," but that was about it. He still cleared the game effortlessly. I had felt so confident in the game, and yet. Damn it, at least show me something. While I did expect Kyle to clear the game to some extent, I was still confident in what I had created. I was hoping he'd show some sort of reaction, but the fact that he showed nothing made me grow extremely worried. Did I overestimate the game? It can be just because it's Kyle. I mean, Rowan did show some sort of reaction. No, it was a great reaction, but will it be effective for other people? To what extent? I felt like ripping my own hair out in frustration. Gort. As if sensing my inner turmoil, Kyle looked at me. You know, I can just try again. Maybe next time I might get a little scared. I mean, I can tell that the game is definitely better than the previous one. It's quite good, actually. Unique even. The more Kyle praised the game, the shittier I felt. This also felt a lot like déjà vu. All right, he did say the same thing in the past when the first game didn't scare him. I clicked my tongue. This bastard. So should I. Do whatever you want. I waved him off absent-mindedly, my mind busy searching for any item I could buy from the shop to enhance the game. Whatever it took, I was going to make him react. However, regardless of how much I thought about it, I couldn't think of anything. Blank. My thoughts were completely blank. Maybe things would be different if the recording was more effective, but this is its limit. The recording was, after all, just a recording. It was the key piece required in most of my games in order to lower the guard of anyone playing the game. Things would be different if I had put a direct piece from the conductor, but right now, the conductor was the last thing I wanted to think about. Although there was still a little bit of time until my meeting with the conductor, it wasn't a lot of time. I think it's just about a month and a half. I really needed to think about how to assess that situation. Fuck, so many annoying things. Maybe I should raise the mouse a little bit, just enough to make me see the weird monster. That might make me a little bit more scared. Kyle was currently facing a predicament. Following the exchange with Rowan and the exchange members, he learned about Seth's new game and how it was supposedly scary. Thinking about Seth's previous game and how unscary it was, Kyle grew curious. Perhaps he had learned from then and improved his game. Maybe it could also now scare him. The thought made Kyle happy. If Seth managed to create a game that could scare him, then he was sure it was going to be a hit. Kyle wished nothing but success for Seth. But still, Seth's path was quite a difficult one. The demand for horror games was low because they rarely scared anyone. But low demand didn't mean they all flopped. In fact, a few horror games did succeed on a global scale, earning their developers a significant amount of money. It's just a pity that all those games are created using virtual technology. There was a limit to how immersive a PC and mouse game was. In order to reach the top, Seth would need to eventually start developing his own VR games. Only that way would he be able to truly create an immersive experience and tell the story that he wanted to tell. But that path was anything but easy. He'd be competing against gigantic corporations that could afford a team of developers, actors, and marketing funds. Kyle didn't see how Seth would be able to reach that point. In Kyle's eyes, the best-case scenario would be Seth getting scouted by one of those companies. By then he would get a good salary and do the thing he liked. Still, Seth was a long way from that goal. To reach it, he needed to create a game good enough to catch the attention of those companies. It was just unfortunate that he was still far off from that goal. "What are you doing?" Just then, Kyle heard a sudden voice and turned to see several familiar figures leaning into his cubicle. "Are you playing a game?" Zoe looked in particularly interested as she leaned close to check the game. "Oh, it looks like you just started." Zoe's eyes lit up the moment she saw the interface, but after a quick glance at the graphics and overall tone, her expression shifted. She seemed to understand something, and her interest quickly faded. "This is, Kyle paused and turned to check on Seth, but stopped when he saw him standing a little farther away, hands tangled in his hair. Was he trying to rip them? "Never mind. It's a horror game. I tried it and I ended up clearing it." "Wait, I recognize that game." Just then, Rowan stepped in, eyes wide as he stared at the monitor before glancing over at Kyle. "Wait, so you managed to clear it?" "Oh, yes." Kyle scratched the back of his head. "Well, it wasn't that difficult. In fact, it was quite easy." He just didn't say it out loud in case Seth heard. "It was a bit challenging, but I still managed to clear it. I was quite lucky." "You got lucky?" Rowan stared at Kyle with a complicated look. He was all too familiar with the game. Having played it himself, he knew just how scary it was. Kyle was just being humble, afraid of offending Seth or hurting his pride. And that made things the weirder for Rowan, who got scared by the very same game. Is he just different? How did he not get scared? Wait, if Kyle didn't get scared, then would the exchange members get scared? Rowan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, feeling Kalen's rejection back then to be a God-sent gift. "And what's this?" Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice the approaching footsteps until it was too late. A group appeared behind them, led by an all-too-familiar figure, whose gaze briefly locked onto Kyle and the game on his screen. "I was just coming back to check up on something, but you're playing games." "Oh, this." Kyle was just about to reply, and tell them he was just trying Seth's game when he paused, his expression conflicting before he closed down the laptop. Needed to relax a bit." "You guys sure have fun here, don't you?" Kalen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kyle. To be playing games in the middle of work. How low could this department get? Shaking his head, Kalen was about to leave when his gaze fell on Rowan. Noticing Rowan suddenly look away, Kalen raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" Curious, Kalen tried to get their eyes to meet, but Rowan kept his gaze away, staring in a completely different direction. How strange, he was so arrogant before. Where did his arrogance go? Right then, Kalen paused, and his gaze hovered towards Kyle's laptop and then Rowan. He alternated his gaze between the two until realization dawned on him, and his lips pulled into a smile. "So that's how it is." Chapter 168, Multiplayer 4. What must I realistically have to do in order to scare Kyle with a game? Do I have to get more software, or do I just have to improve the game even further? The second game was certainly better than the first one. The storyline was clearer, and with each subsequent room that one entered, the tension rose. Obviously, the game was far from perfect. The storyline and the path were still linear. There was no real challenge in figuring out what to do next. Just enter the room, then find the clue. I understood this perfectly, and although I wanted to create non-linear games, it was impossible for the current me. Just developing this game took me so much time. A non-linear game would require a team or a lot of time. I had neither. Maybe if the second game is a hit, and I manage to get enough funds, but I'd still need to develop the game using the game developer system. In that case, how can I develop better games? The thought stopped me cold. I felt like I'd reached my limit. Even if I added more software, it would only improve the game by small margins. It wouldn't provide that qualitative jump that I needed in order to scare Kyle. Then what? What could I do? No, it's too late for that. The bet is off the table. A sudden voice snapped me out of my thoughts. When I looked up, I was surprised to see a group gathered around Kyle. Rowan, Zoe, Miles. Several familiar faces appeared before me. They all seemed focused on a particular group who were staring intently at Rowan. Some sort of conflict. I could see that the mood wasn't quite right. Now that I look closely, the group looks to be those from the exchange program. I couldn't quite remember their faces since I'd barely spent any time with them. Still, I wasn't completely clueless. I was still there when they introduced themselves and as such was able to recognize one of them. With his black hair, pristine white uniform, and half-slanted eyes, he was hard to miss. Kalen, I think. Thinking back to Kyle's words, everything started to make sense to me. Why is it suddenly off the table? It wasn't too long ago when you were saying you'd bet 5 fragments if I got scared by the game. Like I said, the bet is no longer in play. What? Kalen said, a smirk tugging at his lips, suddenly not so confident in the game. That's not it. Rowan tried to respond, but Kalen cut him off, turning his attention back to the game. What do you mean it's not? That's clearly the case. Kalen chuckled. You thought it would scare someone because it scared you, but now that Kyle here wasn't scared, you're having second thoughts. Am I right? What about you? Zoe frowned, suddenly chiming in on the conversation. Aren't you only interested in taking the game because Kyle didn't get scared? If it wasn't for Kyle, you'd still be running away from the game. Hello. Kalen suddenly laughed, looking at Zoe as though she was an idiot. The only reason I hadn't played the game was that I wasn't interested. But after watching Kyle, I realized 5 fragments are still 5 fragments. Who wouldn't accept such a generous gift? That's bullshit. Zoe suddenly chimed, her brows furrowing tightly as she didn't bother hiding her annoyance. If you had thought this way, you would have accepted the deal before. The same goes for the others. Zoe turned her head towards the other members, who were all staring at the scene with different expressions. Some looked bored, while others looked amused. Oh, we could participate. Suddenly a girl with long white hair spoke. Hugging her spear, she tilted her head slightly, exposing her crystal blue eyes as she looked at Rowan with a certain glint. I would have taken the deal if we were allowed. Can't say I disagree. Another woman chimed in, her hand by her cheek as she looked at Rowan in disappointment. I didn't know we weren't allowed. What a pity. As others joined, the situation began to escalate. Watching the scene, my brow furrowed tightly. It wasn't so much because of the conflict. Rather, the more I stared at the exchange members, and then Rowan, the more a certain possibility dawned on me, and my heart couldn't help but suddenly race with a surge of excitement. Yes, that's possible. It can be done. If the opportunity presents itself again, I'd take it. Like he said, it's free fragments. Why would I give up free fragments? Same here. The mood plummeted further, and the tension seemed to rise to an all-time high. Kyle, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly lifted his head to address the others and try to calm things down. But before he could speak, I stepped forward. Wait. The moment I spoke, several heads turned toward me. Some faces frowned, others showed flickers of disgust. I couldn't blame them. I didn't exactly look my best right now. Who is this? One of the exchange members asked, looking back while trying their best to keep their expressions even. Wait, isn't he the guy from before? Oh, right, why does he look homeless? That. Although it was true, it still kind of hurt. Kiam. Coughing, I tried my best to remain calm as I looked at the game and then at Rowan. Actually, it's not impossible for you to play the game and still go on with the bet. Oh. Finally, I seemed to have gathered their interest as Kalen, and the other 2 girls both looked at me. You're saying that the bet can still be taken. Wait, Seth, what are? I stopped Kyle and nodded. In fact, I can set it up so all of you can play at the same time. The bet stays the same. Everyone puts in 5 fragments. If anyone screams or so much as reacts, they're out. When only 2 remain, the remaining fragments will be split between the winners. How does that sound? As I spoke, I looked at Kalen. He looked to be the most interested in the bet. I didn't wait long for him to speak. So you're saying that all of us have to contribute 5 fragments, and what happens if none of us scream or make a single sound? You'll still get 2 fragments. As I spoke, I saw Kyle's eyes and the others widen. Their expressions clearly said, Wait, why are you betting with fragments? You don't have any. What do you even need them for? I ignored such stares and just looked at Rowan and Kyle. Of course, either one of them was going to chip in for me. I was poor. I didn't have any fragments at my disposal. That's... The faces of the exchange members changed subtly as they looked at each other. I could see that they were tempted. They even started to whisper amongst each other. Eventually, they turned to me again. The girl with silver hair spoke. You said we can play together. How many people at once? 3. Thinking about it, this was probably the best I could do. 3. The exchange members looked at each other before eventually a smile formed on Kalen's face, and he stepped forward, bringing his hand towards me. We've got a deal. I'm in too. Same. 2 others joined in, with both of them bringing their hands forward, only to pull them back after getting near me. Even Kalen's face twitched once he got close enough to me, but before he could pull away, I reached out and grabbed his hand. Perfect. As I shook the hand, I tried to hide the smile that was threatening to form on my face. On the other hand, Kalen was trying his best not to wince. Win or lose, I didn't care. I had now found a use for the software I had just received. Multiplayer. And what better testing dummies than them? Chapter 169, Bet 1. I guess that's a deal. Kalen pulled his hand away from the weirdo and hurriedly wiped it on his pants. He didn't even bother hiding his disgust as he looked ahead. The man before him looked like he'd just crawled out of a dumpster. His hair was unkempt, his clothes wrinkled and dotted with stains. Let's not even talk about the smell. He smelled like a dead corpse. No, even corpses smelled better than him. Just thinking about it made Kalen wipe his hand onto his pants with even more vigor. Ah, fuck, this is so disgusting. Looking at Kalen with hints of pity, Sarah turned in Kyle's direction, her gaze falling on Kyle's laptop where the game was loaded. It's best if we get this over with. Should I go first? Go first. Kalen turned to stare in her direction before looking back at the weirdo. Didn't you say that you can make us all play at the same time? Yes. The weirdo replied, his eyes hidden beneath his unkempt bangs as he turned to look in the direction of the laptop. So, without answering, the weirdo picked up the laptop from the desk and moved towards his office. Just one glance at it was enough to make anyone's stomach churn. If he smelled this bad, what about his office? Wait, hold on. Suddenly realizing something, Kalen called out for the weirdo. Wait, where are you going? Aren't we supposed to play the game? Why are we going into that place? Don't tell me we have to play there, if it... No, I need to add some tweaks to the game. Tweaks? Yes. The weirdo replied flatly while fiddling with the laptop. In order to make multiplayer work, I need to start syncing the different angles and commands. Since we're using LAN, I can cut corners in some aspects. It should take me about a day or 2 to sync. Wait, what are you saying? Whatever the weirdo was saying sounded like a lot of gibberish to Kalen, who found himself at a complete loss. He wanted to ask more, but the moment he tried, he was met with the direct sound of a door smack as the weirdo faded from everyone's sight. Clank. That. Kalen stared at the office speechlessly before turning around to look at the others. They all wore similar expressions to him, mumbling things along the lines of, "What just happened? Did he just leave like that?" On the other hand, Kyle and the rest had grown used to Seth's behavior. They didn't really think there was anything strange about his actions. In fact, they'd be more worried if he didn't do that. So, Sarah's voice trailed off, looking at the others in confusion. Is the bet off or something? That's a bummer. I thought we had something. Just wait, like he said. Kyle suddenly chimed in, leaning back on his chair with both a smile and an exasperated expression. We've all seen the bet. You also don't have to worry about him suddenly running away. He may be like that, but he usually is a man of his word. 2 days, huh? Kalen scratched his chin. However, although he wasn't there the entire time to see Kyle play the game, Kalen had been in the office long enough to see Kyle look rather unfazed during the time he played the game. It was that sight that made him smile. If it doesn't scare him, then it won't scare me. It was as simple as that. All right then, we'll wait. So what if he was the star of the containment department? Kalen had already shown that he could handle this stuff. To him who had stayed in the containment department for almost a month, he felt that things weren't that much different than his usual work. In fact, it felt easier to him. 1 day, 2 days, it no longer mattered to him. These were easy fragments for him. I hope you're right and he keeps his word. It would be pretty embarrassing if that weren't the case. Kalen proceeded to turn around and head for his own cubicle. As he did, the others started to disperse, leaving Kyle and the rest standing around his cubicle. The first one to break the silence was Zoe, who looked rather worried. Do you really think Seth will hold up the end of his deal? I don't know. Oh, then. He looked confident, so. Wait. Zoe's mouth hung open as she looked at Kyle in shock. Then what about the game? Was it at least scary? Scary? Kyle's lips trembled as he recalled the game he just played. From the old lady whose features were sharp to the monster that was clearly inspired by the twisted man and was trying to outsmart him into falling for its tricks. Kyle recalled everything. And as he did, he shook his head. No. Oh, shit. Zoe covered her forehead as she looked at Kyle with pity. Who told him to be like this? Well, it was just 6 fragments. She also looked at the pale-faced Rowan. From the looks of things, he was going to chip in too. But that only made Kyle feel worse. He buried his face in both hands, gloom weighing heavily on him as he fought the growing urge to slap himself. Why did I even speak? Even if I don't have to fork out the fragments just thinking about giving it to them. That's a lot of money, damn it. Kyle really wanted to cry at this moment. If only he weren't so overprotective. That fool really fell for it. By fool, I meant Kyle. He really was going to pay my debt in case those from the exchange program didn't scream or show any reaction. They were also fools for taking up the bet, but given their position, I could understand. However, I was more confident with them than with Kyle. While they were all star members of their own departments, they weren't like Kyle, who was a seasoned containment expert. Besides constantly facing monsters, they didn't know true fear. This was why I was certain that I could scare them with the game. And the best part of it all is that if I do end up winning the bet, I'll get a lot of fragments. Considering how I needed 20 fragments in order to reach the 3rd order, this would prove to be a massive boon for me. Just thinking about the next possible skill that I could gain made me salivate. Not only that, but perhaps once I reached the 3rd order, I'd be able to find out what Myrle's skill was. That would certainly help me out for future scenarios. Of course, I needed to take into consideration the purity of the fragment. There was no way they were going to give me pure fragments. In fact, they were probably going to give me some scrappy ones that could be used to convert to money. Thankfully, I wasn't worried about that. I had the fax machine. Never mind. I was fucked. Well, whatever, they'll still serve as good testing dummies. Putting the laptop on the table and loading the app, I immediately booted the game developer mode and got to work. 2 days, that's all I need, just 2 days. Chapter 170, Bet 2. Adding multiplayer to a game was actually extremely difficult. In fact, even for a skilled solo developer, it could take 2 to 3 weeks just to get the basics in place. And that's not even considering the server infrastructure. Beyond simply connecting players, one had to ensure that everyone saw the same world at the same time. This was anything but easy when one had to deal with latency, synchronization, and unpredictable network conditions. On top of that, the core game mechanics had to be rethought to accommodate multiple players, often requiring big changes to how systems like movement, actions, and interactions were handled. Just thinking about the interactions is giving me a headache. The dialogue of the old lady had to be changed a little bit, and I had to make sure she looked at all 3 of them instead of just one person. I sighed while thinking about it. All in all, it was hard. However, although it was hard, it wasn't impossible. The reason why I was so confident in applying a multiplayer system was that I could just make everyone play on the same network, LAN. I wasn't planning on investing too much time creating a multiplayer option with a designated server when I was unaware of whether it would work or not. Thankfully, the perfect guinea pigs had shown up right before me. It's not like I'll be investing too much time. Taking everything into consideration, it'll just be another 2 days of grind. I'm already used to grin. Cough. A sudden wave of pain engulfed my chest, throwing me out of my thoughts as I grabbed tightly onto my chest and leaned against the desk. Oh fuck, I'm having an attack. How long had it been since the last one I had? Everything had been going so smoothly that I had almost forgot. Cough and cough. It was as if my lungs were engulfed in flames, like they were being held under a blazing bonfire. It hurt, it really hurt. KH. The pain was a familiar one, but alongside the pain in my chest, I felt a massive throb in my head as my vision grew blurry and I nearly passed out. I could clearly feel that the situation was about to turn for the worse. Pills, where are they? Where did I leave them? Ah, here. Without hesitation, I grabbed one of the pills I'd bought earlier in the system shop, and I'd tossed into my drawer in case of emergencies, and popped it into my mouth, quickly chasing it with a gulp of water from the bottle beside me. Puck! However, halfway through my motion, I found myself spitting the water back out as I had to take a deep breath before trying again. This time the water went down my throat, and I slumped back against the chair, feeling the throb in my head slowly starting to subside alongside the chest pain. Hey, it's Hall. Leaning against the chair as I breathed heavily, I blankly stared at the empty ceiling above me. How did things turn out like this? Everything had been going so well that I had almost forgotten about the thing that used to haunt me. I took the medicine nearly every day, and the one I had just taken was the second dose of the day. What could this mean? The disease is worsening. The amount of time left is less. As sweat beaded on my forehead, I wiped it away and then turned my attention back to the monitor. Right, the medicine isn't actually curing me. It's only delaying the inevitable. Yet again, I was reminded of my goal, of the reasons why I did all of this. It wasn't just because I loved to traumatize people. No, that wasn't the case at all. This was all for survival. Survive. I needed to survive. 2 days passed quickly. The entire time, Seth remained cooped up in his room. Nobody caught sight of even the smallest traces of him during the entire time. Usually, even at his busiest, they'd catch a glimpse of him roaming the kitchen area like some sort of ghost. But for the past couple of days, it was as if he had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Well, the day of the bet had finally arrived, and the exchange members gathered around Kyle's cubicle, all eyes fixed on the direction of Seth's office. What do you think the chances of him rescinding the bet are? Kaylin suddenly spoke up, glancing towards Saralith and Sarah, who were seated nearby. Saralith was calmly polishing the tip of her spear while Sarah busied herself with her phone. At the sound of Kaylin's voice, Sarah lifted her head. You wanna make another bet? Haha, maybe another time. Kaylin replied with a laugh, prompting Sarah to silently click her tongue while she mumbled. And here I thought I could have gained more fragments. Kaylin simply smiled and turned his gaze to Saralith, who remained focused on cleaning her spear. She showed no sign of having heard him, and in the end, he could only shrug it off. How boring. While they were all part of the exchange program, they weren't friends by any means. The only reason they even tolerated each other was because of the program. Otherwise, they would have probably ignored each other. Huem. Kaylin let out an unexpected yawn and glanced once more toward the office, his eyes narrowing. A quick check of the time showed they were already a few minutes past the deadline. When he looked at Kyle, Kaylin found him staring at the office as well, his face unable to hide the nervousness it contained. Where was all the confidence from before? The sight felt rather amusing to Kaylin as he looked at Kyle and the others next to him. Although they weren't as nervous as Kyle, they all looked rather worried. Kaylin shook his head. If you aren't confident in a bet, don't take it. Time continued to tick like this, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. As the minutes passed, patience started to run thin. Kaylin's brows were now tightly furrowed, and his gaze towards the office space in the distance appeared quite sharp. He was just about to rise in frustration when, at last, he heard movement by the door, and then it opened. Clank. Coming out of the door was the same haggard-looking figure from before, his hair even messier than before, and the smell coming off him even worse. "Aw shit. Look." As soon as Seth moved toward Kyle, the expressions of several people shifted at the smell wafting off him. Kyle glanced up at him and said, "I think it's time you cleaned yourself up." "I will," Seth replied calmly, brushing his hair back to reveal his eyes. The moment he did, the atmosphere turned to ice, a slow, creeping tension spreading through the room. For some reason, the instant their eyes met his, everyone felt a heavy pressure settle over them. His gaze was unsettling. Glaring black circles aside, there was something about his eyes that made everyone tense. They looked lifeless. No, not just lifeless. There was a coldness to them, an emptiness that made the room feel even quieter. It was hard to put into words, but the silence that hung in the air was deafening. Here, Seth's voice cut through the tension. as he brought out a USB stick. Get 3 laptops out. I've completed the game. Chapter 171, Bet 3. I'm not going to explain how to play the game. It's pretty straightforward. If you have any questions, just ask Kyle. I glanced warily at the 3 people sitting in their cubicles, their hands awkwardly shifting between keyboard and mouse. It was clear from a single look that they weren't used to games like this. Not that I cared. I just wanted to get back to my dorm and finally get cleaned up. I couldn't smell myself, but I knew it had to be bad. I also felt like shit. Once you boot up the game, there should be a multiplayer option. One of you creates a game and the other 2 join. Simple. Just as I was about to leave it at that, something came to mind and I added, "Oh, right. Make sure you're wearing headphones while playing. It'll enhance the experience. You can also talk to each other using the game's mic feature." That was the latest addition I made to the game. I'd already tested it. There were still the occasional bugs and glitches, but it was playable and ran well enough. With that, I also changed the old lady's setting, making her appear whenever the conversation seemed to be most frequent. That usually indicated a certain level of nervousness. With everything said, I gave a single nod. "I'm leaving now." At the same time, I turned to Kyle. He stood by the side, alongside Zioy and a few others. Unknowingly, a crowd had formed around the area. It seemed like news of the bet had made its way throughout the entire area. Just how bored were they? I shook my head. You'll be the one judging. If they make any reaction or scream, then eliminate them from the game. If they end up clearing the game without any reaction, then just give them their fragments. Wait. Having said all that I wanted to say, I turned around and headed for the dorms. Even as I heard Kyle's voice from behind me, I ignored it and proceeded ahead. I can't wait to take a shower." "He's gone." Kyle's hand dropped as he looked at Seth's parting figure. He could tell that Seth had purposely ignored him. "Okay, I need to relax, I need to stay calm. Seth is like this. Nothing has changed since the orphanage. Calm. Stay fucking calm." Taking a deep breath, Kyle silently clenched his teeth before turning his attention towards the exchange members as they loaded up the game and followed Seth's instructions. None of them were stupid. Although they weren't familiar with keyboard games, they still knew how to follow instructions and managed to connect with each other. Now, all that they needed to do was wait for Kyle's approval. He was going to be the judge of this bet. "We're ready." Looking at Kaylin, Saralith, and Sarah, who all stared at him at the same time, Kyle sighed to himself before nodding. "Okay, you may start." The 3 didn't waste a single second and began the game. Immediately, the screen changed, and the surrounding noise faded as a subtle static noise filled their ears before they were suddenly brought inside a small estate. As the game started, all of a sudden, Saralith and Sarah heard Kaylin's voice in their ears as they unconsciously turned towards him. It was too bad that their view was blocked by the sides of the cubicle. "Can you guys hear me? That guy did say we could communicate in the game." At Sarah's words, both Kaylin and Saralith understood. "It's not bad, I guess. Makes it feel a little bit more realistic." Kaylin couldn't help but praise the feature a little. That being said, looking at the graphics of the game and the generally dim lighting, he didn't find it scary at all. He laughed while looking around. "You better not show any reactions, you two. I know for certain I will be coming out of this with several fragments." As he laughed, Sarah and Saralith remained quiet, probably just not bothered to entertain him. It was right as the 3 started to play around with the controls that a sudden change occurred. Tag, tag, tag. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, breaking through the silence and pulling them from their thoughts. A dim light flickered behind one of the open doors, casting long shadows across the hallway. Then an old figure appeared, her steps slow. Something about her sudden presence felt off, enough to make the air feel heavier and the moment stretch uncomfortably long. "I thought you wouldn't have come, officers." The camera for all 3 of them suddenly panned down to display their uniforms as the old lady pulled the lamp down to display her old and wrinkly face, alongside her hollow eyes. "I have been waiting quite a while. I was starting to get impatient." "Wow, I guess we're starting off with a creepy old lady." Kaylin suddenly commented as he studied the old woman before him. She was kind of creepy, but far from scary. "It hasn't been long since my husband disappeared. Perhaps you might be able to find some clues if you look inside. I'm happy to be of your assistance." The 3 immediately understood what they needed to do as the old lady stepped to the side to display the surroundings. Looking at each other, the three immediately headed towards the first room where they found the first letter. I think she is hiding something from me. A lover, I don't know, she just doesn't allow me to enter that room. She says that it was her ex-husband's room. I'm not sure, she won't allow me in. It smells horrible in there. Should I divorce her? A domestic dispute. Saralith commented while reading the letter. Kalen shrugged. Might be the case. Anyways, let's head to the next room. Yawning, he headed out of the kitchen. He had yet to feel anything. Talk about scary, this game was actually quite boring. The three eventually found themselves in the next room. Oh, this is a bit bigger than before. Looks like we're inside a living room. The three looked around the place when all of a sudden, whim! The record player sitting on the wooden table suddenly came to life, its needle dropping with a soft crackle that shattered the surrounding silence. A slow, creaky tune began to play, echoing faintly through the air, each note dragging into their ears. Immediately, the three of them paused, feeling a certain something stir within them for a brief moment before snapping out of it. That's annoying. Saralith frowned, the sound grating in a way she couldn't quite place, but she showed no other reaction. The same went for the other two. They frowned as well, but said nothing. Ignore the music, let's just find the note. As Sarah spoke, the two nodded and looked around the room. Given that there were three people, finding the arrow was rather easy. At the very least, they were much faster than Kyle. The doctors say that I'm sick. I think I've been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I can't remember things really well these days. What was I even so on edge about? Right, something about her ex, I am not sure. I'm starting to see things these days. It all calms down whenever I close my eyes. Could it be because of my sickness? I wish I got better. I'm kind of confused, so instead of a domestic dispute, it's Alzheimer's. He ran off maybe. Sarah said as she looked at the words in front of her. Her question prompted a shake of Saralith's head. I don't think it's that simple. Saralith studied the letter. It's more than that, but we don't have information. Let's go to the next room. It was the only option they had. But as they stepped out of the room, each of them paused, just for a moment, as that strange tune echoed once more in their minds. It was only for the briefest of moments, and they soon carried on with whatever they were doing, but the tune, unbeknownst to them, continued to linger at the back of their mind, slowly stripping away at their focus as they entered the next room and found the last words written in red across a shattered mirror. The moment their eyes fell on the mirror, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. A heavy silence settled over them, and all three stood still, saying nothing. Crack! A sharp crunch broke the silence. It sounded like the sound of someone stepping on glass, and as though possessed, Saralith moved toward the mirror as she began reading. Something is definitely up. She paused, her voice threading through the silence like a soft whisper that tickled their ears. I don't remember, my brain is foggy. Saralith's expression changed. I can hardly think, it hurts so much. It hurts, but... Her tone hurried. Whatever you do, don't look. And then... Don't look. She reached the last line. The room seemed to still. Without realizing it, all three were holding their breath. Chapter 172, Bet 4. Don't look. Kalen quietly repeated Saralith's words, his eyes falling on the cracked mirror and the words that were written in blood red. He swallowed silently, feeling his throat drier than usual. However, he was quick to snap out of it as he cleared his throat and pulled his gaze away. I take it that this must be some sort of clue for the second floor. Given how the tension is slowly rising within the game, I suppose we've yet to encounter the true point of this game. You're probably right, but it can also be because he's sick. It did say he's forgetting stuff. Sarah added, while moving a little closer to the words on the mirror, in order to see if there was anything else that she might have missed. As her gaze drifted across the shards of the broken mirror, she froze. Reflected within the jagged glass was a pair of hollow eyes staring back at her, and for a moment, her expression nearly faltered. Yeah. Yes, he was indeed sick. That might be the case. A brittle yet soft voice echoed, catching everyone off guard as they immediately turned in the direction of the voice, finding an old lady standing not far from where they were, her frail hands gripping onto her lamp. She smiled, exposing her toothless mouth. That was all she did. Other than that, she said no other word and just stared at them. The group of three sat silently, feeling the old lady's gaze to be uncomfortable. Kalen clicked his tongue. Is this supposed to be scary? It feels kind of cheap. Although he said that, his grip on the mouse, for the briefest of moments, had tightened. But this was something that he himself had not noticed. Still, something about her reply bothered him. It was too well timed. It's just a coincidence, though. No way this game can do that. Let's go. This looks like a cheap attempt at a jump scare. He shook his head while mumbling, "What am I even doing?" He then went ahead to the second floor, Sarah and Saralith looking at each other before following from behind. Silence hung in the air as the three of them moved towards the second floor. "Hey, why is it so dark?" Coming out of the room, he realized the place was a lot darker than before. He could hardly see a thing, and even as he leaned closer to the monitor, he struggled to see ahead. Then, "Creek. Oh dear." The old woman's voice again. A faint glow bloomed behind them. "It appears that the lights need replacing. I also see that you're done with the first floor. Why don't you come up? It should be brighter up here." She slowly ascended the stairs, lamp swinging gently. "I guess this is the start of the second phase," Sarah muttered, plucking her lips together as he turned to look at Kalen's character, and then the old lady. "The old lady looks pretty creepy, though." "Creek." The moment the words left her mouth, the old lady paused, slowly turning around to face her direction. The lights flickered once, so briefly it was easy to miss. "That's not very nice." "Yeah." Almost instantly, the three of them tensed at the same time as they looked at the old lady, who kept her gaze focused on Sarah, her heart skipping a beat as she felt the old lady's hollow eyes. In that moment, for the first time, she forgot about the fact that all of this was a game. But then, the old lady cracked a smile as she dangled the lamp forward. "I am leading the way up for all of you. It's not nice to stay so far from me. I won't bite." Right after that, she beckoned them with her hand. "Come, let's not waste any time. Follow me." Kriuk. The steps creaked once more as she moved up. Kalen looked at the baffled Sarah before looking towards Kyle, who shook his head. "Ah, what a pity. I almost thought you had made a face." "Tusk, not that easy to scare me. I was just taken aback." "Sure thing." Kalen smiled while moving the character forward. He looked completely unfazed, but despite his appearance, lingering doubts appeared in his mind. "Is this really a coincidence? This isn't the first time. Can she hear us?" Kalen looked at the back of the old lady as she moved up the stairs and pursed his lips. Unknowingly, his demeanor grew a little more serious. The same was true for the other two as they moved up the stairs and reached the second floor, where the old lady waited. "You look excited, officers. I really do hope you find something." The old lady illuminated the room up ahead. But the moment she did, everyone stopped dead in their tracks, their hands clutching onto their mouse. There, for the briefest of moments, they caught sight of a tall and lanky figure. It lingered by the door, its head lowered, revealing only the faint outline of a top hat. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The image burned itself into the minds of the three, who whispered amongst themselves. "Did you see that?" "Yes, I did." Ahem. Kalen looked back at the door, his mind recalling the previous warning. "Looks like this was just a warning. If I'm not wrong, the goal from this point forward will be to not look at it." "That should be easy enough," Sarah added, which was soon followed by a soft from Sarah. "All right, good. So long as you understand, let's enter the next door. If you see anything, quickly report it." "Yes." Ahem. Kalen felt a lot more confident upon hearing their confirmations as he pressed the key forward and entered the next room. However, right before he entered, a thought crossed his mind. "Wait, why am I whispering?" Before he knew it, Kalen realized he had been whispering to the others. The thought made him pause, but he quickly dispelled it and entered the room. It wasn't anything important anyway, and as he entered the room alongside the others, he opened his mouth, prepared to speak normally when "This." He found himself stopping, his gaze falling on the words on the floor written in blood red, seemingly smeared through sheer desperation as the ends faded. "Everything is a lie. I am not sick, they are sick. They try to trick me, they trick me through sight and sound. Run." Kalen held his breath for a moment, feeling his palms sweatier than usual, especially when he saw the last line. But then, "Kriak." A soft, drawn-out creak echoed, and the surroundings suddenly felt heavier than before. The silence lingered for what felt like forever as neither of the three moved, recalling the words from before until. "Oh, you're here, did you find anything?" An all-too-familiar voice echoed, and the three visibly relaxed. "So it's the old lady." Kalen smiled faintly, slowly inching the mouse in the direction of the old lady. However, right as he was about to turn, he heard it. "Hip." The soft yelp. One that was followed by Kyle's voice. "Sarah has been eliminated." Kalen froze, his eyes blinking slowly as he felt goosebumps slowly rise at the back of his neck. What the hell just happened? Chapter 173, Bet 5. What how? Replaying Kyle's words in his mind and remembering the small yelp he heard, Keelan was quickly able to piece together what had happened in his mind. A trick, the monster, copied the old lady's voice and Sarah looked at it. This. Kalen's body tensed at the realization. It seems like the monster can copy the old lady's voice. Be careful. Saralith's voice came out rushed. She also appeared to have come to the same conclusion as him, as she moved her character closer to his. We should stick together. This way we can properly navigate our surroundings. We should also keep our mouses lowered so we stare at the floor. Hearing Saralith's suggestion, Kalen agreed. Yeah, that's smart. This seemed to be the most appropriate approach. Keeping calm, Kalen's eyes sharpened as he decided to head out of the room alongside Saralith. This is a bit different than what I'm used to, but it isn't any scarier than the things I've gone against. As someone who came from the hoarding department, Kalen specialized in combat against hordes of monsters, hence the name Hoarding Department. He was the type of person to directly go against multiple monsters at the same time, killing them with his skill and precise control. In many instances, he even managed to defeat monsters that were above his level. But despite all of his experience there, he suddenly found himself somewhat lost. His accumulated experience at this moment didn't seem to be helping out at all. Controlling the character and carefully moving towards the next room while keeping the mouse down. For the first time in a very long time, Kalen felt a certain sense of helplessness. Usually, he'd be able to attack whatever entity was tracking him or haunting him. But in this game, he couldn't do that. And this added a certain sense of helplessness that Kalen wasn't used to. The same tension crept over Saralith, her palms growing damp against her mouse as she carefully guided her character. Kriyak. Their movements were followed by a subtle creaking that came from right behind them. The sound was then followed by a soft breath, one that tickled their ears, sending chills down their bodies. They froze, their hands hastily reaching for their headphones. But, right as they did, they caught sight of Kyle, who shook his head. You do that and you're out. Their breathing echoed loudly. In the end, Kalen and Saralith had no choice but to continue with the game, entering the next room as the soft sound of a breath continued to whisper in their ears, constantly tickling them. Once inside the next room, they got to work, eyes down, searching for any messages or notes. This was how the game operated, and so they knew there was something. And something they soon found. The bed. They both came to the same conclusion while staring at the bed. It wasn't because it was the most obvious option, but it was because the moment they looked at the leg of the bed, the breathing would stop. Should we check it out? Kalen hesitated. He was suddenly reminded of how they had been tricked before and frowned. Soon he smiled and said, It's most likely a trap. The weird monster was probably trying to lure them into looking under the bed. Kalen could predict what would happen next. Cliché stuff. Thankfully, he was smart enough to see through the ploy as Saralith stood quietly, her thoughts unknown. Let's go look around the room. Maybe we can find the real clue hidden somewhere. Following his own words, Kalen got to work and started to look for more clues. As he did, he made sure to keep his mouse lowered so that he wouldn't accidentally see the monster. Did you find anything? Finding the next clue proved a little harder than expected despite there being two people. With them needing to keep their mouse lowered, it became rather inconvenient, and as Kalen looked around, his gaze eventually fell towards the corner of the room where he spotted a certain arrow. He immediately tried to tell Saralith about it, but... His microphone was off. Hey. Kalen suddenly paused, his mind frozen, but as if that wasn't bad enough. I've found the clue, it's in my hands. A certain voice replied. One that froze Kalen in his seat. That's... You found it. Saralith slowly turned around. No, don't do it, that's not me. Kalen hastily turned his head but found that he couldn't see her at all. The wall of the cubicle greeted him. Shit, no. Kalen truly started to worry, but it was too late. Seralith had turned. Kalen's in-game avatar twisted unnaturally, one half warping into view, stretching beyond normal proportions. A tall, shadow-cloaked figure emerged. A black top hat perched atop a sickeningly pale face, its features extremely smooth, exposing its smile that stretched wider than it should have, the corners reaching just under the hat's brim. It stared directly at her, as if amused. And then, swoosh, it appeared right before her. Bang! Seralith jumped, knocking her chair back as her trembling hands gripped the desk. Kyle's voice came shortly after. Seralith has been eliminated, Kalen remains. Kalen's hands trembled. What the hell, what is happening, how can this be happening? He was currently having an inner meltdown. He couldn't understand how the monster had managed to copy his voice while also disabling his microphone. What sort of game was this? If it were just the normal him, he would have been able to attack it directly and kill it, but he couldn't do that in the game. This sudden sense of helplessness made his hand shake, as the mouse suddenly felt a lot heavier than it was before. However, feeling the multiple eyes that were directed his way, Kalen pressed forward. A thin smile appeared on his face as he muttered, "Haha, it looks like I'll be collecting all of the fragments." He looked rather confident, and no trace of fear appeared on his face. However, bah thump. His heart beat louder than ever. It drummed so loudly in his mind, it was all he could think about. The noise around him faded, and the world around him suddenly felt as though it was closing in on him. The only thing he could see was the monitor in front of him. He felt suffocated. Kriuk. Hearing the all-too-familiar creaking sound, alongside the soft breath over his ear as he felt the presence of something behind him, Kalen hurriedly followed the arrow, which pointed towards a separate tile, and he pressed on it. There he saw the next message. I did it. I found a way to get into the room. She doesn't know it, and she will never know it. I left the clue right above. Where is it? Go right. On the ceiling, it's on the ceiling. On the ceiling, Kalen didn't even question the words. In his mind, he wanted to get this done as quickly as possible. Flicking the mouse up, he looked towards the ceiling. However, as he did, he was surprised to see the ceiling was completely blank. There's nothing. He looked to his left and right and still found nothing. Confused, Kalen was about to search more when crack. A sharp splintering sound shattered the silence. Everything went quiet after that. Kalen froze, his chest suddenly squeezing. Bah thump. Slowly, hesitantly, he moved the cursor toward the corner of the noise. The world was quiet. So quiet it almost felt as though it had been stripped of sound. And then, he saw it. The tall figure that lurked in the corner of the ceiling. It clung to the ceiling like a grotesque spider, dressed in a dark suit and top hat. Its eyes bore into him, and that twisted, unnatural smile stretched wide enough to chill his very soul. Before he could react, it lunged forward, moving with unnatural speed. Oh shit. Kalen hastily stood up from his seat, the headphones dropping from his head as he stumbled back, his eyes shaking. Shit, fuck. Cursing several more times, Kalen stumbled back a few more steps, his face pale and his hands shaking. And as he did, he also saw them. The multiple gazes that were directed at him. And then, Kalen has been eliminated. There's no person left. The game is over. You've lost the bet. Kyle's words echoed, marking the end of the bet. They had lost. Chapter 174, Trending 1. That's. Kalen stood frozen, lips trembling, his face a shade too pale. Kyle watched him from a couple of meters away, doing his best not to frown. What's going on? Why did he get scared? He looked around him, and he saw Zoe looking at Kalen with the same expression as him. The same was true for the others. What happened? Why are they reacting like this? Mainly because they couldn't hear a single thing that had happened in the game. For that reason, they didn't get to experience the same thing they did. Only Rowan was visibly shaken, eyes locked on the monitor, his shoulders subtly quivering. I don't get it. What's so scary about the game? Kyle thought back on the situation. Sure, the game had changed slightly, but at its core it was still the same design. He'd played it himself. From his perspective, the exchange group had simply made mistake after mistake. Sarah most likely fell for the old lady's voice trick, while Saralith fell for another trick Seth added. Considering how I heard Kaylin say something about it not being him, I can assume that Seth added a feature that can mimic voices. She likely fell for that, and Kaylin just fell for the fake letter trick. All in all, this was a poor performance in Kyle's eyes. The clues had all been presented at the start of the game, and as one navigated, if they paid close attention to everything that had been presented, none of them should have fallen for the tricks. But it wasn't like Kyle could exactly blame them entirely for it. In the end, it's because they are all inexperienced in how to handle this stuff. There was a reason why they didn't bring the exchange members to higher gates despite clearing the lower ones in record time. It was because once they reached higher gates, they wouldn't be able to brute force their way into clearing the gate. The anomalies that would appear would be far stronger than any monsters they'd ever faced, each one following its own rule. In order to clear the gate, they needed to follow the rules. This right here was the result of them not following the rules, and all of it came due to their lack of experience. Thinking about it, the way Kyle looked at the game that Seth developed changed. A certain thought crossed his mind as he looked around. In particular, his gaze fell on Rowan, who was still trembling. It doesn't look like he's faking it. Should I take some time to talk with the section chief? While the game didn't feel scary to him at all, after witnessing how the exchange members behaved, alongside Rowan, Kyle felt that the game could actually be used by the department in order to train the new recruits. If it really had an effect on them, then this really could be a good way to train them. It'll be much safer than sending them to actual gates too, and I can train them without needing to be constantly on alert. We can also have as many tries as possible without needing to dive into the dungeon over and over again. That'll probably save up on a lot of the budget. The more Kyle thought about it, the more feasible he felt the idea was. Still, it might be too early to tell. I might just be overthinking things. After all, the game had no effect on him. It was better to just tell the section chief or one of the team leaders before deciding on what to do with the game. This makes no sense. Kaylin's voice snapped Kyle out of his thoughts. He stared at the game over screen on his monitor, then looked around, locking eyes with Kyle. You did something, that's the only explanation. Kyle suddenly frowned. Before he could respond, Zoe cut in. You lost fair and square. We didn't do anything. If we really did try something, you would have been able to detect it. That's bullshit. Kaylin's voice rose as he pointed from his screen to her. You clearly did something. At one point, the old lady, that thing, she replied to my stuff as though she could hear me. That makes no sense. Isn't this developed by one person? You definitely did something. The reason why she was able to speak with you is because you're predictable. The new voice sliced through the room, drawing Kaylin's attention as a figure stepped out from the department entrance. His hair was still damp, but pulled back, revealing his face to everyone, momentarily stunning the exchange members as they wondered who they were seeing. He wore a plain white t-shirt, the top buttons undone, paired with black pants. Wiping his hair dry, he slowly made his way forward. His eyes swept across the monitors, then settled on Kaylin. I built an algorithm to simulate responses based on player behavior. If you thought it was listening to you, that just means you're easy to read. That's... Kaylin stiffened, his face twisted with something between anger and confusion. But Seth didn't seem to care as he sat down on one of the chairs and looked at the time they spent on each game. If you're still hesitant about the game, then you can have it tested by someone you trust. You can even have someone look at the surroundings to see if some sort of item has been used to influence your mind. It doesn't really matter to me. He spoke with a disarming nonchalance, his eyes just a shade less lifeless than before. But that same eerie quality still lingered, and it was that very presence that kept Kaylin and the others from arguing. There was something about him that felt deeply unsettling. That was why neither Sarah nor Saralith said a word, as Seth's lips pulled into a thin smile and uneasy smile, as he turned his attention towards Kyle. He pointed at the time on the bottom of the screen. They hardly lasted as long as you. I guess the game is scary after all. Hello. Kyle forced a smile. Was it really? However, looking at the members of the exchange group, Kyle could only concede. I guess. Good. Seth suddenly clapped his hands and looked at the three exchange members. Since you've lost your bet, it's time to pay up. Seth added a finger with each member that he pointed at. 3 of you, so that would be 15 fragments. Standing up, he patted his hands again, his lifeless eyes showing some sort of sign of life. If you don't have them with you now, you can directly give them to me later, or give them to Kyle. He turned to face Kyle. Give them to me once they hand them to you. I've got a few other things that I need to do. Having said everything that he wanted to say, Seth quietly moved towards his office before entering. Clank. The door closed. Silence settled over the department a few moments later. And just like that, the bet came to an end. The 3 exchange members, the stars of their departments. They all lost. Chapter 175, Trending 2. Kyle. Returning to my office, I released a slow, quiet breath and pressed a hand over my face. I had done my best to keep up appearances, but the dull throb in my head refused to fade. I could hardly think straight, but it wasn't bad enough that I couldn't function. And I also felt a lot better after thinking about the bet. 15 fragments, this is definitely a good haul. I was sure that Kyle would question me about the fragments, about why I would need them, but I already had an answer for that. Money. I'd just tell him I planned to sell the fragments for money. Money I could use to invest in building an even better game. It was a solid excuse, even if it couldn't be further from the truth. At the very least, it might get Kyle off my back. I also planned on going to a black market to purchase more, but I never really ended up finding one. I should ask Kyle when he gives me the fragments. He might know something. I wasn't worried about the purity of the fragments. With the fax machine, I planned on just mass converting the fragments into pure ones. The only issue would be the type of fragment. While the purity isn't important, the type is. The Dreamwalker required conceptualization fragments. Preferably, I would want to get those, however it wasn't a must. The most important thing was getting to the 3rd order. On a different note, I wonder what sort of fragment Myrle needs in order for me to evolve her. Turning my attention towards the painting in front of me, I tilted my head slightly. Not even a second later, a head popped out. Did you bring them? Did you? You promised you would. You have to give them to me. I do, relax. I reached into the drawer, pulled out a bag of crisps, and tossed it toward Myrle. She caught it with a clumsy grab, then immediately tore it open and began devouring it without hesitation. Crunch, crunch. Don't eat too fast, it's not good for you. Crunch, crunch, crunch. My words were completely ignored as I shook my head. What was I even going to do with her? Oh right, Myrle. Pausing, Myrle's large, crystal eyes settled on me as her eyes squinted, and she brought the chips closer to her. However, as though she felt bad, she took out one chip and stared at it, and then at me. Her small brows furrowed, and after a lot of contemplation, she brought the chip to her mouth. Crunch. Really? Whatever. What type of decree do you follow? Decree. Myrle tilted her head, seemingly clueless to my words. I scratched the side of my face. Power. She looked even more confused. In the end, she resumed eating her chips, and I felt the headache I was experiencing growing even more pronounced. I guess I'll find out through trial and error. I was just about to receive 15 fragments anyway. I was bound to figure it out sooner or later. On to more important things. I turned my attention towards my laptop and booted it on. Now that I was sure that the game worked, it was time for me to add a few more changes before officially launching it on dock. I'll first launch it without multiplayer and add that feature later. The only reason why I was able to add multiplayer in the first place was because of all the corners that I cut. However, if I wanted to really add multiplayer, then it would take me at least 2 weeks. Since I've already gotten all the testing that I wanted, and I know that it works, all I have to do is launch the game and... Tirarar, tirarar. A sudden vibration brought me out of my thoughts. Curious, I retrieved my phone, and I saw a simple message appear on the screen. A link. Looking at the name of the sender, and seeing that it was Jamie, I decided to click on the link as it loaded me towards a certain video. It took a couple of seconds for the video to load, and when it did, the first thing that caught my attention was the title. A shitty game that makes you scared. Wait, what sort of title is that? I wasn't stupid. I knew it was referring directly to my game. A shitty game, the hell. And as the video loaded better, my brows jumped up in surprise. Views 231,507. Holy shit. I scrolled through the comments. LMAO, look at how scared you were. That doesn't look scary at all. Is this a paid promotion? How the fuck can a seasoned containment expert get scared? This must be a paid promotion. Yeah, I'd believe it if he played Amnesia, but this? Bullshit. Lol, how much did they pay you, Idris? Could you have been lying about your prior experience? The comments were numerous, but each comment pretty much said the same thing. How much did you get paid? And that game doesn't look scary at all. Nobody believed that my game could scare someone who claimed to have been an expert in the containment department or was a gate diver. I didn't blame them. Had I been in their position, I'd also feel the same. TRRR. It was as I was scrolling through the messages that I felt another vibration. When I looked down, I saw that it came from Jamie, as it said, "There's no better time to launch the game now. Give me the link as soon as possible and I'll send it to Idris. Expect a bunch of sales coming soon." I sat there dazed for a moment, staring at the message and then the link over and over. I sat like that for what felt like forever until... Shit. I immediately jumped up and got to work. Tab, tab, tab. The hurried, impatient tapping of fingers drummed across the table, echoing through the otherwise silent room, where empty beer cans lay scattered in careless disarray. What's the holdup? Why isn't he replying? Idris stared impatiently at his phone, and then the monitor in front of him. It had been a couple of hours since the release of his new video, and the views had skyrocketed by quite a bit. This video was performing far better than he had ever expected. But at the same time, "You should retire, you're getting old." "Old thing, I didn't know you were that desperate for money. Here, I'll send you $1. These motherfuckers. Idris felt his blood pressure rise. Just a single look at the comments was enough to make him want to smash his phone. Damn it, why isn't he replying? My name is at stake. Idris hurriedly typed a message to Jamie. He desperately wanted to have his viewers try the game so that his name would be cleared. But there was only one issue. The game was nowhere to be found. He also didn't have the name of the game. Right now, everyone was pointing fingers at him, saying how he had sold out and all that nonsense. What bullshit. The more he thought about it, the more his blood pressure rose, and as he looked down at his phone again, his brows jumped up when he saw a message come from Jamie. TRR. He immediately tapped on the notification and stared at the link sent to him by Jamie. Yes, finally. He clicked the link, which opened a specific doc page, and the moment the game title appeared on screen, his eyes fixed on it and he froze. With a complicated expression, he muttered, "Somehow it fits." Then, without wasting a single second, he copied the link and pasted it into his video. "To whoever says that I sold out, here's the game. Try it yourself." Idris let out a satisfied grin, feeling a massive wave of relief. Bastards, I can't wait for all of you to feel the same sense of despair that I felt. On that day, a new game was released. It was called A Twisted Game. Chapter 176, Trending 3. Lol, how much commission do you get from this? It can't be that cheap, right, Keck? I bet it's at least over 50%. There's no way he'd advertise a game like this unless he's going to have a high percentage. The moment the game was released, the comments flared. Hey, at least the game isn't very expensive. It's only $5. That's pretty cheap. I guess he doesn't expect to sell that many. Looks like I was right, lol. Tusk. Carmen clicked his tongue as he typed out the message online. As the comments reflected on the surface of his glasses, he brushed his greasy hair back while turning his attention towards the link posted by Idris. Ever since releasing the link, Idris had been rather quiet. I guess he has a sense of shame. This was an obvious money pull to Carmen, the type that ran rampant among streamers and VTubers. At least he isn't creating his own coin or some shit. That's when you know they're broke. Chuckling to himself, Carmen ended up clicking on the link, which brought him to the game website. Staring at the title of the game, he chuckled. A twisted game? What sort of game is that? He had seen the entire video. In his mind, the game felt rather easy. It was quite ingenious how it tried to trick the player into looking at the monster, but Carmen didn't think he'd fall for such an easy trick. Still, thinking back to the video he witnessed, and the expression that Idris ended up making by the end, he unknowingly found the cursor of his mouse hovering above the purchase button. While he didn't believe the game would scare him, he still felt intrigued to try it. Right, this could be a great way to prove that it's all a scam. I might even make some views off of it by calling out Idris and his nonsense. Carmen's eyes glinted, and he didn't hesitate to press purchase. Moments after the purchase came through, the game loaded on his computer. The icon was a simple top hat, and upon clicking on the game, Carmen was brought to a very plain interface. All right. He quickly set up his camera and stretched his fingers. Let's get started. He clicked start and the game began. Everything from that point went smoothly. He proceeded with the game as he remembered from Idris's video. He collected the clues and he sped through the first floor in record time. Yeah, this is easy. Everything was going great. Until it just was. Feeling the hot breath running down his ear, the small shadows that lurked all over, and the sound of items dropping, Carmen found himself frozen in fear. Tig-tig. He felt disoriented. Every sound struck him as a trap, designed to lure him into turning. Everything he saw seemed like an illusion, carefully crafted to deceive him into making that one fatal mistake. Everything felt like it was out there to get him, and Carmen felt a sudden sense of suffocation. He didn't know what to do. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? His thoughts swam in all directions as he tried to think of a way out of the situation. However, regardless of how much he thought, he couldn't think of a thing. And then, it came. The Twisted Man. Kayla. What followed was a terrified scream as Carmen fell back on his seat, his face drenched in sweat and his hand trembling. Staring at the game interface in front of him, he muttered, "See cursed. The game. It was cursed." Such a scene didn't just happen in Carmen's place. They happened in several floating islands, with many displaying ever more drastic reactions than Carmen's. They all realized it then. Idris hadn't lied, his reaction was genuine. And as a result, the game started to trend. At the same time, within a quiet office. So you're suggesting that we should use this game to train the new hires? Slowly lifting his head, the section chief scratched the stubble on his chin while staring at Kyle, who stood with his back straight, both hands behind his back. Kyle wore a black vest over a crisp white shirt, paired with black pants. He looked rather professional at the moment. On the other hand, the section chief's shirt was missing a few buttons, and it hung untucked over his brown pants as he crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at his laptop. I'll be frank, I don't see how this will be of any use. The section chief closed the laptop. It's a nice game and all. I can see it has drawn inspiration from your most recent event, but I don't see how this will help with the training. The section chief's words came after trying the game. He, just like Kyle, didn't see anything special about the game. It was unique, yes, but was it scary? The answer was no. He thought Kyle would leave things there, but he was surprised to see Kyle insist. Section Chief, I also thought the same, but that was until I learned that several people got scared by the game. Some people got scared, who? To be scared of a game like that? Who would be so calm? It's Rowan and the exchange members, more specifically Saralith, Kaylin, and Sarah, the top stars of their respective departments. The section chief's thoughts paused for a short moment as he tried to understand Kyle's words. Eventually, however, his eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. Rowan got scared. The exchange members he could get, but Rowan. The section chief was well acquainted with Rowan. He was one of the people whom he personally thought had good potential, to be on par with Kyle and Zoe if given time. That Rowan gets scared. Yes, I've seen it with my own eyes. Upon hearing Kyle's confirmation, the section chief drew a cold breath as he stared at the laptop in front of him again. If it's true that the game truly managed to scare them, then it might not be a bad idea to listen to Kyle and use the game for training. I'll need to do some tests myself and see if the claims are true. I'm not picking up anything unusual from the laptop either, so there doesn't seem to be any foul play involved. Pinching his cheek slightly, the section chief glanced at Kyle. All right, if what you said is true, then I'll give it some thought. Really? Kyle's brows jumped up in pleasant surprise as he tried his best to hide his smile. Unfortunately, he wasn't subtle enough to escape the section chief's gaze. Don't be too happy just yet. All I'm saying is that I'll give it some thought. Shaking his head, the section chief smiled before suddenly recalling something, and his expression turned serious. Noticing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Kyle's expression also turned serious. Right, I almost forgot about that. Picking up a paper from his desk, the section chief casually flicked it in Kyle's direction as he caught it. A new mission popped up. I'll need you to check things around here. You can go with a team or solo, that's up to you. As he spoke, the section chief noticed the subtle change in Kyle's expression as he slid a couple of files across the desk. I thought you'd be the best person for the mission. He opened the files and tapped on the map. If I'm not wrong, the orphanage you grew up in is there, is it not? Chapter 177, New Mission 1. Huam. I slowly opened my eyes and sat up, rubbing the back of my head while shielding my eyes from the light streaming through the window. What time is it? I tapped around the bed until I finally managed to find my phone and check the time. 2. My eyes immediately shot wide awake. Holy shit, how long did I sleep for? The last thing I remembered was heading back to the dorm after quickly releasing the game and passing out the moment I reached the bed. While I did remember that it was late, I knew it was that late. It was at most 5 in the morning. How in the world did I end up sleeping for so long? If I truly did sleep at 7 in the morning, and it was now 2 in the afternoon then. I slept for 7 hours. How absurd. What sort of foreign concept was this? No, I've wasted too much time sleeping. I hopped off the bed and rushed into the bathroom, taking a quick shower before changing and sprinting back to the office. There's still so much that I need to do. I can't afford to be sleeping in like this. Shit, it's not like I can suddenly hire a team to help me out with the multiplayer system. Oh, right, I also remember sending the link to Jamie. I wonder how the sales of the games are. All sorts of thoughts ran through my mind as I dashed into the guild and ran to the elevators that quickly brought me down toward the familiar department. Back then, this place felt extremely stuffy and suffocating to me. However, things were different now. This place now felt more like home than my own dorm, and as I moved past the main working area and finally saw my office, I was suddenly stopped by a certain hand that went on to grasp my shoulder. Hold on a second. Kyle. Turning around and seeing Kyle, I paused. Good morning. It's the afternoon. Oh, it's the same. So long as there was light, it was morning to me. Kyle looked like he wanted to say more, but he just shook his head. Whatever, there's something that I'd like to talk with you about. What? Looking at his face and seeing that it was somewhat serious, I decided to nod and point towards my office. Good, since that's the case, I also have a few things that I want to talk about. Basically, a way to enter the black market. This was something I had been dying to find out for a while. You have something to talk about. Wait, I think I know what you want. You do? I glanced at Kyle, surprised, but he didn't say anything more. He just headed toward my office. I followed closely, and once we reached the door, I opened it, led him inside, and shut it behind us. All right. Now certain that there was no prying ear, Kyle turned to face me as he handed me a small sack. This is the fragments that you won in the bet. Oh. My eyes lit up. Yes, right, I almost forgot. I grabbed the bag excitedly and looked through it, counting every one of them to make sure that there was none missing. Once I was certain that it was all there, I couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. You look happy. Happy? Of course I was happy. With this, I was now a step closer to reaching the third order. Well, although I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, the fragments that you're currently holding are all of rather poor purity. While they might still fetch a good sum of money, they aren't usable. As his words paused there, his expression turned serious. So serious that for a brief moment, I felt my heart skip a beat. When I mean unusable, I mean that in no way should a person even think or consider using the fragments in order to awaken. Doing so will lead to disastrous consequences, like the potential of several fractures, or even worse, developing a cognitive shard. Kyle's tone grew even more serious. I repeat, don't even think about consuming the fragments unless you want to die. Is that clear? Yes. Somehow I couldn't help but find Kyle's serious parental talk to be amusing. However, I knew that his words came from a place of concern, and I naturally nodded my head. I wasn't planning on consuming them in that state anyway. That's good. Following my confirmation, Kyle appeared a little more relieved as he took out a file and slapped it on the table. Oh, this is... Looking at the file, I opened it curiously and slowly started to read through it. There were a lot of words, and I skimmed right through them. At the end of the day, this didn't really concern me. However, what caught my interest were several drawings. Each drawing looked like a quick, careless doodle, something a child might sketch. A man in clown makeup, his bright, mismatched clothes, oversized red nose, wild red curls, and the ever-present red balloon. But what stood out most were the eyes. Deep black voids, scribbled in heavy, swirling strokes that grew denser with each ring, as if the artist had spiraled into obsession trying to get them just right. What sort of? This is a most recent case that I've been assigned by the section chief. It involves a recent anomaly that has been discovered. They call it the hiding clown. No one has yet seen the anomaly in person, nor is there much information about it. We don't know its class or its rules. The only reason why we know of its existence is because of the drawings in the file. Oh, I put the file down. I can already tell that this smells like trouble. Let's just stay as far away as possible from Thai. The ones who drew this are children who belong to a specific orphanage, one called Happy Kids Orphanage. My thoughts immediately froze upon hearing Kyle's words, and as I slowly turned my head, I saw him slowly nod his head. Yes, it's the same orphanage where the two of us grew up. The moment he confirmed it, my heart gradually sank as my eyes slowly closed. Fuck it. Of all places, it had to be that place. I've been told by the section chief that I can create a team in order to go. Normally, I wouldn't bring you there, but given how you performed before, I thought that maybe you might be interested. And... Kyle paused, his expression turning a little complicated. The matriarch wants to see you. She says that it's about time that you came back to visit. There's a lot that the two of you need to talk about. No, there was. Of all people, she was the last person that I wanted to talk to. She was also the main reason why I hardly visited. But, okay, I'll go. I ended up quietly nodding my head and agreeing. Not because of her, but because of the children. They were all in some way my siblings. And most importantly, maybe if I go there, I might be able to find some clues about myself before the world changed. Maybe, just maybe, I could find something useful. Chapter 178, New Mission 2. The decision to go with Kyle was probably one that came from the spur of the moment, but the moment I thought about the orphanage, I felt my heart growing weaker. I couldn't find it in myself to refuse. I knew you'd join. Kyle gave me a knowing smile while looking at me. He looked rather confident that I'd join him on this trip. I could already feel my stomach sink at the upcoming situation, but if it helped me learn more about this world and the previous, Seth, then it had to be done. I knew that I'd have to go there one day or another. Might as well go now rather than later. Well, since you're joining, I'll give you a better rundown on the situation and what we're supposed to do. I know you don't like scary stuff. Kyle paused, narrowing his eyes slightly while looking at me. You don't like it, right? I don't. What was up with his expression? For a moment, it almost felt like he was doubting me. I really don't like it. So you say, but you seem to enjoy it when people get scared by your games. I struggled to come up with a proper rebuke. That's a different matter, and who said that I like it when they get scared? I would never take joy in people's screams. Never. Kyle raised his brow, the doubt on his face becoming even more obvious. I felt offended. You know, Seth. Kyle tapped his finger over the table while looking at me. I would believe you if you just didn't smile or chuckle to yourself whenever someone flinched or reacted to your game. You were doing that to me whenever a scary part was coming. Hey, I did that. Kyle tilted his head. Thinking about it, maybe you're the reason why I didn't find the game so scary. Whenever a scary part would come, you just giggle to yourself. I wasn't sure what sort of expression I was making at the moment, but it was certainly not a very good one. With a shake of his head, Kyle brought his attention back to the files. Back to the point, this mission is purely reconnaissance. We're there to gather intel on the anomaly to determine if it's a threat or not. The section chief has appointed me as team leader and given me the authority to select 3 people. You're the first one I'm bringing. Oh, I'm thankful. Kyle rolled his eyes. I'm unsure about who to bring next. I'll think it over in the next couple of hours before deciding. In the meantime, you should start packing up your stuff. Pack up now. Of course. Kyle clapped his hands. We'll be leaving in a couple of hours. Why else wouldn't you pack? I've already contacted the matriarch. We'll be staying there for the next couple of days to a week. The faster we go, the faster we can get this done. With a grin, Kyle looked around the room before settling his gaze onto the painting on the wall. Oh, that's shit. I immediately started sweating bullets, recalling how I had forgotten to put the painting away while Kyle was in. He was somewhat filled in on the entire museum situation, and while I wasn't sure if he recognized the painting, I didn't want to take any risks. Right, Kyle, there's something that I'd like to ask you about. Huh? Turning his attention back towards me, Kyle blinked his eyes. Sure, what's up? That aim? I scratched the side of my cheek while raising the sack in my hand, the one filled with fragments. Now that I've got the fragments, I'm thinking of selling them. However, I know the guild might not be interested in them. Do you have any idea if there's some sort of black market around? You're thinking of going to the black market to sell the fragments. Kyle's expression turned even weirder as he looked me up and down. Are you planning on losing your organs? What, no? If you go to the black market to sell the fragments, you'll definitely get scammed. Your best bet is to go to a smaller guild and sell the fragments to them. You know what, how about this? I can get you in contact with someone to help you sell the fragments. How about that? Hearing Kyle's offer, I didn't know whether to smile or cry. I just wanted to go to the black market, damn it. I think I'd rather go to the black market. What, why? Kyle's expression grew serious, suspicious as well. I could tell from the expression he was making that he was thinking things like, why does he want to go to the black market so badly? Is he hiding something? Licking my lips, I quickly came up with an excuse. I'll be honest, I just need to pick up some things to defend myself. I've found myself in too many strange situations lately, and since the guild only offers these items to members, I can't exactly buy them myself. This was the best excuse that I could come up with. And it wasn't like I was lying. The BAU prevented any guilds from selling special items to regular people. The only way one could get such items would be by joining a guild and paying for them through guild points. Since I was only a trauma counselor, I didn't have many points. I couldn't buy any item even if I wanted to. Feeling Kyle's gaze, I felt a little fidgety. Did he believe my excuse, or is he still suspicious? Feeling my heart beat loudly inside of my chest, I found myself growing nervous. The silence felt like it lasted for a very long time, until Kyle eventually sighed. Fine. Hello. I hastily raised my head, looking at Kyle while suppressing my excitement. He's really going to tell me. You raise a good point. I would like to give you one of my items, but that's illegal. I'll get in a lot of trouble. This might be better, actually. Looking around, Kyle grabbed a pen and started jotting something down on a piece of paper before sliding it over to me. You can go here once everything is over. For now, get ready. We're going to be leaving soon. Got it. I hastily grabbed the paper and put it in the drawer. Kyle gave me a small nod before quietly leaving the room. I stood in silence for a short while before letting out a small breath and reaching out for the fragments, and then turning my attention towards the fax machine. Since I've only got 1 hour, I guess I'll have to make the most of it. Clank. Coming out of Seth's door, Kyle's relaxed expression gradually turned more and more serious. Seth is definitely hiding something from me. Kyle had been watching Seth closely for quite some time now. While he was mostly the same as the Seth that he knew, something about him felt off. From claiming he was scared of horror to acting like the complete opposite, to suddenly asking about the black market, everything felt off. Even his games, which made some people scared, were strange. His excuse regarding the black market seemed believable, but Kyle couldn't ignore the subtle spark of excitement in his eyes when he gave him the location. I don't really understand what he's hiding, but since he isn't telling me, it might be something that he doesn't want to share or can't share. I hope it's nothing dangerous. One of the main reasons why Kyle decided to bring Seth wasn't just because they were going back to the old orphanage, but because the matriarch was there. If it's her, then maybe. Kyle shook his head. Well, whatever, I'll think about it more later. For now, I should get packing too. Perhaps he was thinking too much. Chapter 179, Happy Kids Orphanage 1. I didn't have the fondest of memories of the orphanage. It wasn't because I was neglected or because they mistreated me. That was the furthest thing from the truth. In actuality, it was mainly because I was sick. The medicine needed in order to keep me alive was rather expensive, and it ate up the orphanage's funding. This resulted in fewer toys for the kids and also fewer trips. Everyone was aware of this. Even the kids, and as a result, I was left shunned by most of the children there. The only one who stuck with me was Kyle. He was the only one who played with me when I was young, and why the two of us were so close. He was the only reason why I didn't completely hate my time in the orphanage. I still did end up getting kicked out by the time I reached 18, but it's not like I can blame them. In fact, some children probably still resented me for hogging all of the funding. I exhaled slowly, letting the fresh air brush against my face. I felt like shit, like utter shit at the moment, and it was all because of Kyle. That bastard. You're a star member. Why didn't we use the private jet? Why did you end up using such a shitty plane? I felt like puking. But it's good to be back. In the distance, a small villa came into view, nestled in greenery. The grass stood at the height of my knees, bending under the strong wind that carried through the surroundings. Faint laughter drifted from afar, and the sound of children playing carried gently on the breeze. The air felt cool, and as I looked up at the sky and saw the clouds turning gray, I knew it wouldn't be long before the rain began. This brings back memories. Kyle suddenly mumbled from beside me as I slowly turned my head to see him holding onto a trolley. With his other hand in the pocket of his gray cashmere jacket, he looked rather stylish. It does. I slowly nodded my head while looking back towards the orphanage. Because of the sudden world change, the location of the orphanage was in an entirely different place than I knew. It sat on one of the minor islands orbiting Andorra, the central island, just like Malavia. Sire Island. With a population of about 300,000 people, the island was a lot smaller than Malavia, with the general buildings and infrastructure a lot more rundown and developed. In general, it looked like the countryside. A lot of greenery and a small town. This was how Sire Island was. Wait here for a second. Pausing, Kyle held me by the shoulder and stopped me. I've already said it before, but I'll repeat it again. While we're here to visit the children and the matriarch, we're also here on a mission. The others will join us later, but for now, it is just the two of us. The goal is to investigate the drawings and determine if the anomaly is a dangerous one and which potential class it is. If things get too dangerous, immediately evacuate the orphanage. Is that clear? Yes. How many times have I heard the same words coming from him? He had been at it during the entire 3 hours that we spent on the plane to get to this island. It wasn't even the private jet, but some rundown plane that Kyle somehow knew how to fly. Just thinking about it gave me chills, especially when the plane hovered over the dark mist. Goosebumps. All I felt were goosebumps. You're not going to run off and do your own thing, right? Kyle's eyes narrowed as he asked. I was taken aback. What do you take me for, and where would I even run off? Besides the orphanage, there was not a single house in sight. The closest village was a 1-hour walk from where we were. I'm just asking. Lately you've been acting rather weird. Is that so? I pursed my lips. Well, he wasn't wrong on this aspect. However, it wasn't like this was something that I could control. I was just doing everything that I could possibly do in order to survive. Talking about survival, how is my game doing? Are the sales doing well? I hadn't checked ever since waking up. The moment I got into the office, Kyle appeared, and he dragged me to the orphanage, which left me traumatized as I held onto dear life. I think I've said all I needed to say. Let's head inside. Picking up his bags, Kyle started to head towards the orphanage, but I remained standing where I was. You go without me. I showed him my phone. Work. Oh, sure. With a look of understanding, Kyle didn't say anything else and started heading towards the orphanage. I waited for him to enter the place before opening the doc app and checking the stats page. The moment I did, as though the air had suddenly been stripped away from my lungs, I forgot to breathe. No way. I had to blink a couple of times in order to make sure I wasn't seeing things wrongly. Sales 57,910. But even as I blinked and saw that the stats remained the same, I felt as though my mind had suddenly exploded. Holy shit. Nearly 60,000 sales, and all of it within half a day of the game release. What sort of numbers were these? It had to be noted that my first ever game sold around 30,000 copies. This was already almost double that. How did it sell so much? I don't understand. Was it because of the video that Jamie sent to me? Going back to our chat, I opened the link he sent me and went back to the video. The moment I did, my eyes widened. Views 501,887. No wonder. With so many views, it was no wonder my game was doing so well. Not only that, but looking at the reviews on my game, which averaged to mixed, I felt a lot better. This was certainly a step up from my previous game. Okay, I shouldn't get too excited. This is because of the video. The sales might cool off later. In that case, I should quickly get the multiplayer function running. Get it out while the game is still hot. But did I even have enough time to do that? I really want to get back to work. But, slowly lifting my head and staring at the distant orphanage, I could only sigh. Well, I'll see what I can do. I'd like to pay someone to optimize multiplayer and just add the mirror voices software later, but I'm currently broke, so. With a resigned sigh, I prepared to put my phone away. But right as I was about to, I received a sudden message. TRRR. Thinking it was maybe from Jamie, I looked at it, but I was surprised to see it come from a completely unknown number. Blinking slowly, I read the message, and when I did, I found myself unable to close my mouth. To Seth Thorne, we from Nova Studio would like to extend our sincere congratulations and are pleased to offer you a position with our team. We were thoroughly impressed by your skills, experience, and creative approach, and we believe that you will be a valuable addition to our growing studio. This offer includes a scouting offer. Chapter 180, Happy Kids Orphanage 2. I stood stunned for what felt like forever. Reading the first few lines over and over again, I struggled to believe what I was seeing. A studio was offering a position to me. To me. No, wait, this shouldn't be strange. Thinking about it, I had released 2 fairly successful individual games. This offer wasn't at all strange. Yes, right, I'm no longer just some unknown game developer anymore. My first game trended for a little while my second game is en route to beating my first game by a large margin. My current worth is relatively high. Thinking thus far, I calmed down and looked at the offer more calmly. As a result, I found rather quickly that it wasn't a very good offer. The salary that they offered was decent, but it wasn't anything close to the amount of money I would make from the game I created myself. It was also a fixed salary, and I wouldn't get any percentage from the games I developed. While they did provide me with more advanced technology to work with, that was irrelevant to me since I had to make money. In that case, there was no longer a need for me to look at the offer. Still, I shouldn't reject the offer outright. I'll give them my terms and see if they accept them. If not, well, it's a pity. The terms weren't even that many. A good percentage of the revenue from the games that I developed. A designated team that would work with me in developing said games. Lastly, creative freedom to create my own games. I could see how the demands sounded unreasonable, and they were. But why would I downgrade literally on everything to work in some crappy studio? It's just stupid. And with that, I put my phone in my pocket and headed towards the orphanage. Haha, play with me. No, me. Okay, relax, I don't have an infinite number of hands. One at a time, I'll play with everyone. The first thing I saw while coming into the orphanage was Kyle being surrounded by a bunch of kids. They all hopped on his legs, jumping up and down while demanding he throw them in the air. This wasn't an unusual sight. Kyle was generally popular with the children. Me, on the other hand. Who is that? Well, I tended to scare them. I didn't even know why. A ghost? Okay, maybe I did. Relax, guys, that's just Seth. He used to be part of the orphanage like you guys. With a helpless smile, Kyle patted the children in the back while looking at me. I shrugged. What was I even supposed to do? This was way out of my control. Thankfully, not all children were scared of me, with some curiously walking up to me. One in particular, a girl with twin tails and a round, chubby face, walked up with a finger resting near her mouth. She looked adorable. Tugging my pants, she shyly asked, "Are you really from the same orphanage?" I am. I tried my best to smile while talking to her. She lowered her head a little. Will I turn out like you in the future? Well, I don't want to, I don't want to, The chubby girl suddenly burst out crying, leaving me at a complete loss for words. Feeling Kyle's glare, I was speechless. I didn't do anything. Why, I don't want to, I don't want to. Hearing the girl's cries, I was suddenly reminded of the section chief's motto, and my legs started to twitch. She may not be a ghost, but... Oh, sweetie, please don't cry. There's no need to cry. All of a sudden, a soft and warm voice echoed, and two elderly hands reached out for the little girl, picking her up from the ground as she buried her face into the chest of a woman whom I knew all too well. My expression turned a little complicated as I lowered my head. It's nice to see you, matriarch. It's good to see you too, Seth. Her smile was as warm as I remembered. She looked older now, her face containing a lot more wrinkles than I remembered, and her previous brown hair containing a lot more gray. She changed a lot, but that smile of hers. It hadn't changed one bit as I pursed my lips tightly, feeling a sudden surge of emotions. Amongst them, guilt was the one I felt the most. She was the person I was most indebted to in my life. She was the person who had insisted on keeping me in the orphanage despite my condition, and she was also the one whom I refused to meet after leaving the orphanage. I wanted to come back and show her how much I had changed. That I was successful, but all I did was loiter away with my life, in a company that made me work overtime while slowly waiting for the disease to consume me. I became nothing but a failure and as such, never found the guts to visit her. Why aren't you looking at me, Seth? Is something the matter? Feeling her warm hand on my shoulder, I shook my head and properly looked at her for the first time in a very long time. Her pure blue eyes were still the same. No, nothing. I was just thinking about the girl's previous words. If I were in her position, I'd also not want to be me. The matriarch paused for a moment before suddenly smiling, her hand smacking against my shoulder. Oh, you're still as silly as before. No, I wasn't really joking. I really wouldn't wish anyone to be in my position. Putting the girl down, the matriarch patted her on the back. Go on. Go play with Uncle Kyle while I talk with Uncle Seth. Ahem. The little girl nodded before trotting away to Kyle. A smile blossomed on her face the moment she moved to him, and my leg twitched once again. This little bye. Don't blame the little girl. It's not really her fault. Your eyes are really intense. My eyes are intense. I turned to face the matriarch as she placed her hands on my cheeks and positioned my face straight. They've gotten even more intense than before. It's no wonder the children are scared of you. This isn't much different than in the past. Letting go of my face, she nudged me with her finger. Come, there's someone that I'd like you to meet. Oh. Curious, I decided to follow her to the orphanage. The setup was the same as I remembered. Besides the stairs in the middle that led to the second floor where the children rested, the first floor was separated into 3 sections. The kitchen, the play area, and the teaching area. This excluded the garden where the playground was. The playroom was amongst the largest areas within the orphanage, with toys strewn all over and small tables flipped all over. Moving into the playroom, the matriarch stopped for a moment as she looked towards the corner where a child with black hair sat by himself, his hand holding onto a small pencil as he focused on drawing. The child looked no older than 10. As he sat quietly on his stool, the other children seemed to steer clear of him. Some were busy playing with the large plastic castles behind him, while others were focused on the TV across the room. Looking at the TV, I couldn't help but make a face. Why is that thing still here? The TV was something that had been present since I was a kid. It was rather old. Unaware of my thoughts, the matriarch spoke. That's Chris over there, and he's a lot like you when you were young. He usually keeps to himself and spends most of his time drawing. I've tried many times to get him involved with the others, but he always goes back to doing his own thing. I wanted you to meet him to see if you could do anything about it. Maybe you might know how to get him to engage with the other children. Despite the matriarch's words, I wasn't able to focus at all on them. Because, ding, of the sudden notification that I received. Ding, quest activated. Difficulty, 3rd order. Reward, 50,000 SP. Objective, hide and seek. Location, NA. Description, find Mr. Jingles before it's too late. Time limit, 2 days. Chapter 181, The Boy and the Crayons 1. It wasn't like I didn't see the quest coming. From the moment Kyle handed me the file and gave a brief overview of the situation, I knew there was a strong chance it would show up. This was why I wasn't all too shocked by the appearance of the quest window. The quest is 3rd order, that's. It wasn't like I hadn't done 3rd order quests before, but they always ended up being extremely troublesome. I also knew that quests usually didn't end once they were over. In most cases, the quest would lead up to another quest or tie up with a previous quest. Was it the same in this case? I hope that's not the case. But I could only hope. Either way, it wasn't like I was alone. Kyle was present, and the other team members were going to arrive soon. This mission, it was doable. And I also needed to SB. That's why I accepted. Ding. Mission accepted. SCRR. The panel vanished and the kid appeared in front of me again. He had short black hair and brows eyes, his cheeks somewhat plump, while a few moles marred his face. The crayon in his hand scraped against the paper with a sharp, steady sound that cut through the surrounding noise. As he drew, he kept his head down, his sole focus the paper in front of him. Even as we drew nearer, he didn't seem to notice us. Don't mind it too much. He's just a kid with a lot of concentration. You weren't much different when you were younger. At the matriarch's comment, I could only smile while leaning closer to the kid to see what he was drawing. But right as I managed to get a glimpse of his drawing, the smile on my face froze as the matriarch's voice entered my ears. It looks like he's drawing Mr. Jingles again. Oh, Matilda, the drawing has gotten better than last time. She began praising the drawing. The colors are more vivid, and it looks like he's added even more detail than before. It's good, don't you think so too, Seth? The matriarch turned her head to me. Oh yes, it's nice. Right, it was nice. Though I said this, I couldn't help but secretly inhale a breath of cold air while looking at the drawing. It wasn't anything fancy. It was the standard that one might expect from a young kid. Rough lines, no shadowing, and so on. But that wasn't what grabbed my attention. What grabbed my attention was something else entirely. This drawing, it's the same drawing as the one that Kyle showed me. It looked identical, from the lines to the coloring, everything was the same. Could the drawing that he had shown me have been drawn by the same kid? I needed to ask Kyle about it. Oh, look. The matriarch pointed at the drawing all of a sudden. The red dots on Mr. Jingles' clothing weren't there before. It looks even more lifelike than before. But, she tilted her head, pressing her hand against her cheek slightly, there still needs to be some work done on the eyes. Right, the eyes. That was the aspect that drew me in the most about the drawing. The swirling black lines that circled in place of where the eye should have been added a strange sense of detachment to the drawing. It made the happy-looking clown look. Zulith, we can work on the eyes. If he's improved in every other aspect, then that means that he can improve in that aspect too. The matriarch seemed genuinely pleased with the drawing, showering the little boy with praise. Unfortunately, he appeared far too absorbed in the black crayon he was holding, carefully circling it around the eye in his picture, to notice a word she said. SCRRR, SCRRR. The more I found myself staring at the simple action, the more unsettled I felt as I looked at the matriarch. Can I ask you something? Oh, sure thing. Pulling her gaze away from the kid, the matriarch smiled kindly at me. Ask me anything, I'll see if I can answer. Yes. I once again looked at the drawing before pointing at it. This Mr. Jingles, where does he come from? Is he some sort of character from the television, or maybe from some fast food chain? The matriarch cocked her head, her eyes slowly blinking. Then, as if realizing, she suddenly smiled. Oh, it's nothing of the sort. I myself am not sure. I just know the name since it's all the kids seem to talk about lately. Mr. Jingles this, Mr. Jingles that, Mr. Jingles says. Apparently, it's also rather famous in Resuvia. Resuvia was the town located an hour from the orphanage. It was the only town located on the entire island. I see. I tried my best to look at ease, but the unease that I had felt ever since staring at the drawing only crept more and more into my mind with each passing second. The situation was definitely not simple. I should tell the details to Kyle. He might figure something out. He knew more about this stuff than me. Raising my head, I looked at the matriarch, who seemed to understand as she turned her attention towards the little boy. Chris, we're going to leave now. Show me your drawing once you're done. SCRRR. The kid didn't reply. Instead, the sound of the crayon pressing against the paper grew even more pronounced as he circled his small hand around the eye, swirling the black crayon over and over and over again. SCRRR, SCRRR. The movement grew more and more erratic with the passing of the seconds, a frown marring the little kid's features as his hand became faster and faster. Taken aback, I stopped dead in my tracks, turning to look at the matriarch. But then, it all stopped. Silence. a suffocating silence that was tainted by the gentle tapping of the rain as the kid slowly raised his head, and our eyes met. Eventually, his lips parted. "Mr. Jingles isn't very happy." I froze dead in my tracks, unable to move as my gaze lingered on the little kid in front of me. "Mr. Jingles isn't very happy. What is that supposed to mean? What?" The kid lowered his head and took out a new piece of paper and a new crayon. "Scrrrrrrr." He began drawing once again. The scraping sound of the crayon echoed across the surroundings. I could only stand in silence, quietly watching the kid's hands for a moment before looking at the matriarch. "Let's go." That was all she said, the smile on her face soft. "We shouldn't make Mr. Jingles sad." She continued, her steps moving slowly toward the main room, separated by a small, dimly lit corridor. "Apparently, it's not good if Mr. Jingles is sad." "Hello?" I followed behind the matriarch, finding her back moving further and further away from me. Eventually, my steps came to a pause as I slowly lowered my head, where I saw something roll from the wooden floor, stopping right at my foot. Bending over, I picked up the object. It was a small red foam ball, one that was rather squishy. Oh, there's a hole at the center of it. The hole was followed by a long line that cut through it. This. I squished the foam ball again. No sound. In the end, I tossed it to the side. Probably one of the children's toys. Chapter 182, The Boy and the Crayons 2. Meeting up with Kyle, I told him about the boy and the drawing. He didn't look at all surprised when I reported my findings to him. He took out a paper and showed it to me. "I've also found out a similar drawing from one of the children, but it isn't as detailed as the one you mentioned." Looking down at the paper, I saw a familiar doodle, but it was slightly different from the one I'd seen earlier. It wasn't as detailed. The clown's clothes lacked the vibrant red dots alongside its curly red hair. The buttons also seemed to be missing. Yeah, it's missing quite a few things from the drawing I saw. It's a pity I couldn't take it with me. The thought of taking the drawing did cross my mind, but I abandoned it rather quickly after I saw how focused the kid was. If there was one thing that I had to point out that was the same, then it'd have to be the eyes. The swirling lines of black that seemed to suck my eyes whenever I looked at them. Plap. Snapping me out of my thoughts, Kyle folded the paper with one hand and put it away. "I'll keep the drawing for now. I'll send a picture to someone in the department to see if they notice anything strange with it. In the meantime, we should probably learn more about this Mr. Jingles, although it's strange." Thinking of something, Kyle took out a familiar file and started to skim through it. It's really odd." Noticing the frown that was slowly starting to form, I grew curious. "What's wrong?" "Take a look for yourself." Kyle handed me the file. There were many pages, and I had already looked through them before. Giving it a quick skim, I didn't notice anything strange with it. The drawings looked the same, and the layout also looks the same. In the midst of my confusion, Kyle pointed at the file. "Where in the files is a Mr. Jingles mentioned?" Taking a closer look at the file and skimming once again through all the writing, I found that Kyle was right. Nowhere in the writing was there a single mention of Mr. Jingles. Not once. The report was made not too long ago, about 3 days ago. That was the last time an agent was on the field and reported this. What does this mean? Kyle paused and I swallowed my saliva. What could it mean? The answer was obvious. They've only recently learned about the name, 3 days to be exact. Exactly. The two of us slowly looked at each other, and my stomach started to rumble. I might need the bathroom. You already know where it is. I know. Then, I feel like I'd feel better if I threw up on you. Kyle's eyes widened, and he took a step back. Don't you dare. It's coming. He nearly screamed. Clank. Please come this way. Kyle and Seth are both inside. Kyle and I stopped at the same time, slowly turning our heads to see 2 familiar faces. Leading them was the matriarch, who stopped for a moment before smiling. Well, I guess nothing's changed since the 2 of you left. My mouth twitched as I looked at Zoe and Miles. No, wait, rat. Was it rat or snake? Maybe something else. Shit, I had completely forgotten. Rat, snake, it's the same thing anyway. That also didn't matter as I straightened my expression and greeted them. Hello. Kyle followed after as he scratched the back of his head. So you guys made it. Looking at his face, he was probably wondering whether they had seen him run away from me while I threatened him. In hindsight, it did look like he was terrified of me. The fact that it wasn't even over my game but me. That somehow pisses me off. And looking at how the two were staring at me, I could tell that they had probably misunderstood. I couldn't be bothered to correct the misunderstanding. It wasn't anything big anyway. Anyways, it's almost dinner time. Let me go and quickly whip out something for all of you. Cutting through the awkward silence was the matriarch, as she headed for the kitchen on the right. Right as she was about to leave, she paused. Oh, while I'm at it, her gaze fell on Kyle and me. Show the two where they'll be sleeping. I know you guys will be staying for a couple of nights. I've already set up everything. She disappeared right after that, leaving the four of us standing in the middle of the play area. In the end, with a small cough, Kyle extended his hand towards the stairs that led to the second floor. Should I show you your rooms first, and then we can talk about the situation? Yeah. That's fine with me. With both the rat/snake/backstabbed, or whatever his name was, agreeing, Kyle proceeded to lead them to the second floor. I followed from behind. At the same time, located on the outskirts of Andoria, Nova Studios was one of the more well-known game development studios in the region. At the moment, in a small office, a man with a pot belly and a receding hairline leaned back in his chair, smoke curling through the air as he took a slow puff from his cigar. Not bad, so you're projecting at least 300,000 sales with this game. Yes, that's our estimate. A man with square glasses and neatly parted hair responded. He was the chief manager of game oversight, responsible for overseeing and coordinating the development of all games produced by the department. At the moment, he was giving the CEO a general rundown of the projections for their newest game, Blade in the Dark. It was a newly developed horror action game created by their team, and based on the number of beta players and the overall feedback received, he had been able to put together a solid estimate of how the game was likely to perform. Puff, taking another drag from his cigar, CEO Malone tapped his fingers lightly across the desk, then broke into a satisfied smile. If we charge about $60 for the game, then we'd be able to make a lot of money with the number of sales. Pulling out a calculator, the CEO punched in the numbers, then suddenly burst into a fit of laughter, the sound echoing through the small office. Good, good. This will definitely earn me a good bonus from the board. His laughter was hearty, eyes nearly closed beneath heavy lids. After a moment, as if a thought struck him, the CEO suddenly paused. Right, Matthias, about the game developer you told me about, the one who recently released a game that might compete with ours. Did he accept the offer? Or about that? Matthias's expression darkened, as he recalled the answer he received from the game developer. He didn't even bother filling in the CEO on it, and just sent the reply to him. Check it for yourself. It can't be that bad, it. The CEO paused mid-sentence, his face darkening as he scrolled through his phone, reading through the message over and over again before his face turned completely dark. Is this serious? Yes. Heh, he's lucky I even decided to give him an offer, and yet this is his answer. With a sudden laugh, the CEO's eyes narrowed. I extend an olive branch, and you try to take the whole tree. The CEO shook his head, taking another drag of the cigar. The only reason he even considered hiring the game developer was because of the developer's recent hit game. It was poised to compete directly with their own, and after reviewing the numbers, they decided to bring the developer on board and pull the game from the market to guarantee a smoother launch for theirs. In order to do this, they offered him some of the best terms in the company. But who would have thought he'd reject it? Not only that, but also give out such demands. This guy. Fine. The CEO leaned back against his chair, turning his attention towards Matthias. Since he isn't accepting our offer, go ahead and do the thing we usually do. Either way, we were supposed to do it from the start. You just insisted on trying to recruit him. Just make sure his game doesn't bother with the launch of ours. Understood. Matthias nodded, taking his files before quietly leaving. As he did, he shook his head. Pity, what a pity. He was quite talented. Chapter 183, Mr. Jingles 1. This is where you'll be staying. It's nothing fancy, but it should do for you. Kyle showed Zoe to her room. It wasn't anything fancy, just a simple single-bedroom space. There was a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair, alongside several crayon marks all over the walls. For obvious reasons, the matriarch had arranged for her to stay alone. This is good. You can even say it's luxury compared to the place I've slept in. Dropping her luggage, Zoe sat on the bed and patted it a couple of times before nodding in satisfaction. Really good. Okay, nice. Kyle then looked at Miles. Your room is right next to hers. You'll also have a single room like hers. Oh. As if not expecting this, the rat raised his brow. Kyle reassured him. Yes, don't worry. The matriarch has arranged for you to stay in your own room, too. There's no point in you staying with the kids, and there's no place left in Seth's and mine's room. You guys are going to sleep in the same room. The two looked surprised, but Kyle shrugged. We've got a bunk bed. Although we've grown since our younger years, we should still be able to fit. Oh, right. As if recalling the fact that Kyle and I were from the same orphanage, Zoe slowly nodded her head. Kyle pulled the chair over to face the bed and flipped it around, sitting on it backward with his arms resting on the backrest. Now that we've settled the lodging, it's about time that we talk about the task. Kyle's expression grew serious, and the atmosphere shifted with it. He plopped several files onto the bed. I'll give you a brief rundown of the situation and what we've managed to find in the time we stayed here. Kyle began to tell the two everything. Thankfully, because the two were already aware of the case, he didn't need to begin from the start. He took out the drawing and essentially told them everything that he had told me. In short, what we've discovered is that the anomaly refers to itself as Mr. Jingles, and so far, only the children seem to know its name and appearance. Why that is, I'm not sure. This aligns with the original report, but there's no guarantee that this information is accurate. That's why it would be most appropriate if we expanded our scope of search to something outside of the orphanage. The room turned quiet following that brief summary of the situation. Zoe and the rat both mulled over Kyle's words, whilst I looked around and noticed a paper and some crayons on the table. Feeling a little bored, I took the paper and a red crayon. Have there been any incidents in the meantime? As Zoe spoke, Kyle shook his head. No reported incidents as of yet. Everything looks to be okay for now. There's no need to contact the guild just yet. All right. Zoe left the discussion at that. On the other hand, I looked at the rat. There was something that I was curious about. Why was he here of all people? While I had been away for quite a while since I had to take care of my game, I didn't think he got close to Kyle in that time. In fact, looking at them now, the two looked and talked to each other like colleagues. In that case, is the reason why he's here, because he's been performing very well recently. I hadn't been keeping up with the situation within the guild, but I wouldn't be surprised if this was the case. The rat was, after all, an extremely talented character. Now that I think about it, both Zoe and the rat are here. Who would have thought? The two characters that came from games that I once worked on. My eyes narrowed slightly. I had been thinking, if the two of them were both characters that came from games that I had once worked on, there were surely going to be more characters. While it was true that I had been busy, I still did try to dig up information on other potential characters. I was left disappointed. Are the two the only characters that will show up, or will there be more? I wasn't sure, but I hoped not. There were a couple of characters that I could think of at the top of my head that I wanted nothing to do with. I'd take the rat over them any day. Anomalies usually come from gates, but each anomaly follows its own set of rules, which is determined by its past and history. Taking into consideration that we're dealing with a clown that deals with kids, that should be our starting point. Kyle once again pointed at the files on the bed, tapping them with his finger. Listening in closely, I couldn't help but nod. This was also what I had found. Each anomaly wasn't random. They all had their own backstory, and their rules weren't set at random. There was a reason for each rule. At least in most cases. While the Twisted Man had its own rules, it's a man-made anomaly. Things should be a bit different for it. Tomorrow morning, some of us will head to the town and ask around about anyone who was once a clown or anything related to them. It doesn't matter how small the clue is. Just find it, and we'll roll with it. Kyle began to give out the instructions, while I casually listened. The others can stay here to check up on the situation within the orphanage. We'll keep in contact constantly and work together from there. Remember, this is a reconnaissance mission. Don't do anything dangerous unless you have to. Looking around, Kyle eventually stood up. Okay, for now, this is enough. We can talk about it more tomorrow morning. The best thing that we can do now is... Suddenly pausing, Kyle looked at me, and his expression turned weird as his eyes lowered slightly. When I looked at him, I also saw that the others were giving similar looks. What? Was there something wrong with my face? However, looking at their eyes and then the direction of where they were looking, I realized why they were looking at me strangely. Hello? I pulled the crayon back. I was just bored, so. I can see that. Kyle replied, looking at the paper in my hand before shaking his head. Scratching the side of my face, I gave it a quick glance. It wasn't that bad. It was just a small red circle. That was just about it. It's been a while. Looks like the matriarch didn't change much. The place looks exactly as we left it. Leaving the rat and Zoe to their rooms, the two of us headed to ours. The moment I stepped inside, I was greeted by the familiar scent of fresh sheets and the sight of the old bunk bed. At the far end of the room, a large window sat centered on the wall, with a wooden desk positioned just beneath it. Opposite the bed stood a tall wardrobe with another desk placed off to the side. The one by the window was my desk, while the one next to the wardrobe was Kyle's. For that reason, he also had the top bunk while I had the lower bunk. Not that I could have taken the top bunk anyway. I was too sick to have it. Look at this, Seth. Our photos are still here. Turning my head, I saw Kyle holding onto a bunch of photos that he had taken out from one of the drawers, and as I drew near him, I could see myself and him in them. Haha, look at you. Kyle showed me one of the photos. In it, I could see my younger self holding onto an ice cream cone, while my entire nose was covered in cream. I still remember that. It wasn't until way later that I noticed. Look, check this one out, haha. Stop it. Looking at some of the photos, even I couldn't help but smile. They really did look silly, and they also brought a wave of nostalgia. Everything was exactly the same as I remembered. So much that I started to wonder if there really were no differences. But soon, the smile faded away from my face. Look at this one, haha. Kyle extended another photo. This is the time when you just returned to the dentist. Look at the face that you were making. Kyle looked like he was genuinely laughing while pointing at the photo. But, looking at the photo, I didn't have it in me to laugh. After all, I wasn't there. Chapter 184, Mr. Jingles 2. There was a chance that Kyle was making fun of me, that he was messing around with me, but looking at him and seeing his genuine laugh, I could feel that he wasn't joking. But as I stared at the picture again, all I could see was Kyle, 2 fingers raised in a peace sign, his body leaning slightly to the left. He looked slightly older than in the previous photos, teenage years. I could tell from the picture that there was someone who was supposed to be there. But I can't see anything at all. Why was this the case? I looked at the other photos. I could see myself in those. There were no problems with those photos. Then, why did that photo not have me in it, and why was it that Kyle could see it? Is it possible that he's the only one who can see it? What if I show the photo to someone else? Will they react the same? Oh, look at this. Wait. I stopped Kyle before he could shift his attention to the other photos. Feeling him look at me, I licked my lips while pointing at the previous photo. Let me have that photo, it looks quite funny. This one. Yeah. Kyle's eyes narrowed all of a sudden and my heart skipped a beat. Did he notice something? Was this a prank? You're not going to burn this, are you? Kyle moved the photo away from me. Looking at you, there's a high chance that you might burn it since you don't like it. I'm not giving it to you. That's nonsense. What, you think I don't know you well enough? I'm sure you're just trying to burn it because it looks too embarrassing. Well, thinking about it, this really did sound like something I'd do. I won't, I promise. Your promises are worth nothing. You? Looking at Kyle's neck, I felt tempted, so very tempted. Haha, I'm just kidding. But eventually, Kyle handed me the photo. I was just joking, here, have the photo. Thanks. Grabbing the photo and moving back a couple of steps in case Kyle tried to snatch it away, I took a good look at it. Missing. I was still missing from it. My eyes narrowed further as I looked at Kyle. Now that I think about it, I don't even recall going to a dentist in the past. What exactly was going on here? The next day, following the previous discussion, we separated into 2 groups. I was paired up with the rat, and Zoe and Kyle were together. The 2 of them were set to head for the town, while the rat and I were set to stay at the orphanage to see if anything else happened. We'll probably be back by the end of the day. If something happens, I'll send you a message. Okay. I stood by the orphanage door, watching Kyle and Zoe leave as a strong wind swept through and faint raindrops began to fall. The sky hung heavy and gray, with distant rumbles hinting at the storm on its way. Yup, I made a good decision to stay. I didn't even mind being with the rat, so long as I wouldn't have to go out with the type of storm that was about to come. Oh, and another thing, if something does happen to us, I'll use this thing. Kyle tossed me a small black ball. It was the size of a button, and as I was busy looking at it, he explained what it did. It's an emergency device. It shows my location and where I was last seen. I doubt I'll need it, but just in case. Same goes for you. If you press it, I'll get the same alert. Oh, why did it seem like he was raising a flag? We'll be leaving, don't forget. If something happens, use it. Kyle and Zoe rushed towards the distant car. Watching as the two gradually entered a black car and left, I stood by the entrance for a short moment before turning around and facing the rat. He smiled politely at me, the dimples on his face clearer than ever. Since the two of them left, should we start investigating? Right, we should. Entering the orphanage, I closed the door behind me. Clank. At last, free from the harsh wind, I felt much better. I ruffled my hair and glanced around, my gaze settling on the rat. It's best if the two of us split up for now. You can stay here in the playroom and look at the children, see if there's anything new with their drawing. I'll go check the other areas like the teaching area. Since I'm more familiar with the place, this might be for the best. Are you sure? We can do this together if you want. Yeah, but we can cover things faster this way. Sure. The rat smiled again. He didn't seem to have a problem with my arrangement, as he followed along with what I said. Eventually, he turned around and moved towards where the children were, his dimples growing even more pronounced. Hi, Tilda. Uncle Miles. It's Uncle Miles. Unlike me, the children liked him. Tusk. If only they knew how he really was. Well, how he was, supposedly. He could be different from what I remembered. Whatever the case was, I moved around the orphanage, heading specifically towards the teaching area, which was connected to the play area. Within a long and narrow corridor, several doors greeted me on both sides. By the side of each door were several colorful papers that said math, science, language, music, art. There were in total 5 rooms, each one dedicated to its own subject. I remembered each of the rooms as I opened the doors slightly to see that some of them were full of children inside, alongside a caretaker. The matriarch wasn't the only one running the place. Oh, this. But soon my gaze paused on a certain room. I remember this room. I slowly opened the door to reveal a modestly sized room, a faint musky scent drifting into my nose. The space was dimly lit, with the only light coming from a large window at the far end, where rain lashed against the glass as the storm outside grew fiercer. It's been a while. The music room. This was the very same piano that I used to learn on when I was young. I could still remember the teacher scolding me for not getting my posture correct when playing the piano. In the dim light, several other instruments loomed in the distance, somewhat worn out from time, while scattered papers rustled faintly under the faint breeze that lingered in the room. Looking around, my gaze settled onto the piano. For some reason, staring at it, I felt a sudden urge to play it as I made my way towards it and sat down. Dang. I played the first note, feeling it gently stir in the air. It sounded a little out of tune, but it wasn't anything bad. I was just about to press another key when I stopped. Slowly raising my head and staring at the reflection on the piano, I paused. Hey. I looked at my own reflection. It was staring back at me. But, smiling. Why was it smiling? Someone has been slacking lately. Before I could react, a long, lanky hand settled on my shoulder. The touch wasn't painful, but it pinned me in place as if I'd been nailed to the spot. And then a whisper curled cold and close against the shell of my ear. You're not going to disappoint me, are you? The conductor. He was here. Chapter 185, Mr. Jingles 3. I sat frozen, unable to move a single muscle as the hand clamped against my shoulder, and a head slowly inched from the right side of me, exposing a grotesque-looking face. The stitching around its mouth pulled tight as its lips pulled into a grin, and a suffocating feeling suddenly enveloped me. It would be such a disappointment if, by the time our bet comes to fruition, You show me nothing worth my time. The conductor's low, grating voice whispered into my ear, threading into my thoughts and making my body shudder. But regardless of how I felt, I couldn't show my fear. I could only keep my face straight while pulling my hands away from the piano. I'm working on it. You are? The conductor's head tilted further, the head turning more than normally possible. I've been watching you. I have not seen you play the piano once. I swallowed silently, my heart pounding so loudly it drowned out the storm outside. Bang! A flash of light, a deafening clap. The world outside darkened further as the rain intensified. The old, funky smell of the room became even more pronounced, and another flash lit up the room. I could tell. Another one was coming. Another one is coming. Bang! I nearly flinched. It struck not far from here, illuminating everything around. I closed my eyes and inhaled quietly before opening them again. The noise of the rain pounding against the glass became even louder. I can play the piano. The issue is not the piano. Oh. Krog crack. The conductor's neck creaked further, its head now bent at a full 180 degrees. What could you mean by that? I smiled. That would defeat the purpose, wouldn't it? The conductor said nothing, its face still inches from mine. I couldn't read its expression. I couldn't even begin to guess what it might be thinking. The only thing that was on my mind at the moment was, survive. I need to survive this ordeal. I hadn't expected the conductor to appear the moment I touched the piano. There should have been more time left on our deal. For it to show up like this. Why is it doing this? Oh, I see. Another flash of light lit up the conductor's distorted face as his head finally turned away, and the grip on my shoulder eased. So, you won't reveal what you're planning. That is making me even more curious. Its voice dropped to a whisper, trailing off behind me as the hand withdrew. In that case, I will await the day that you finally show me what you've prepared, and just a reminder, failure means becoming a permanent member of my audience. With a silent chuckle, the conductor's voice grew even fainter. Oh, and regarding your current situation. With a sudden pause, the conductor whispered, It's all a puzzle. Huh? I spun around, heart racing. A puzzle? What was it talking about? Was it referring to the anomaly I was dealing with? Wait, is it possible that the reason the conductor actually showed up isn't because it's impatient with what I'm doing, but instead, because it wanted to tell me the clue? That? Could it be? Bang! The thunder crashed again, snapping me from my thoughts. When the rumbling faded, only the sound of rain tapping against the window remained. The space behind me was empty. I sat in silence for a long moment before my gaze shifted back to the piano. There, resting on the keys, was a white pair of gloves. What the hell? SCRRR, SCRRR. The crayon scratched loudly against the paper. The boy hunched over it, completely absorbed in his drawing. Despite the intense sound of the rain and the dim light, the boy remained focused on the drawing. Bang! Thunder crashed, but the boy didn't flinch. SCRRR. He only had eyes for the drawing. Alone on a plastic chair in a quiet room, the boy continued without pause. This persisted until... Flick! The old TV in the corner sparked to life, static hissing before a cheerful tune broke through. Tatata tilde tatata tilde. The boy lifted his head, eyes pulling away from the paper for the first time. On the screen, an old cartoon flickered into view. A clown stood facing away, holding a cluster of red balloons. He stood on a road with several houses around. Looking closely, one could see several characters waving at the screen with big smiles on their faces. Are you ready? A high-pitched, squeaky voice echoed from the TV. The boy dropped his crayon and nodded. Good. The clown bounced in place, its back still turned. Mr. Jingles is here tilde. Mr. Jingles wants to play tilde a play we shall. Still dancing with its back facing the TV, Mr. Jingles raised its foot to the side, displaying its red boot. Mr. Jingles says, Tilda, what is this? Boot. The young child replied. Correct. Another happy tune began to play as Mr. Jingles danced once more. Mr. Jingles says, Tilda, what is this? It extended its hand to display its white glove. Glove. Correct. Wow, you're such a good boy, Chris. Tatata tilde tatata tilde. The tune played again, the clown laughing and jumping once again. Staring at the TV, the young child similarly smiled, the flashing of the TV reflecting within his large pupils. Mr. Jingles says Tilda. Entranced by the TV, the young kid described everything that Mr. Jingles pointed at. Mr. Jingles says Tilda. Hair. Mr. Jingles says Tilda. Nose. Mr. Jingles says Tilda. Clothes. Mr. Jingles says Tilda. Stripes. Slowly but surely, the kid described everything that Mr. Jingles pointed at. It was clear from a glance that this wasn't the first time that the kid had played this game, and slowly, Mr. Jingles finally turned around, its body bobbing up and down as it covered its eyes with both hands. Are you ready for the final round? Oh, yes. The boy nodded slowly, the tune softened. Mr. Jingles smiled wider, the red paint stretching unnaturally far across its face. Mr. Jingles says Tilda wah. The voice cut off mid-sentence. The smile on its face slowly started to fade, contorting in the opposite direction. The room grew colder as a strange tension filled the air. The boy stared, confused. But then, flick, the TV turned off, and shortly after a figure walked in. Chris. Seth stepped into the room, eyes scanning until they landed on the boy, still seated in the corner, staring at the blank screen. Before him was the same drawing of Mr. Jingles. But this time, Seth noticed something. The eyes. The boy had yet to draw the eyes. I guess that's a good thing. Those black eyes were rather creepy. Sighing, Seth moved forward and bent down a little to stare at the kid. Hey, Chris, everyone is in the main hall. Do you want to? Mr. Jingles. The young boy cut through Seth's words, his head slowly turning to face Seth to reveal his almost detached gaze. Light flashed from the outside window. He is not happy. Seth blinked. What? Before Seth even had the time to process it, from the back of one of the plastic castles in the room, a red balloon slowly floated. The kid's voice echoed once more. Mr. Jingles is angry. Bang. Chapter 186, Mr. Jingles 4. Bang. The child's voice slid softly into my ear as I stared at the balloon hovering in place. It was red, unnervingly red, and the longer I looked, the more a slow, creeping chill settled over me. Outside, the tapping of the rain seemed to slow down, each drop unnervingly loud in the silence that filled the playroom. Something is definitely wrong. I could feel my stomach rumbling and my hands tingling. SCRRR. Looking down, the kid had once again resumed doodling on the paper. He started to circle the area around the eyes with the black crayon, twirling it over and over again, forming the usual spirals of black that made up the clown's eyes. The balloon floated silently above, as a flash of white lit the room. Bang! A thunder pierced through the silence shortly after, as I looked around me, trying my best to remain composed while looking around the room in search of some clues. Anything. However, regardless of how much I looked, I couldn't find a single thing. Crouching down, I leveled with the boy. Chris. I called out his name. But, SCRRR. The child ignored me, focusing his entire attention on the drawing in front of him. He continued to circle the area around the eyes, almost as if entranced. Chris. I called out again, but yet again I received no response. You said Mr. Jingles is angry. Can you tell me why he's angry? SCRRR, SCRRR. The kid's hand grew faster and faster, the white parts of the eyes slowly getting covered, making the eyes entirely pitch black. A weight pressed on my chest. And then, he stopped. Slowly he raised his head and looked at me, his brown eyes meeting mine. The world turned quiet in that moment. Just me and the small kid, and my breath gradually started to thin out. His lips parted. I waited, breath caught in my throat. Maybe this was it. Maybe he'd say something, anything that made sense of this. I wanted to know why Mr. Jingles was mad. Perhaps I could figure out some sort of clue. Something. But I am hungry. I stared at him, momentarily stunned. A sigh slipped out. All right. I stood up once more. Let's go. The matriarch has already prepared food for everyone. The kid didn't wait for me before getting out of his chair and moving out of the room. Hey, wait. I was just about to follow him when I found myself drawn to the drawing. I had been so focused on the eye that I hadn't noticed there was something in the usually blank background. A TV. Slowly my head raised, and my eyes stopped at the TV. It was currently switched off, and even as I got closer to check if there was anything wrong, I didn't notice a single thing. Strained. I reached for my glasses, then hesitated. Memories of the twisted man flashed through my mind. I pulled my hand back. Once Kyle comes back and he's with me, I'll use the glasses. I'd feel much better if he were with me. At least if Mr. Jingles did show up, Kyle would be present to protect me. Seth, lunch is ready, Seth. The matriarch's voice echoed faintly down the hall. I tore my eyes from the TV and slipped the drawing into my pocket. I planned on giving this to Kyle later. Seth. Coming. Let's go over here. Shit, this rain is crazy. Kyle and Zoe pulled their jackets tighter around themselves as they ducked under the bridge-like archway of the small pub to shield themselves from the rain. Stopping there, Zoe looked at Kyle. Be kind and stop the rain. Huh. Just use your time thing and get the rain to stop. That would be a waste, though. You're the one who forgot the umbrellas in the car. Right. Kyle had no retort there. He had indeed been the one to forget the umbrellas. The rain wasn't even that bad before, but it had somehow intensified over the course of the past hour. Taking out his phone, Kyle sighed. I also don't have a signal for whatever reason. Same. Zoe tilted her phone in Kyle's direction. The two looked at each other for a few seconds before turning to look at the pub. The light inside flickered warmly, and through the circular window above the dark oak door, the silhouettes of several figures moved in and out of view. Should we go in? Zoe suggested as she looked at the rain outside. I don't think things will calm down anytime soon. Might as well go in and ask the people here if they know something. Yeah. Kyle was of the same opinion as he reached for the door handle and pulled it down. Creak. As the door creaked open, the noise from the bar rushed in, filling their ears. Inside, the place was bustling, tables packed with people chatting and laughing. Wooden pillars lined the room and paintings hung from the walls, giving the pub an almost homey feel. Closing the door behind them, Kyle and Zoe looked around before finding their own seat. Their table was rather isolated, located in the corner of the pub. However, this worked well for the two of them as they didn't want to attract much attention. Taking their orders, Kyle's expression was the first to turn serious. Do you see it? I do. Zoe quietly nodded, her gaze fixed on the wooden pillars around, more specifically, towards several framed drawings. They're the same. Not quite. Kyle commented, noticing that the drawings were missing key details in some of them. That one right there is missing the gloves, while the one right there is missing the nose. You're right. Zoe frowned, suddenly thinking of something. Do you think there is a connection to it? If you look at the drawings, they're all the same, besides the small key details. Why do you think there's such a difference? I don't know. Kyle tapped his finger against the table. He had tried asking one of the kids, but all he received was the same answer. But this is Mr. Jingles. The kids don't seem to be aware of the reason as well. The situation was a lot more problematic than they thought. Oh, it looks like you two are interested in Mr. Jingles. All of a sudden, a soft yet cheery voice broke them out of their thoughts. Lifting his head, Kyle saw a young girl with blue eyes, soft yellow hair tied in a ponytail, and a fairly fit body holding onto a wooden tray carrying a couple of drinks as she slowly placed them down. Thank you. Thanking the lady, Kyle looked at her. Mr. Jingles, is that what the name is? Kyle pretended to be oblivious. Haha, yes. He's become some sort of icon with the children these past few days. Laughing, the lady took out a black purse as the sound of coins clinking together echoed. Kyle took out his wallet. I see, no wonder the sketches appear like that, so it's a kid's character. Yes, but I've never seen him before. I think it's something the children saw on TV or somewhere else. Oh, any idea which channel? No, not at all. The lady looked behind her. As you can see, I'm quite busy myself. I don't really have time to check on what the kids do. Right, of course. Chuckling, Kyle opened up his wallet and handed the lady a couple of bills. But is there anyone else who has seen it besides the kids? I'm actually quite curious about this, Mr. Jingles. Taking the bills, the lady thought for a moment. In the past, no, but in the past couple of days, there have been some people who have talked about it in this pub. Something about them seeing strange things and their TVs not working. Kyle and Zoe looked at each other, their expression changing subtly. Who was it? Who was it? Right. As if finally recalling, she snapped her fingers. I think it's Mr. Shingles from a couple of blocks away on Newway Street, 42. He should know, Wait, customers, your change. Keep it. Kyle and Zoe moved the moment they heard the information. Without wasting a single second, they left their table with their drinks full and headed towards the street that the lady mentioned. The rain poured even harder the moment they went out, the air blowing strongly in their direction. However, with a single wave of his hand, everything around Kyle stopped, and the two moved around the town, finally stopping before a certain building. 42, this has to be it, Kyle muttered, looking up at the building. It was a two-story house, its white brick facade worn from time, ivy winding up its walls. The tall, narrow windows and steep slate roof gave it a quiet, almost mournful charm. Moving past the brick fence that surrounded the house, Kyle rang the bell, feeling the forceful taps of the rain hitting against the nearby window as he saw a faint dot of light coming from inside the building. I'm almost certain there's someone inside. He waited with his arms crossed, hoping he'd receive an answer shortly after, but... nothing. Kyle and Zoe looked at each other. I'll try again. Kyle rang the bell again, but... nothing. The two looked at each other again, nodding quietly. It's for the investigation, so... Yeah. Kyle hunched over and took out a small key from his pocket, which he inserted into the door of the lock. As agents from the containment department, they naturally had the means to bypass doors. Click. Turning the key, the door unlocked, and the two came in. Bzzz. The first thing they noticed upon entering was the static sound of the television coming from the living room as the two quietly entered the place, their bodies tense and ready to sprint into action at any second. Neither made a sound while walking in, moving past the small corridor that led to the living room. Eventually, the two turned the corner of the corridor, granting them a glimpse of the living room. The moment they did, their faces changed. Bzzz. Mr. Jingles says Tilda. Chapter 187, The Basement One. Bzzz. Silence. Following a faint voice, the surroundings grew silent. The static from the TV crackled through the silence of the living room, echoing like the soft buzz of a mosquito. Kyle and Zoe stopped at the sight of the TV, their bodies growing tense. Though the screen was filled with static, a faint image flickered through. An old town rendered in a cartoonish style, painted mostly in shades of yellow. Figures appeared beside the houses, smiling and waving directly at the screen. The two stood like that, staring at the smiling and waving figures. Bzzz. The image reflected across their pupils as the TV continued to buzz. Tab, tab, tab. The rain tapped. Bzzz. The TV buzzed. Kyle and Zoe stood in silence, staring at the TV as though entranced. And then, Mr. Jingles says Tilda take a step. A soft voice whispered in their ears. Both Kyle and Zoe took a step. Mr. Jingles says Tilda take another step. Kyle and Zoe took another step. They were moving closer to the TV. The people smiling on the TV were smiling even more. Mr. Jingles says Tilda take Anoth. Shit. The first to snap out of it was Zoe. Flicking her head towards Kyle, she snapped her finger, and a bright light flickered in his eyes. Kyle snapped out of it right after. What the H? Illusionist decree. Just one word was enough to make Kyle realize the gravity of the situation, as he stopped looking at the TV. Looks like we're dealing with an ELCID class at the very least. The BAU's classifications were Sigil, ELCID, Malaz, Thrall, and Kermite. Sigil was a classification given to anomalies that were considered to be harmless, or non-threatening. From the moment a victim appeared, the class would automatically move up to ELCID. That looks to be the case, a powerful one at that. Zoe answered grimly, while keeping her gaze away from the TV. Anomalies of the illusionist decree specialized in illusion and mind manipulation. They were usually the trickiest ones to handle. Kyle hesitated for a moment before turning to look at the TV. Why? Just snap me out of it when necessary. I need to observe more. Zoe clenched her teeth but decided to oblige with his request. This was how Kyle usually was. Although he usually looked cool-headed, he was the craziest of everyone she knew. Bzzz. Listening to the buzz of the TV, Kyle looked at the figures in the screen. He moved to the right. Their eyes followed. He moved to the left. Their eyes followed again. Kyle's eyes narrowed, and the light of the TV reflected in his pupils. Zoe, make sure you record all of this. I will send the file back to the guild. Already doing that. Zoe replied while holding her phone ahead and recording Kyle. Okay. Nodding his head, Kyle proceeded to move left and right again. Zoe picked all of this up with her camera while carefully keeping her eyes away from the TV. A thought occurred to her then. Zoe, what is it? Stopping, Kyle turned to look at her. I think I've figured something out. And what is it? Her breath paused in that moment. For whatever reason, Kyle's expression made her feel uneasy. No, they are watching. Kyle tilted his head, pointing at the screen. What are you? Mr. Jingles and his victims. Breathing deeply, Kyle finished. They're watching us. Found anything? Nothing, just a few more drawings. Hearing the rat's answer, I wasn't disappointed. It wasn't like I had found much as well. The only thing I did get was a drawing. In essence, the same as the rat. You also didn't find much. And nope. I showed Miles the drawing that I had gotten earlier. Same drawing and, well, I found a balloon, a red one, but I didn't detect anything strange coming from it. It's in the playroom. A red balloon. The rat's brows furrowed for a short moment before eventually relaxing. I guess we were both pretty unlucky. Right. I wasn't really sure about that. I felt that the more I found, the more unlucky I'd feel. After all, that would suggest the anomaly was targeting me, which was anything but nice. With a smile, Miles looked at me. In that case, let's keep looking around. I'll spend more time with the kids. Since you know the layout of this place better, you can try looking in those areas. I was thinking the same thing. Okay, good luck. Good luck. Bidding the rat good luck, I stared at his retreating back, feeling a weight on my chest alleviate a little. There was just something about him that always kept me on edge. With his bowl-cut air and dimples, he looked completely harmless, but just the way he spoke and looked always made me alert. Is it because I'm referring too much to the game? I don't know, but I'd like to spend as little time as possible with him. Turning in the opposite direction, I decided to head for the basement area. The orphanage had 2 floors, the first and second floors, however it also had a basement which was fairly large. I planned on going there to see if I could find anything, since I wasn't able to find much during the entire time. I wish I could just use my glasses. That would make my life so much easier, but I'm afraid that something might happen. How long until Kyle and Zoe come back? Looking at my phone, I checked for any new messages, but saw that there was nothing. Turning to look at the windows, watching the heavy rain lash against the glass and the distant rumble of thunder roll through the air, I felt a strange, creeping discomfort settle in. I might have a feeling that they might not be able to make it back today. The time limit for the quest was 2 days. 1 day had already passed. In that case, something big will be happening very soon. I felt my breath slow down at the realization as I clenched my phone tightly. If Kyle and Zoe weren't going to show up today, then I knew that I couldn't afford to delay using the glasses. My chest tightened at the thought, but I knew that I didn't have much of a choice. Just in case, I'll text Kyle and see if he answers. The text was brief. I just said, "Where are you? Are you getting back?" I hoped to receive an answer quickly, but even as I waited a couple of minutes, I received no response from him. My heart sank. He could also be on his way back. He did have a car. Ah, shit, whatever, let me see how the game is doing. Have the sales increased? In order to get my mind off the matter, I decided to check the sales of the game. A day had passed since I had last checked it. At the rate it was going, I expected the sales to have increased by a lot. Opening the dock app, the first thing I did was go to my own page and open up the sales page. But, sales 61,037. The result that I saw left me shocked. This was a lot lower than I previously thought. I stood in silence for a brief moment before I smiled bitterly. I thought that the sales would reach 100,000 because of how fast it was previously growing, but I guess I was hoping for too much. I scratched the side of my face. This certainly did manage to get my mind off the Kyle matter. Chapter 188, The Basement 2. This is actually still really good. I've already done about 3 times better than my first game. The only reason I felt slightly disappointed was because of the first day's sales. My expectations shot through the roof. However, if I were being realistic, this was already an extremely good result. Although it did feel kind of weird that the sales dipped by so much after the initial momentum. Now that I think about it, the main reason why the game was selling so well is because of the video that came out. Opening my chat log with Jamie and finding the link to the video, I quickly pressed on it. Sorry, the video has been deleted. Deleted, the video was deleted. I refreshed the link, but even as I did, I received the same message. And no wonder. Everything started to make sense now. With the video deleted, my main source of traffic and marketing was gone. With this, the sales naturally dipped. But why was the video deleted? Let me ask Jamie. It wasn't like I had a problem with it. Thinking about it, the video was quite embarrassing. Perhaps the guy who made it got embarrassed after a while and deleted the video on impulse. That's a bit of a pity, but it's not like I don't understand. In that case, I should hurry up and develop the multiplayer feature. That will give the game a good boost. I wasn't disheartened. Realizing the reason why the sales had stalled, I felt a lot better. And soon, I received a message from Jamie. The video has been deleted. This is news to me. Let me talk to Idris about it. Sure. I replied rather quickly, feeling satisfied. Jamie was quite reliable. Pulling the chat away, I looked at my chat with Kyle. He had yet to answer my message. Strange, he usually replies rather quickly. Is he that busy? I tapped the side of my arm anxiously. This looked to be the most likely situation, and the sinking feeling that I felt before grew even more pronounced. I'm going to have to wear the glasses by myself, don't I? I wasn't looking forward to it. Ding. Just then, pulling me out of my thoughts was a chime, and when I looked back at my phone, I was surprised to see that it was a friend request. Idris. I blinked slowly before suddenly recalling. He's the one who made the video. I accepted the friend request and was prepared to say hello when. Ding. I didn't delete my video. Someone flagged it and it got taken down. I'm trying to get it reinstated, but it's taking longer than usual. Hey. The sudden text froze me in place, leaving me at a complete loss. What did he just say? I deleted my greeting and got to texting. You were flagged by who, how? I don't know. I was hoping that you might know. Me? How in the world was I supposed to know? I have no idea. None at all. Usually, only major companies have the power to take down a video this fast. Have you done anything lately that might have put you on their radar? No, I paused mid-text, suddenly recalling something. Wait, it can't be them, right? Pursing my lips, I deleted the message and wrote a new one. I recently rejected a job offer from Nova Studios. Could that be it? Nova Studios. The chat paused for a few seconds until I saw a typing bubble on the screen. The message took longer than the previous ones to load, as Idris seemed to have gotten an idea. So it's them. The studio has gained a reputation recently for false flagging rival games when they're about to launch a new game. Seeing how there's a new game coming from them in the next week, it makes even more sense. Given how your game was recently doing very well on dock, I can assume that they falsely flagged my video in order to reduce the momentum of your game so that when theirs comes out, they'll be able to take over the horror section completely. Yes, looking at the other content that was made about your game, it looks like several other smaller creators are facing the same problem. Reading Idris's message, I was left stunned. How was this even allowed? No, I shouldn't even be surprised. Be it this world or the one before everything changed, shit like this always happened. It's not like the studio that I was a part of didn't do this shit. I just never thought I'd be on the other end of this bullshit. It had been quite a while since I had felt this annoyed. Tightening my grip on my phone, I took a couple of deep breaths before looking at the new message from Idris. I will try my best to fight back the claim, but do not hope for too much. I will keep you updated if I get something. This was the last message that Idris sent me. I stood in silence for a few minutes before eventually putting my phone away and sighing. What a mess. Not only did it seem like Kyle was not coming, but some company was also messing with my game sales. This really didn't seem like it was going to be my day. I really don't like this, but it looks like I'll have to wear the glasses. I couldn't afford to waste time. Without wasting another second, I headed towards the back of the main stairs, where a wooden door appeared. Staring at it, I recalled how, back at the orphanage, everyone would treat this door as some sort of cursed door. One that would lead to the scary basement. In short, everyone avoided this area. Naturally, I also avoided this place. I think I've only been to the basement once before, and that's because I had to. I also remember puking back then. Shaking my head, I reached for the knob of the door and gently turned it. Click. The moment I opened the door, a metallic, dusty smell hit my nose. The space beyond was shrouded in darkness, and only the beam from my phone's flashlight let me make out the wooden stairs leading down into the basement. Even at a glance, I could see the shapes of numerous boxes below, their shadows flickering across the walls as I moved my phone around. Well, I can see why I used to be so scared of this place. Taking a step down, the stairs creaked under my step, and I moved down slowly, moving down until I finally saw the switch and flipped it open. Click. Or at least tried. Looks like the light is busted. Shaking my head, I moved the torch around. The basement wasn't very big. It was about the size of a medium-sized room. While there were boxes littered around, there were also a lot of shelves that contained all sorts of things. From tools to toys that I remembered playing with since young. There was a lot of stuff. Looking around, I felt a little overwhelmed by the sight as I stretched my back. I know I'm supposed to be looking for clues to the anomaly, but I don't think I'll find anything here. The main reason I went here was for another reason. To see if I could learn more about the Seth that was here before me. Was his life exactly the same as the one I remembered, or were there differences between us? Chapter 189, The Basement 3. Where should I start? There were quite a lot of boxes scattered around, so I didn't really know where to start. However, in the end, it didn't really matter. I'll find out eventually. Crouching down towards the nearest box, I looked through the items that were inside. A teddy bear, a whistle, long red shoes, minicar. Overall, most of it was just useless junk. Many of the toys were broken, and pulling them out only stirred up clouds of dust. Cough, maybe I should have worn a mask. Covering my face, I pushed my hand into the box and skimmed through everything before moving on to the next box. Surely there must be something in here that the matriarch has left that belonged to me. There weren't many things that I owned in the past. Because of the cost of my medicine, I hardly had any toys, and even then most toys were shared amongst the children. There were a couple of books that I read, but I didn't see how those books would be of any use to me. In that case, what I needed to find was something else. Something more personal, but that was the problem. I had no idea what that thing was. Am I just wasting time? Pausing and looking around, I moved the flashlight around before checking the time. There was still quite a bit of time before the deadline, but it almost felt like I was wasting too much time on this. Right, maybe I am. I need to set my priorities straight. Mr. Jingles first, and then I can look for clues about the me of this world later. This seemed like the most appropriate approach. If only Kyle were here. This was the approach I'd been dreading the most. It was also the reason I'd been putting it off for so long, but I also knew I couldn't avoid it forever. With a quiet breath, I reached into my pocket and pulled out a pair of sunglasses. At first glance, they looked like an ordinary pair of sunglasses. But the moment I put them on, everything around me shifted to a deep blue hue, and a sudden, biting cold shot through my body, making me shudder. It was as if I were suddenly bathed in cold water, as I felt a deep sense of suffocation. Let's not waste any time. Turning off the flashlight, I looked around the room. While I didn't understand the concept all too well, the glasses granted me the ability to catch a glimpse of the world of the anomalies. So far, I don't see anything. Besides the blue tint, everything looked the same. Moving past the boxes and quickly rifling through their contents, I searched for anything that might catch my interest. I didn't want to stay for long. Every second with the glasses on made my skin crawl. It felt like I was being watched. As if something or someone, hidden in the cold blue haze, was aware of me now. Following me. Waiting. The silence was deafening, made worse by the sharp, unnatural cold pressing in from all sides. Without realizing it, I had slowed my movements, sifting through the boxes more carefully, as silently as possible. Nothing here either, nothing here. The more I looked, the less I found. There was nothing the glasses picked up. But it wasn't as though I didn't expect this. The basement was where the old toys and tools were kept. Since Mr. Jingles was a recent anomaly, then none of the toys or items in the basement should have been affected by it. I was merely searching in hopes of possibly finding something. I knew that the area I would most likely find something was upstairs. From the TV to the balloon to the doodle. I stopped mid-thought. Doodle, doodle, that's right. I had almost forgotten about it. Without wasting a single second, I reached for my pocket and retrieved a certain doodle I had taken earlier. I had been planning on handing it to Kyle in order to have him check for anything, but since he wasn't here, I wanted to see if I'd notice anything with the glasses. Let's see. Unfolding the paper, the all-too-familiar doodle appeared. From the badly drawn wig to the red nose, the long red shoes, the gloves, the spotted clothes, everything was the same. It almost looked like there was no change at all. But the eyes. Instead of the swirling void of blacks, there were no eyes at all on the clown. How could this be? When I pulled the glasses off, the swirling voids returned. But the moment I slid them back on, they vanished without a trace, as if they'd never been there at all. What could this mean? I mused deeply, trying my best to piece everything together. Piece. I was suddenly reminded of the conductor's previous words. It's all a puzzle. Puzzle piece. My mind started to churn, all sorts of thoughts slowly starting to fill it. I started to recall everything that had happened since the moment I stepped into the orphanage. I tried to think of all the strange things that I had encountered. Anything that could. Squeak, squeak. A sudden squeaking sound jolted me out of my thoughts, like that of a small rubber horn. It seemed distant, almost buried in the silence, but the moment it reached my ears, a wave of dread took over. Slowly, I turned my head to the door of the basement. Bathed in the warm light of the first floor, the door stood open, but the comforting glow did little to ease the dread creeping up my spine. In that moment, I felt it. Vividly. The approaching presence. One that became even more apparent as a shadow cast over the open door, elongating with each second, displaying its curly hair and tall figure. Squeak, squeak. The horn blew again, this time louder. I heard it clearly this time, and I snapped out of it. Shit. Before things could get any worse, I pulled the glasses away, stumbling back as I took several deep breaths while bumping against one of the racks behind me, knocking some things over. Bang. Ha-ha. With heavy breaths, I looked around me, feeling the biting cold fade alongside the presence. I felt much more at ease knowing this as I closed my eyes and recovered my breath. That was Mr. Jingles. I knew that it was now aware of my presence. However, given how I had yet to see the "You have been haunted" notification, I was also aware of the fact that it hadn't yet seen him. It had only felt me. This was good. For now. I'll need to be more careful the next time I use the glasses. I knew that I would have to use them again soon. I felt dread at the thought, feeling my stomach rumble as a result. But I could only suppress the feeling for now as I lowered my head and started cleaning up after the things that I had dropped. At the same time, I started to think about what I'd have to do next. If I search with other people around, what will the result be? Will I expose them to danger? Will it haunt me directly? How would it work? And what exactly are the rue? Stopping mid-thought, I picked up a small bottle. Picking up the bottle, it looked rather familiar. Wait, isn't this the same bottle of my medicine? No, wait, this is my medicine. I recognized the typical orange color and plain label from miles away. This was definitely my pill bottle that I took when I was at the orphanage. I shook the bottle, but it was empty. The label was also a little faded, but it was still readable as I looked at it. I could see my name written at the bottom of it, too. This brings back memories. I laughed, squinting my eyes to get a read of the label better. Loom. I tilted my head. It was really faded. Illuminol. This sounded about right. This was indeed the medicine that I currently took for my disease. It was something that I had acquired from the cyst. I suddenly froze, my eyes widening as the realization dawned on me. Wait. I looked at the label again, unable to hide my shock. These weren't the pills that I used to take when young. I didn't use luminol. Chapter 190, Puzzle 1. My mind stirred in all sorts of ways. I was having a hard time processing the information, but before any of that, looking around me, I took the bottle and left the basement. I'll give it a better look outside. For now, I need to leave this place. Recalling the events from a moment prior, I felt that this was the most appropriate course of action. My movements were stiff as I ascended the stairs, each step landing with a sharp, echoing thud in the silence. The beam of the flashlight coming from my phone trembled slightly as I kept it fixed ahead, its narrow glow pressing against the darkness. Taking small yet repetitive breaths, I looked ahead. Towards the door where the shadow appeared, and for a moment my steps paused. It can't see me anymore. I'm not wearing the glasses. I clenched my teeth and continued. But was it really not looking at me? It could just be standing in front of me, watching me. It was just that I couldn't see it. I licked my lips, feeling the anxiety building up from deep within me. However, that faded quickly as I soon managed to find myself out of the basement and onto the first floor again. Clank. Closing the door behind me, I wiped the sweat on my forehead before going to the second floor and heading to my room. It was only there that I relaxed and sat down on my bed. Taking out the bottle again, I stared at the faded label. Luminol. My hand shook. How does this make any sense? I was well aware of the medicine that I took. It was called Menxelanes. Luminol, on the other hand, was the name of the medicine that I bought from the system. In fact, it's the same. I took the bottle from the system and held it beside the one in front of me. Aside from the yellow tint of age and the fact that it wasn't empty, the bottles looked identical. How is this possible? I could hardly contain my shock. Is it possible that these aren't my old pills but someone else's? No, that's not it. Looking at the label again and seeing my name written there, I was certain that these were mine. But in that case, is it possible that the matriarch knows about my condition, about the fact that I have a cognitive shard? But even if she did, how did she manage to get her hands on these pills? As far as I was aware, these pills weren't something that could be bought. In fact, it didn't even seem like Kyle was aware that such pills existed. Wait, given that I used to take these pills, how is Kyle not aware of what they do? In fact, how does he not know what my condition is? Kyle was aware that I was sick. This was something that I was well aware of. However, given my previous interactions with Kyle, I also knew that he wasn't aware of the fact that I had a cognitive shard. Something is off. Something is extremely off about the situation. Fiddling with the bottle in my hands, I felt my heartbeat rapidly increase. Bah thump. Each thump felt louder than the last, and a steady ringing sound echoed inside my mind. I sat like that for what felt like forever, but when I snapped out of it, I realized that only a few seconds had passed. I was practically drenched in sweat at this point, the back of my shirt feeling slightly cool as I hid the bottle under my bed. The only person who knows about the bottle is the matriarch. I should observe her better later, maybe even find some time to ask. The obvious solution was to ask her, but at the same time I felt rather hesitant about it. It felt like I was prying open a Pandora's box, one that was never meant to be touched, but if I wanted answers I had no choice. But not now. I took a deep breath, trying my best to calm myself down. Even though I was dying with curiosity, I knew that this wasn't the time for me to dwell on this stuff. Mr. Jingles. The goal of the mission was to find Mr. Jingles. I thought back to when I wore the glasses and almost spotted the anomaly. Indeed, the mission would be over once Mr. Jingles appeared, but the same would be true for my life. Furthermore, I knew that things weren't that simple. But maybe they were. It's not like I can't try again. However, I need to do so in a setting where I can guarantee that it won't attack me. For example, I needed to figure out its rules. And the key to the rules was all of the drawings. Unfolding the paper, I set it down on the wooden table by the window, where the steady tap of rain against the glass filled the silence. I was immediately drawn to the swirling dots of black on the clown's eyes. Thinking back to when I checked the drawing with the glasses and saw the swirling disappear, I knew that some sort of important clue lay there. But what? What exactly was this clue? To talk? Snapping out of it, I turned towards the door as it slowly opened to display a familiar face. Rat. Hey. The rat paused, tilting his head. What did you say? Oh shit. I had been so absorbed by my own thoughts that I had accidentally called him by his nickname. I said rats. I pressed my hand against my chest. You startled me. Oh. Well, anyway, good timing. Do you have any drawings from the children? I've got quite a few. The rat extended his hand to show a small stack. He may be a rat, but he's actually quite useful. Nice, come quickly. You found something. Closing the door behind him, the rat curiously tilted his head while staring at the drawing in front of me. That looks... I know you don't need to tell me. I extended my hand to receive the drawings before placing them on the table. Standing up, I arranged them in a simple order. Those that had everything but the eyes missing would be in one pile, while those that had missing parts were in another. With the rat helping, this wasn't very hard. Okay, so it looks like we have 4 completed and 7 non-completed. I put the completed drawings on the side while memorizing the names of the children who drew them in my mind. At the same time, I looked at the non-completed ones. What are you trying to do? The rat asked, still seemingly at a loss about what I was trying to do. I didn't answer and just arranged the drawings. This one is missing a button but has everything else. This one over here is missing the shoes and the button. This one over here is missing just the button. This one is missing the shoes, button, and the balloon. Eventually, however, I found it. The pattern. You found something. As the rat's curious voice rang, I quietly nodded. Yes, I have. I looked at the drawings while gently arranging them from least completed to most completed. Eventually, once I did, I looked at the rat. This right here is the pattern, Mr. Jingle's pattern. Chapter 191, Puzzle 2. This is the pattern. The rat studied the drawings with a slight frown, eyes narrowing as he took in each line. But after a moment, the tension on his face eased, and he seemed to follow along with my thinking. You're suggesting that the pattern is in the missing pieces in the drawings. Yes, now that the sample is bigger, you can clearly see that the thing that separates the children's drawings is the missing pieces. However, don't you also notice how the things that are missing are all the same? In the same pattern, missing button, missing button. Here, look at these 2. I pointed at 2 drawings. They both have missing buttons, but also missing the shoes. I can see it. The rat nodded, following along with my words, but even as he followed, he couldn't help but ask questions. I get what you're saying, but it could just be that the kids are drawing together. If a group is sketching Mr. Jingles at the same time, it's only natural they'd end up with similar mistakes. Yes, I know that. I could see what the rat was trying to say. It wasn't like I hadn't thought of this either. So then, it's a starting point. We've got a possible lead, and so we should be able to carry out some experiments or even have a point of reference when looking for clues. Although the rat didn't seem to be fully convinced, his brows eventually eased and his dimples returned. You make a good point. I'll keep your words in mind. Sure. I nodded back at him, trying my best to hide the fact that I was uncomfortable talking to him. Anything else I should keep out for? Nothing else for now. This is the only thing I've noticed. I'll keep you updated later. Okay. Pulling his hand away from the table, the rat lowered his head and excused himself. In that case, I'll take my leave. I won't disturb you any longer. In the meantime, I'll keep a lookout for the things that you mentioned. Good. I gave him a thumbs up, and he left a moment after. Clank. It was only after that sound of the door closing echoed that the smile faded from my face, and I started massaging it. Fucking rat. Looking back at the drawings and checking out the names on each one of them, my eyes paused on an empty piece of paper by the desk. Not far away was also a set of crayons that I took. I had taken them from the first floor before. I wonder what happens if I try to draw it myself. Looking over the drawings, I picked up the red crayon and began with the shoes, long and a little ridiculous, just like in the sketches. Next came the balloon, then the nose. Egg. I paused for a moment, staring at the drawing in front of me. While I knew that I wasn't the best artist, I didn't think that my drawing would be this bad. It looked almost identical to that of the children. And it wasn't even completed. If Kyle sees this, he might actually laugh at me for ages. Shaking my head, I drew the gloves and then. Hey. I paused, looking down at the drawing before me. There were shoes, there were gloves, there was a nose, there was a balloon, but why? Why couldn't I draw anything else? Looking at the other drawings and then the paper in front of me, it was as if all memories of the previous sketch faded from my mind, leaving me only capable of drawing these 4 things. What sort of? I looked at the reference drawing again. In particular, I focused my attention on its large, red, curly hair. Curly hair, curly hair, curly hair. I kept repeating the features in my mind, forcing myself to remember. But the moment I tried to move my hand, it was as if something invisible pressed down on it, and I couldn't move at all. It was at this very moment that the conductor's voice rang quietly in my head once more. It's all a puzzle. Scenes from before began to replay in my mind. The rolling ball of red. The glove on the piano. The balloon in the playroom. The button in the basement. One by one, the pieces started to fall into my mind as I froze on the spot, feeling my entire body was overcome with chills. Wait. I covered my face, feeling my head throb. How is it that I'm only now recalling them? While I wasn't the smartest person, I was quite observant due to my cowardly nature. Thinking about the red ball, the glove, the balloon, and everything else, how was it possible for me to only think about them now? No, that makes no sense. Unless... Squeak. I hastily turned my head back in the direction from which the noise came. However, all I saw was the empty room behind me as the rain poured down with more intensity. An overwhelming feeling of dread washed over me as I stood up from my seat, looking around me cautiously. My stomach silently rumbled while I held my breath, trying my best to make as little sound as possible. Squeak. The squeaking sound echoed again. It was right outside the door. I could see its shadow slowly starting to elongate from the small gap of the door, and I felt my breath leave my body. Squeak. The squeak echoed again, my hands tensing further as I opened the shop in front of me while also getting ready to call the Dreamwalker and Mile. Eventually, the doorknob moved. I grew even tenser. And then, clank, the door opened and a figure came in. I had just begun to act when I stopped. Blinking my eyes and staring at the approaching figure, I paused. Rat. What? The rat stopped by the door, frowning. My mouth twitched as I mumbled. I meant, rats, did I scare you again? Yes, but because I heard squeaking sounds coming from the door. The rat looked behind him. Squawking sounds? I didn't hear anything, and I was right outside the door. I know. Anyways, I forgot something. The rat made his way into the room and looked around before finding his phone. It was on the table next to mine. He showed it to me. I forgot my phone. Oh, that made sense. However, I couldn't think properly. I was still thinking about what had happened a few moments prior, but when I felt the rat slowly start to head out of the room, I snapped out of it and pressed my hand against his shoulder. Wait. The rat stopped and looked at me. Ignoring the look he was giving me, I pointed at the table where an empty piece of paper appeared alongside the crayons. I need to test something. Try drawing Mr. Jingles. What? I think I found something. Try drawing Mr. Jingles. The rat's face grew a little bit more serious then. Looking at me directly, he eventually nodded and sat down before the table, where he picked up the crayon and started drawing. However, not even a minute later, he stopped and looked at me. I nodded in silence. Yes, it seems that we've been targeted without us knowing. I'm sure you're starting to recall seeing all the weird items, but somehow dismissing them after seeing them. I bit my lip. Ta-ta-ta-ta. A certain tune suddenly echoed through the room, freezing both me and the rat in place. And I didn't mean that figuratively. I was literally frozen, my body locked in place, completely unresponsive. And then, flick, the screen of my phone flashed, and a certain cartoon appeared. Chapter 192, Puzzle 3. Tat-a-tat-tilda. A merry tune suddenly played out of the phone, drowning out the tapping of the rain outside. The screen flashed, and a cartoon background of a town appeared, people smiling with their eyes wide as they raised their hands to wave. Staring at the sight, I froze. Horrified, I turned my attention towards the rat, who also froze on the spot. And then, a figure peeked from the corner of the screen. The figure hid in the corner with both hands covering its face. However, one look at its clothes and hair, and I knew who it was. Mr. Jingles. Tat-a-tat-tilda. The tune played out again, and my body started to stiffen. For whatever reason, my body refused to listen to me. But then, Mr. Jingles says Tilda face each other. My body started moving on its own. Shit, what is going on? As if strings had been attached to my limbs, my body started to slowly turn, and the rat and I stood face to face with each other. I could tell from his expression that he was equally shocked. I wanted to open my mouth to speak, but I was horrified to realize that I couldn't at all. My breathing started to grow heavier, and as I looked at the rat, he stared right back at me as if he seemed to try to say something. However, it was useless. Tat-a-tat tilde. The music played once more, and a soft chill swept down my back. Mr. Jingles' voice echoed right after. This time, it felt as though the voice had directly whispered into my ear, causing shivers to run down my neck. Mr. Jingle says. There was a pause, one that seemed to last for an eternity. But then, strangle each other. The command came, and my hands raised. The same was for the rat, as he similarly raised his hands. Neither one could control our own movements. The world grew silent. A flash lit up the room, illuminating the rat's face before me. I took a step forward. So did he. And then, bang! The lightning came, and the rat was the first to snap out of it. I did a few seconds later. Shit. Immediately, the first thing I did was rush towards my phone, where the tune continued to play, and I shut it down. Breathing heavily, I turned to face the rat. His face was pale, and just one look at him and I could tell that he was just as shaken as me. What in the world just happened? Illusionist decree. The rat muttered, wiping his forehead as he took out his phone and turned it off. Mr. Jingles is of the illusionist decree. That's, if you have any electronics, it's better if you shut them off. I already did. Be it my phone or watch, both of them were off. Looking around the room, there wasn't anything else that needed to be shut off as my breath started to settle down. Although I had imagined myself strangling the rat many times before, I didn't think it would happen this way, in a way where I wasn't in control at all. In that very moment, I felt completely helpless. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. Scanning the room once more, my eyes eventually settled on the doodles scattered across the table, specifically mine and Miles's. Recalling how Miles was able to snap out of it before me, a thought occurred to me. Could it be that the degree of completion of the doodle determines how much one can be controlled by Mr. Jingles? Looking at the drawings, the rat only had one fewer item than I did. In that case, yes, this is the most likely situation. Thinking back, even while I was under the influence of Mr. Jingles' voice, I still had control over my thoughts. But what if the sketch had been more complete? Would I even be able to tell if I were being controlled? Or would I completely black out? The thought made me shudder as I slowly turned towards the rat, who looked back at me. Did you figure something out? I might have. Pointing to the drawings on the table, I began explaining my thoughts and conclusions. The rat listened intently, nodding at several points until eventually a smile tugged at his lips, his dimples appearing once more. You're quite smart. Thank. It's no wonder the section chief likes you so much. I didn't really know how to reply. Looking at the rat and seeing his genuine smile, I found myself at a loss for words. In the end, all I could offer was a silent, thank you, before turning my attention back to the sketches laid out before me. Okay, so from what we managed to figure out, this anomaly is one that belongs to the illusionist decree. That's a decree that revolves around creating illusions and hypnotization. I see. This made sense. I was still unfamiliar with the numerous decrees that existed. I didn't really have a book that taught me this kind of stuff. Probably should ask for it, though. To hypnotize someone, Mr. Jingles uses objects from his own clothing. These items appear seemingly at random, often out of place, but possess an unsettling ability to go unnoticed. The more of them that are discovered and the more complete the doodle becomes, the deeper you fall under his hypnosis. Yes, pretty much. The rat said as I jotted all of this down on a random paper. I planned on sending this later to the guild. If only my phone. What we don't know is how to snap out of the hypnosis and how to clear the anomaly. We also don't know the origins of the anomaly, nor can we use our phones or any electronics at the moment. I pursed my lips tightly. This was a rather troublesome situation. Should I just get out and abandon this quest? There was no real penalty for me abandoning the mission. The only thing I would lose would be the potential 50,000 SP that I could earn from this quest. No wonder this is a third-order mission. Of course, it wasn't going to be an easy mission. Standing in silence while leaning on the wooden table while both of my knuckles pressed against it, I stared blankly at the drawings before me, trying to think of a way to clear the current situation. However, regardless of how much I thought about it, I couldn't quite find a solution. Turn off all electronics in the house. I don't think it's that simple, but it might be worth a try. If Mr. Jingles used electronics to hypnotize people, then so long as I shut them down, I'd be able to stop it from controlling me. But were things really so simple? I thought for a moment before pulling out the Quest window again. Ding. Quest activated. Difficulty, 3rd order. Reward, 50,000 SP. Objective, hide and seek. Location, NA. Description, find Mr. Jingles before it's too late. Time limit, 2 days. Find Mr. Jingles before it's too late. I was already aware of this. I knew that I had to find Mr. Jingles. But then my gaze couldn't help but pause on the quest objective. Hide and seek. What could this? Wait. A thought struck me then. What if Mr. Jingles' real body wasn't some sort of object I needed to find? What if Mr. Jingles was hiding in plain sight? What if Mr. Jingles was one of the staff or the children? My breath paused. Chapter 193, The Origin 1. The name of the objective was Hide and Seek. What could this possibly mean? There was only one answer in my mind. Mr. Jingles is somewhere inside the orphanage, maybe posing as a staff member or even disguised as one of the children. I need to figure out a way to find him. Ideally, I'd use the glasses to find Mr. Jingles, but I also understood that it probably would only lead to my death. The key lay in the words, hide and seek. That was the most likely key in order to contain Mr. Jingles. But that's easier said than done. So far, I didn't have many clues. The only thing I had was the drawings. Wait. A thought struck me. If the rat and I are already influenced by the drawings, what about the others? I suddenly thought about the children and all their drawings. My breathing suddenly grew uneven as I slowly turned to look at the rat. His expression had shifted before I knew it. It was a lot tenser and serious, as if he had come to the same realization as me. It is just a theory. Nobody really knows if it's true or not. We should take some time to test out the theory. But before that, we should get rid of all electronics. Yes. The rat nodded his head slowly. Just as he was about to turn, he paused. Should we have the staff draw Mr. Jingles, if? There's no point. That'll only alarm the anomaly. For now, just go to the basement and find the circuit breaker. Turn off all electricity. The rat didn't answer. He just stared at me. Feeling his gaze, I felt a strange sense of discomfort, one that grew with each passing second. But then, okay. The rat nodded, his dimples appearing again. I trust your judgment. I watched as his back slowly moved away until he finally left the room, leaving me alone. The silence around me felt deafening, pressing in from all sides. Sitting down on the bed, I took a deep breath. Hide and seek, hide and seek. Who exactly could Mr. Jingles be? Bzzz. The static of the TV continued to buzz in the background as Zoe stood alongside Kyle, staring at the phone in her hand. There were 2 videos. One was of her and one was of him. They took turns staring at the TV, gradually slipping into a trance. In that state, they managed to uncover a few things. I'm surprised you lasted even less than I did under the hypnotization. Kyle commented while staring at the video of Zoe staring at the TV. His comment prompted her to frown. What, are you saying that I should last longer? No, not really. Kyle awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I'm just saying that I'm usually better at this type of stuff. I'm just surprised by how much you've improved. I haven't improved. Zoe commented honestly while looking at Kyle. Either you've gotten worse, or for some reason the hypnotization affects you more than it does me. Kyle's brows furrowed as he fixed his gaze on the recording. More specifically, the background on the TV that displayed the numerous people inside, all stiffly waving their hands in his direction while staring at him. He felt a sinking feeling in his stomach as he tore his gaze away from the phone. And what are you doing? Zoe watched in confusion as Kyle walked over to the stand beside the sofa where a particular picture frame sat. His expression shifted subtly as he looked at it. Then he turned and held it out to her before she could say a word. Look at this. The frame depicted a middle-aged man with thinning hair at the top, a pot belly, and a rather unique mustache, one that curled at the tips. What is they? Zoe was confused at first, but a few moments later, her expression shifted as something clicked in her mind. She quickly pulled out her phone and stared intently at the people seated in the background of the cartoon. Shit. Yes. Kyle put the frame down, looking at the phone screen and pointing towards a certain character. If I'm not wrong, the man that we've been looking for, he's right here. Hey. Zoe bit her lip as she looked at the cartoon and then the frame. While one was a cartoon and the other wasn't, the features were uncanny. There was no denying that they were the same person, and seeing the forced smiles on their faces, she was even more certain. That's one of our leads gone. I know. Kyle replied, similarly at a loss. At the same time, he turned off his phone. He had a feeling that Mr. Jingles couldn't just control TVs. What now? We've lost our lead. Should we go back to the orphanage, or should we report this to the guild? I've already done that. I've yet to receive a reply. What? Zoe frowned. The guild was usually fast with this type of stuff. For them to not reply so quickly, something was odd. This is a bit annoying. I've also yet to receive a reply from them. I asked them to find any information regarding clowns on this island. Oh, don't worry about that. Kyle replied. I've also asked them. There's nothing concrete. There's no history of clowns in this town, not even ones that showed up at parties. There is. Zoe was a little surprised. In that case, how come there was a clown anomaly? Do you think that it comes from another island? I doubt it. Kyle replied. Something like this would have been reported in the past. I believe it comes directly from this island. It's just that. Kyle paused for a moment, his brows furrowing. It's just that I don't understand how it suddenly formed. Nobody truly knew how anomalies formed. This was one of the greatest mysteries of Earth, and the reason why the BAU was formed. One of the main speculations was that anomalies formed due to the mist's influence, seeping into the minds of certain individuals who died and were filled with resentment. Others speculated that they were man-made. Nobody truly knew the answer, but if there was one thing that they were both aware of, it was the fact that all anomalies had a past. What could Mr. Jingles' past be? Logically speaking, it should be that of a clown. However, there is no history of clowns here, in that case. Kyle's brows knitted together in deep thought as he fixated on the recording, replaying it repeatedly. The flickering images reflected in his pupils, and after a slow blink, his eyes began to widen with realization. What? Startled, Zoe looked at Kyle as she saw him hastily take her phone. Wait, what? Here. A moment later, Kyle flipped the phone over to show her a certain article. We've been looking at things the wrong way, Zoe. Kyle tapped on the article. Rather than a clown, what we should have been focusing on is the cartoon. The past that we've been looking for, it's right here. Carter James, from a nobody born in Sire Island to Best Animation Award winner of the year. An animator, that's what we should have been looking for. Chapter 194, The Origin 2. It felt as if the air had been sucked out of the room. For a fleeting moment, the temperature dipped and the TV grew static. Both Kyle and Zoe tensed. However, the reaction lasted for a fleeting moment before fading. Why didn't I think about it before? Zoe muttered while staring at the phone screen. It seemed obvious in hindsight, but they had been so fixated on the image of a clown that they'd completely overlooked one of the most glaring signs. The cartoon. It doesn't matter anymore. See if there's anything more about this guy. Give me the phone and I'll check. All right, but be careful. I'll keep mine off while you navigate. Kyle's strategy was simple. Since using the phone was necessary but also dangerous, he planned to alternate between himself and Zoe. That way, if one of them fell under the effects of the hypnotization, the other could help snap them out of it. There were, of course, issues with this strategy. For one, the TV was still on. That was also a source of hypnotization. Secondly, he wasn't familiar with the rules of hypnosis. For now, he could only assume it was electronics, but what if it was? Kyle was extremely alert as he watched Zoe grab the phone and search for the name of the cartoonist on the guild database. While it didn't contain detailed information on individuals, it did provide general profiles for nearly everyone in the world. That was only natural, given that the guild database was sourced directly from the BAU. To some, it seemed like a massive breach of privacy. but it was a necessary measure the BAU had implemented to effectively combat the anomalies. Privacy was a sacrifice for the world's safety. Carter James, I found something. As a profile quickly appeared, Zoe's eyes lit up. She quickly started reading the information. Carter James, creator of Happy Life, an award-winning animation. He was from Sire Island and had only one notable success in his career. Everything else he created failed to gain traction. He died at 41, reportedly from a heart attack, has one son and his wife passed away early. Reading the details listed on the profile, Zoe's face turned a little grim by the end. There's no profile picture of him, but there's an address of where he used to live. Gilmore Street 16. It's not far from here. It also says he passed away not too long ago. How long? About 3 years ago. The two paused for a moment, thinking the same thing. Kyle was the first one to speak. This dates back earlier than the recent events, significantly earlier, in fact, but that doesn't rule out the possibility that something had already been unfolding long before. Then again, we could also be chasing an empty lead. There's no real guarantee that this will lead to anything. You're right. Zoe nodded. It was merely a hypothesis so far, but it was also a hypothesis that the two felt was much closer to the truth. I'm sending all the information to the guild, Kyle said, his expression turning grim as he took out his phone. But it looks like our communication is being blocked. It says that my messages got sent, but the fact that I've yet to receive a response from either suggests that communication is blocked. Same for me. Zoe replied quietly, still focused on the phone. After a moment's thought, she pulled out a small black flip phone. The moment she did, her expression turned extremely serious. Should I? Might as well. Kyle shrugged. The phone was a special item that bypassed any obstruction. However, this was only to be used in case of emergencies. After all, this was no normal phone. All right. Zoe stuck out her tongue and typed a message on the phone. This proved to be a rather troublesome task. Each number had 3 to 4 letters, and she had to select each one at a time. Ah, fuck. It was extremely frustrating. How did people even write in the past? Shit, fuck, no wonder you had me do it. Kyle just looked away, prompting Zoe to clench her teeth. Just you wait, she mumbled before finally typing out the message and sending it to the guild. They should have gotten the message. Reinforcements will be here within the next hour. In the meantime, what do? TRR. All of a sudden, the phone rang. Kyle and Zoe both paused while staring at the flip-flop. A sudden tension swept over the surroundings as the phone continued to vibrate. 1 squeal, 2 squeals, and then, hello, is anybody there? A voice. Can anybody hear me? Hello. It belonged to a male, and it sounded rather soft. Hell, do. Zoe hung up the call right after she found the buttons had started working again. Both she and Kyle broke into a cold sweat as they stared at the phone. This is why I really hate using this stuff. Zoe muttered while Kyle nodded from the side. Tell me about it. The two wiped the sweat that had formed on their foreheads before turning to look at the door. Let's go. We should go to the address and see if we can find anything. Okay. Give it to me. No, me. Listening to the children playing, I forced a smile while standing by the side of the playroom. The rat should just about be getting to the basement. It won't be long before all electricity is down. The reason why I was downstairs was that there were a few things that I was curious about. Scanning the kids and looking around, I started to wonder, if Mr. Jingles were hiding amongst the children, which child would it be? Was it even a child, or perhaps one of the staff? I took a careful look around me, but there was nothing that really gave anyone away. If there's someone that I'm suspicious of, though, it's Chris. Watching the child sketch the same clown over and over, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He was so utterly absorbed, so intensely focused, that it was as if nothing else existed beyond the lines he drew. The world around him didn't seem to matter. Only the clown did. Just then I felt something touch my shoe, and when I looked down, I saw a small tennis ball. I blinked a few times and lifted my head, only to see a little girl staring at me from a distance. The moment our eyes met, a sudden twitch shot through my leg. It's her. The girl who cried the moment she saw me. Slowly, she walked up to me as she asked, "Why, you're not going to steal it, right?" She looked to be on the verge of crying while looking at me. I hate thieves, Why, By now, I really did feel like listening to the section chief's words. I was so close to kicking her. Don't mind her. A warm voice drifted to my ear as the matriarch bent down to retrieve the tennis ball, gently placing it back in the girl's hands. She spoke just a few quiet words, and that seemed to be enough to soothe the young child as she smiled happily at her. I stared at the scene in bafflement before looking at her. What sort of sorcery do you use? Experience. The matriarch replied with a small laugh, before suddenly fixing her attention towards the corner of the room where a lonely boy sat. The smile on her face faded soon after. Despite it being 3 years since he's come here, I've yet to see him smile once. It's almost disheartening to see him like this. 3 years? I cocked my head. Oh yeah. The matriarch looked back at me. He's been at the orphanage for only 3 years. His father, unfortunately, passed away 3 years ago due to a heart attack. It's such a pity, too. Covering her cheek with her hand, the matriarch mumbled, he had such a bright career ahead of himself. I heard he had even won an award for his animation. What a pity, what a pity. I froze in that moment, blinking slowly while thinking back to her words. An award for his animation. Animation. Oh. Chapter 195, The Origin 3. It was as if the cogs of my mind had been oiled up, and they started moving again. The moment I heard the matriarch's words, something clicked. His animator. I slowly turned my attention towards the TV. Mr. Jingles, he was a cartoon character. He was part of a greater animation with a whole background and everything. My eyes couldn't help but fix on the child in the corner. He was drawing as usual, his gaze fixed on the drawing. Could he be Mr. Jingles, could he? My heart sped up at the thought. The more I stared at the child, the more unsettled I felt. From the slow movements of his hand to his seemingly detached gaze. The more I looked at him, the more it felt like I was onto something. It's him, it has. I think the reason why he doesn't speak so much is because he's still struggling to cope with his father's death. It's such a pity since things were just turning around for them. Hearing the matriarch's words, I blinked slowly and turned to look at her. Turning around. Ah, yes. They weren't doing so well before his animation came out. They were struggling financially, and Chris used to come here on certain occasions when his father had to move to other islands in order to attend some work meetings. I see. I could see why the child was always by himself. To have lost his father so early and so suddenly, a lot of children would turn out like this. I wasn't that much different in that regard. But it wasn't like I could recall much about my parents. I just knew that they were nice. Seth. Hearing the matriarch's words, I smiled at her and walked towards the child. If he's likely Mr. Jingles or the source of everything, then I need to get closer to him. It said that this was a game of hide and seek. I struggled to understand what the quest was trying to say at the start, but I now understood. Containment vessel. By tag, it meant that I had to use my skill once I found his true body. I couldn't do it with the glasses on since that would subject me to a direct attack from Mr. Jingles. However, the same couldn't be said if I did it while it was hiding in a child's body. These were all hypotheses, but I was almost certain that this was the correct method. Now all I needed to do was... Stopping right before the child, my eyes fell on the drawing before it. It was the same as usual. The drawing of a clown, from the long shoes to the nose, everything was the same, or at least that was how it seemed at first. But then, I noticed it. Instead of the swirling black void, I saw an eye on the drawing. My breath paused, and the world around me seemed to freeze. Flick. The TV in the distance flicked on. Silence. Tab, tab, tab. The forceful taps of the rain on the windows echoed loudly. A flash tore through the room. And... Tatata tilde. The familiar chime rang in the air. Shit. I moved immediately, dashing towards the TV. I had to turn it off before it was too late. But just as I moved, a character popped up on the screen. With his bright red hair, red nose, and pale face, it was Mr. Jingles. I froze. No, it was more like... I couldn't move at all. Hello, everyone, tilde. He waved at everyone. So did the people standing behind him. How have you all been doing? Mr. Jingles' squeaky and joyful voice echoed throughout the entire room as cold sweat trickled down the side of my face, while everyone stared at the TV blankly. No, 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 no. Despite my best attempts at moving, I couldn't move at all. Fuck that rat. How long is he going to take to shut down the electronics? In hindsight, this was my fault. I should have unplugged the TV from the start. However, the main reason why I didn't do so was because I was afraid of alarming the Mr. Jingles, who was hiding among the children. I was afraid that the moment I tried that, Mr. Jingles would act. But, damn it, I should have tried it regardless. Bang! A thunderous boom echoed through the air, shaking the walls and rattling the floor beneath us. That was all it took for me to snap out of the state. However, it was already too late. Do you all want to play a game? Mr. Jingles' smile slowly stretched until it reached his temples. Mr. Jingles, says Tilda. The silence settled once more, and in that moment I slowly felt Mr. Jingles' head turn in my direction. Our eyes met. My breath left. And, catch him. My stomach churned in that moment. I really needed to puke. And as if that wasn't enough. Flick. The TV turned off, alongside all the lights. The surroundings grew dark. In the silence and darkness, the only sound was the relentless tapping of rain against the window. But then, a bright light flashed into the room. It wasn't for long. Just a split second. However, that was long enough to see it. Every head turned toward me. Children and staff alike. They were all smiling. Why the hell is it raining even harder? It's me. Kyle muttered, eyes fixed on the downpour around them. The rain fell harder than before, almost like a curtain, yet as they walked, it never touched them. It stopped just at the edges, as if something invisible shielded them. Apparently, this region just tends to rain a lot. Looking at how the people aren't even surprised, I figure they are mostly used to it. I guess, Zoe replied while stopping before another house. It was not much different than the house from before, but unlike the other one, this one seemed a little bit more rundown, with the stone steps containing a lot of overgrown weeds. The building also appeared to be a two-story one, and Kyle and Zoe didn't waste a single second to infiltrate the place. Creak. The wooden door creaked open, revealing the cramped interior of a small apartment. A musty scent hit them instantly. Papers, clothes, and unwashed dishes were strewn about in what could only be described as a complete mess. Walking into the apartment, the two looked around. Eventually, Kyle stopped by a certain frame. He picked it up and looked at it, unable to hold back a small laugh as he looked. Look at this, doesn't this remind you of Seth? Flipping the frame over, Zoe caught a glimpse of a man with glaring black circles, black hair, and a lifeless expression. While his appearance was completely different from Seth's, his general vibe was the same, prompting Zoe to smile too. It's almost uncanny. The two shared a laugh before going back to looking around the place. There were a lot of things to look at, but most of them were on the floor. What in the world happened here? It almost feels like a storm has passed. Bending over to pick up another frame, Kyle's face froze. His sudden reaction didn't escape Zoe's gaze, as she looked at him curiously. What happened? Did you find something? Her words were met with silence. But then, go, Kyle muttered, his voice low. What? Flipping the frame over to show the same man from before, holding onto a child that the two were familiar with, Kyle's voice grew louder. We need to go back to the orphanage now. Chapter 196, The Origin 4. No, wait. Zoe held back Kyle just before he was going to leave. What? Why are you stopping me? Calm down for a second, will you? This fucker. Zoe clenched her teeth while staring at Kyle. Seeing his usually calm self turn so panicky really was throwing her off. It was clear that Seth and the orphanage were his biggest weaknesses. It was in such moments that he would turn from one of the stars of the department to a liability. You need to relax. I can see why you'd think there's some sort of link, but we don't know the full story just yet. Let's look for more clues before we decide. Whatever the case is, the guild is already on its way. By the time we get there, they should already be at the orphanage. It was only after Kyle heard Zoe's words that he managed to calm himself down. Taking a few deep breaths, his gaze regained its usual calm. You're right, you're right. Even he was starting to feel that his actions were inappropriate. But this wasn't something he could control. This was his family, his only family. He couldn't let anything happen to them. All right, it looks like you've calmed down a bit. Let's look a little bit more and figure out exactly what happened. Okay. Kyle nodded, and the two began looking around again. Rushing won't do us any good. As she looked around, Zoe began to talk. We've yet to have any real evidence that this person is involved with the situation. While it is true that he's a cartoonist and his child is at the orphanage, that still won't explain a lot of things. Like. Zoe paused as her fingers brushed against a particular frame. Lifting it, she stared at the plaque inside, an award titled Cartoon of the Year award. Staring at it for a brief moment, she placed it back down. Like how Mr. Jingles came to be. Kyle's movement stopped in that moment. Closing his eyes, he nodded. You're right. There was no real reason for him to react so nervously upon making that discovery. Anomalies weren't just mindless manifestations of resentment. While their origins were often rooted in lingering resentment and grudges, this situation, when examined closely, lacked any true resentment at its core. Why would a cartoon try to haunt the people of this town? Why is it trying to get the people into the cartoon? For what reason? Why? Questions, questions, questions. If there was one thing that the two had learned in their years of experience, it was to always ask questions. Anomalies were like mysteries. Aside from their rules, one needed to figure out their roots in order to get a better idea of how to contain them. Ultimately, once the root cause of an anomaly was identified, dealing with it became significantly easier. This is. Picking up another frame, Zoe caught a glimpse of the man in question standing with another man. Both were smiling for the camera, but the contrast between them was stark. Unlike James, the other man appeared cheerful and sharply dressed, his neatly combed brown hair adding to his polished look. Zoe took a picture of the frame, using the guild to see if she could get any information about the other man. But just as she entered her search, she paused. Zoe. Kyle's voice was soft, but there was a certain alarm to it that made her raise her head. It was there that she saw him holding onto a certain leather diary. Reading its contents, Kyle's face grew extremely serious. What? Seeing him like this, even Zoe became curious as she walked up to him and leaned over to catch a glimpse of the diary. The moment she did, however, her breath paused. This. I know. Kyle muttered, his lips pressing together tightly. This just turned a lot more complicated. I had no choice. It was all for my son. I stole because I wanted to help my son. Tab, tab, tab. The rain tapped against the glass window, the rapid rhythm echoing so fast it nearly matched the beat of my heart, as the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. I couldn't see a thing. However, in a single brief moment, when lightning flashed across the sky, I caught sight of everyone's faces. They were all smiling. Oh shit. My legs trembled, and my entire body felt extremely heavy. I was paralyzed with fear. No, I have to leave, I have to run. As if my body finally started to listen to me, I turned around and made my way out of the place. I wanted nothing more than to look for Chris, but in the darkness, I couldn't see anything at all. I even thought about pulling the flashlight from my phone, but it was too late. I could feel movements from all around me. My skin crawled, and a shadowy figure appeared before me. Help me get out of here. Although I couldn't see what the Dreamwalker was doing, I could tell that it was dissatisfied with me. However, in the end, it still decided to move as it moved ahead of me and blocked anyone from approaching me. I took the chance to run. Having lived here for most of my childhood, I knew where everything was. Light or not, it didn't matter to me as I quickly moved towards the second-floor stairs. It was just as I reached the stairs that I bumped into a figure. Yuka Aritsu, you made it in time. Yes, I did. It was the rat. This was the plan from the start. Once the lights were turned off, we would meet at the stairs of the second floor. Let's go quickly. Grabbing the rat by the collar, I dragged him up the stairs. What are you? There's no time, they're coming. Coming's who? Everyone. I let go of the rat's collar and rushed up the stairs even faster. Shortly after, I heard his footsteps behind me, muffled but steady. Together, we hurried to the far end of the second floor, paused before a door, and stepped inside. You still haven't told me what is going on. Why are we here? What is? We were right. Mr. Jingles has already influenced everyone in the house. They're currently after us. I don't know their exact power, but I doubt I'd be able to do a single thing to them. Maybe you might, but I'm not entirely sure. This was a lie. I could already tell that the Dreamwalker had been overwhelmed by the people. I had no choice but to recall it before it was too late. The rat's movements paused, digesting all of the information before his usually serene face turned serious. In that case, why are we here? Aren't we in a dead corner if they come to us then? I wouldn't have gone here if I didn't have a plan. I looked around and switched on the lights, only to remember that all electricity had been turned off. In the end, I managed to take out a small flashlight from one of the drawers and flashed it around the room. The room wasn't large, about half the size of mine and Kyle's. The decorations were simple, but as I scanned the space, my eyes eventually settled on the window. As if noticing my expression, the rat's face changed subtly. Don't tell me you're thinking of jumping. No, I'm not. I moved towards the window and opened it while looking around. Then what are you planning on doing? I didn't answer the rat and just looked around. I could hear the muffled sound of footsteps coming from the outside door. They're coming. Fixing my gaze on a particular spot, my eyes brightened as I turned toward the rat. But the moment I did, I noticed him frozen in place, his eyes locked on the bed. Miles. Silence. Miles. Calling his name again, I was met with silence, a sinking feeling settling into my chest as I slowly turned my head toward where he was staring. That's when I spotted the edge of a yellow cloth, lying plainly on the bed, and my eyes widened in shock. The fuck? Ta-ta-ta-ta tilde. A familiar chime echoed through the air, and the rat slowly shifted his gaze toward me, raising his phone just enough for me to catch a glimpse of the clown on the screen. A bright smile greeted me, shortly followed by a squeaky voice. Why, hello there, where might you be going? Chapter 197, Not As It Seems 1. I froze on the spot. The muffled sound of steps echoed outside the door. They were coming closer. Bah thump, bah thump. Mr. Jingles smiled at me, his hands covering both of his eyes. Why are you leaving? You should stay and play more Tilda. The longer the clown spoke, the more my mind dulled as if each word drained something from me. My thoughts spiraled, and before I realized it, I had stepped back. Closer to the window. Closer to the rapid tapping of the rain against it. Let's play. Mr. Jingles spoke again. The steps grew even closer. Ta-ta-ta tilde. The familiar tune. I took another step back. I was now leaning against the open window. Mr. Jingles says tilde. My heart skipped a beat, and I immediately turned around. But right as I did. Freeze. I froze, my mind blanking out. By the time I snapped out of it, I was facing the front again. I was facing Mr. Jingles. Shit. The clown's smile was wide now. So wide that I felt chills running down my back. Mr. Jingles says tilde. The clown's voice echoed again, and the sound of footsteps was now closer than ever. Sweat trickled down the side of my face. I stare at the bed. My head moved on its own. No. I caught a glimpse of the edges of a yellow suit. Immediately I tried to resist, but I couldn't. My body refused to listen to me. The clothes expanded further and further in my vision. No, I can't look, I can't even open my eyes. I desperately fought back, it was useless. It was. Hihiti tilde. A sudden giggling filled the room, and I snapped out of it as a head popped out from outside the window. Are we playing? You called me out because we were playing. I want to play. It was Myrle as her gaze turned towards the clown in the frame. Her eyes shone. A cartoon. Clank. But right as her words echoed, the door opened and several smiling figures walked in. I didn't waste a single second and moved out of the window, feeling the heavy rain hit me from above as I basked in the darkness of the night. I had summoned Myrle in advance while the rat wasn't looking. I had done so in case something unexpected happened. For a moment, I thought that she wouldn't come. But thankfully, she did. I would have been done for if I hadn't done so. While I was still unsure of how Myrle's powers worked, from what I had managed to observe, she had the ability to stop an anomaly's abilities for a very brief moment. The same thing happened with the Twisted Man, and now the same was true for Mr. Jingles. She couldn't fight, but she could buy me time. I took advantage of the moment she'd bought me, gripping the edges of the window as a black film spread over my arm. It extended downward, stretching with me as I began to descend slowly toward the bottom. Touching the grass, the world flashed, and I caught sight of the window before me. I froze for a moment, feeling several gazes locked onto me from the window of the first floor. Their faces clung to the windows, pressed tightly against the glass, wide smiles stretching across their features as they stared. My stomach rumbled. This isn't a third-order mission for nothing. The darkness returned and... bang! The thunder rumbled. Soaked in the rain, I darted towards the side of the orphanage. I knew that I couldn't run away. There was no way that I could run away. I have to find the little boy. I need to tag him and everything will be over. Clenching my teeth, I picked up the pace, finding an empty window and opening it before moving back into the house. Click. Closing the window behind me, I swallowed nervously. The darkness engulfed me from all sides. I could hardly see a thing as I tried my best to perceive my surroundings. It looks like I'm in a room. Most likely this is one of the children's rooms. Typically, children shared the same room. Some were shared between 2, while others were shared between 4. This looked like one that was shared between 4 children. The place was empty, and a heavy silence hung over the space. Swallowing nervously, I kept my breath to a minimum while moving towards the door and pressing my ear against it. It was silent outside. I couldn't hear a single thing. I took a silent breath and tried my best to remain calm. But it was hard. I was at a complete loss on how to proceed. Should I get the Dreamwalker and Myrle to look around for the kid? But even if I do have them look around for him and they find him, how would I even be able to approach him? I checked the time. It was quite late. I knew that I didn't have much time left until the quest ended. I knew the moment I failed the quest that something terrible would happen. I have to hurry up. But how exactly could I do that? Clenching my teeth, I moved away from the door and carefully looked around the room in hopes of finding something that could help me. But there wasn't really much I could work with. There were a lot of crayons, some toys, and some pictures. It was just as I was losing all hope that I stopped by a specific desk. I noticed a particular picture on one of the desks. It was a photo of a boy and an older man. The moment I took notice of the boy, my breath paused. That was... Chris. My hand shook slightly. Could this be? As I brought the picture closer, I noticed the man's worn features. Sunken cheeks, heavy black circles under his eyes, and an overall appearance that spoke of exhaustion and poor health. In a way, he kind of looked like me. Is this Chris's father? I'm not surprised he died. Given how he looks, he already looks like he's taken one step towards his grave. I was no different, but it was also mainly due to the disease that I had. I've improved rather significantly lately. But it was still a work in progress. Looking at the picture, I saw the two standing side by side, holding up a frame. An award, it seemed. Yes, on closer inspection, it looked like a recognition plaque for an animation. It was also the first time that I had ever seen Chris smile. I flipped the picture over, ready to put it back, when my hand froze mid-motion. A chill ran down my spine as I brought the picture closer. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch, leaning in as if to watch. And then I saw it. Words harsh, doodled, and uneven, scrawled in red crayon across the back of the photo. The lines were thick, almost carved into the paper, as if the writer had pressed down with all their force. Thief, your father is a thief.